Watch out, they're headed our way. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
The hunt is on. 1,000 gods!
Felicia's here to steal a win. Good fortune for me. Cat's claws. Me, ouch. Let's make a deal. Peekaboo. Hup. So stealthy.
That's how we do it, Catwalk.
Eat your heart out, strange. Deliciously dangerous.
I unleash the shouting.
Now's the perfect time to strike. You crossed my path. Good boy, Petey. Meow.
Cross her path and your luck runs out. One of the world's premier thieves, Felicia Hardy. I've been hands-on with Black Cat myself, and I'm telling you, she is going to be a problem. She's going to shake things up, or should I say, scratch things up. No, but honestly, her Gilded Sage shot, being able to do things like buy portals, take high ground with your teleporter, bypass walls, you have CC cleanser, so much in her kit. And that's just some of the many ways she's going to absolutely shake the meta. Her ultimate also is, in my opinion, a better Bucky ultimate, but I digress. Folks, for those who meet the Black Cat's gaze, you should be aware, or beware, as her omens never miss their mark.
Strut your stuff, take the shot, and claim the stars. Get ready for class with Peter Parker's The Photographer. Strike pose as Black Cat Urban Predator and embrace the cosmic hunt with Blade Starlit Shadow. Because whether you're chasing the ultimate headline or wiping out the creatures lurking in the deep reaches of space, the battlefield is yours to command. And this skin just dropped, and all three of these skins just dropped yesterday, so make sure to check them out in the store because Black Cat and Peter Parker enjoyers, make sure you're listening, guys. Get these skins in the store right now.
Also, a quick CTA. Twitch drops are active. They are live right now. And Daredevil fans, it's your lucky day. We're practically giving those away. Not just the skin, but also exclusive spray, nameplate, emote, you name it. And all you have to do is do what you do anyway. Watch Marvel Rivals Ignite. Now link your account to your game here on Twitch, and as we're handling the pre-show analysis, you have an opportunity to do that and be set up to earn your rewards the second you tune in. So let's get that started. Also, let's get our show on its merry way. Hello and welcome. I am Zoe. We are live for day 3 of the America's preseason playoffs. Guys, the bracket is tightening. The pressure is mounting. I'm alongside Dogman and Iron Ship, and we are diving straight back into the lower bracket today. And you know what? The stakes are so very high, gents.
They are, Zoe. They are. I mean, I can't wait to see what's going to happen as we move on, right? Like you mentioned, lower bracket to start us off, and then we, get to see who's going to eventually become the champion tomorrow on Sunday. It's all building up for the final conclusion of our preseason, which starts today.
It's crazy that it's already come down to this. So fast, it feels like time flies when you're having fun. But yeah, I mean, yesterday's games were nutty, buddy, right? Like we got to all the way to game 5 both times for our matchups. Looking forward to seeing what that looks like today. It seems like once teams get down to this lower side of the bracket, they don't want to go home. They want to take this home. They want to have that notoriety. It's just there's a lot on the line for these teams right now.
Yeah, all these teams are in it to win it, and they came a long way to earn their spots here. Of course, we started some weeks ago with the group stage in the preseason. We split 12 teams into 2 groups, and they played in a round robin. The top 4 teams of each group advanced into the playoffs, which is where we're finding ourselves right now. It's a preseason playoff, so it's all about figuring out if your roster works, if you figured out the meta, and also if you figured out the other teams you're playing against.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the big thing is matchups, right? Like, I feel like the more we know about specific teams, and how they do against each other, the more we kind of have a good idea, a good read. But same thing with these teams, right? Like, I feel like the exact opposite of what we expected happened yesterday, right? With the fact that Sentinels came through over NRG Shock, both teams kind of figuring out each other's situations, weaknesses and stuff. And then it's kind of been like that across the board. The more we know, the less we know almost, right?
Yeah. It's like everybody's brackets are just exploding. I mean, speaking of which, VP is out of the tournament over in the EMEA region. There's just so much going on right now.
It really is. Speaking of a lot going on, Uneta la fiesta en español. Make sure to join our Spanish watch party as well. They're still going strong, so make sure to tune in for all the action covered in Spanish as well. Love that squad, so make sure to share some love. And listen, while the watch party and us here, we're just hanging out, we're having a good time, we're sitting comfy, we're being entertained. Our players, they're the ones putting in the work, right? They're fighting for this prize pool. The winner gets the lion's share of 16K. That's a lot of pocket money for a preseason tournament. Also, very important, Shib, the stage 1 seedings are to be determined as well with their seedings here in the preseason.
Yeah, I feel like that's something that I kind of skip on a lot of the time, but you're right. That is super important right now. We've seen seeding and how it's messed with teams. I mean, for example, we thought Shock was going to go farther. They struggled and lost against We Lost. And if the seeding was different, that could have been a different story. So it is definitely important, especially as these prize pools get ever larger.
Indeed. And of course, also a quick look at our map pool for those who haven't seen yet the new, shiny, wonderful map pool for 2026 season. Shin Shibuya back in the mix. Also, just to quickly run down how it works with our maps. The first map in every series will always be Domination. Both map side will be predetermined at random, and then the loser picks from then on. Of course, we're playing in a best of 5 now, so we're getting a lot more maps. We're going a lot deeper in strat books, and that also means that the ban and lock phase is even more important than it was before. The bans are asymmetrical here in MRI, unlike MRC, so there's a lot more wrinkly brains required.
They are, and you know what, like I feel with the ban and lock system right now, we've seen teams, that maybe you wouldn't expect to fall, right? Like, considering how, in North America, we have a lot of upsets. EU, we just saw, or EMEA, we just saw VP lose, right? So that was insane. But in our preseason playoffs over here, it's been 2 top dogs with Swamp Gaming and Team Liquid Citadel being kind of the best teams in the region, right? Like every other team hasn't really come close. I mean, they've had close matches and stuff, but usually it's been 3-0 across the board, and they have to kind of fight for the scraps in the lower bracket that we're covering early on.
Yeah, shit, but it's the lower bracket. That's where the sparks will fly today. This is going to be so exciting because we essentially have the battle of the MRC teams and Lunix versus We Lost. They're so familiar with each other, so I can't wait to dig into that matchup. But then it's also a kind of an El Clasico, right? Sentinels versus 100 Thieves. Like, we expect that one to go the distance as well. Last time they faced off in week 2, it was not a close affair. Let's see how the teams have leveled up since. But we get to those. Also, of course, there is the big dogs, Swamp Gaming and TLC. Liquid Citadel will be facing off against Swamp Gaming. Those are the two strongest teams we currently see in the Americas region, so we expect a lot from that matchup.
Yeah, I can't believe we're going to get to see the lower bracket final today. Again, folks, finals coming tomorrow, the grand finals. This is just, there's a lot happening. Lower brackets has been absolutely nutty. The top side bracket, like you said, seeing Swamp and Liquid Citadel go after it. We've all been waiting for that. We want to see what that looks like because that's the battle of the top seeds. And we get to actually see if, Liquid Citadel has a weakness. Because I'll tell you what, right now, they don't look like it.
Nope. Both teams had, honestly, a field trip in their semi-final match. So they made it look easy. Maybe it's just them making it look easy. Maybe it's the other team, dropping the spaghetti. Who is to say? We'll find out once they face off against each other. But let's talk about the lower bracket team. Lunex. Let's start with Lunex, the team that has surprised us all. Yes, they fell in the upper bracket quarterfinals against Swamp Gaming. But honestly, they look competent. They look good there. They were playing it really, really well. And there were a lot of individuals that we can credit that to. Like Redis obviously has been an absolute menace. But also their vanguards have been so on point.
Yeah, this Lunex squad was kind of really has been improving throughout the whole tournament. And yeah, we lost. They've been also in a similar position where they've also done well. And, I guess we can kind of delve into, specifics with this matchup, that we've seen in the group stages. Yeah, we lost has kind of always done well versus Lunex, right, Zoe? This team just always seems to have their number.
It seems to be their kryptonite. Whilst the Lunex manages to look so competent against teams that are technically tiers above them, on paper, they can punch up, but once they face we lost, there's just something about that team. But overall, if we're looking at the performance in the playoffs, I genuinely feel like Lunex has leveled up, whereas we lost. I don't want to say they stagnated, but they're still running with the same playbook. They're still just very heavily relying on playing their more unorthodox comps. We kind of know what to see. We're seeing that mask on that Thor, the Jitward specialties. We kind of know what works for them. So I feel like while it could be considered those are surprise picks, but they're not really. We know what we're going to see from them.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like, and it's tricky. They have a ton of fans. They're incredibly fun to watch, right? That team of, we lost as we see them heading over to Krakoa. But it seems like when the team is able to stop that snowbally rush comp, they struggle heavily. So we'll see if, the side of Lunex has done their homework here and they're able to battle back on our first map. It's going to be Krakoa.
I think this, straight up, I mean, it's kind of like what you guys were saying. You're believing in Lunex, right? And then we lost. They've been always a team that has been weird, like you guys mentioned, like you said, Zoe. So I think this will be a fun one. And really, it's a matter of, I was talking to you in the green room about this, Zoe. I feel like, Lunex are that sort of young up and coming team and getting better every series, but, still have to beat that older brother. And we lost that have always done well versus them.
I think that's a great call out, right? I think this is a big test to see, truthfully, if Lunex has grown throughout this tournament. I think if they get this win, that changes things. What do you think, Zoe?
Yeah, it's we lost is the person from the past who's ruining your chances with your new friend group. You're no, I'm with them, and then we lost is coming. That's kind of the vibes I'm getting from this one. But we lost is entertaining and as fun as they are. I mean, their last match yesterday, that just turned into straight up mystery heroes. What did we play there? Black Panther, Hela was in the mix. Blade was being played. So. Yeah, I think doing the homework, looking at their most recent match, probably not a lot to derive from those. Honestly, there's not much you can take away from that. So let's see who is going to come out on top. I expect this one to go the distance. I want to see a very close match, and I want to see if Lunex truly has leveled up as we think they have. And this is our first map here in our lower bracket match. Guys, please take it away.
All right, so we've seen the match before, and it was definitely in we lost favor, but it's a best of 5 now. Things are definitely going to be different, and we'll see if Lunex has done enough homework to bounce back, because we lost against certain teams. They're just absolutely dominant, but it seems like they do have a little bit of a weakness sometimes.
Yeah, these first bans have always been, the Gambit and the Elsa first on opposite sides. So, the Daredevil Protector is definitely a little interesting for the side of, we lost to make sure that's staying for Jitward. Yeah, good call out. But let's real quick go over the history as the ban phase progresses between these two teams. I mean, obviously, like Zoe said, tough match for Team Liquid Citadel, but they're kind of making every team look like an amateur team almost. And this rematch is just really hilariously fitting because back in season six of MRC, I mean, we lost, and Lunex and Cafe was all qualified through that way, and we lost kind of dominated everybody. In the upper bracket finals, they 3-1 last time against Lunex, and then in the final matchup, it was a 4-0 where they won on every match, including Hell's Heaven and those maps as well. And then in the group stages, they had a closer match versus Lunex for sure because it wasn't just like first point holds all the time. It was at least they got the second phase, but regardless, it's always been we lost favored even throughout the group stages back all the way to MRC Season 6.
Yeah, I couldn't. It's a great call out there. It's just like, again, if you cannot figure out a way to stop this straight up rush at you composition, it's part dive, part just like stacking as a ball and walking forward. If you can't figure it out, you lose to it. And that's their strength. And I'm looking forward to seeing what it looks like now as we see the lock-in of Star-Lord here for Lunex. And the removal of Strange is something that they've definitely learned because Kendrick is absolutely absurd on that hero.
He is, and this is like a team as a whole really good at flexibility, and same thing for Lunex. That's why a lot of these guys get picked up for those organizations is because they've shown that flexibility, and I'm sure both of these teams are already being looked at for how far they've gotten, and it's tough to not say that, okay, if I'm an organization, I would be down to just pick up the entirety of either squad now. Like, even Cafe Rose, too, right, Shib? Like, they were also a good team and close to qualifying if just one or two matches went their way. But ban phase, we get that Vanpool ban out at the very end. Mantis, we've seen how strong that character could be into the triple. And it seems like Shib nowadays, people are even running triple strategist with, like, the Loki, Cloak and Dagger and stuff, but it's the Hulk ban on the opposite side for Cart Lover, so very targeted for, we lost, right?
Yeah, agreed. And I think, you mentioned the triple backline. It's worth, while we're talking about that, worth mentioning, folks, just if you don't know, they're playing on the last patch here. So we don't have the new patch. You're not going to see the Ultron changes, although I do think he's still strong at this level of play prior to that. So some of that stuff won't be in play right now. So if you are expecting it, maybe asking where Black Cat is, it's not going to be seen on the screen. But yeah, I mean, there is a lot of diversity in comp options for both teams here, but I think that we lost hasn't necessarily needed to diversify their comp too much because whenever they run this comp, they find success unless it's against the very top teams. Like we've kind of reiterated, but Lunex, they really have played a ton of different stuff. They can run the Rogue, and that's why you're going to see that banned out because Gambit was allowed through. But even with allowing Gambit through, they're electing to not run it right now, and they have a Jeff Ultron backline.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be an interesting one, Shiv. Like, you can make it work. I mean, you can. It's possible.
For sure.
Silent, but, I guess they'll probably speed boost out of spawn, maybe switch it back. But, yeah, that would be still to do, like you said, run that Ultron alongside, really anything in the backline is, that two-shredded backline is very unique. But also, I don't believe we've seen these teams play on Krakoa versus each other just yet. It's been a lot of Celestial Husk, been a lot of Hell's Heaven. So this is going to be the first time that we get to see these two teams specifically match up here on this map. But no, it's as you said, Chip, they are doing it with the Venom team up, maybe assuming that there's enough healing there with that sort of combination. And
well, they're kind of taking a page out of We Lost book because Logan made the switch over to Strap Pool there to have that as an option. So I think the idea is maybe get some levels in here. And, Vanpool's off the table, so I don't know if we are going to see a switch there, but electing to use some more damage. As Mask's able to find one here, and that's an early start for the side of We Lost. Make it a two-piece. Zatex and Mask again, finding the rest of the squad, setting the tone and saying, all right, welcome into MRI. We're moving forward, and they're going to try to walk with this momentum.
Yeah, I like it. Just immediately winning that first fight. Just able to pressure off the side of Lunex. And it's funny because, We Lost, I don't think we're really, Vanpool believers until this week, this past week specifically. Talking to Jitward, they seem like they like the Strap Pool. It seemed like Deadpool they love in general. But okay. Meanwhile, Strap Pool gets picked up by Zatex early. And, well, I guess that's why I don't want to give Zatex the Elsa, right, dude?
Yeah, Zatex got insane aim. Really good tracking there, finding a pick as Xantho takes out Redis, and this is looking dominant already with We Lost. They are just like the counter. It's like fire and water for Lunex, and it's seeming like that's still the case here. 33% in because We Lost haven't dropped a single body yet on their side. Lunex is falling over left and right. They essentially just got to regroup, no?
Absolutely. I mean, they have an early ultimate committed by Mask. They go deep again. And shit, like you said, this fire is being put out. It's like it was a roaring blaze that has been absolutely snuffed by the side of, yeah, we lost. Just an absolute force, a tsunami towards Lunex's spawn doors. Just constant pressure at all times with the Deadpool ultimate. Lunex not able to build up a single fight, like, in terms of ultimates at all. So we'll see if they can finally get something moving forward. They still can peel off for Yeah, we lost side and play aggressive like they have been. I mean, they're all the way in their spawn still.
Yeah, prior to that initiation there by Mask, it was just neutral pick after neutral pick before every fight, and then the team just kind of crumbles. You can't allow that as an Exhibit A, but that one's not neutral instead. That's just going to be the Glartrox finding a little snack. Jitward onto Silent. Cart again onto Tico. Come on now. Yeah, we lost. Not missing a beat. Dude, have they lost a single body? I don't believe they have.
I don't think so. This has been really one-sided. And it's kind of interesting because I feel like for Lunex, it's surprising almost. I feel like I would like to see them on the Loki for Logan. You know, I know they really value Deadpool. But right now, they just can't get anything going. The pressure has been too much, and it seems like it's continuing, dude. Diving on Rita's first. The Jeff doesn't seem like it's going to live much longer. They're ticking overtime, but this feels inevitable.
Yeah, the commitment's coming through here from Lunex, but it doesn't matter as Zaytek's able to find Tico early on, and that's some good focus there on a Tones, who's just trying to stall and get to this point to ensure they can make that portal play happen. Goodbye, Tones, though, from Kendrick. Jitward again, and Zaytek's. Everybody is finding a KO, and wow, buddy, that was a brutal round one. Yeah, we lost, locked in.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that was locked in for sure. And Lunex will have to see what they want to like go back to in the drawing board. But for Yeah, we lost. Not much to say besides pure dominance. I like you mentioned, Chip, I don't think they had even maybe like one person go down in that last fight. Oof. And it's tough because like Mask also has just lapped Logan an ultimate charge. Like you would think it's like it'd be a difference in that department, but no, it hasn't. Mask has just been insane after, you know, like you mentioned, a lot of Thor yesterday, goes down to the Vanguard Deadpool and has looked beautiful so far.
Yeah, I think Vanguard Deadpool is incredibly strong in this meta. Obviously going to be changed up as it shifts towards the current meta that we're playing in client right now. You can see the shift from Tico, though. I like this change onto Fox. Fox, one of the few strategists that can go toe-to-toe with things like DD. Matt Murdock is a problem for virtually everyone, but the Fox is not afraid much. You know, honestly, I do think it's not a bad switch-up, but we'll see if, you know, Fox is able to mark Jitward, and Jitward's looked really good so far. A lot of picks early on. Yeah, we lost. You know, yesterday it was tough. It was tough to witness. They just were crumbling. They could not find their footing, but again, it was against a team that's just so storied, you know, that maybe that's the only reason, but we'll see if there could be a bounce back. But right now, it does not look like it as Xantho finds Ritas early on.
A huge pickoff. Jeff ult on the opposite side. They go through, do grab at least one, but okay, Silent Blaze gets deleted by Cart. So this has just been dominance, like straight up, like you mentioned, Shib. And this is interesting because I feel like if they took a page out of Energy's book, which is interesting because Yeah, we lost beat them, maybe they go for that Loki stuff, maybe they try to bunker a little bit, but straight up in the mirror, it just feels like it's not going their way in any single fight.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm with you. I think things need to change. You've got to change the idea of your composition. I mean, you can see in practice that this comp should theoretically work, but it's not, right? So now that you're noticing that, you got to find a different shift because you haven't found anything as Zaytek's able to take Ritas once more. A second comes through. Zaytek's playing at the spawn door now. Not afraid at all with a triple. Come on, Glartrox in hand. 3 ults available here for Yeah, we lost, who still have advantage right now.
This Kendrick swap over to the White Fox, I think, has been a big part of it as well. I'm not trying to force some Luna Snow stuff at either. They're just able to help at all times. Ritas commits the ultimate iffy finally with something on the opposite side. But are these going to be fruitless? Maybe just one. Can you find any more? The answer is no, Shib. It's fully disengaged at the moment for Yeah, we lost.
Yeah, Logan also switching to play that Gambit, which, you know, when available, I don't think is a bad option. Some teams don't think it's as strong, but the other teams are really using it to its full potential. Kendrick finds a pick too. Zaytek's once more. Yeah, we lost, bounce back, lose a little bit there, come back with a vengeance, and still retake that point after a 11%. Dude, are you joking me? I mean, Logan does have ult available. This needs to be the tone set change here for Lunex. They need to find value right now or it's over.
Yeah, they do, and it's getting pressure on the opposite side. Like, you lose Ritas towards the point who went for that cap, pressured out, Tones goes down, back towards the spawn. They literally are touching the spawn. This is the most Yeah, we lost game of all time. They're touching the spawn door, looking like TSM on Central Park at the current moment because Yeah, we lost are really showing a ton of confidence at the moment over their, you know, rival that they've always beaten.
Yeah. Again, dude, it really looks like just the weakness in typing. We're seeing a typing diff right now. It's water and fire. It's brutal. It's just absolute savagery. Could escape there in the moment by Cart. Trying to dodge the itch, Jeff. The tackle comes through. Tico gonna find one, though. Get a little bit of vengeance, and there's that commitment. This needs to go in their favor if they want a chance at this. Reed is dropping backwards after being committed with the Van Hammer. Able to find one onto Jitward, and that's the value they needed. 2 down, but look at that percentage on point. 94 and climbing. Gonna be 99 by the time they even get. Oh my goodness. Zatex finding one. Will this turn around again? Zatex on point. Cart dancing there as well. Overtime ticking down. Mask with a pick, and oh, they just drop back. Retake, and now OT is falling to a sliver. It is gonna go, and yeah, we lost favor here. I can see the writing on the wall. Numbers falling once more. Mask again. Xantho, and that is it, folks. Yeah, we lost. Wow.
Yeah, they ain't losing today, it seems like, on domination. At least, like, maybe going back to the ban phase, that's why we can't afford to give that early Daredevil Protect that came through to, yeah, we lost, because their dives were too coordinated, right? Like, yeah. I think Jitward was talking to me about this as well. Like, he's like, yeah, Deadpool's just broken because you're given wall hacks, and if you have your IGL, like a very vocal leader playing the Deadpool, the dives can be perfect. You could, like, just dive the correct target every single time. Jitward obviously going down the most with 2 KOs. What a feeder. But obviously a joke there, because Jitward is just that guy with this squad right now. And same thing with Zatex. Like, Zatex was just popping off, like you said on the Elsa.
Yeah, we dominate. Yeah, we win. You know, at this point, these guys, when they're in their bag, when they're playing a comp that they're comfortable on into a team that can't quite figure it out, it's unstoppable. Zatex with 18 finals, 14K damage, and not going down a single time. 39-0. Folks, will this continue to be the story? Can Yeah We Lost shut this down quickly? We'll find out right after this break.
It appears to be a speed run attempt here from Yeah We Lost. They came back with a vengeance from what happened to them yesterday, and now Lunex has to pay for it. Seems like the bear has been poked. But yeah, for Lunex, It really seems like they're just playing against their kryptonite here. Like, this is very, very unfortunate. They did not make as many adjustments, I feel like, as I wanted to see from them. I feel like in the previous series we've seen from them in the playoffs, they made adjustments quickly, compositional adjustments, and also just their general game plan. They were able, very quick on their toes to make those changes. This time they seemed a little more unwilling to do so.
Yeah, this kind of probably goes to what I feel like is that the side of we lost are striking while the iron's hot, right? Like, it's tough for Lunex, I suppose, to react when you're literally getting your spawn door touched. Like, damn, this is just insane dominance from we lost is kind of my takeaway. Like, Lunex, like you said, Zoe, would usually do that, but I guess how could they when we lost are just as dominant as Shib called out during the series? Like, that was just one-sided across the board.
Yeah, it was like they came in with a game plan, right?
Yeah.
But the game plan just wasn't working for them by any means, right, Zoe?
Yeah, no, it really wasn't. And I mean, usually, like, where they found success was pressuring the enemy's backlines, right? That even worked against big teams like Swamp Gaming. It was Tones on Hulk, Iffy on Venom. Like, they were able to dive Valentina and Forky Dog and the likes of it in order to apply that pressure. They never got an opportunity to do that in this very game because... yeah, I mean, we lost was just constantly in their face. Like, they constantly lost members. They didn't get a single kill in the first round whatsoever. So it's like, yeah, tough spot to be in. Now, looking ahead, where should they take us? Because Domination, actually, the worst map type for we lost. They got that one out of the way. And now they're looking at Convoy and Convergence, where we lost has a above 60% win rate on both. And Lunex, not so much. Those are their weaker map types.
They have to think about a map that, like, maybe dive comps aren't that good, or we just got to ban out just specifically the shit word on Daredevil early just because they got that protect. I mean, the Gambit stuff is good, and I know that I think Xantho was talking about how they do run the Gambit comps and stuff, but I mean, just specifically with Jitward on the Daredevil, also giving Zatex the Elsa, it just feels like one of these has to go, and you probably lean Elsa just because of how strong that hero is right now, and also on those Convoy and Convergence map types. But regardless, excellent adjustment from we lost to protect the Daredevil after that first ban phase.
It looks like we're going over to Midtown too, so that is going to enable those brawly style comps, which do pretty well into these rush dive compositions. So we'll see if they, pull something out. I do think, they want to run that rogue stuff that I don't think would be horrendous into this comp, but I'm just not sure they can get it because the ban phase from we lost looked really targeted, and it was clearly studied because it worked so well.
It did indeed. Yeah, but Lunex, like, again, they're familiar with their opponent here. They know what is coming out. They know what they should be focusing on. Like, it's not a surprise that Zatex is popping off on Elsa, right? Like, Lunex know that. Let's see what they have in store for us for this second ban phase and for this second map, hopefully tying up the series.
All right, my friend, in we go. As we can see, the Gambit float on the side of Lunex, removing that. Match right back, not allowing the Elsa. So the mismatch, will come through in the save here of Gambit. So I have no doubt that we lost going to remove that rogue like they did in the past.
Yeah, I think that's interesting considering the last map. I mean, I can see the Gambit doing well. That's why they go for the rogue protect or ban on the opposite side after the Gambit. But like, this kind of goes back to what like we were talking about in the green room a little bit, Shib, as the Daredevil protect comes through. Like, everything is kind of good. Like, Phi and VP were tweeting, like, or Exig rather. They were like, man, everything is good, but also bad at the same time. You brought that up, right, Shib? But like, it does feel that way. Like, everything is so good that you might as well play to your strengths. And I feel like some of these teams think they're good at the Gambit comps, but just, I don't know if it's worth protecting this early on. If your strength for Lunex, for example, are playing around like Logan's Loki, and like they were doing good with the even Cloak and Dagger stuff at points. So I feel like going for early protects of what you're good at is kind of a smart play, no?
No, beautifully put. I think that's kind of also a sign of a good meta. There's just so much option, but some things just feel horrible even when they used to feel so good. And you can see the double removal here of the Mantis. Again, Mantis enables so much, folks. A lot of those climbing ladder may not see the light of Mantis, but that damage boost does more than just enable quicker combinations and one-shot combos. Instead, it also gives you ult charge faster, as you see the removal here, or the lock-in of Jeff for we lost.
It's interesting as well that we lost are like totally ignoring an invis ban and stuff too. Like, other teams would try to go for that invis and Loki ban early, which Lunex aren't taking advantage of. This time they go for that Vanpool ban, but I guess the problem with Lunex's ban phase to me is that, or I guess maybe the strength of we lost ban phase and how it's going. Like, they get out the heroes that are strong with Gambit very early. Like, once they get that Gambit Protect, we've already banned out the Rogue. We've already banned out, like, Mantis stuff, too. It just feels like it's a smarter game plan than a lot of other teams have had, specifically versus Lunex. And this time, Lunex, they're adapting late, but we'll see if it pans out. They do get that Vanpool one-sided matchup. But do you think there's enough, Shib, to deal with the side of, yeah, we lost?
I'm not sure if it's enough, but it's definitely not bad, right? Like, it's a good thing to have right now. I do think they need to shake things up, and that is definitely a shake up from what we saw, at least in the last map, where it was mismatched. And honestly, yeah, we lost did great running that from the side of Mask. It was just a threat 24/7, applied a lot of pressure. So I don't know if it's enough, buddy, because right now that looked so brutal in the last matchup. But I do think it's a start, and it can help peel really well and put pressure on that back line.
I guess the largest benefit, though, for the side of Lunex is they don't have to deal with Zatex on the Elsa, right? I think that was gross in the last map, so maybe focusing on that could enable them. And then maybe, yeah, we lost it to think about trying to protect a Mantis early or something. But this is still going to be kind of an interesting series. Midtown being a solid map to pick for Lunex. I think if we went to somewhere like Museum of Contemplation or Shin Shibuya, that would probably not go their way. But it does feel like, shit, man, like every map Lunex are good at, yeah, we lost, they're just like a slight bit better, right?
Yeah, I mean, this kind of brings me back to what we've seen in the past in their matchups, where Lunex also got absolutely walked here by Yeah We Lost, and they looked really good. But again, this is where these teams are doing their homework, and you hope, because you and I, buddy, we just want to see good games, right? So we hope to see Lunex step up in these moments and shake things up. You can see they're floating some weird stuff as you see Iffy on the fist. Not sure that'll come into play, but if it is, definitely new in compared to what we've seen in, this might be the first time in here in our preseason of Ignite. But yeah, there's that switch to Thing, which definitely played more frequently.
Yeah, this is their mix-up. They get to play the Invisible Woman this time around for Yeah We Lost on their defensive side with the Adam Warlock, like you said, and running that sort of interesting backline alongside Mask on that on Strap Pool. So obviously having like 3 people that can play Deadpool is always going to be valuable. But for Lunex's side, they get that anti, they get the cleanse available, ready to go. Not towards the Groot like we've seen other teams do at this like situation. We'll see if they adapt to it later on, but going for that Thing counter dive style actually enables them the first time. This is the first time in the series so far they found the first pick.
Yeah, make it a 2-piece. As Zatex goes down, that res will be available. And we've seen Adam here, folks. Again, Tones putting some more pressure on the res on the high side there. Zatex dropping quickly. Going to play off of that Strap Pool Mask, who is going to be likely potentially switching into Duelist later on for Jitward. That's all on the table, and that's why you want to try to get those levels early on for the strat line. Redis, though, again onto Jitward, and Lunex are stepping up right now, finding another pick as Logan takes out Zatex, and that res is gone.
Yeah, you can see, yeah, we lost. Assume they're going to lose the first fight, go in for that reset. And I think Mask was even opening his comic book to go for upgrades during his ultimate, which is, that's very unique. I'll say that much. But, regardless, he gets an upgrade to go for the fast portal on the top side, it looks like. So they drop down before that ambulance that you've talked about as an important location to fight at.
Really good positioning indoors here with the Brawl comp. As out goes the boundary from Xantho. Yeah, we lost. There is that clobbering time. Can they follow up? Doesn't look like it got too much value. Low HP in a dream. And that is calling out for Vishanti. And will they get the pick? They do. Iffy able to find Zatex. No res once more. And another follow-up as Iffy finds a 2-piece. And it looks like Lunex now are finding the solution they needed as Tones drops Kendrick. 3 numbers down and moving. But is that res on the table? Not quite yet. Zatex almost 80%.
Yeah, Tone's able to do so much after switching over to the Vanpool. Also, this team really pressuring out. Yeah, we lost ever since, Xantho and the squad, and Zatex specifically is going to be on that Adam Warlock. So quite different. I think other teams we've seen try to play, instead of Adam, a lot of Ultron. I think Cafe Rose, the other team that plays a lot of Adam Warlock, obviously now out of the preseason, not in the playoffs. But for Lunex, they're trying to close out ship. 2 minutes left to go. They do have the Star-Lord ult, and no Strat ults to deal with on the opposite side.
This is going to be intense here. They are just stacking on this point as you see the drop back. Out goes the commitment, the Galactic Legend. And it's combined now as we see the Van Hammer fall, but that doesn't seem to cause too much mayhem. Mask walking forward quickly, driving them backwards. A huge opportunity here. Is it going to let it? Is, as a massive eye comes through from Kendrick. And 2 go down, make it 3. Tone's able to trade 1, but the numbers are now back in. Yeah, we lost favor. 1 minute and 20 seconds on,
the
folks.
car's still moving.
Yeah, and the car was scooching forward there. 2 meters. Good catch there, buddy. But now it's going to be, at most, a 2-fight situation until portal potential plays come through.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I failed to account for the fact in the previous fight they had the straddle mask with the Deadpool. But okay, Tico finds the pick on the card under the Bruce Banner form. Azetex will bring him back with a very early, just same thing with Jitward. So they're trying to fight right now for yeah, we lost, but it seems like Lunex with the Invisible Boundary can fight into this res.
Zatex does bring everyone back, and that's the commitment you need as a team when you hear Adam Warlock launch ult. You got to know it's okay to go down, get back with your team, just try to hold that point where it is. More commitment behind point here as we see Jitward in a dangerous spot, waiting out that cooldown. Good kiting there from the side of Lunex. Now, I have Agamotto available here for Tico. Then there's the opportunity. Will it land? It does find a few. Can they clean them up? They do. Logan onto Jitward. Redis onto Mask, and point one's looking ever closer here. They might be able to make that work, but you look towards the back line. Cart and Zatex causing mayhem. Out goes that ultimate. Cart, 1 HP in a dream. Will it last? No. Xantho goes down. Iffy playing so clean here on the thing as Redis looking like a monster on the Star-Lord, and that should be point one in a moment, but the touch does come through. More commitment with the Galactic Legend. One falls, and that should be on Zatex, Jitward, Mask, and wow, a penta here for Redis to give point one.
Jesus, and they needed it, right? Like, yeah, we lost. Obviously, they're playing for a ton of fights. They're trying to go and fight on that objective. That's why they had the Adam Warlock. Now they go over the Ultron, trying to go for a bit more consistency. Lunex, though, they're kind of dealing with, yeah, we lost in a way that you mentioned, Shib, where they just have to deal with these kind of characters that are inting, go for the fast dive. But there's that portal engage early from yeah, we lost coming back through. But they get clobbering time by Iffy, who you pointed out, Shib, has been beautiful on the thing ever since switching. Late, Eye of Agamotto comes out at the very end of all things, but another fight win for Lunex, as that was a quick fight from Yahweh Lost, trying to play for the macro of the game. Next fight, though, Shib, Invisible Boundary available on the side of Lunex, and they fought around these straddles at a very high level. But Yahweh Lost, have they bit up enough, or have they gotten enough time off the clock for the side of Lunex?
And I think it's a beautiful call from map one that you made, that they just need to stay as a stacked unit. They need to bunker up, and they're doing that now off the back of having that thing available. Silent Blaze committing ultimate. Tico now looking towards Jitward, who's trying to escape in that moment. Is going to be able to make that pick happen, and that's a good tone setter. But you look back on the Cart, and what's happening? Cart is just do-si-doing and buying distraction as Xantho is able to trade it right back onto Iffy in the front line. I was wondering, where's my heals at? You know what? They're getting smacked up and down by the Hulk. More commitment from Mask now, walking them forward, and that could be enough to send them back to the door and force at least some more time on the clock, or off the clock, I should say, as Zatex takes out Tico.
Yeah, that was a little awkward. I mean, I thought Lunex were actually making Yeah, we lost uncomfortable, but it was actually the opposite, right? Like, they sent somebody Cart, went to Cart, obviously trying to love that Cart like he usually does, but for Yeah, we lost, they kind of didn't play around the, KO potential. Instead, Jitward gets picked off this fight. Lunex bring themselves back into it because, yeah, we lost. They're going for yet another spawn camp. This is how they do things, and it's working. 3 down. Kendrick on the Doctor Strange. You talked about how important this guy is on this hero, and he's showing up right now.
Yeah, I mean, Kendrick and Cart applied so much pressure in that fight. We talked about getting to that point, and they just did a beautiful job of it. Kendrick now looking upwards towards the spawn. They don't want to give them the chance to get to this point for free, and they don't want them to be able to portal. That is the idea right now. You can see Cart hiding, ready for that exile under. More commitment from the side of Kendrick. Walking backwards now as the boundary gets committed from Xantho to keep them on to this point. But there is the Raging Royal Flush, and they're trying to sprint right past them. Run if you can here, Lunex. Can you escape? Not for long. Oh, Redis, though, pops off with the Galactic Legend. Will this work out? We see a ton of damage fall. Redis trades one as Jitward gets another. Back and forth with a duelist and a strat. I would say advantage for the side of yeah, we lost. Finding one of those strats, but we'll see if that lasts. No! Iffy onto Zatex is keeping this moving. Kendrick in a tough spot here, down to about 100 HP. Oh my goodness! It is massive, Tico! That's gonna be one on the Mask. Kendrick is looking low. That pick will follow. And wow, Lunex might have a chance at getting point 2 right now.
This is a wild game. Both teams like ignoring each other at points, flowing around the map like water, and you mentioned it earlier. It feels like everybody is just at all points of the map. If we looked at a hit map, you would just see people in locations they probably wouldn't normally be, like team fights towards their own spawn. Everybody realized they went too far, went around it. Usually it doesn't happen. Usually it doesn't, like, you don't capitalize off a situation like that, but they were able to rotate around. Silent Blaze was able to live long enough. Now we're entering third point after a really, long and extended first and second point, but as long as you make it to third, something special could happen for Lunex here, although, yeah, we lost to have ultimates in this upcoming fight.
Logan dropping back now. Gonna do-si-do, patty cake, if you will, to stay healthy. Zatex in the top left. Tico finding Carton. Once again, Lunex getting these early picks. This is what they're looking for in this momentum. Dropping back towards the side of Jitward's dive. Trying to get this pick, but it won't last long. Great healing there from Xantho, who's gonna bring Yeah, we lost into a safer spot. But Iffy says, not up in here. Goodbye, Zatex. Kendrick falls from Tones, and Redis onto Mask. Really smart play once again by Lunex. But at this point, just gonna try to fall onto the cart, buy more time.
Yeah, they're really capitalizing off this Gambit stuff at the current moment. You know, the previous map, maybe not as much, right? Like, I feel like Logan and them were just not able to set up ever, but now that Logan has a little bit more space to work with on this linear map type, which they picked, seems like such a smart map pick against Yeah, we lost right now. However, 13 seconds left to go. Yeah, we lost can still win this one. Starlord Ultimate started off.
Tico looking for a pick here and not able to make that work, but does find Kendrick after the fact. Almost an escape there. Redis onto Mask, finding so much value in these Galactic Legends. It's been back to back to back now, folks, as Logan takes to the high side, looking for Zatex. What a pick there by everybody, honestly, is finding value as Logan gets another pick. We're going to see Tico's Eye of Agamotto get committed. Card, no, with ultimate falls. Xantho with the It's Jeff is the only hope right now as overtime ticks down. And there's that eye. Tones onto Kendrick. OT still up and healthy. 4 meters left as the It's Jeff lands. Does it get value? No. Xantho goes down. Another pick onto Jitward, and Lunex have pushed this the entire way.
Oh my goodness, what a wild map, what a round one for this map. A lot of that, I think, comes down to and boils down to how Yeah, we lost played. They were, very heavily focused about time bank after the first little bit, and actually the entire map, really. They just played hard for time, and that showed. Like, their portal plays second point, their portal plays first point before the ambulance, the Adam Warlock, going down, getting KO'd on the card at the very beginning just to make sure he could use his cocoon early to have maximum uptime. So, Yeah, we lost to me seemed like they tried to play hard for, like, removing the time bank and not necessarily for just, like, winning any specific fight, just making it really tough on Lunex. So for Lunex, they realized that, just try to, win the fights they could. And, on the match, on the day, Lunex appeared to be the smarter team just with dealing with how Yeah, we lost were playing, who are now switching sides over to attack.
Beautifully put. And I mean, how about that Usain Bolt past their team right here at spawn for point 2? That was genius, because it is so difficult to get out of the door, especially when you can't portal, because they're waiting for you. They're expecting that portal play, so you gambit and run. And they made it there, found a few picks, and won them potentially the map, or at least all 3 points. But we'll see what happens as we start up in a few seconds.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, they played it well first, but obviously now, Yeah, we lost, have a chance to up the tempo now that they're on attack like Lunex did. But it's like you said, Chip, that was actually just some sick locations and movement as a team. The cohesion has been right there for Lunex, but let's see if it can happen on defense. Playing Iffy on the thing has also been game-changing, but will it also get the same value on the defensive side where Yeah, we lost move back over to Cart Lover on the Hulk and Kendrick onto the Doctor Strange once more?
Feeling a little more comfortable there in this composition for them. Trying to build some of that Deadpool leveling as Mask's able to find one. Playing so aggressive here with Stratpool, and that's the value. Stratpool really can do it all. As the chase comes in, Cart trying to find this, and Will onto Redis, a 2-piece now. And this is a tough start here for Lunex. The tone is being set by Yeah, we lost. They want this space, and they want it now, as they will clean up the rest. Ooh, counter portal.
Oh yeah, counter portal. Let's see if that actually enables them here. Going to the third phase, right, just to dump them off into the train side. And he's going to actually try to catch anybody, but they're not going for the portal play. Maybe he can catch somebody trying to fall back.
And is gonna find Silent Blaze. Cart gonna find Logan, and once more, Yeah, we lost it. All right. Let's go back to what we did on domination. Let's lock in and not give them a chance to breathe here. And they are just pushing them to the door, up 2 numbers already. The portal now gets committed after the fact. This should give them time to get there. Iffy on point at the same time as Tico, and I don't know how long it can last, as Zatex with a nice shot there on Aretas, making a 2-piece on a Silent. Zatex on this Ultron. Somebody stop this man.
Yeah, I feel like fundamentally Lunex actually aren't playing the macro that bad. It's just, they're isolating Silent Blaze in the first 2 fights. That's all it really is. We still have like another fight if we want. Reed is trying to wait for everybody in the spawn doors, but they're going to go for another fight. We need to probably do what we did on offense a little bit, just try to keep Silent Blaze a little more healthy. Logan was in positions to keep him up. Same thing with Iffy. They're getting a little split, and that's mainly because of the positioning of Yeah, we lost, who now have ultimates, and Lunex need to get maybe a tempo change up with this Raging World Rush.
Yeah, the flush going to be coming in here in a bit. Jitward able to find Silent. Iffy onto Zatex. Jitward again onto Logan. And Jitward on this DD has always been a problem, but is showcasing why. Xantho now finding Tones, and there has been a trade fest, but it's very much in the favor of Yeah We Lost. And just look at this momentum and this pressure. They never even have to be near the cart. They have them at the door at every single fight, and they're winning every single fight on this attack.
I like the switch up at least for Silent Blaze to go over to that White Fox to play for more survivability. It's just been hard for them to live. You know, the Loki ban has been huge because I think Silent Blaze requires that, but they go in aggressively with the Deadpool. Can they outlive this dive this time? Raging Roll Flush, also Eye of Agamotto to slow Iffy down to help peel, but everybody's still alive. Mask can't really find these KOs, and okay, finally Xantho's going down. Eventually, the clobbering time slows down the attack too, but Jitward, he's still here in the fight and looking for more. Finds one, maybe two. Okay, Jitward still goes off, despite what happened early.
Yeah, Kendrick now going to be chasing another pick there on Aretus after Aretus takes out Zatex, and it's been a bit back and forth, but Tones is the last hope, able to find another, getting exiled for days, and snaps a quick pick there. Now going to be seeing if Hope can fall, but yeah, well played by Tones to play slow and use that iframe to buy more time so the strats can get back. The problem, I think, and I want to get your opinion on this, is this, stall, this stacking comp is much more difficult to play when you're getting run down 24/7 and staggering. They needed a point to kind of camp on.
Yeah, this time they tried to make that play, and it's like you mentioned, Shib, they have to play around that. Jitward does go down, finally removing a lot of that damage that has been, sort of a consistency in terms of throughput onto the side of Lunex. And they have to make the moves, like you mentioned, Shib, and they're finally doing so. Xantho goes down again. Difference of opinion now for Yeah We Lost. They try to play around that cart, but at this point, we've lost too many members. And Lunex are kind of coming online, Shib. They're doing, as you said, just kind of rotating around the map, doing what they did on offense a little bit more, playing around Iffy, playing around the backline a bit, trying to pick off Xantho and playing a little bit more proactively. That's really enabled them, and Yeah We Lost. They're trying to play a little maybe too aggressively now because now Xantho's the one that's being feasted upon, unlike Silent Blaze.
Yeah, and at this point, I feel they're just trying to essentially, this is like where they need to hold for their composition. One pick comes in right now. Cart falls. Zatex, though, with a quick trade on a Logan, and that is pure value, folks, on a huge pick. Eye is massive, but does it get another pick? Not quite yet, as the Fox is now launched for the side of Lunex. Silent Blaze. Tico takes out Jitward. The trade's still there, but this time in the favor of Lunex, who have sweeped the entirety of Yeah We Lost.
Excellent read by Silent Blaze and excellent read by the team to play around that White Fox ultimate. I think ever since that they've switched over to that White Fox off of the Invisible Woman, it's been really good. And for Yeah We Lost, maybe they could take a page out of their book. Maybe they don't want to play the Invis. And we're playing Triple Stratus and still somehow losing Xantho in these fights. Last one, obviously, they staggered, so a little bit tough. Still having a solid time bank, unlike Lunex on their attack, but the macro of Lunex has been very smooth.
Yeah, it's like they woke up and finally started locking in on this defense as Tones is able to take out Jitward early on. Another massive pick as Jitward's been finding a lot of these early finals. Mask trying to turn that right back, though. Does have level available. Going to get that commitment and finds a huge pick on a Tico in the front line. Eye of Agamotto goes out from the side of Kendrick. Does that get value? It doesn't seem like, oh, excuse me, it wasn't. Thought I heard it in that moment. I think it might have been early cancel from Tico. Zatex onto Logan. Once more, Redis with that huge, once again, ultimate in the back line by Xantho. Tones onto Mask. Kendrick and Jitward find two, and wow, it's been back and forth, but this time, Yeah We Lost now, up in numbers. Portal gets committed, Cart trying to find a way through, and instead is just not going to be able to get too much value with this ult at the current moment.
Yeah, I mean, the huge portal to get it off before getting CC'd. Eye of Agamotto doesn't come out as well. I think it got charmed at the very end, so excellent job by Silent Blaze yet again. They move towards that cart. 40 seconds left to go. The portal, because it got through, because it didn't get stunned by the Hulk, has enabled Lunex to keep holding Chip. 30 seconds left to go now. Yeah, we lost, look to be in a little bit of pressure. Here comes the Ultra Rage with Jitward's ultimate, but if they don't find at least the KO through this White Fox ult, they might be screwed.
Final fight potential, and I believe Portal was already committed. More dive right now. Tones trying to get Zatex. This would be massive, and it does find that pick. And now Lunex up in numbers in a final fight situation. They've learned to clutch up in moments that they've struggled in the past. Can they keep this moving? Kendrick gonna take some damage. 7 seconds in a dream here for Yeah We Lost. The touch might come in from Cart off the left side, but the team has noticed that, and they're bouncing back, trying to get that pick to turn the numbers in their favor. Redis marking Jitward on the back line. We see more follow-up. Eye of Agamotto again from Lunex, and that should do it, folks. Lunex are going to find all of them, and that's going to make it a 1-1 series.
Whew. Lunex, the plays on offense, the plays on defense, and second phase specifically was just so smart. I think Lunex right now, the big thing for me was that Vanpool ban, and then also being able to play in it, because like you said, Tones was getting a lot of value on these flank angles, dealing with them, dealing with Jitward. Like, Jitward was just a menace on the first point, but once Tones played that Vanpool, he was marking the hell out of Jitward. And, you know, also Silent Blaze going for the White Fox to help with that. Wait, Tones went 61-2 that map? Are you kidding? What is that? This is because, like, these stats are comical. This is the most hilarious stat line I think we can see.
Dude, this is insanity.
Well, this is
it's
like
25 finals for Reedus.
Shit, you gotta make a TikTok about this game, dude. This is like actually the game that, like, this is okay. This team wants to play for time. Other team just playing for the win, like a normal squad. Just hilarious.
And it looks so much closer, folks. And that's why, dog, I love when you say it, because I agree. You say stats don't always matter. Don't look at stats to tell the story. It's not always about finals. It's about how you want to play the game. And yeah, we lost. They knew point was super, important. But Lunex locked in. We'll see if this can keep moving forward. A 1-1 series, folks, right after this break.
And we got a series on our hands. Welcome back, everyone. Zoe here, joined by Dogman, and I run ship. Let's break down how Lunex got this dub. I think it was very interesting already in the ban phase here, because we've seen already historically during the group stage and also here in the playoffs that Lunex is putting a lot more stocks in Vanpool. Just generally, like they like to ban and also like to pick him a lot, whereas we lost, not really. We've only really recently seen them like picking it up more, and I feel like that ban on Vanpool actually really gave them a leg up.
Yeah, and they really like to run that duelist pool and strap pool too. And I think you touched on, and you can reiterate the conversation again, like they want to have that strap pool to build for whatever pool they want to pull out in the moment, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they do it well at the right time, at the right place. And, it's tough because I think this is still coming down to Vanpool being just a little bit stronger, no matter the, ult charge or however it may be, just having extra 500 HP, the overall damage reduction and the E. Just there's so much value to tank pool for sure. And, we've seen that map 1 and then map 2, they played around it super well, right? Like Lunex ship, what was the reason that they kind of came back and it felt like they just played it so well?
Yeah, as you can see here, we're going to be heading to Shin Shibuya next. But yeah, I mean, Lunex, their idea of their composition, which I thought was a great call up by you on map 1, was they need to bunker up. They need to group up because they're separated, they're getting staggered, and they're walked to their door 24/7. And that worked great for them when they could bunker on point on attack, but they struggled heavy when they were defending because they essentially, same story, were getting walked to the door separately until they got indoors on point 2, where it's just one room in your team. And that played exactly into their comp. They played around the thing, protect that backline. And next thing you know, they come home with a W.
Yeah, they did want to play that brawl there, really. But the first part of the map was just insane. Dogman, you talked about it, you laughed about it, because fights were happening literally everywhere. I feel like I just personally explored every part of the map I've never seen before, just because that's where they took us.
Yeah, they were all over the place. I mean, next map we're going to Shin Shibuya. Hopefully it's a little bit more, or I guess less dynamic like that. But yeah, I mean, they were just like constant rotations. Both teams, it just felt like a dog chasing its own tail at points. So huge plays, I think, from Lunex to sort of lean into that more. This is kind of like the mirror matchup to that degree slightly, where both teams are kind of like, you know, play similarly, kind of like the Energy versus Sentinels game, where you kind of keep leaning into that side. And it just is bringing out the best out of both teams, just with how dynamic they both can be.
Yeah, I'm just happy, something you mentioned as well there in the cast ship, that Lunex has learned to clutch. Where in previous matches they always came so close, but then they couldn't clutch it up. So for them to actually show that they do have the clutch factor too in this match when everything is on the line, that's some good sight to see.
Yeah, I mean, it took them until Space Station to figure it out, because they were a team that looked like they were going to win multiple maps, and then right when they were up even 100% to 0 on Dom, they would just give it up. And it's like, whoa, what's going on here? Space Station, they take all the way to a 3-2 Game 5 situation and make it happen there. And I think it was great for their mental, and it's showing right now.
It really is. Now, of course, the big question is, what should these two teams be running out of the gates with? Do you feel like maybe Yabelos has to go a little more gimmicky again? Like maybe lean more into what we know and love them for?
I mean, maybe, yeah. Like, we go to this next map, Shin Shibuya. They love to go for these dive comps. They're going to keep probably putting Cart on the Hulk, and I think you can kind of deal with it. You saw, like, the first map, they went for that Hulk ban, maybe over kind of calculated what the side of Yabelos would do, but they reined it back in. They kind of just went, okay, let's just go ban out kind of the best in slot heroes, and it kind of worked out. So I imagine for Lunex, they're going to stick to a similar game plan. And for the side of Yabelos, I wonder if they're just going to commit harder to those dives this time, especially since we're going to Shin Shibuya, which I think is a solid dive map.
Yeah, I do think, you know, it's weird because, yeah, we lost. It seems like they can play whatever as long as they make enough chaos. When they start the chaos, that's where teams crumble. And the only teams that have been able to beat them are the teams that cut through the noise in terms of comms. It's like, can we, you know, find a direct point of who we want to focus while everyone's getting attacked from a billion different angles? And I didn't know if Lunex was going to be able to do that because they haven't in the past, but at least we got to see something from them, and I think that will be good. And similar to what we said about Space Station, good for their mental and belief that they can do this.
Yeah, they definitely kept their calm there as well. They made like smaller adjustments and didn't like throw like the baby in the bathwater out of the window. So they made small adjustments, the right adjustments in order to like actually get over the finish line here. So I'm super excited to see what both of these teams have in store for us as we're heading on to map 3. The best of 5, so we still have potentially some more maps to go. But for now, map 3, who is going to come out on top? We're about to find out. So guys, please take it away.
All right, heading in again, my friend. Shin Shibuya on the line here. Lunex, yeah, we lost. 1-to-1 situation. Do you think we're going to see the removal of Vanpool, Bud, for the side of Lunex?
Yeah, it might be a part of it, you know, for sure. And it's interesting as well that, you know, yeah, we lost, get the map pick. We go to Shin Shibuya. They pick defense first. You know, I think a lot of teams want to start the tempo up with attack first, but for Shin Shibuya, feeling more comfortable going defense first. So let's see what happens in terms of their play style. Like you mentioned, maybe going for that Vanpool ban. Maybe the Vanpool Protect would come out towards the very end for Lunex. But for yeah, we lost. They've kind of been a team that sticks to their ban phase, especially with the Gambit. So we're probably going to see the Rogue and then the Mantis. It's kind of that last ban that we'll have to see gets adapted to. Also, I think a lot of teams should like to play some more Wolverine and stuff too. Like I wouldn't mind seeing that, considering, you know, we saw a lot of the Thing. We saw a lot of those kind of characters come through. We've seen how good Wolverine can be, especially against this like kind of brawly style that both teams are honestly playing, even though there's a lot of divers in the lobby.
Yeah, you've kind of mentioned the strength of Wolverine in this meta, and I'm 100% behind it. I think Wolverine does a great job right now. I think he's super threatening, and there's a lot of melee in the meta, so he doesn't get like poked out before engaging. And yeah, like he called out, a double Mantis ban here. The Protect coming in from Yeah We Lost. This is like what we were talking about. We could see the Vanpool coming in. I'm not sure exactly what they think is most prevalent for a Convergence map, which is very different than Convoy and Dom, as you do got to kind of play both, a little bit of both here. So looking forward to seeing what that selection is. And yes, it is going to be that Vanpool.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, maybe just going off stats, it's been 100% win rate, right? Map 1 at 1, map 2 at 1. It just makes sense for that to come through. And then kind of the same thing I imagine for Lunex. We'll see, because last time they protected it, and they think that's the matchup difference. But the difficulty is, okay, the Jeff ban is being hovered, and yeah, I think they were playing a little bit of Jeff the last one. Maybe they go for the one-sided Jeff even if they want to. But the tough part is this kind of goes back to what our original discussion was, Shib, which is, well, you know, kind of everything's good right now, right? Like there's a bunch of good options. So it's almost like you go for a specific ban to target on like a specific hero or whatever. But if the other player is flexible enough, they can get around it if they have the right strategy, because everything is very good. It's just a matter of if you have the right matchups.
And I think that ban right there on Thing, obviously incredibly targeted to the front line because it was such a problem. It really did peel well. It's super smart from Yeah We Lost. Again, they just want chaos. They don't want bunkering. They don't want protection. They want you to just be not sure really who to go after in these moments. So great job in the banning phase there. Who do you give the ban phase to, buddy, off rip? This is a tough one.
I mean, just overall, I feel like with the Jeff team up of Venom and with how good Jeff is on these more linear maps, I kind of like it. But also, like, the thing is, like, there's so many good strategists in general that, like, Yeah We Lost, if they could figure out what to do with Xantho and Kendrick, then I think they'll be in a better position. You know, like, I mean, I understand you want to play the team up with Doctor Strange and stuff, but it might be worth just getting off the Invisible Woman just to save Xantho's life onto something with a little bit more flexibility and mobility, like Lunex were doing. But also that goes back to the Gambit ban and the one-sided Gambit that's happening, where, you know, Logan's been a big reason why, you know, we could see less Invisible Woman for the side of Lunex. But, you know, I think there's a lot up in the air still.
Yeah, and I thought it was strange that they weren't running it on Dom. You know, you kind of mentioned some teams are saying that Gambit's quote-unquote fallen off, but he's been pretty much played by every top team in the Americas region when available. So it's tough to fully, buy into that stock, right?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, this is a tough meta to read. It's been really hard for professional levels play. Oh, I got the stun. Oh, huge. Nobody was there to block it? Really? No shield, no bubble? Was it just too late or something? What a stun there by Zatex to stop the TP.
Dude, I think what happened was the Invis shield, I believe, was there. Oh, no, I guess it wasn't. It wasn't. I don't know. Yeah, so no option there for that moment. But first fight going to come into play now. Redis trying to take an off angle on the attack. Trying to look upwards towards this height, which is a really defensible position. We're going to break some of that structure, force people down so the team can move forward quickly. Redis onto Xantho. Xantho, the nice jump away. Won't be holding for too long, though. He's looking very dangerous as the pick comes in onto Iffy. Great play there on the attack by Lunex to break that structure.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if they can fight back into this, but all of that comes down to Redis controlled the off angle too quickly. Like you mentioned, they broke the structure. Redis was already in a pretty hard position. We might see a portal to come back, but excellent play by Redis to control that, and honestly, a bit of a mistake, I think, from Yeah We Lost and Jitward to not mark it, or somebody to mark Redis first, because he was already on the back line so aggressively.
Dude, I mean, 5 minutes and 20 seconds on point one. I don't think we've seen a take that fast ever on this map. Because teams typically will drop back, right? Drop back and you defend in the arcade and you play differently. But Tones, you start walking forward now. Tico on that side lock. Just going to be dealing a ton of damage onto the Vanguards to get ult quickly. Essentially can farm ult very fast with Cypher. Able to do that. Tones finds Zatex now. And Lunex again are walking, finding these early picks as Redis takes out Kendrick.
Yeah, right now this is just pure dominance out of the side of Lunex, and I think, like I said, still misplays by Yeah We Lost side. They want to set up Xantho like aggressively on some of these characters that can't really afford to, right? Like we don't have the Jeff now, especially with like Venom team up and stuff to keep it alive. We're playing the White Fox, I get that, but like their backline's getting caught out in positions where they don't really want to be, and I know they want to play aggressive. I know they want to set them up on the dive, but right now I think they need to care of them a little more because we're a little bit too objective play. They're a little off sync, which is huge plays by Lunex to make Yeah We Lost look uncomfortable for the first time since Team Liquid Citadel.
But the beautiful thing about we lost is you can see, folks, someone's on cart that whole time, right? And it is going to be cart. And we see Tico fall and Jitward now. Everybody going to stack, and they come in heavy. So that whole take of them finding value doesn't matter because the cart hasn't scooched like at all. And that is the reason you're going to want to see teams constantly playing on that cart, even if you lose a few early on. Get on that cart before you go down. Zatex trying to find another pick here. Again, that Psylocke can be super threatening in the right hands.
Well, this we're talking about teams like, I think, playing the Phoenix when they probably want to play the Psylocke since they're so aggressive. But White Fox ult to counter that, and okay, Regis goes down.
Yeah, and the Itch Chef comes in, matched right back by the dance of that Cutterfly, and they will get that pick on a Silent Blaze. Just too much focus and great escape. Jitward finds that pick. Another one comes through onto Tones, and now a spawn door hole comes in, but this time going to be against the attacking side of Lunex.
This is, I like the adjustment. I mean, it's really been one-sided just because Zatex switches over to that Psylocke off the Phoenix. I think the Phoenix is a little less dynamic than the Psylocke is, can set up for these hard engages, allows Xantho to have more space, also synergize with that Snowflake a little bit more and give it to somebody else maybe that needs it. Lunex doing something similar, though. They're going to switch Tico back over to the Psylocke and try to play also aggressively. So this is what we're talking about, both teams trying to one-up each other. You know, whatever you could do, I could do better.
Good calls there, agreed. It's not always the answer, though, but we see the beginning of the next set of fights. A lot of commitment. Let the devil out comes through. Logan finds Kendrick, but Mask able to trade that with Tones. Numbers evened out right now. Mask again onto Logan. Mask is going to be playing that Vanpool, and it's a problem right now. Zatex looking for a third, and that will come through. Iffy finding the second, but the fourth for Jitward. It's just back and forth again, and we lost, coming out on top in these fights consistently now on point 2.
Yeah, Jitward going down and spawn, focusing on to Logan. But yeah, it's like you said, they're coming up on top. I mean, Zatex has kind of just been everywhere. Look, again on Tico, goes invisible, comes through, gets the little melee animation cancel at the very end. But overall, I think the pressure has been too much. You throw out the Deadpool ultimate, throwing the bubble out to make sure it doesn't get healing, and again, Tico goes down. Excellent work again by We Lost. That's 3 fights in a row, and they're winning them with like only a minute in the bank each time. Like this, we've seen 3 fast fights, Ship.
Yeah, this is really clean as Mask's able to take out Logan and what we have downtime. But I mean, this is crazy right now. It's like, we lost, have locked back in, similar to what we saw point 2 from Lunex on defense in Midtown. And now we will see ult advantage for Lunex. This is the fight they have to win. Zatex has that dance available. Commitment comes through from Tones, who will be playing that Hulk now, and is going to find Kendrick early with some cleanup from Iffy. Great timing there on a 3-2-1 call. Able to make that happen before the escape comes through. Regis onto Mask, and Lunex will be able to start scooching this card a little bit, but even so, it's like it's barely moved with a minute 20 on.
Yeah, this is the only problem with these close spawn holds is that like the macro is not even that bad for Lunex, right? Like they still fought so many times within such a little amount of time, right? So for We Lost because of it. If they make one single mistake towards the spawn, it's immediately capped back. And Lunex was still in it, right? We saw this previously on the last one. It was close fights on defense, but because We Lost are playing a very offensive play style, it's not really playing for the macro as well as Lunex have been.
Yeah, and that switch off of the Gambit as the commitment comes through. Regis trying to find some more damage. The Exile comes through onto the front line of Cart. We'll be out of that now. Trading in terms of cooldowns. Iffy, the first pick onto Xantho. We see the boundary committed by Silent Blaze, who's just playing healthy while being ban-hammered. Still playing healthy on the back line again, and still just dropping back and playing slow as Zatex now is going to try to find that pick, and it looks like it might come through. It does, as Tones takes out Jitward. Zatex once more onto Iffy, and We Lost have bounced back through the chaos after being down alt charge in the last fight. And wow, this Hulk play is clean. Shout out to the Hulk mains.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now, We Lost taking advantage of their overall damage up. We're going for another spawn camp probably. And with 20 seconds left, Lunex need to rely on Tones to get this CC and spawn, maybe to stun out somebody this right side angle and pop off on the Hulk ult, because it's kind of all on him to not only touch the cart, but create pressure.
We're going to see some more follow-up here. Kendrick using a great choke position to make sure they're forced into trance. Silent able to take out Zatex, and the start of that fight is a good start here for Lunex, who needs something to happen now as the OT has begun on the dance floor on the point. And even the mechanical spider is dancing a little bit as Xantho's trying to find that pick with the team up from Fox. Not able to make that work. Still playing slow and dropping back, biding more time, knowing they only have to touch before that point cap comes through. But Lunex does have that percentage in terms of push that they need to at least guarantee a tricky fight. The final fight comes through. Dance of the Cutterfly goes out from Zatex, finds Redis, and more commitment comes out as Tico now starts. Oh, but the Raging Royal flush gets canceled instantly. Tico onto Mask. Might not be enough here. The point's still moving forward, but that is a huge KO there onto the backline of that Gambit.
When Jibber came back on Spider-Man, at the very least, Tones goes down. Huge cancel, like you said, might be the shifting thing that stops Lunex here in the Streets phase. The very end, if he's trying to clutch up, does get one. Did get the full jackpot, able to get Kendrick too, so both backline gone. No healing at the very least for Yeah We Lost, who have switched to full stagger mode. Portal here from Redis too, so Lunex will get people back in the fight. And somehow, some way, Jitward finds Logan in the backline without any heals, so they're all gone. Tico comes back and finds Jitward. It's an absolute brawl towards the objective. 1v1 between Tico and Zatex on the high ground. Wins it though is Tico, and with no time left in the overtime at all, the BRB brings Mask back in the fight, so they should have more members on the defense ship, but overall, they need to win this fight with ults coming up in a sec, but Heart Lover has it. If he finds Mask, Heart can stall it out for a little bit longer, and he switches into the Monster Hulk 4.
And the spectacular spin on the backline doesn't get much value after Jitward's finding a lot of value earlier in the neutral, not able to make it work there. Redis does have ult available. You see Hulk just putting so much pressure onto the Vanguards. Cart trying to stall, does just that, still full HP. What a play there. Down goes two from the side of Lunex, but the trade, or at least the res comes in for Tico. And no, that could be it. Yeah, we lost, clutching up. Redis finds one though, but it won't matter. What a hold there by Yeah We Lost.
Yep, Yeah We Lost might have the most fun play style out of any team in MRI, not MRC, but like this team is just so aggressive, dude. It's like despite what everybody else is doing, like you heard in the Kendrick interview, they play the game how they think it should be played, which is just go, 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 gas, 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 you know, like pedal to the metal right now for Yeah We Lost, and they are not slowing down, dude.
Yeah, I mean, it's the Chaos comp, and you're so right. It's just so fun to watch. I'm sure all the Spidey mains are stoked to see Jitward on that switch because, yeah, it really did get value. I think, you know, we talk about Spidey being incredibly strong in the right hands, and you see the people saying, buff Spidey, okay, maybe slow up a little bit. Watch some Jitward play. So much commitment, and it is always a problem for that backline, even on heroes. That quote-unquote counter Spidey, like the Invis, just still getting value. Even on Fox, it's just looking so clean, and even on the Gambit as well. So well done across the board on the defensive side of Yeah We Lost, but I will say I think point two right there is so hard to push through.
Yeah, they had so much distance between them and Xantho, right? Like comparing it to the last map ship, we saw Xantho really contested it a lot and going down. But this time, like Lunex could not pressure Xantho. There was too much pressure from everybody across the board. And I think that kind of comes down to the fact that they're not having to play the Phoenix. I think it slows down their playstyle a little bit. But regardless, we still have a chance here, Ship, right? Like, Lunex aren't out of it just yet. They still are able to set up their defensive positioning a little bit. Maybe allow Tico to pop off on the Psylocke. Just in that matchup, Zatex looks a little bit better right now alongside Kendrick because, you know, Kendrick going aggressive, you know, bloodthirsty has been super good. And I think Silent Blaze and Tico have been a little bit slower on that department at the moment.
Yeah, and it might have been Zatex who got that pick on that Gambit and all, and that was potentially point winning. But we're going to see now the defense of Lunex. They need to find more time than, you know, they had 5 minutes on the attack here on point two. But Kendrick says, nope, that's not going to matter as Redis goes down early. Will there be an answer here? As no, Zatex is going to be able to take out Tico. Mask on that Thor finds another pick. And wow, that's a lot of pressure. Goodbye here to Lunex. And a portal play will need to be committed if they want to get back here.
Yeah, they need to. Redis is going to have to go for it. And, you know, right now, Kendrick is looking a lot like Nero. Like, Kendrick on the White Fox has been so clean, so smooth, finding that pick with everybody else in the squad. They go for those coordinated dives, whereas the peel coming through from Lunex on the opposite side. Redis goes down again to Kendrick, who has the help, obviously, from everybody else. It's not just Kendrick. But the fact that they're making plays, the fact that they're setting up with this White Fox, this team looks like they're unstoppable right now, just like we've seen out of other teams with aggressive White Fox players.
I'm really loving this Xantho Kendrick backline, buddy. All right, like, I mean, it's looking so good. Xantho's providing so much damage, but also has that additional trance there given from the team up with Fox and Kendrick, like you're saying on that Fox, is second to none right now. Zatex putting more pressure on, doing exactly what Yeah We Lost has always done. Press the W key, and at this point, the W key is just broken. It's just constantly being slammed down as if he's already been driven backwards. Tico, though, able to find Jitward, who's likely playing on that back line, and yes, he was.
Yeah, that's interesting. They switch over to Bucky, so they're trying to switch back to a counter drive. So instead of kind of going back towards, you know, playing and reverting back to a play style that's going to be good for Yeah We Lost to deal with and at least to match it, they switch to Bucky. They're switching to a lot of heroes, or at least to switch to characters that can deal with the Thor maybe as well. And Logan finds Xantho on that high ground, like you said. He's been a problem, but Zatex trades out Regis at the very least. They do have somebody at least contesting the cart, though, so they're slowing down the push of Yeah, We Lost, which is what they need to figure things out.
Zatex finds Silent Blaze, and Mask on this Thor has been an issue, and it will continue to be an issue. As you know, just gonna walk them down once more. Plenty of time on, but the major difference here is Lunex has not been stalling that card like Yeah, We Lost has. This team has been such an issue for teams to figure out, and they are continuing to do so. Mask almost finds another pick. Outgoing with the God of Thunder. Will this get value? It doesn't look like it will. Answered quickly by the Fox. Coming home unleashed. Logan, though, finding Jitward is a good setting of pace as they're trying to get back on that point to stall it.
Yeah, Logan's been low-key insane. Nice hook there from Regis at the very end on this dive. Switching to the Bucky has kind of given them so much counter dive, and you would think Bucky and Phoenix kind of do similar things, but in the slight differences in terms of just dealing with this Thor, in terms of helping peel, he's been clean. So they finally, again, get another fight win and have dealt with Jitward for the second time in a row. So as long as they keep doing that, keep focusing around this back line, they can maybe win, but 3 minutes and 30 is going to be an incredibly long hold to do. Zatex also gets KO'd on Logan, or KOs Logan early.
Yeah, that's another two-piece now. Dance floor gets brought out. Well, that nets a protection. Mask finds Blaze, and Lunex are going to struggle here, heading to a very difficult tight window and tight margin for error. They cannot make any mistakes now. Alt up for the side of Iffy and Cart. And we've seen what Cart can do on this Hulk. Will that continue to be the problem? Yes. Wow, Xantho finds Tones. Goodbye, Vanpool, and there's that commitment from Cart.
That was an excellent hold there. Now aggressive forward by Cart, like you said. He could end him. Push him back into the spawn. Make sure they can't go for a TP. Make sure they can't even leave. Just shove that big Hulk body towards the spawn. Make sure nobody can get in touch with this Cart. It's just on the Venom. He's been trying to stall out this entire time, but eventually he'll go down to the Thor. Is anybody else here? No, it's done. Yeah, We Lost. Have come back and win 2-1.
It's Chris Kyle on Thor there. What a shot from downtown, able to find the W. Yeah, we lost. Take that L personally and come back with a vengeance and push this to our next map, making it game, set, boy match for them, trying to get to that 3 numbers. Zatex with the MVP.
Yeah, well-deserved. Made that switch up off the Phoenix on first point and never slowed down. Really taking advantage of that combination of Daredevil and the Psylocke going for the perfect dives. You can see Zatex always wants to be in position to set up with Jitward, who's giving him the comms, and Mask as well. So, this tandem alongside Kendrick has just been so clean on their offensive side and defense. So they're playing the defense like it's an offense. They're fighting so many times. I mean, the engagements have been through the roof, compared to most other comps we would see where it's been, drawn out long fights with Cloak and Dagger and Loki. Quite the opposite here. I mean, it's just people go down, bodies are flying, and we're having a good time, right?
Yeah, this is just a beautiful, it's so much fun to watch. Beautiful Marvel Rivals play from both teams, trying to figure each other out, and that's what's so fun about best of 5. 23 finals for Zatex, looking clean. We're going to see what happens, and if Yeah, We Lost can close this out, or if Lunex will bounce back right after this break.
Welcome back, everyone. Zoe here, joined by Dogman and I run ship. And once again, we do see, yeah, we lost being up in the series, but what an explosive performance. I mean, we know they love playing aggressive, so obviously they're leaning towards those divey compositions, but it was just so oppressive. It was kind of criminal to watch. I think one thing that stood out to me here was just the different approach they're taking to like trying to go aggressive, right? When Yeah We Lost are going aggressive, they are still prioritizing cards. They are not card the player, but the card. So they're actually getting like some movement there, whereas Lunex, they're trying to win those engagements, but then they're not getting any push, and then in the end they're running out of time really to get anything done. But like the card on card focus was quite on point. Now I'm back to the point where I feel like maybe we do have to ban out the Hulk, even though it wasn't an issue in that second map. It clearly was an issue in the past, hence we banned it the first map. I mean, hence even Liquid Citadel put some respect on the name and banned out the card Hulk. So
yeah, he plays a ton of that hero. It kind of makes sense to go for that ban in some maps for sure. And we're going to Idrisil Path next. It might be something we're talking about for sure, Zoe. I think that he's been good throughout. And I mean, for this whole team, like they just kind of play a very fast-paced style that's hard to deal with. And, you know, I obviously they don't want to lean away from their identity for Lunex, but I mean, I think it might be worth, especially on certain map types, to try to favor keeping the Loki, try to favor playing a more sort of bunker style, because it seems like it's kind of the only way to deal with Lunex, especially with the fact that they're not really playing hard objective, so they're just going for those KOs a lot of the time, like you said, leaving somebody on to contest that objective when they can. But it's just go, and it can result in a very fun style to watch, but there are some counters, and I think they could lean into them a little bit more.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's funny you guys are mentioning the Hulk, because if you just head over to the stats, you'd be like, oh, it looks like Cart really didn't get that much value. But like Zoe was saying, he's always on the point is why. And and I'd argue that is so much value, maybe even quote unquote MVP. And you may not get it in the stats, but really stalled a ton of fights that were won, even by the side of Lunex, didn't matter at all. So really clean play. I think, yeah, like you're saying, I think you can find some counters that could work into it. You just need some real raw damage to stop the Hulk.
yeah, the question here is also like, are you trying to match the aggression that is coming out from Yeah We Lost, or is there more value in just trying to slow it down? Like, what's the better approach historically, looking at teams that managed to win against Yeah We Lost?
Yeah, I think it's slowing it down a bit. You know, obviously, if you want to try to match them and play them to a higher level, that's what we've seen like Team Liquid Citadel do. But you know, it's hard to kind of match the roll for roll basis that Team Liquid Citadel are on right now. Next map, Zoe, this is going to be a ton of fun though to see if Lunex can come back and bring us to a map 5.
And they have to, because this one's for all the marbles. It is their playoffs live on the line. Match point for Yeah We Lost. Can they close it out? Let's find out.
All right, buddy. And you can see the same mismatch we've been seeing the whole time. Goodbye to Elsa, goodbye to Gambit. And Gambit will be selected, even though Lunex has had times where they feel like it's not always the pick, but they always seem to go back to it after the fact. So a little bit of mismanagement in terms of what their ideal comp is to handle a team like Yeah We Lost.
Yeah, I think they've been able to do at least on the second map through like characters like the Thing, also making sure they dive on Xantho, because like we said, he's going to be in an aggressive spot most of the time. This map as well, like let's see where he's positioned on that Luna Snow, for example, if he's going to play it, because the ban phase looks like it's happening in a very similar way, right? Like we got the Gambit Protect, we went for Rogue early, maybe to remove that, but also kind of interesting that we get to see still the Elsa ban for both sides. So for Lunex, they haven't been able to deal with the Jit Ward on Daredevil so far. It's been prioritized. 100 Thieves have been seen doing stuff like that with Self, and Yeah We Lost. Maybe they might go for that early White Fox Protect this time around, and it's also that early ban of the Thing. So smart move, I think, from Yeah We Lost. It could be an overemphasis in terms of resources towards that, but they're going to get that Deadpool Vanguard through again in that Protect phase.
Yeah, I think it's a good call out. They saw it might be a little bit of overcommitment to that one comp, and saying if they do shake things up, that would be, you know what I mean, we kind of misjudged and didn't handle our opportunities as much. But yeah, I think locking in Van Pool here is a great idea. So you can run that strat early on should you desire, and you can switch later on to a fully juiced out Van Pool. We're going to see the removal of the side of Jeff, who Kendrick is not afraid to run. We're going to see what the final lock is here for Lunex, and I'm not sure what their answer would be. It could be Van Pool as well. I don't think that's a bad decision because they had a ton of success on map 2.
Yeah, it could be. Let's see. I mean, they go for the Jeff ban instead. I kind of would have actually maybe been okay with the Venom ban even that you brought up before, but the Mantis, oh yeah, you're right. It hasn't gone through because, or I guess was available in the Protect because the Thing banned on the opposite side. So, Shib, what do you think about that? Like, that's definitely a good read.
Yeah, I think we were just talking about, you want to try to find a way to get through Hulk. And you know what? If you damage boost some strong duelists, that's how you get through the Hulk. You just got to overpower Hulk's overextension. And when he's on that point, you delete him. You need to be focusing on that 24/7. And Mantis enables strong triple, but it also enables your duelist to become an absolute raid boss, as we are going to see what they elect to run in a moment. Looking forward to Yggdrasil, my personal favorite map, buddy. Let's go.
Let's go, man. I mean, they went for that Loki ban on the opposite side to help, potentially deal with the Groot stuff that they could do. But man, that Mantis getting through is going to be interesting because we've seen in other, tournaments and also in EMEA, it just feels like Mantis stuff is crazy, dude. Like Mantis Ultron's been good. Mantis really anything is good. So
yeah.
I mean, let's see if Lunex can actually capitalize off of it this time around because we lost. They might have, overcooked as Zoe likes to say.
Mantis Groot too, right? Like you're going to have those ults super quickly. And you kind of mentioned, I believe, map 1, you're like, I don't think Groot's bad to slow up the pace either. And I'm with you, bud. I don't think that's a bad decision on attack because you just cut the LOS of whoever is trying to make a play on your backline. You just completely remove them from their own strats LOS and you try to focus that together. And then you farm out super quick if you do have that Mantis on your side. So we'll see if they're able to do that.
I just think it's super good versus most of these teams that don't really play a ton of Wolverine so far, right? Like I feel like if you're going to play the Groot, and then you have the Thing in your back pocket, you might as well. And also with the Thing banned on the opposite side, that could make the Wolverine more tough to deal with. But again, I don't think We Lost has shown a ton of Wolverine gameplay. Yeah,
I agree. I don't think we've seen that from them almost at all. We'd have to go back and look at the stats. Zatex on the high side, putting pressure on, trying to keep them tight to the point. And that's just what We Lost has always done out of their spawn. And you can see a little bit of hesitation, and I think that's kind of a problem, too. You got to believe that you can handle some of this dueling, but you can play out of the door if a team's trying to hold you here. So don't completely disregard it as Tico is able to find Cart and set the tone a little bit for Lunex, who needed that momentum. But here comes the engage on that back line from Jitward. We know that's a problem. Xantho's looking dangerous. Goodbye. As Tico makes a play. That was a little crazy.
It's a little crazy. He's setting up for the dive again on the back line, but they're not able to do so. That's the problem with letting Mantis Ultron through. And if for a team that could play it as well, look, they're just all playing together cohesively, except Tones, obviously, who just went aggressive with the Deadpool ultimate, able to take down that off angle. But I like it. I mean, so far, it's going to be really hard to deal with the comp of Lunex just because they got the Mantis through, they got the Ultron through, which is at points turned into like a god composition. You have the Phoenix to counter Mantis ult and stuff, but will it be enough?
Yeah, I'm with you. I think this is a comp that you maybe are seeing in ladder and you shed a tear. But in pro play, it can be a huge problem because you don't need a ton of healing if you play around natural cover properly. And you can make your own cover with your Groot. And you have that heal wall to help supplement the heals. Iffy finding Cart, Redis onto Kendrick, and Lunex say they want to push this to game 5 as another fall. And they get point 1 decidedly. 5 minutes for point 2.
Yeah, 5 minutes, point 2. I mean, I guess the only reason you let it through is because, like we said, we saw this team struggle playing Mantis comp before, but it looks like they look much better with this Wolverine alongside to help peel for the backline since they're not trying to hard control off angles. Also, the fact that they got Gambit through, too. So the Loki ban does feel like kind of useless in hindsight only because they still have that Ultron Mantis with a damage boost, and then obviously Logan's just going to play Gambit. But a huge pick off on the opposite side to slow down the offense.
Yeah, I missed that. For some reason, I missed the Gambit in the moment. But yeah, Gambit's obviously a huge influence who can play hyper aggro and has, honestly, KO potential in the neutral. As Mask is owning this high side, Logan finds Jitward. Out goes the answer with a resurgence from Silent Blaze, who is going to start them walking. There's the boundary matched by Xantho, but pays for it. Goodbye goes the boundary. Kendrick able to trade with Tico, though. Well done by We Lost to try to keep the numbers even, but losing that strat ult was huge for the side of Lunex, as they will find Kendrick on that high side.
I like how you called that Gambit could just be so good in the neutral, and then Logan proceeds to get 3 KOs. 4 KOs! Dude, just brings the hammer down on poor Zatex. Jesus Christ.
Dude, your caller just cracked me up. You're clairvoyant. You're reading the tea leaves. You're a witch as well.
I just can't believe it's so funny because, I mean, Gambit just can do so much just in all facets of the game. Logan doing it there. So excellent plays by the strategist of Lunex. Now they have ults, right? Huge plays by Rita still available. Kark gets taken off the sky, and We Lost looking a little bit lost at the moment.
Yeah, I think he's incredibly fun to watch. Huge ult there from the side of Iffy, forcing out a lot of cooldowns, but not going to get any KO value. Instead, it's going to be returned. Jitward finds one onto Iffy, and they will walk them as Zatex takes out Silent. Make it more. Goodbye, Tones. Goodbye, Retus, Logan. And all of them will fall. Back to the spawn door they go. But look at that time on clock. Still over 3 minutes on this attack, folks.
Yeah, sometimes I think with this comp, it can be a bit difficult to follow up on Groodle. It's going for a spawn camp, by the way. After everything that's happened, they want to play at this choke again. So expect an early dive again by the side of, yeah, we lost. There's no Daredevil on the opposite side to read it. So let's see if it is, dealt with by the side of Lunex.
Here goes some commitment now. Jitward with a let the devil out is going to lead to a 2-piece now, driving them back to the door. And I was going to say, I don't think we'll see too many more KOs as they'll probably get to the spawn door, but Psychi lied as everyone gets deleted. But yeah, we lost. We'll have 2 ults available on the side of Cart and Mask. We look over at Lunex, and soon we will see the scariest ult of them all with that Raging Royal Flush from Logan. Ooh, potential portal play to get out of here by Iffy. And you will see Tico's as well. Jitward able to find Retus prior to that, though, which is a huge trade. But they get on this point quickly, forcing everyone to get through this portal.
I'm just wondering why Retus is not on Daredevil instead of the Bucky. I mean, I feel like we haven't seen too much Bucky through the tournament, only because he's just not been that good, right? Like, I feel like compared to Phoenix, compared to a lot of these other heroes, he's just been not as strong in the current patch. But, they still have a chance in this upcoming fight. He obviously feels more comfortable on it. I just would like the Daredevil only because the wall hacks and can counter the Psylocke a little bit more.
And we see more trading as Jitward's able to take out Retus.
Again.
Look for even more throughout this chaos. The Banhammer was launched. Not sure if it's going to get enough value, but there's so much commitment. Out goes that boundary. Goodbye. The trade comes in, but it won't matter as Xantho now has the space. Goodbye to a few more. Logan and Tico if he falls, and that's everybody once again. And yeah, we lost has been locking in after that point 1.
I think, wait, Retus could play the Daredevil, right? Or Tico, mainly. Like,
They could,
regardless. Yeah. Okay, they go over to the Star-Lord instead to synergize with the Gambit. I get it. It makes sense. I kind of would like maybe even Retus to go over to the Star-Lord and Tico to play some of those off characters. But Silent, nice pick. Zatex goes down early with the Psylocke ult, too. That would have been huge to maybe force out Mantis early.
In doing so on the sticks, another shout out there to Silent playing on controller for those who may be in the audience thinking, they might want to switch over to PC and see if controller's still viable. Definitely is. As we see some success here. Silent Blaze with ult available. Zatex starts off early on, though, and tries to get the Cutterfly to work out. Oh, that's a huge eye. That's committed as Iffy finds 2 off and make it a 3rd with Retus. And that is massive for Lunex, who are ever closer to point 2. 47 seconds on the clock here. And there is no ults available. It will be a neutral fight. Tones, though, very close to try to match with the Banhammer. Let the Devil Out comes out from Jitward, who is down to 100 HP in a dream, holding on at 77. Still finds one, and does go down after Retus gets that trade. Kendrick, though, man, it's back and forth here. But another pick from Tones to put them up in numbers once again.
Yeah, still had the White Fox ultimate. The follow-up needs to be there by Cart in a moment. Tico over the Sky, though, trying to peel. The damage up, but here comes the Feast of the Abyss on the inside. Does find Tones, but in the Sky, Star-Lord reigns supreme. However, everybody's inside the Deadpool bubble. Also, Star-Lord around the shield. So this Star-Lord's ultimate completely negated. And with 7 seconds left to go, yeah, we lost. Are finding more and more value.
And they are looking really solid right now, even after that. And yeah, they can't get to the point as the portal was removed. So really well played by We Lost on the defense. That's a very defensible position. But Lunex, they're going to be backs against the wall here. This is lose and you're gone in this situation. So we'll see if they can step up.
Yeah, we have to, see if Lunex can figure it out. I mean, man, I feel like they really, had their moments and stuff. And the Star-Lord with the Gambit could have worked, maybe, but this team struggled with the triple with Mantis before, and it looks like they're doing it again. First point, it was fast, it was so clean, but then we lost, figured it out in the streets phase, in the second phase out of all things, and started going for those aggressive dives. And then Logan slowed down too. I think they saw more out of the neutrals in Logan, like you mentioned. But then once they started kind of, removing the right figures, which is Retus, focusing on him, trying to figure out that weakness that is on Lunex's side, and Retus trying to switch to a character that has a little more survivability, makes sense to switch over to the Star-Lord. I just, maybe I'm crazy, but I kind of would have preferred the Daredevil. This team has also, struggled, I think, playing this triple comp generally. So we'll see if that changes as they're going to defense first, Shib. Yeah, we lost again. Now this is on offense, and we've seen how aggressive these guys can play on their preferred side of the map.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think a change in composition was needed a little bit earlier. They tried that Star-Lord switch, but it was down to, a minute at that point, bud? So it's like, that's when we don't want to see the changes. Your chance of you even getting all becomes dicey, and likely going to have to use it at the very end of the fight. As we start now, Zatex going to walk out forward with that Vanpool, and we can see the positioning from Lunex playing a little more traditional around Groot, who will be placing that wall a little safe. You can notice that location on screen right now, back into that corner. That'll give a slight ring forward, so he actually can be CC immune up here on this ramp just a little bit.
That CC immunity going to be a big deal, big player for Iffy. He goes aggressive immediately off of it. Good call, Shib. Xantho goes down, removes that Invisible Woman who wants to go aggressively. That's what they did previously. You do use Deadpool at the very end for Zatex, but at this point, everybody else is gone. Logan again with multiple KOs in that fight.
Yeah, that is a nice start here for the side of Lunex. But yeah, we lost has all the time in the world. They just need to make sure they can find a few fight wins. Only going to need 2 here, as typically when teams want to try to force 3 fights, they'll fight right at the door, portal back in. Logan and Iffy, you can notice Iffy now setting up walls and unique locations that aren't necessarily forced to be burned so that they can be available should they need them. Zatex, though, going to find the first pick there on a Tico. The commitment from Jitward on this DD has been a problem, will continue to be a problem. But that is another trade, even more from Redis onto Mask. But Kendrick finds one. Iffy again onto Kendrick. And it's just red and blue back and forth once more as Tones takes out Zatex.
And they're trading. They're trading. And I mean, like, they're going to get card at the very end, maybe too. He shields off his own teammate in the corner. Eventually backs up. But you got to figure out who the target is that we lost are trying to dive every time. That fight, it was Tico. Try to care them a little bit more. Try to play a bit safer around them. In the meanwhile, I mean, that was not a bad fight from Lunex. They can still have a chance on this first point, especially since they have TP still available and Ultimate's coming up from Iffy.
Oh, that could be huge. It does find one instead, and that's just a body block situation there. Good idea from Iffy, who wants to make a play, but there's more commitment. Out goes that Galactic Legend. You see Fox in that off angle playing from the alleyway. Good all there to buy more time from the side of Xantho. Silent Blaze falls from Mask on that Thor, which will continue to be oppressive. Mjolnir getting some action today as we see Tico up in height and is going to be very low, trying to buy more time as Xantho takes out Redis. Goodbye to Tico. And yeah, we lost her in a position where they could very much take this point.
Yeah, they very well could. I mean, oh no, Logan alone with the Raging Royal Flush too. Boom, smoked him from Jitward. Tough read. I mean, it was a really hard fight, I think, to win. Lunex actually fought pretty valiantly. But you could see, Redis went in for that dive for the high ground. Tico pops the Ultron's Rage. Notices that Redis is calling out the help on his dive with the Blaster Barrage, but they just could not find the KOs. The patty cake played too strongly for me. We lost there. 4 minutes, though, second phase of the map. We lost ultimates here still available. We portal play early from Lunex. I imagine their game plan is to farm ults, maybe force more out of we lost to actually slow it down, looking for the right target to dive, which will probably be Logan.
Yeah, I love Jitward's setup, though, right? I mean, it's just so scary as we see now Zatex diving in and is going to be able to find backline early of Silent Blaze. Goodbye to everybody. Zatex with a 2-piece now. Reed is able to trade onto Mask, but that won't matter as everybody else is back in that spawn room, and now so is he. Tones.
I like it. They didn't panic their ship, the side of we lost, right? Like, they are looking through walls. They set up the dive. It was so smooth by Jitward and crew, calling him out. Probably going to try to do the same, right? But they did use a decent amount of ults in the last fight. Lunex, kind of part of their game plan. Sadly, didn't build up a ton, though. That's the worry. Tico now going over to the Wolverine. Kind of what I wanted to see out of them earlier in the series. And Tones going over to the Captain America.
Yeah, it's a good call. Xantho starts up again with the pick. We're seeing a lot of that from Invis. Well done, Xantho, who's been a problem, will continue to be a problem. Cart onto Silent, but now the touch needs to come in here from Tones. And that will happen, but a little scary now as everybody else, all of your backline is just falling over. Mask is going to be a big counter here too for this cap. Goodbye, Steve, as Tones falls. Mask with a 3-piece. Wow, goodbye to everyone as they fall. And yeah, we lost. Take home this W. Lunex are gone from this preseason.
Yeah, what a fun series. Huge shout out to Lunex for competing and putting up such a good fight and improving throughout the whole tournament. Like you and Zoe mentioned, they just look like a very good team. It's tough because sometimes, you have to play against the team that has your number. And Kendrick going to be the MVP. It kind of has been one of these unsung players of the whole tournament. Regardless, huge plays from we lost. They get it done. They move on. Their coordination has been unmatched, except versus teams like Team Liquid Citadel. But can they keep it up after this? We'll have to find out, obviously. But dealing with Lunex in the 3-1 fashion is definitely respectable.
Yeah, I mean, Zoe, what's your take on this matchup right now and how Lunex played compared to we lost?
You know, it's so difficult to really gauge the strength of Yeah We Lost because they're going up against an opponent that they always have the upper hand against. So naturally, they look really, really strong against Lunix. But then yesterday, they went up against an opponent that makes everyone else look like a clown show, right? Like, they barely play the same game when you're going up against Liquid Citadel. So then after yesterday's match, I was kind of down on Yeah We Lost. I was kind of like, maybe it is just a gimmick. Maybe it's really easy to read them. But then today they're showing up like this, and I'm like, hold on, no, never mind. I shouldn't forget how they played against Energy Shock and everything else we saw from them in the group stage as well, right? So they are just such a good team, and while they do run unorthodox compositions, they do make sense, and it is their playstyle, and it is very difficult to deal with and to handle.
Yeah, it is. I mean, this squad of Yeah We Lost have been playing this playstyle since the early days, since months, and it's kind of the same way that Swamp Gaming has gotten good when they were Team Nemesis. It's just a team that's been around for such a long time. Less than just being absolute studs on every single role. They're just so cohesive. And for Yeah We Lost, it's the same thing, and they figured it out. You know, I think the interview was with Speedily, I believe, a while ago in the group stages when he brought up the fact that, you know, all we have to do is play 3 to 4 different compositions and we're good. But, you know, that's easy to say at the top, right? Like, it's so easy to only have to play the 3 to 4 different comps if you never lose on any of them. But for all these other teams in scrims that are, you know, struggling, trying to figure things out, it can be really tough. So definitely easier said than done for teams like Lunix, who were an unsigned roster playing against one of the most random teams in the whole tournament.
Very difficult to download this team, right, Zoe?
It really is. I also, especially if you don't scrim against them, right? That's the issue they've been facing. Like, teams would not want to scrim against them because it's like, well, no other team is going to play like them. So, like, is there any value in us, like, prepping for this kind of play style? Probably not. But if they consistently find themselves at the very top of the standings, then yes, you do need the reps. You need to be able to deal with this type of aggression and with this type of playstyle.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing them move forward because, again, I think they're incredibly fun to watch, and I just want to see better and better teams go against them, and I do want to see how it unfolds. I think, you know, you talk about Team Liquid Citadel, it's tough to keep bringing up that conversation because that was brutal. It was a shellacking from Team Liquid Citadel, but I don't know that they necessarily, count just yet. I think they need more time against that team to understand what they could maybe do against them. But some of these other top teams that are making it through the lower side of the bracket, this is where we're going to find out if Yeah We Lost can step up, and right now they are stepping up.
They are indeed. I'm always excited to see a lower bracket run, and especially if it features one of the underdog teams that most people didn't even have, like, progressing out of the group stage, Dogman.
No, yeah, I think for Yeah We Lost, they really stepped it up again. Trying to play it safe, going away from the chaotic nature of Yeah We Lost was not a good idea for most of the fans betting against them in the in-game client, right? So they've really stepped it up, and I think they remind me a lot of the, I don't know how to say this, the Chengdu, the Hunters of Chengdu, right? Remember that potential alternate multiverse kind of team? They're a very random team. Yeah, you're with me there. You're with me there. And I think, for this squad, the reason why nobody wants to play against them is because, why would you? You're right. Like, they play such an unorthodox play style. But eventually, they'll figure it out if they're committed to that sort of idea and that ideology of playing, quick and fast pace. Like, it'll work out eventually, and I think you're seeing it right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's one thing to be said about, scrimming against teams like that. It's like, if you can deal with them, you probably can deal with anything, because then you're, trialed by fire. But you've seen it all.
They are so tilting, though. I remember, actually, we had a B team at one point in this multiverse, and they would, hard tilt because of the fact that these guys would just play the most random crap you'd ever seen in your life, but sometimes it's
because
good.
It shouldn't work. On paper, It's it's not the better composition, but it trips you up because, if you play the standard, if you play what's right, it just doesn't. It doesn't necessarily work against it. So, and they just always have that element of surprise. That said, though, it's not like Yeah We Lost isn't playing the meta either, right? They can play those meta heroes as well. They can play normal compositions as well. So it's not like you ban out their wonky picks and then they create one of their own, and they made it very clear that this is how they think the game is supposed to be played. They're playing free. There's something to be said about playing free, but they can also play meta, they're not shying away from those heroes either.
They're playing free to play like our game Marvel Rivals, right, Zoe?
That's all right. That's so true.
Okay, I'm pretty cringe for that one, I'll be honest. But
Smile at the screen for 3 seconds. It's contractually obligated.
Danny watching? No, I'm just kidding. I think, like, overall, like, really, I think this team, like, the reason why they're doing it, though, is because, I mean, there's something to be said about, like you said, being free to play, being a team that doesn't have, I don't know, like, kind of expectations, right? Like, if you don't have expectations, if you assume, the worst, it's kind of, we're already at rock bottom, we might as well do whatever. For this case, for the side of yeah, we lost. Like, none of their players wanted to get picked up. Like, people look at Cart Lover's hero pool. He plays like shield. I think Jitward was talking about it even in the scrim. They play like, he plays Emma Frost. He plays shield tanks, and he plays like Hulk. He plays such a weird composition. Xantho plays some weird stuff. Zatex plays like a ton of backline heroes. You know, like, they are just a bunch of misfits, and because of it, they're benefiting from it, like you said, and no other team is willing to take a risk on that.
I mean, that turns them into fan favorites so quickly, though. Like, those are the teams people want to see succeed. It's the underdog story, and for them to, like, not have the pressure of needing to perform, because you set yourself up for success. You're like, we're just playing what we want, and if it works, awesome. If it doesn't work, well, it wasn't supposed to work, so, like, we're good. You're playing with house money.
Yeah, they're spreading like a virus too. That's the funny thing. Like, I'm sure, Shib, you've heard things from behind the scenes. Well, okay, listen, it is like
in a good way.
In a good way.
That's the meta creation, right? That's what I was talking about.
Right.
Yeah,
it's like, it's a team that, nobody's. So here's what I was thinking, right? Nobody's willing to scrim them because they run such an unorthodox comp. But eventually, if that unorthodox comp and style starts working so much, they've created a meta, and now they're the only team that can succeed with it because they have been practicing it. And yeah, eventually teams, if this starts working out for more and more, they have to go against it or they will lose to it. So I think it's a really cool concept, and I'm with you. I think it's driving a lot of fan base towards them, and they're fun to watch. I mean, all of us can admit it. I love the unique stuff.
What you're doing now, okay, you're creating a new meta, and now other people start playing that meta. Do you have to, like, make another one? Because otherwise you end up playing the meta, and that's like against your personality trait, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you keep going in circles a little bit. That's what happens in these games, in these hero shooters. That's why we're in such a weird impasse right now, Zoe. Like, I feel like, even like I mentioned with Fi earlier, like, we're in such a weird meta that everything is kind of good, and it's creating a fun situation. And now, like I said, like every team in MRC is just like talking about, we should play like, yeah, we lost. Now everybody wants to be them. They're creating not only fans but also copycats almost in the MRC in our open bracket that I'm sure we'll see more of once we get back to MRC.
You say that everything is viable, but it's all like, I feel like everything is viable with like a caveat. Because it is still so very map dependent and then also opponent dependent. Because some of the teams will let you get away with murder on Elsa. Others are like, no, thank you. So, like, I don't know. It's so dependent, but that does make it so exciting, right? Because we do get to see a big variety, and it also makes it much more difficult for all the teams to prep against one another. Because at any given day, like, you don't know what's coming out of the spawn room. Don't know what shape those players are going to be in. So, yeah, peak performance, peak competition really here in Marvel Rivals Ignite ship.
Yeah, and we've seen, just to kind of talk about the counter comps that are working against them, I think the reason that Team Liquid Citadel does so well is because they run that, I think, which is a good answer to the Chaos comp, they run that Ultron triple backline better than everyone. And that's what you need. You need, if they're going full rush Chaos comp, you need the Ultron to be able to drone the backline so they can play their own life and stay healthy, use their cooldowns while still gaining health. And then you just drill them constantly with your beam and protect them.
I do love the random resurgence of Ultron, though.
Yeah.
It kind of hit us all by surprise, right? Like, when in the group stage, like, one or two teams started to, like, pick the Ultron. We're like, oh, that's a bait. That's not real. But now, like, look at our upcoming series, 100 Thieves and Sentinels. Both of them love to play the Ultron. Like, they really like to implement it in their triple strat line.
It kind of simplifies the game for you a little bit. Like, it makes it a little bit easier if you just have a constant, drone on you. He also does damage from the sky. Flyers have always been good in this game, but are generally kind of kept in check, I suppose, like Human Torch, for example. And I guess the big reason, as we wait for our interview, that kind of this meta is so diverse is because in the past we kind of had server admin heroes almost, and we do like, don't get me wrong, there's still strong heroes in Gambit and Elsa, but they're not as strong as the previous server admins, right? Like, we used to have Human Torch, which is disgusting. We used to have like Hela, that was disgusting, and these characters I think we're way more oppressive, and not saying Elsa isn't oppressive, but there are countermeasures, and there's also some things that enable him a little bit more. Whereas in the past, I think Human Torch, just no matter what was on the field besides him, was just disgusting.
And they play well into a bunch of different comps, right? That's the beauty of like, and that's why there's so much available. Gambit and Elsa both can kind of fit into virtually whatever you want to run, and that makes it so there's a lot of other comps that are kind of sliding forward. And then sometimes you just completely remove those two characters. You don't even need them sometimes. Well, maybe not Elsa, but.
Well, I have good news, guys. The waffling may stop. We do have our interview ready. So let's bring Mask in for a quick chat after this very dominant and entertaining performance we got to see from Yeah, We Lost. Mask, congratulations. Thank you so much for taking the time for a quick chat. Let's talk about how you got it done, though, because this is an opponent you're very familiar with, right? And you always seem to have the upper hand against them. Was there anything that you learned from what they've shown us in the playoffs that you had to take into consideration, or were you able to just rock up with the same game plan you always had against them?
It was sort of a bit of the same game plan. Obviously, Regis is a very good player, very talented. Our goal is to make sure he is unable to play the game, and I think we did a very good job at, shutting him down, and just kept the same game plan basically.
And I think Mask, you're playing. I think the only other team that plays a lot of Thor is Navi or whatever, where Trust Me goes it sometimes. But for you, I feel like you whip it out a lot more than people will kind of expect. Why the hell are you going Thor first of all? And then maybe is there alternatives, or are you just I think Thor's best here?
Thor is Thor. It's pretty fun. I think you can definitely be best in slots at times. Other times I definitely do troll picking him, but I think it's just a brick wall. You can't ignore him. You have to get through him. You have to get around him. You have to do something. So I think it's a very good pick. Very fun to play. So
is there? Just kind of piggybacking off that, and congrats, by the way. We were talking about how your team is incredibly fun to watch, and I think you're one of the few Thors that is playing in the Americas region at all. So the question is, piggybacking off that, is there times where you feel like he struggles, and is it specific hero based, or is it just comp?
I think it's my own playstyle, to be honest. When I first picked up Thor, the way we intended for me to play it is very self-sufficient, and not having to rely on my own teammates. They have to bounce off of me, and I give them opportunities, and we go from there.
Beautiful.
Yep. Get her.
Never mind, I'm muted because I have to something. We're sick of it. Okay, what I wanted to ask was very insightful. You guys are running so many unorthodox compositions, right, and heroes. Is there anyone reining you in? Has there ever been? Is any of your players the voice of reason will go that's taking it too far? You can't play that.
Nah. Everything's an option. I believe every hero has a use case. You might see Widow, Mantis, Wanda, Sproger. You might see something. We got a lot of stuff cooking up still. We're struggling finding scrims, but once we get that rolling, we're gonna see the entire hero roster one day from RWO.
I absolutely love to hear that. We're so excited to see more from you and the squad, and of course you continue your run in the lower bracket now. One last question: 100 Thieves or Sentinels? Is there a team you would rather face off against?
Not really. I'm just hoping for a good game for both of them. Match 5 banger.
That's right. That's what we're all signed up for. Thank you so much for joining me. Best of luck in your next match, and have a good rest of your day.
Awesome. Thanks for your time, bud. What a beauty.
What a gorgeous human being. And what great insight. I do love that nothing is off limits for them.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to hear, because that's that's what we always hope. They're joining the server, and we're we might be in for something crazy. That's the kind of energy you always have when they are in the match. So I hope they continue in exactly that way. Now they will, of course, be moving on to the lower bracket final, awaiting their opponent. Who's that going to be? Well, we will be finding out after a quick break. So don't go anywhere. On the other side of this, we got 100 Thieves going up against Sentinels. Welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Ignite America's preseason playoffs day 3. Zoe here, joined by Dogman and Iron Ship. We're about to set the stage for our second lower bracket match. It's going to be 100 Thieves against Sentinels. And this is an El Clasico, an esports El Clasico, if you will. That's not just like in Marvel Rivals. That's like across the board, everywhere they face off against. They are considered good teams. They're considered top dogs. They're considered teams that need to win it. Now, they have played each other in the regular season in week 2, and 100 Thieves took that convincingly. Like, it was a 2-0 beatdown. Yeah. But we do have to say there are some weeks in between that, and obviously we got a different look at both of those teams throughout the playoffs thus far over the last 2 days. Let's talk about what we learned from those previous meetings. Starting with the week 2 meeting, what gave 100 Thieves the edge there?
Yeah, so for 100 Thieves on week 2, if we're talking early on, honestly, I think it was Sentinels really just, well, I don't know, it's getting dicey because I think Sentinels just weren't in their bag at all. They just weren't playing as a unit as we see Sentinels on the screen here. But we've seen a lot of a different team just in general recently from Sentinels. They look way more locked in. Thieves, they tried to do some more unique stuff early on. They tried to run these triple comp stuff that they're not as confident in, but now they're locking back in to their more, trusted comps and playing better. But yeah, now as we see Sentinels here, I got to say, yesterday, they looked like a team that had actually blown my mind. They were locked in against Shock. They looked like their old selves, and we had yet to see that from them. So I am excited for this matchup today.
Yeah, Karova was put back in the mix, right? Prior to that, we saw Mirror in for them. And then after it didn't work out for them against Energy Shock in their first elimination match here yesterday, they said, if we're losing map 1, Karova is in. That's what he shared with us in that post-match interview, Dogman. And clearly, the vibes were high after the Karova swap in, and they just edged it out in the end.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. The vibes were good. The Karova comes in, gives them that juice that they kind of needed, and they are kind of that vibes-based team for sure. Like, right now, the main thing is that Dongman has been playing kind of another level. I think he's been doing such a strong job for this team. Always has been. He's kind of that star player for most of these squads, but I think he's that sort of rock that everybody needs on that Sentinel squad, and then Karova comes in and gives them that juice.
And here at 100 Thieves, of course, we know what to expect from each and every single one of those players. Self, being the new guy on the block, has been filling big shoes and did so well. Delena and Self have really been such an impressive, powerful duelist combo.
Yeah, and I think Winnie's looked really good too. I think Winnie on the back lines looks strong. One of those White Fox lock-ins that is consistently very impressive. I'll say Vinny on the Groot has been super strong, but I will say, obviously, everyone remembers the portal yesterday. People don't let people live anything down, but that was definitely a mistake that could have potentially cost them at least time. But yeah, the whole team is definitely talented. TTK has been able to play that ban pool, which I think was also a problem early on for them. Day 1 in these group stages, they were just not running it and not even electing to think about it in their lock phase. And now that he's been kind of unleashed, it seems like this team is coming into their own. So shout out across the board.
Yeah, I think that for 100 Thieves, the only problem for them and most of these teams, honestly, outside of Swamp Gaming and Team Liquid Citadel, is that they all look a little pedestrian comparatively, right? It's not even necessarily their fault. It's just that specifically Team Liquid Citadel and Swamp Gaming are just so good. So for 100 Thieves, they've improved. They're getting better at that rogue stuff too when necessary, and that's kind of the way forward for them. I think as long as they continue adding a little bit more diversity in their composition, they'll get better.
Yeah, we talked about adding diversity for both of those, right? Sentinels, the main critique we had. Well, first was, I think we have the wrong read on the meta here. And then the second was, we need more depth. We need more variety in the compositions they can run. Both teams seem to be prioritizing playing triple strat. That's what both of them have been gravitating towards with an Ultron in the mix. Do you expect to see them both trying this here? Or are we going to see a mirror match of sorts?
I don't know that we will see a mirror match because they both, it seems like, have gone back to being able to understand that they just want to play what's comfortable for them. But yes, I mean, it's definitely on the table. It's not that it's not, because they do think it's a strong pick. As we see, Krakoa is the next map we're going to. Domination is going to be a big tone setter. I personally am just amped because these two teams have faced off so many times in just our casting career alone. It's been so fun to watch, but it has been very back and forth, and I know the fans get super excited. But I think Domination kind of sets a tone for which team is better in communication today, and that could change things as we move forward in this best of 5.
Absolutely, and I think for 100 Thieves side, obviously we've seen, I think Sentinels be better at that sort of Ultron stuff, and then for the opposite side, I think 100 Thieves have been better playing a lot of these sort of divey comps with the Daredevil and stuff. I would like both teams to maybe implement, at least if Gambit and Elsa don't get through, or if, maybe the Elsa does get through, or rather the Gambit for 100 Thieves. I want to see more of the Psylocke Daredevil kind of tandem.
Yeah.
Like we saw in the last series. I think it was good if we can go for these hard dives, and I think that kind of comes down to the Vanguard line at that point, but still a very fun matchup. I think that there's some strengths that slightly lean specific ways, but it all comes down to that ban phase for specifically this team, and also not letting really strong things through, like we saw yesterday from really every team that lost.
Yeah. 100 Thieves going up against Swamp Gaming yesterday. They let the Mantis through alongside the Elsa, and that caused a world of pain. They did, I think they ended up banning one of the two, and it didn't really matter because Swamp Gaming rolled over them without utilizing Mantis when it was available as well. But yeah, overall, honestly, I think 100 Thieves might have the edge here just based on the fact that there is so much tape on Sentinels playing such a close 5-map series against Energy Shock. Whereas for Sentinels, if they're looking at the tape from 100 Thieves against Swamp Gaming, I mean, there's not much you can derive from that.
Yeah, but that could be a momentum shift. There's so many different avenues we could say this could play out, right? And momentum is just in the dumpster. Who knows? But,
whatever narrative you want to follow.
Yeah, I think it's worth calling out. I do think just historically, 100 Thieves have a better Wolverine option with Self and DD, which I think is very strong should a lot of the meta stuff be burnt out or banned out, right? So that is an advantage, but Sentinels, you just never can give up on this team for some reason in these high-stakes situations. They clutch up, they look clean despite the composition that they're on, and we saw that yesterday.
Yeah, I think you're right. Like, the Wolverine's been impactful. Realistically, for both squads, and this we were talking about earlier, Zoe, I don't know. I mean, I'm being a little bit of a hypocrite because I know the ban phase does matter, but specifically against the top teams too, if you're just kind of good at everything, you're not bannable against, you have to try some stuff out. I think I saw people, for example, clowning on Remix and stuff in their game, but to be honest, if your team just getting dominated, it's not going to come down to the ban phase at that point. They're just a better team.
Yeah.
Yeah, it do be like that. I love the insight we heard from Vinny in the post-match interview after 100 Thieves won against, who was that, Space Station, I believe? Where we kind of asked about the banning and how the team is tackling that. And he said that when Terra was with the team, that it was very much just Terra took control of it, and now it's a little bit of everyone is engaging in it. So it's really team decisions, and then in-game also it's just so collaborative, right? With TTK calling the tempo, Vinny calling the engages, then the backline being ult tracking, and just they work as a unit. I think that is just very interesting insight. I would love to hear how Sentinels is handling the bans and also everything that's going on in game.
Yeah, I mean, it's also cool. You mentioned, shout out to Kurova coming in from Mirror. I'm curious, you believe Kurova is probably going to keep playing today. I'm looking forward to seeing what that ends up being. I know, again, similar story. A lot of Kurova fans in the chat. We got to see that when he was interviewing. A lot of people very excited. But right now, 100% win rate, right, at this point in the tournament. And
can't argue with the numbers.
Can't argue with the numbers. Yeah, small sample size, schmample size, the way I see it. But no, it does have the availability to pull out the less so Adam comp. I don't think we're going to see that, to be completely honest with you, but is a very strong main strat. Can play the Luna well, and I think Luna's kind of been shown, at least, even from teams we lost, that can be a threat, not only in the healing front, but just in the damage front, hitting that team up with White Fox, which they can play very well too. It's tricky. It's tricky. There's a lot of option here.
Dude, right now, by the way, I think we're getting a little bit of delay out of both teams. Not only, it's just always 100 Thieves matches, first of all. They just take forever to get in lobby or something. But I don't think it was them this time around. Regardless, finally they get their player in the lobby. So it's not on us over at production, okay? It's on the players to get in the lobby damn faster, okay?
That's right.
Good comments.
Chat, rest assured, we are not holding the game hostage. We also want to see the action. So we're just waiting for them to settle in and get the action going. It's an elimination match. We are playing in a best of 5. Those two teams have not been facing off against each other the last time around in a best of 5. It was a best of 3. So we know that can shift a lot of momentum. I am excited to this one getting on its merry way. We just got word it is ready indeed. So let's get the party started. Sentinels going up against our 100 Thieves.
All right, my friend, the beginning of the classic matchup. You know, this is something as old as time at this point in terms of Marvel Rivals history. And we're going to see who makes history today by adding another W, notching the belt a bit here against their quote-unquote storied opponent. We're going to see the ban off the rip of Elsa, and that, to me, is no surprise.
Definitely respecting, a lot of the play style from both squads with the Elsa. In that, how strong it can be. The Loki ban comes through on the opposite side, though, knowing that 100 Thieves also have played well around that. You mentioned Winnie earlier, has done well on that as well, playing around their, even cloak and dagger stuff if they want to necessarily, but also it's just been, both teams just have such good Loki play at points, and it's matching the opposite side. So it wouldn't surprise me if we just have mirrors actually coming through. So very different from the last matchup that we had. But the Daredevil ban would be smart considering Self and how good he's played. And for 100 Thieves, they have a few options, I think. They can kind of go multiple directions now at this point, if they want to get potentially a one-sided tank pool. I think just because of the fact that they haven't played as strong. Okay, they did do that. It's because, they haven't shown like a good Daredevil kind of playstyle just yet. I know Rye's good at Daredevil, but they haven't played well around it.
Yeah, he hasn't really been playing it. He's flexed to it at the end of certain matches, I believe. But yeah, it's not a starting point at all. So definitely, something to think about there. But we are going to see the lock into Mantis, which means, yes, Sentinels definitely wants that triple backline composition. Right, Amazing likely will be on that Mantis. We could see Ultron. And, they could try to ban that now, right? Like, the idea would be, do we want to try to remove that and mess with it a little bit? Yep, there it is. Yeah,
it makes sense. Good call. And let's see. 100 Thieves let that go through with the Gambit and the Mantis. So letting the supports or the strategists come through on Sentinel's side, and they get the Invisible Woman Protect, which is kind of, sort of fallen through on the wayside, but I guess Doctor Strange was also still available, and I don't think Sentinels have really played a ton of that Doctor Strange Mantis stuff, but, obviously no Invisible Woman banned either, so you can still get that team up. So 100 Thieves also still have options. And for Sentinel's side, do they want to go for that Doctor Strange potential? Gambit still got through, so they go for the Rogue, but I wonder if that's necessary or if they could deal with Vinny on the Rogue. It looks like they're not going to take their chances. They go for the ban of it.
Yeah, it's just the idea behind letting Gambit through on both sides and having a Rogue. The threat of just pulling alt charge and enabling your Gambit to have alts more frequently is enough value. We're going to see the comp showing up, and it might be pretty close to a mirror matchup like we were hearing there from Zoe. Good call out, but they're going to have that Van pool for Vinny, which cannot be matched going into this.
Yeah, I'm always worried when we get Mantis Doctor Strange going through, in general, just because of how strong it can be. So that'll definitely be something to think about for the side of Sentinels. But regardless, it will be a go-first map. And like you said, it's a storied matchup between two teams that have been around forever in the scene. And a lot of veterans still in, a lot of new players. Obviously, Self has come into this roster, has been, a standout player, has tried to replace big shoes, and I think has done it to a very high level. And then for the opposite side, for Sentinels, filling in, slotting in new players with Flame and Mir coming in. They've also had to deal with some struggles early on. So it's about kind of which team actually is looking better at the moment with the synergistical issues they've dealt with.
And I'm looking forward to seeing it. TTK now on that Strange. Might see an early portal play. Crimzo is going to be on the road. Clearly something they've been working on to have in the bag. Crimzo known for the cap, the Groot, something more traditional. Good to see a change up here. Try to throw off the opposition. As right now, double shield Vanguard line for 100 Thieves, bringing us way back as they start up on point early on, just setting up and using that again, versus that portal as a wall.
Yeah, they get to play that triple Vanguard for the side of 100 Thieves, whereas we're going triple Strategist for the side of Sentinels with the Mantis. So they kind of have a lot of HP to tank through, even with that damage boost potential from Dongman. And he's already sent very far back. Pressure coming through from 100 Thieves' side.
Kurova with some positioning here in the back line. Everybody staying healthy for the moment. Dongman, as always, playing that main Vanguard line with the shield to play Strange. We'll have that team up as well. Make sure you can enable a little more combo-oriented. Ooh, good pull there by Kurova, trying to find some value onto Self, who will be on that Magneto right now. But that's that triple Van line that they are running, and driven backwards is the entirety of Sentinels. 100 Thieves will have advantage with that early ultimate from Vinny. Matched now by Winnie on that point to keep this space owned.
Yeah, they have to keep falling back, though, in those straddles until now. Kurova pops his own. 100 Thieves coming up onto that Doctor Strange. Both are. Let's see if they disengage it in the upcoming fight.
Crimzo is going to copy up there, seal this end song. Inferno from the sky will land. Bang. Is it get value? No, it does not. Delena tries to make something work out. TTK holding on to the Eye of Agamotto. Match right back by Yusher. You can't get Elsa. Go ahead and run the Phoenix. Bang. Right down onto Millennia. Yusher able to find the first pick of this series. Crimzo now onto TTK, and all of Thieves will fall slowly but surely. And that should give point retake, but 31% here for Thieves so far.
Yeah, it is funny that the pace of play for both of these squads has slowed down drastically compared from the last one. But that's what happens, I suppose, when Mantis is in the lineup. 100 Thieves obviously prioritizing keeping Vinny on the tank pool in this situation instead of TTK. But it hasn't worked out in that first fight. Sentinels disengaged. They get the damage boost on Yusher. He's able to take down Millennia across the map. Excellent first fight from Sentinels, even though they did use the Raging Royal Flush in the previous one. Invisible Boundary coming up soon. We'll see if they can take advantage as well, as the Mantis does have uncontested ultimate. Eye of Agamotto is still available for both teams.
In the run of that triple Vanguard line, and actually Yusher can run a pretty mean Wolf too, so curious if that ends up coming out if they're struggling more, but we'll see in a moment as Thieves do have control of point. Heartbreaker goes out here for Crimzo, trying to steal some of that alt charge. Winnie from downtown finds Yusher, just making sure they are going to maintain presence on point in a moment. 43% in climbing for Sentinels, though. Can Thieves get on there? Ultimate's being committed by Rymazing now with that Soul Resurgence, and that will drive attention now backwards. Matched by Winnie with the Invisible Boundary, but it won't give them enough space to take this point, so they just have to kite here. Self is going to be leading that charge on the Vanguard, and that is something we don't see too frequently on Dom.
Invisible Boundary, they're committed on the defensive side, and like you said, it hasn't been seen too frequently. Eye of Agamotto comes out to peel forward as the Meteor M. Counter Eye comes out, but no KOs found. Nice block there from the Vanguard line of Dogman as well. The shield comes back in from TTK. Help peel. The ult gets pushed back away, though, I believe, by Kurova in that fight. So nice displacement. Both Eye of Agamotto's pretty much negated to be useless, and Sentinels still in control of the point, so they're fine with this neutral being a little bit longer as they come up with the Rage Royal Flush soon, and Yusher's ult. But Crimzo gets taken out so low and falls down. Nice job counter-engaged by 100 Thieves.
Phoenix in the sky doesn't seem to get too much besides burning cooldowns. Zelena gonna find two as we see the trade right back from Yusher. But Gambit does not fold, folks, as the commitment continues. And again, Flamme finds one as Zelena takes out Rymazing. TTK finding Flame as Kurova also falls. TTK on this Strange, bringing us back here a couple seasons. And now Thieves will have control of point, but Sentinels just need to win one, and they're coming back quickly.
I mean, the HP has just been so tough to chunk through on the side of 100 Thieves' side. You know, we did come back through with Raging Royal Flush late. Crimzo goes aggressive again. Oh my god, takes down so low, but he's still alive. So excellent healing coming through, forcing back 100 Thieves, almost claiming the point.
And we're going to see more commitment now as Dongman is looking to find one and does onto Self. Yusher with the Phoenix just reborn again, but does not get a KO as Rymazing says, I'll do that, no worries. 96% in climbing here for Sentinels. Nice sleep by Rymazing. Onto the front line of Vinny, who's trying to stall for days. Does just that as the Boundary now launches, and Resurgence as an answer from Rymazing once more. Kurova holding onto a Boundary as well will give the heavy advantage for Sentinels here. Thieves are in a tough spot on this point as Yusher and Flame find another two, and it might be a matter of time here, folks, if these Strat ults are committed properly. But TTK and Self could have ult if they buy enough time. OT ticking down, and that could be it. No, it's not. What a touch there by TTK with millimeters on the bar, and that is point one, Sentinels.
Yeah, I mean, the 100 Thieves did a great job with the Royal Flush in the previous fight. I figured Sentinels couldn't come back with their own, but Crimzo, you talked about it as practice on the road coming through, and the fact that they got that through is also enabling them so well. Rymazing as well in the middle of the fight, just staying so healthy. You know, kind of playing for his own life, able to take advantage of the situations they're in. For 100 Thieves, that's brutal. Next map, maybe you could assume, okay, you could dive on this Mantis to give them less space to kind of group up, but that was excellent shots from Yusher towards the end, towards the Millennia, and 100 Thieves now sent back in the first round.
Before you attack, get ready.
And we're going to see here ult advantage on the side of Sentinels. Very close with TTK, Self, and Delena, which could be a good answer, but you do have a Strat ult available, which is very valuable at this moment here on the side of Kurova early on to take and own that space. A lot of strats, when they are calculating, you know, all percentage properly, they'll use that Invisible Boundary offensively to slow whoever's overextending. Find that first pick. Next thing you know, you have point. In domination, that's everything. Sentinels trying to keep this going here. Can Thieves bounce back?
Yeah, that's a big ask, I think, for this squad, but they switched Vinny over to the Venom. They're going for that triple Vanguard line yet again with TTK on that Doctor Strange. See if they can fully enable this. I mean, they're not running the Jeff either with the team up. They're just going full engage with the Invisible Woman still in the lobby to make sure TTK gets that team up. The last time, I mean, the shield, the Meteor M himself was blocked by Dongman. We'll see if he can do that again.
We're going to see how this initiates here. Just stalling for right now is only in 100 Thieves' favor as they need to build these strat-ups quickly. You can see Delena holding on to the Phoenix, ready to be reborn as Delena finds the first pick on a Crimzo. Good start there. This tracking is obscene to watch. Good shots from the Duelist Star as the boundary is committed. Dongman able to find Vinny now. And there's that Meteor M trying to stuff it. LeBron not able to make that happen. Good break and focus there by the side of Sentinels, or excuse me, by Thieves, as now Gambit does not fold. Delena goes up into the sky, and the Phoenix will fall. Will it get value, though, is the major question. Eye of Agamotto onto the back line is big, as Flame finds Delena, and that could be a good start here now for Sentinels, who want to retake this point, but Thieves are holding on. Stalling coming out from Vinny, who does have that overhealth. Not sure that landed. That Feast he is going to pay for that in blood. It's Yusha with some insane movement there once more, and now the boundary's committed by Thieves to keep this point in their favor. They're doing a great job holding on.
I mean, still in it at the moment, controlling that point. Vinny's come back multiple times to force them away and then goes down, but Crimzo has to find these KOs in the back line. Winnie trades back Yusha as well. Winnie, throughout, has just found these like picks in the middle of the fight, but Crimzo eventually goes down, and 100 Thieves disengage just works out. They're still in control of the point, building it up to 40%. Nice fight yet again, and for 100 Thieves, they did use a lot in the previous one at the very least. For Sentinels, we just used that Heartbreaker like you mentioned. Not too much value. And this time, I mean, they keep disengaging Vinny, but the trades come through from TTK and the rest of the squad.
Yeah, and they're going to have to retake quickly here. Sentinels, 50% for Thieves. They want to get to that 75% number to ensure it's a one-fight retake game for them. And they want to push this to map 3. Sentinels do have ult advantage for the time being. TTK holding on to that Eye of Agamotto in a few moments will be a big problem, as always. Amazing's commitment now. They're all diving in heavy. Good push there by Self to try to force back some of that momentum. As Yusher says, not up in here. Goodbye, Delena. Trying to match right back with one of the most well-known hit scan players, both of which just dominated so far in Ignite in this preseason, making a name for themselves.
Absolutely. I mean, the hit scan role is definitely showing to be stacked in North America. Vinny goes down to Yusher on the point. And same thing with Millennia, so eventually they're whittled down to not many left. 100 Thieves kind of doing what Sentinels did on the previous round, where they, are fine losing this fight, maybe going next with ultimates. They still potentially will have a portal up in a sec. Winnie's getting staggered on the objective as well. Not fun to see for the squad, but regardless, 100 Thieves. Upcoming fight, I mean, we've seen in the middle of it, they keep finding picking Crimzo. Can Crimzo live a little bit longer? I know he's taking a lot of damage, and the team's trying to help and support it. But maybe they have to trade, get some more damage on the Vinny. Regardless, they're losing their Vanguard a little bit earlier than Hunt 3s have been.
Yeah, and they're going to be close to a ton here, Sentinels, on this attack. The question is, will they overcommit? They cannot right now, as Thieves the ball's in their court at this moment. They need to win one real fight to force them into a portal panic play. TTK with the eye. Does it land? It does not on anyone. Forces out a little bit of direction, but that's about it as the boundaries match. Look at that Venn diagram on the screen right now. Everybody just playing to build that ult quickly. Flame does have ult available with Dongman and Yusha for Sentinels. Millennia going to start off with the fold right back. Vinny going in with the feast. Delena from the sky. The Phoenix descending. Bang. Does not seem to get enough value. What a play there, dodging that Meteor M onto Self, and I love this view. Shout out observers as we look now at Yusher waiting to dunk out of that back line.
Yeah, looking for Crimzo now has ult after. These eyes are kind of hard to force at the beginning of the fight, and that's kind of been snowballing for Sentinel's side ever since that first eye was missed from TDK. And then also I think Vinny went in deep to try to dive with that Phoenix combination, but it was dodged again. The backline of Sentinels playing so safe. People mentioned Korova has been a huge step up coming back into the game, and he has been. I think he disengaged that ult, wasted basically two to try to get him and KO him. And then that early eye was just, it's hard to pull off Eye of Agamotto's, I think, in this comp for both of these Doctor Stranges, whereas Dongman's sitting up for a bit of a cheesy one on the height, eventually gives it up. No Phoenix ult again to deal with Amazing, so in the middle of these fights, they can come back into it, put the pressure back on 100 Thieves.
Great calls there. As you can see, Sentinels are going to be up and alt charge. Thieves really committing on that last fight and not finding value. Dongman playing around this natural cover with Crimzo here, does have Eye available, and you can use it to take vertical and use it very quickly on that vertical leap to find value on second floors, as we see now. Banhammer, I'm not sure was meant for that front line. Might have meant to go towards the back. That's huge for Sentinels here as Korova finds TTK now. Vinny being driven backwards is going to be purpled and will pay for it from Korova once more. Sentinels have this in their grasp. Can they close this out? The touch comes in, but not for long. Sentinels, map 1.
Excellent map 1 indeed by Sentinels, and a bit of a tough one to see for 100 Thieves. We'll see if they can come back on a map that favors them, but domination, I think, is where these two teams was at. It was favored towards 100 Thieves, but regardless, this still feels, again, like back to the original Vanguard issue this team is kind of having, is that there's overlapping heroes played. for their Vanguards. And it feels like a lot of these different teams have this problem. Sentinel sometimes do as well with Dongman and Crimzo. But realistically, like our Venom player probably should be TTK because we want him to have him on the Vanguard pool sometimes. If Vinny's going to switch to Vanguard pool, like we have to have TTK on the Venom, surely no? Like,
yeah, I'm with you. I would have liked the Venom there, yeah, significantly more. I think you put TTK on that Van pool, who's always been very strong on that hero. You put Vinny on that Groot or Cap, and you just disrupt backline a little bit. You try to get them looking elsewhere, and then you have another answer with the Freedom Charge. I think maybe that is your solution, but Self and Vinny unable to find a single final throughout that entire series. And you can see here on the opposition on the side of Sen, they look clean across the board. Shout out to this start right now of a storied matchup, folks. We will take you to map 2 right after this break.
Welcome back, everyone. Sen up in the series 1-0 against 100 Thief, and it was just thieves, plural. And it was there's many of them, and it was honestly quite a great performance for them. I didn't expect them to look quite this dominant. They run that triple strat that we expected to see from them, something they've heavily tried to implement in the last few matches. But I think what stood out like straight out of the gate for me, Ship, was seeing Crimzo on the Rogue, having him adding to his hero pool, which honestly, like literally the first week of group stage, I think he just like hard stuck to Angela and it didn't work at all. So everyone was like, oh, and then he like went back to the Cap and that looked great. So like, it is so great to see him getting value out of the Rogue.
Yeah, I think it's one of those picks that if you have in your bag as a team, that is a problem. That's a huge problem to have. As we can see, Museum of Contemplation going to be the next one up. But yeah, there's a lot of value to Rogue right now. Rogue really does move up a full tier when you have that Gambit team up, because all of your moves now become piercing spread abilities on connection. So you hit with any of that backline, they are spreading even more damage. So if they're stacking, it's even more threatening. But outside of that, the Heartbreaker is just huge against strategists. And when you're running triple strat into a 2, if you can steal alt charge from a strategist and make them have less answers at all times, it is big value.
Do you expect a ban coming out here? Since a lot of teams feel like Rogue deserves a ban. Is that a priority you are making as 100 Thieves now moving into the second map, Dogman?
Yeah, probably. I mean, I think I made the same mistake that I guess Remix did in that previous map, due to the fact that he went for the Deadpool Vanguard ban instead of the Rogue.
Well, let's see what happens in store for us on the second map. Can 100 Thieves bring it back? We're about to find out.
All right, as we go in again, my friend, that one in Sentinel's favor looked really strong there. Not sure I love the triple Vanguard comp from Thieves. Think they need to change it up?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the triple Vanguard is good, and I think we heard a lot about it coming into each week, but, you know, it depends on the heroes you get for sure. Like, and I feel like it's also maybe the right players and the right heroes, you know, like that's kind of a part of it. But we'll see if that changes up. This time, though, 100 Thieves go for that ban of the Gambit instead of the Elsa, and we're probably going to see the Usher Elsa come through, and then no Gambit because they don't want to play the Gambit mirror anymore.
Yeah, for sure. We're going to see the save here of Loki for the side of 100 Thieves. And I think that's not a bad decision. I mean, it's early, but, you know, if you think it's going to help the composition out, that's something to keep in mind. But I don't know that I love it because Elsa was there for you. Or no, excuse me, Gambit was there for you.
Yeah. I mean, I think I just don't like playing Gambit comps right now, which is, I guess, fine. So maybe that means they're going to pivot towards like the Cloak and Dagger Loki stuff potentially, or, you know, Mantis Groot still on the table. They do like playing the Groot comp. So, yeah. I mean, I kind of don't mind it. It's leaning into your strengths a little bit, like we saw out of Yeah, We Lost. Since Sentinels as well don't have that Wolverine player that we talked about, wouldn't be a bad shout, even though you are still letting, you know, one of the strongest characters in the game in Elsa. Just it's almost like, I guess, why would you not ban that first? You're more scared of the Gambit mirror maybe instead of the Elsa. Yeah,
I mean, maybe that's even more playing into the fact that you want to run the Groot composition, right? Like, maybe that's the read here for Sentinels, if they want to shut that down if they do have a free ban available, because they don't want to have to deal with the cleanse. I mean, I don't know, because I'm with you. I don't know that I love it so far, but I'm not sure it's the ideal comp. But again, I do think that this is a solid map for those more traditional front-to-back comps, especially Groot. There's a lot of tight access points that you can play around with setup. So we'll see if they elect to make that happen for 100 Thieves. But Sentinels, in my opinion, so far are winning this ban phase.
I mean, I think it's only, Sentinels obviously want to play the group mirror, or the group mirror 2. They've shown that they like doing it with Crimzo. True. And then the Invisible Woman ban, I don't know if it's, maybe I'm crazy, but I don't think it's necessary if we already ban out the Mantis. Like, we go for then the Doctor Strange doesn't become as crazy if you have Invisible Woman, Doctor Strange team up. And I know it's good still, but I don't know. I feel like it's really benefiting from Mantis damage boosts and is not as strong, especially on this like front to back map. But I don't know, I could be wrong about that. That's a good ban there, and theoretically, I think they would lock it as well. We'll see if that comes through, but I'm with you. You know, I think they're just hard targeting the triple backline. They don't want to deal with it. So that's the thought of this composition. Having Loki there is more so an answer if you want to run less, less healing focused compositions. And they're going to save the Mantis themselves. Okay, we'll see what 100 Thieves are cooking and how it works out for them here, as they will be on attack first. The final ban coming in from Sentinels is going to be, drumroll, that Invis right back. All right. I mean, I think Sentinels also showed that they were not really scared of the Mantis stuff, considering, the fact they banned Wolverine instead of Mantis on their side. So I don't even know if 100 Thieves needed to protect it, but I guess it is making Sentinels have to react with the Invisible Woman, maybe showing they wanted to ban Mantis last. But it is interesting. I think this ban phase is unique for 100 Thieves. I kind of liked how it started. Like, I actually don't mind the Loki protect if we do the right things after it. And I know they're really good on Loki stuff. Like, a lot of these teams are kind of rely on the Loki. Like, I feel like some teams aren't good whenever they have Loki banned. You know, Energy being one of them. Sentinels kind of another team that does that. 100 Thieves, I guess, also like to do it. But regardless, they get to play the Mantis stuff with Self on Ultron, and I think he's going to have to step it up yet again. Kind of a lot of pressure on to both the Mantis player and the Ultron player on this map as we enter the Museum of Contemplation, where we know dive can also be quite strong if certain bans happen. And we get to see TTK on the Emma. I know a lot of folks are going to be stoked about that. Emma Mains in the chat, rise up. I think he got MVP last time we saw him here on the Emma. It looked really, really strong. But we're going to see if that will still happen into a comp of a more front-to-back with, especially with that Elsa pressure, right? Like, there's just so much damage available here for Sentinels with Usher on that Elsa and Ryan Mazing up in the sky. But they haven't found as much success here, Sentinels, with this triple comp. But I think, I like the change of at least having the cloak so you can immediately double ult in to engage hard. But
I'm looking forward to seeing how this shakes out as we start out right now. Usher going to start applying pressure and get that alt charge, 6% climbing quickly. Vinny on that Groot like we expected, and just like you called out, matched right back by Crimzo.
Yeah, I mean, they want it. They don't want to deal with Self on Wolverine because Self can play a pretty good Wolverine, so kind of makes sense. And for them, they haven't shown a ton of Wolverine, so 100 Thieves obviously not scared in that department. Honestly, not a terrible ban phase, like I said, for 100 Thieves, and they have that Cloak and Dagger too instead of the Invisible Woman, which was banned out earlier on, but this is kind of a more synergistical approach to it, in my opinion anyways.
Yeah, and I really like Flame on that. Loki as Usher trades that right back onto Winnie. Delena is able to find one there, but again, numbers evened out. Out go Crystals. Delena doing a good job pulling out a bunch of cooldowns while still getting value. Notice that heal wall in the sky. And Groot that all incredibly quickly. And you can see now, Vinny and Crimzo both way up there in alt charge, and the back line much lower. Usher at 90% already is going to lead the charge so far.
Yeah, Delena's always one of these guys that really does well with a hard pocket. Just plays aggressive, far forward with the damage boost, finds that pick. The ultimate, though, still Usher has Glartrox. Here it comes on the right side. He found everybody. That's 3 into the Glartrox. Goodbye. And here comes the Elsa comments immediately, I bet.
Yeah, I have no doubt that that's probably flowing in the chat right now as Amazing's able to clean up Winnie. And yeah, Usher farmed that ult so quick, already 15% back, just off the back of a massive Glartrox. Full right now, that Glartrox.
Yeah, 100 Thieves a bit of an impasse now with TTK on the Emma Frost, and I'm sure they're going to want to keep playing front to back style a little bit, but that's still giving time again for Usher as long as they don't get KOs. More time. Here comes the Ultron's Rage. Playmate gets okay tap before he can even teleport.
Yeah, that was disgusting by Delena, who's doing what Delena does. Good shots. A lot of cooldowns being burned there by Delena. With the Phoenix lands, it will erupt and dominate the map. Goodbye to all walls, as Vinny will set up here in a moment. Just kind of prepping here. Strangling Prison available as well. TTK playing on that left side, ready to use. Oh, that is a big ult there, just a stall. Can they get the point? They will. Great heads up play by Vinny on that group.
Yeah, huge plays. 100 Thieves took advantage of Sentinel was kind of sleeping at the wheel. Flame with the very late teleport. I mean, there's a lot of pressure on him. Delena's like one of those guys that you kind of least expect to be where he is at all times. Like, he's always more aggressive than you would assume on a flank or whatever. So it's hard to react to. And I think he's very unique in that approach. For 100 Thieves, though, on their offensive side, they do have copy available. They can go aggressive again. And we'll see if they can maybe save this as well with the Sonic Seduction. Dongman on that Meteor M potentially up soon, but doesn't have it to maybe match anything for 100 Thieves' side.
And result available, launching immediately. Going to be walled out, but is going to be able to slide to the side of it. Flame heading backwards now, pulls out a nice guiding point, trying to deal enough damage, and off the back of a big Strangling Prison now, as Crimzo is able to find one. Usher, another onto Vinny. It's going to set the tone a bit, send him back into the spawn door. Plenty of time on the clock here, though, for 100 Thieves, but this is where Sentinels needs to make their stand and get some serious time.
Yeah, again, they're going to have to rely heavily on Delena, but Usher, Glartrox's last fight was huge. It probably could be huge again. I know you have Diamond Form, at least for TTK, to potentially get in the way of it. Also, Usher's well-known where he is. Maybe they use the Meteor M so they can't break it on this engage for Sentinels.
Yeah, another big Glartrox opportunity available here. Winnie with copy. Delena in the sky with Phoenix can be a problem too. Keep your eyes out for those ultimates. Dongman making the switch to the Magneto, and that's for one reason, and that's to try to get rid of C&D. Bang! Oh my goodness, as Vinny goes down from Dongman. Maybe you don't need to get rid of C&D if you can find value in the neutral. Almost getting a two-piece there. Kurova gonna walk them in once more and trying to deal some damage, as said. Just gonna gain a little bit of ult charge for everyone as Dongman's able to take out Delena and take this space.
I mean, they comboed. They followed through Usher, winning with the ult. They followed up, and sometimes you would see like Psionic Seduction with the Phoenix ult combination kind of help peel it off too, make sure they don't break it coming down. But because TTK got Glartrox, it was all ended. Here comes the Sonic now. Can they set up Vinny's ult? He takes so much damage. Ultron on the high ground. Surely they're just engaging now to avoid this Groot ult, and it's just not synergistical right now to 100 Thieves' side.
And we can see now another Strangling Prison, but crystals get pulled out. Well done there by Flame in the backline, as it will be answered right back shortly by Crimzo. Keep your eyes on. The disappearing wall play finds the backline, but crystals get committed now as another answer. Can they find any value? They cannot. Sometimes you'll pull up that wall to call it away, to just surprise them with an ult, as Flame now engages once more. Great blind. Trying to get a pick there, and does with Usher.
Okay. I wonder, you know what? I'm curious if TDK is going to go to Angela now. This is where I think he would, at most times, switch to the Angela to try to pull people out of the cloak hole. Because the problem is now, Flame A was living in these cloak holes. Now their strategists are kind of getting online, and they need to find some way to pull them out of these cloak holes if they're not going to get combos off, right? And Delena's going over to Star-Lord now. Maybe they play aggressive with this sort of engage, but again, they don't have Magneto to support the Star-Lord, and the comp becomes a little bit disjointed compared to Sentinels, who, again, already have the Glortrox.
You can see Usher with another ult available here. And there goes the Galactic Legend from Delena after the switch is looking for some value. Crystals get pulled out, which is always a smart play in cooldown there by Flame in the backline. Done that multiple times now, not needing to commit anything. Great communication by Sentinels to not overplay there with Dongmin in that Meteor M, which is also a decent answer. Usher with a huge Glortrox once more is able to find at least one. Yes, make it two now onto Winnie and Self. Usher cannot be stopped right now, and this is why you cannot allow this pick to go through.
Yeah, I mean, oh god, it's brutal, man. Like, TTK has Psylocke ult, they have also that Groot ult in combination. But again, they use immediately popping the Psylocke, or the Phoenix, or sorry, Star-Lord alongside the Soul Resurgence from Self, and it just does not get value due to this engage of Sentinel. So Sentinel's playing a lot better now with the movement and the positioning they're given. Probably going to try to stall out this fight a little bit longer, though. Maybe Rye's going to pop his ult, help disengage Vinny, or Crimzo just gets a big string the prison.
You can see Rye Amazing with the Rage of Ultron in the sky. Still holding firm at the moment. Going to heal up Kurova. In dire need in that moment. Committed an ult for an ult. Fine trade there as Ultron, gains all relatively quickly here. Strangling Prison is big. Answers with the crystals. Can they burn them quick enough? Answered right back into the sky. That is an even bigger answer, but a great Ironwood wall to slow the pace. And they are constantly countering each other here back and forth, playing checkers at this moment as Winnie engages heavy with another answer. Flame going to do the same right back. And there will be another stall, but Delena at least finds one onto Kurova in the chaos.
I mean, I like the Moon Knight mix-up, at least if they're playing hard front to back. Also, they have advantage in strategy ult department, just walk into these cloaks. So, okay, Usher just finds Delena in the middle of his team. What a pickoff.
And uses those cooldowns to stay up on a height as Millennia now finds Crimzo. We'll put 100 Thieves now up in a number, walking forward as they see Dongmin there with the portal.
Weasel.
See, in a moment now. Will this land? And it does once more. Come on now. Goes over the cart, into a wall. Goodbye as Usher finds two. Crimzo and Rye Amazing will clean up the rest, and overtime ticks down. That will do it on the attack. Well done, Sentinels, on the defense.
Yeah, excellent hold. Sentinels get the job done on second phase. And for 100 Thieves, that's a brutal one to watch. I mean, that was a long hold for Sentinels. They still have a chance on defense. I don't know, am I overreacting? I feel like, what the hell does Emma Frost do in this comp, dude? Like, what the hell does this character do?
Yeah, she's kind of taking a step back in the meta right now. I do think Woods shined with a little bit of love. I think they've seen that, change coming as of in the current client, actually, with a reduction in ultimate to help a little bit, but it's difficult. There's really not a lot you can do. Yeah, there's really not a lot you can attack here.
Yeah, you help set up some of your ults, I guess, but they just could not connect on the opposite sides on really any angle. And then Emma's known as kind of traditionally like a counter dive type character too, right? Like the fact that
counter brawl, a little bit of counter dive, because obviously just one cooldown that really helps, and it doesn't really work great against Venom because Venom has answers and then can escape and pull out an even longer cooldown from you. So, but yeah, with the brawl stuff is great. You can get some charge there off of the Groot walls. And like you're calling, buddy, I think it's a good switch. TTK going over to that Angela. And Dongmin was showing the Emma, but immediately switched to the Mag. I wonder if that was either a communication they were discussing or just more so a call out of maybe not thinking it's the best pick in this. And, as somebody who plays a lot of Emma, it hurts deep down, but I get it.
For sure. Well, it's a bit sad, too, because I feel like we'd see teams, especially, I know we don't have the Gambit and stuff, but we'd see, we lost, for example, would go Self over to the Daredevil probably right now. And I imagine you put Delena over to the Psylocke and you go 2-2-2 dive, right? I know that they have Cloak and they have Loki and Ultron. But they don't have the Mantis, at least, so they don't have a lot of damage output. It could be good. We've seen Dive succeed excessively on this map.
Yeah, and if you're going to go dive, you kind of have to do that, Stally dive with Cap, where you just have him play on point while you're diving, because it's very difficult to find a lot of success with dive on, a bunker-type situation on point. But, yeah, you absolutely can do that with the stall, and they have that in the bag, too. I think Vinny plays a pretty mean Cap. But either way, electing to not do it right now. Sentinels on the attack. Thieves need to step up. They've done it before. Can they do it again? Sentinels could be up 2-0 if they make this work out. Only pushing this point a point and, a little bit more, about, 3/5, but, or 4/5, I guess. As we see now, Millennia staying on that height, does have the BRB available too.
Yeah, they did the thing that I was kind of thinking that TDK's done in the past, where he just goes over to the Angela And this time they lose a lot of space, though. Like, he's going to get a pull maybe onto somebody. He needs to find so many high-value pulls and not get KO'd. Sentinel's still walking up, though. Close to that copy already. Delena goes for the soul bond early. They want to sustain this fight a little bit longer as Melania is coming up on that Rocket Raccoon. See ya in a moment.
Huge play there by TTK, though, and it is going to be combined, but right into Crystals, and you better get value now, as Yusher turns it, though, and is able to find Winnie right there, but the res comes through onto Winnie in that moment. Nobody goes down with all that commitment. Flame going to start up now with the bond, moving them forward. The Sia's out, but it goes goodbye real quick, like, as Yusher's holding on to that Glartrox, and we've seen it before. Can it happen again? And we see some follow-up there. Goodbye once more to Vinny on that Strange in the Glartrox. What do you know? It's absolutely massive again in the cleanup of Winnie and TTK. But Delena going to bring everyone back, saying this comp ain't dead just yet.
Oh, but Dongman has the ult in a second, dude. No ult on the opposite side. Vinny's going to have to block it. You know, the synergy is not there, too. Maybe if they Rocket Raccooned into that group, maybe they would have had the damage output. But Dongman ready and waiting. Here comes Crimzo brought in, but is the damage output there to kill them or KO them? No.
TTK can also block in the sky, too. Not a bad answer, you know, and TTK is definitely going to be all over that, so definitely something you can do to stop the Meteor M. I'm impressed with the 100 Thieves defense so far, but Flame able to find one there. Res right back again with this Loki getting value. Self falls as well to Dongman. Korova onto Vinny, and speak about a curse. They all go down. Portal play might need to be committed here from Self, who's switching now and will start. Can a touch come in to buy them enough time? It looks like it will from TTK, who pays for it immediately, and I'm not sure they can get there. They can't.
No. Dude, Angel is just so goddamn terrible. Like, I'm sorry. Like, this is not good. Like, hey, brother, if we're getting a grab, if you're getting a kidnap on Wolverine, you have the percentage damage to KO a tank. If you're on Angela, that's not going to do anything. Like, I understand that's their answer, that's their solution because Wolverine is banned. But then at that point, you might as well go Daredevil Dive or something. Just get the hell off of whatever the hell that Angela stuff was. It's just not good.
Yeah,
it's good with like Ultron stuff. Like we've seen that Ultron, you know, everybody plays flyers in the sky with the like Human Torch. But right now, look how many Ultrons have little side shift. They just have such a huge edge now in second phase.
Yeah, something woke up with Sentinels yesterday. They are looking consistent, and I actually do like the comps they're coming out the door with. We can't say the same for Thieves right now. And, you know, it's just a question of what they've been running, I guess, in the past. And that Meteor M does not land. Or, excuse me, the Strangling Prison doesn't land, but the Meteor M does, as Dongman gets two there. And Millennia going to try to drive this backwards, but up numbers now, forced out ultimates. It's again in Sentinel's favor here, as we see another answer Strangling Prison, Ironwood Wall, to try to block that and buy some more time, but they're so close here to pushing this through. Yusher keeping the damage out. Meteor M up in the sky, hiding behind the walls. A great answer just naturally in that neutral. And there's Millennia with a nice ultimate there to bide even more time as Vinny's able to come back, and that is a huge retake there from Thieves.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, their solution is, well, now to pull out of that cloak ult. Lena with a reset, 4 resets.
Ew.
Yeah. That's gross, yeah. And, I mean, like, at least with the damage boost, maybe the Bucky can get some more value in that regard. They can string a few fights together as long as you, like, pull people out of these cloak ults and stuff. They just need something to kind of deal with it. And then this is their answer, as well as the Meteor M coming through from TTK, who switched to Magneto. I think that's also a better swap.
Yeah, my thought is if you're kind of forcing them onto this cloak comp, why don't you put TTK on that Magneto, right? Because, like, yes, granted, there can be bubble. Your team can burn bubble. You can't have a conversation where bubble's down in the moment. They are running double there with the Loki, right? So you have 2 opportunities to shut it down, and TTK is so good on that hero. It's not a bad decision, but we'll see now as things continue to progress forward. And again, they're just not running Vanpool either. I'm not sure how I feel about this, but this new comp is definitely better than what we've seen so far.
Absolutely. I mean, fight starts off here. Self does have that Soul Resurgence. Maybe play it slow. Krova goes in with the ult. Can he get pulled out by Delena? On the opposite side, nope. He gets the fade off, does get pulled, but walks back in, so he's still alive. Rudolph, by the way, disengaged, so excellent disengage. But no, okay, Glartrox takes him out. Cloak ult on the right side, but nice job. The Cloak ult saves everybody in that Glartrox. Excellent work from Winnie. But can Vinny, after all of this, hit the Groot ult, or is Dongman going to eat it?
Yeah, it's going to be very important. I think Dongman's been holding that. Saw an opportunity there to make a play, but didn't, as Dongman now holding on to this Meteor M. Could be game-winning, folks. If you're a Sentinels fan, you want to see something now. Thieves, this compositional change has absolutely worked for them. Amazing in the sky. Bubble out. Rage of Ultron. Does that get value? Up goes the Meteor M. Tries to counter. TTK on a Yusher is massive here for Thieves, who have a minute left on the clock. An answer back from Korova onto Vinny off the back of the Meteor M. Could be even more valuable now, as they're so close to this point. Delena gonna reset for days. The Kraken impact 1. Do we see it again? And that's a good block there, even though it does land a little bit. It's not gonna be another again in that moment. And both teams are gonna stall out for the current set of pace. Vinny now is going to start up with the portal to get back to point, and Thieves are still holding this thing right now.
I mean, Flame has copy. There we go. Goes for it this time. I thought maybe Delena would get the hook there, but now we don't have any straddles at all. Vinny falls. Does anybody else go down too? I mean, they have no straddles on the opposite angle. TTK as well. And with 30 seconds left, yeah, that's everything. It's done. Sentinels win this map and are now on map point over 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I think they found their solution too late, and Sentinels just kind of making the right switches at the right time and looked very, very solid, not only on defense there in point two, on their defense, but on attack as well. But, you know, I do think Thieves, like, once they made those switches and they went to a more traditional comp for what they're comfortable with, it looked good. I just don't know maybe why we're not running the Vanpool. I think it's on the table for your team there, and I don't know. I think it could have looked solid.
Maybe, yeah. I think there's definitely some interesting, features there. Actually, no way. So I think they got it through, and then the Wolverine got banned on the opposite side. So, regardless, you're right. Yeah, they could have. But regardless, it's kind of interesting because the only real maybe weaknesses of Sentinels, for example, was like Flame being a little too late with these ults sometimes, getting picked off. Stopped happening towards the end, dude. And then after that, 100 Thieves collapsed.
Yeah, I mean, even through that, Flame coming out on top of 41K, which is evening Winnie there, both on, evening out, with Winnie. But we will see what happens again. It is game set point match here for Sentinels, who could 3-0 100 Thieves, folks. Keep it locked right here. We'll be back right after this break.
Hello and welcome back. Sentinels up in the series 2-0. They find themselves a match point in this all-important series in order to stay alive in this lower bracket. And guys, honestly, I'm like, annoyed is not the right word, disappointed. I feel like 100 Thieves are overthinking this. I think they're trying to be too cute with it. They're trying to do too much. I think they could, like, Vanpool was available. You guys touched on it at the very end there. Like, there was no reason not to go there. I don't see, like, the value they had there. Mantis, like, why is Self not just playing DD? Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, I think that's a good call out. I think, you know, seeing Self's DD over the past few weeks has been a testament to his super strong DD play, right? Like if you use TTK's Vanpool, which is also going to apply a lot of pressure to that back line and help distract while DD does his thing, that's a great synergistic combo, especially on attack. Don't elect to run it. Again, we're not there behind the scenes. We're not there in the scrim, so I don't know what I'm missing from that, but I do think it was definitely an option they could have used, and just not able to find that success. Dog, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it sucks because they had the Wolverine ban against them at the beginning, and, you know, I feel like at that point into that group matchup specifically, especially if the other team's not going to play the Wolverine, like you would assume that, okay, we want to play the group stuff, we'll try to make it work. But their pullouts, everything, they're trying to, like, disrupt the cloak ults was just not there, and yeah, at that point, I kind of want them to mix it up, maybe apply more pressure. I mean, these Loki cloak comps do seem really tough to play against and might actually be, like, the full-on meta at the end of the day, but I mean, regardless, I just feel like their options at removing people out of the cloak ults was just not viable.
Yeah, I do love how much we saw of Cloak and Dagger in the playoffs, which just made this new resurgence. Also, what's up with the Buckies? Like, what's happening? Is that Energy's fault? Is that just like the blueprint he set yesterday? And everyone is like, hold on a second, should we?
I think there's, go ahead and speak to it, Doug. I'm curious what you think about it.
Well, no, I mean, it's like the Bucky definitely provides like solid damage and stuff, but it's again, it's kind of coming down to like they need something to remove them out of the cloak ult, and you know that's really it, because like it's just such a huge giant fruit roll up on the map when Turtle Bond comes out, and like the only way to get rid of people in that is either with anti if you're like Venom with Feast of the Abyss or something, or you play the Bucky, I guess, with the Angela, but those are just not as good as like Wolverine, for example, because the Wolverine not only has a grab that pulls you super far away, but also actually has the damage potential to follow up on it compared to like Angela. So Angela kind of lacks that damage that the Bucky provides, but Bucky's bionic hook just does not pull you as far out of the ultimate against these pro teams.
Yeah, I think we're seeing more of that Bucky stuff too, just because, like, or at least we saw it there from the Team Liquid Citadel because of that. We talked about that Rush, like, brawl comp that they run over there from We Lost. And into that, it's a pretty decent answer because it's all about just CCing and dealing large chunks of damage to the big, like, Vanguard front lines like Hulk. So it's more successful there. Yeah, I like you're right. I think that was the idea, was to pull him off Cloak, right, Dog? And that is a good call out. And Delena played pretty well on it. I think it started working actually better once he made that switch, but it just wasn't enough, or maybe it was just too little too late.
Yeah, now, of course, 100 Thieves once again, map pick for them. Where should they take us here, Dogman?
Well, I mean, they have a few options, I think, in their back pocket. I mean, I wouldn't be too surprised to see something like Midtown, maybe even versus Sentinels. I know they picked that map up before in the past, but I mean, I still think they struggle at points on it. I mean, I think you could play well on it. There's a few different options, or I guess no, they can't go to Midtown. Just kidding. It's a convergence map. Maybe Spider Islands then, I guess, or not Spider Islands. Holy crap.
Central Park, yeah.
Yeah, Central Park for sure, or Shin Shibuya. But yeah, maybe you're right about Central Park. I think you're more on the money than me there, Shib. I
mean, that's still a guess because right now, I'm not sure what they want to do. They're doing things that I didn't expect from them in terms of composition. So. I'm not sure what their thought process is. I think you nailed it, Zoe. They're thinking a little too much. They're trying to be too crazy with it when they could just run a traditional strong comp right now and look great.
Let's talk about what's going right for Sentinels. They do get to play into their comfort. They do get to play kind of what they want to play, right? Like they do get that triple strat through. And they just seem to be at ease. The other teams managed to force them into a 2-2-2 situation, which, quite frankly, Sen didn't look bad in either. But what's going right for Sentinels?
I think there's a lot of things going right. I mean, they've shown the flexibility to play those rogue compositions that they kind of were weak on before. They've been constantly improving. And then it's kind of been the opposite for 100 Thieves. I think that everybody thought, they were like, okay, this team maybe is back. Maybe they're going to start playing good again. No. Okay, apparently not. And for Sentinels, the flexibility gaps have been kind of solved. They still are somewhat having issues, I think, in the strategist line sometimes. Like, I would prefer if there was less mistakes in that department. But they're still playing a lot better across the board. And I think there's something to be said about, Korova as well coming in over Mir. I think that was definitely something a lot of people talked about for a very good reason.
Still 100%, actually. That's crazy. That's a good call out, buddy. Still 100%. That is disgusting.
I do love that. Love that for Korova. Love that for the team as well. What a great turnaround this preseason for Sentinels. But let's see. This is not over yet. It's a best-of-5 series. A lot can still happen. That said, though, there's match point for Sentinels. Can they make it a 3-0 statement here against our 100 Thieves in the lower bracket? I would love to see that.
All right, and we will be heading in a moment here. Symbiotic Surface is going to be just a fun one. I mean, this is last time we saw, Sentinels look really good here too. So it's a little tricky. I'm not sure exactly what the thought is, but it's going to be a doozy to watch. We can see now the float of Strat Pool. But, I don't know if that means that they want to run that Van Pool. Maybe start off Strat to build up some charge or some experience, and then make that switch. But we're going to see the removal, which I had no doubt. Goodbye to that Elsa.
I think every team is starting to pick that up a little bit more. If they, by the way, both Elsa's banned this time, not protecting the Loki as the side of 100 Thieves. Going to take advantage of the Gambito in this fight, but it's going to be interesting to see because, like you mentioned, I think teams are picking up this Strat Pool at the very beginning first fight with TPs. Definitely going to see that a lot more just because it builds ult so fast. But obviously, Van Pool also could build ult. They could fall back and build it as well. But that's definitely been kind of something both teams are doing. 100 Thieves, though, picking this map and then picking attack, trying to set the tempo there, versus Sentinels, who are looking better and better, especially against this sort of mirror composition that 100 Thieves have been playing into. They're not trying to mix it up and are sticking to their original game plan ship.
Yeah, 100%. And just to call it, I think attack is good. Oh, and you can see the Mantis removal and the DD there. The side of Sentinels making sure that now Self can't run that pick, and they are going to lock in that Rogue. See, this is just their new style, dude. They really have expanded their horizons of their composition literally since a few days ago, right? and that is crucial. Being able to adapt like that is a sign of a team that's going to excel here in Ignite. So I'm looking forward to seeing this comp being run again.
Yeah. I mean, I am as well, and I think I agree that sure, like the Daredevil is tough to play against the Loki, and that's why maybe now that the Lokis are banned, you could play it. But that's a smart ban, I think, by them, right, to get ahead of the curve. But, this is another one of those things, like maybe they're getting too cute with it for Sentinel's side, whereas maybe you're predicting something that 100 Thieves weren't even planning to do, because now the Mantis is not one-sided. It will be in the side of 100 Thieves once more.
Yeah, so we will likely see that triple backline being run, but with the Mantis does enable things, definitely, although we've seen it before, not necessarily work out for them. It's a new map, a new mode here, and those who are rooting for 100 Thieves, you better lock in right now. It's their lives on the line for this preseason. But folks, remember, the seasons are ever changing. The metas are ever changing. So if this may not be a team's meta now, you don't know what's going to happen once things move forward into our new patches, especially once Black Cat gets involved. I'm looking forward to that. And again, for those who don't know, that patch, just to kind of hit the nail on the head, is not currently available for these pros. So they're playing off of the last patch.
All right. I mean, we'll see the TP play come out first, probably, but, a lot is left open now for 100 Thieves after that Rogue ban comes through. They get the Mantis, first of all, but they can play Doctor Strange Invis because they got that one-sided matchup as well, and that's always tough. But I guess 100 Thieves haven't shown that they could play that to a super high level. There's a lot of interesting decisions now for 100 Thieves. I think they kind of have a decent ban phase here straight up, but it's a matter of can they take advantage of it, especially in the tank line too, and Sentinels. On the defense, they want to close out over 100 Thieves, obviously keep up their storied franchises' success in these playoffs. And for 100 Thieves, this would be an early exit if they're out, especially with how they looked in the past couple of days. People started to build up expectations again. But there's a lot on the line, I think, for 100 Thieves now to try to come back in this series, as they are down 2 maps already, and this could shut them out of the playoffs in our preseason.
Yeah, you and I both like seeing series go far, so we got to see if 100 Thieves can lock in right now, because right now they do not seem to be. Sentinels are up right now. I would say that they definitely changed their pace a little bit, their momentum on defense. They started to look more like themselves. Maybe that will bleed into this map. The Sentinels are holding on the defense. You can see that Rogue in play, and Crimzo's on that Van Pool, which I think is a smart play.
It is for sure, to take advantage of the situation that you're given playing the 3 Vanguard line. I think Sentinels also love to play triple Vanguard. I know they haven't played it so far today, but definitely enjoying it. Portal's plays coming out on the outside from TTK. Towards the point, actually, just try to zone out this point, kind of control it, get that anchor on, and try to walk up and then block off the Stratus. But it's forcing out cooldowns at the very least. Crimzo's built up that Vanguard Deadpool ultimate.
You know what? I messed with that. That's pretty big brain there from TTK. Shout out to the portal wall, but didn't last too long, and they retake quickly. Amazing, actually, over here on the Rogue. Didn't catch that in my at the moment, but Dongmin able to find one, and that's a big pick as the second comes through. Amazing out of TTK. Really can play it all as the triple comes in after the commitment of the portal. That portal will come back at the very end. It's a 3-minute cooldown. Using that in it, ending like just seconds before that 3-minute mark means they can have it for OT should they be able to touch.
Yeah, I know they've been doing it in scrims, but just haven't been able to play it because it keeps getting banned out in terms of the rogue and the specific matchup that they get. But all three of these Vanguards pump out insane damage. Self now going over to that Wolverine because it was unbanned in this round. But obviously, first fight going for Sentinel's way off of Crimso's ultimate. We're already 2 minutes off the clock. Meanwhile, Shrouded Assault's built. We'll see for 100 Thieves side, though, if they can go aggressively with Delena and get a pick.
You can see Delena now on that offside angle does have the end song available. The bird is the word, as instead the boundary gets committed. Self on that Wolverine. We talked about the storied tale of Self on Wolf is really good. Amazing able to find one on a Winnie, though, to trade it back. Self close to ultimate as Kurova now starts up. And there it is, the bird up in the sky, biding more time, allowing them to push in, pushing eyes upwards. And now you land, once they're distracted, bang, comes in, but does not seem to get too much value. The combo from Vinny, able to find Kurova, though. And now 100 Thieves should be able to get this point moving, but the question is, will the touch come through? And is that portal going to be here? It is.
Portal here, Ryan gets stunned out wall there. Ryan also falls super low because of the Wolverine, who has ult ready to go on the backside. Flows something to the health pack, nearly at it. And Flamemate Usher both fall afterwards. And all this is snowballing after Crimso, outside of that Cloak and Dagger Eternal Bond, went down. One after another, they're falling over 100 Thieves. Looked like around the Wolverine invigorated due to the fact that we were talking about this in EU as well. In EMEA, Wolverine's been such a force and such a dominant character, strong one to play against, and Sentinels don't really play it. See how they change it up on the defense second phase.
Yeah, I think Wolves in a great space right now. That change to alt, for those who maybe don't know, you can actually alt into vertical walls. So you don't always have these weird restrictions where you feel like you can't grab as many enemies as possible. You can essentially lift up a ton and then send them horizontally right into the wall in front of you to deal a ton of damage quickly and have them land while you continue the damage. But yeah, that has definitely helped. We see here the high side is owned by 100 Thieves, and this is what they're looking for, right? They want to play up here, maintain that height, and that's another pick from Vinny, who's on that tried and true pick. Groot Goat, if you will. The tackle comes through from Ryan Amazing, as just steps out of that CC immunity location for a brief moment. Self. Oh, big eye here. It's massive from TTK as they're able to clean up one from it. Can they do more? They can. Well done, TTK now on the Strange.
Yeah, they need to wipe quickly now if they want another fight for Sentinels. Excellent work from 100 Thieves. Self on the Wolverine. You can see why they banned it out last map. It's interesting they didn't in this one just because of the fact that they wanted to run triple Vanguard anyways. So having to deal with Self on the Wolverine is always going to be a force to be reckoned with, as well as 5 ultimates for 100 Thieves side. Sentinels need to find something here.
Yeah, Delena able to take out Dongman early on is a good start there for Thieves, who do get this point, even through the commitment there. Wow, Millennia going to start them up with that Raging Royal Flush, and that's enough to get them moving forward. I believe Flame committed it there too, did actually. Not able to get to the point to touch. That is a mistake you cannot make at this stage in the competition if you want to keep your dreams of taking this preseason home alive, and they cannot make that work. Look at Thieves right now. 3 alts up and available. Crimso, I don't know if I love the thing pick into these group compositions, but they do have enough damage to potentially burn through, but they're going to rely on Dongman kind of being on that damage wall break composition as well, or at least idea.
Yeah, Ryan does slow down the Groot at the very least, but he's able to fall back, and as you mentioned, Clobbering time gets blocked. TDK jumped in the sky with the shield, able to avoid it. Only Vinny gets hit. Here comes that Eternal Bond afterwards. We don't have any other Shrouded Assaults for 100 Thieves side, so at least they fall over now, but they're going to have to keep stringing fights together, like you said, the thing being the only real counter to the Wolverine, and even then, this Groot has been just kind of hard walking. Nice job, though, to find these stagger picks towards the spawn. Nice.
Yeah, that's true. You got to call out the Wolf, right? You see Self getting a ton of value. You know Self has ult from alt tracking. That's a decent switch for that reason. That does make sense to me. The damage coming through, they really don't have too much poke besides Delena, so this can actually work. This is the first time in a bit that I've seen this almost panic thing. Instead, it's more so actually a pretty decent answer to what they're running at the moment. They might have to counter back by Amazing. The nice tackle there. The Rogue Amazing's able to find Vinny early on as Millennia trades that back onto Dongman, who tries to alt backline there. Doesn't make that work for long. There's a plenty of alts available for both sides. Self, Vinny, TTK, Delena shortly, Millennia, Rymazing, Flame, Usher. Everybody can press the Q button shortly.
And they're playing it slow at the moment. Comes that Heartbreaker. Self throws out the ultimate, connects onto 2 with the Eye of Agamotto. That's them all removed. Wow. So much damage coming down range, even through Sentinels engage. All going to go down on the cart, but 2 minutes left to go for 100 Thieves. Actually, not too many ults had to be used either against Sentinels, who committed just their Deadpool ult.
And we can see the reset here now. Thieves do have ult advantage. This is their time to take this before Flame can ult, but he will get ult very quickly. Flame does a good job of playing safe in these moments, and yeah, it's already coming through. So we're going to see hard commitment here in a moment from both sides. It's going to be reactive, and typically when you're on defense, you want to answer that gambit. Yep, and there it is, the answer right back from Flame. We see up in the sky, waiting for a big Groot opportunity is Vinny. Crimzo with the first punch, though, onto Vinny. After using that ultimate, checks it to the face, and it doesn't matter. That's a 2-for-1 trade in terms of ult and KO. Delena finds Amazing, though, to try to turn this back in their favor. Hits the sky and lands down. Yusher now onto Millennia there. Flame trying to find some value on the chase onto Delena, and Will. Nice work there, back and forth, both sides, putting it all on the line. And now ult advantage is going to go over to Sentinels.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, but the 100 Thieves, they're actually winning a few fights. This is a hard one on third phase, especially with Yusher playing that well. I'm a little surprised, I think, for the side of 100 Thieves, or not side of 100 Thieves, side of Sentinels, that they didn't, opt for maybe even Luna and Gambit backline, only because you are playing kind of front-to-back style. Also, they can pull you out of your own Eternal Bond. Early ult from Dongmin try to slow down the attack of 100 Thieves. Maybe it resulted in a pick, though. Big ante onto basically everybody.
Yeah, and some more commitment comes in right now as Korova walks them forward with the Eternal Bond. Crimzo with the clobbering time. Not sure it landed on much, but instead drives everyone backwards. Thieves doing an incredible job avoiding multiple ultimates there and just kiting. Notice just losing Winnie in that fight in terms of ultimate charge, trading it for 3. That is a huge trade for Thieves as they start up now, dropping in and coming in hot. Answers are available here for Sentinels, though, with Amazing and Yusher, and it's all about those two right now. Can they make this work on the back of this huge Raging Royal Flush from Millennia?
Oh, nice push away. I mean, that slows down Rise Heartbreaker. Delena also finds Crimzo in the middle of the fight due to the fact the thing kind of caught in the open. So opening pick, like you said, Raging Royal Flush allowing itself to do that. Amazing falls, has ultimate available as well. 2 down for the Sentinel side. Okay, wait, last stand doesn't get anything. Dongman dodges it on the outside, or was it the cleanse that kept him healthy? Regardless, Flame still trying to pocket him, can't. Delena finds him over the skybox, though. Here comes Yusher, waiting for it, trying to dive back onto a backline, find the gambit, but cannot. The heals are there to keep Delena alive as well. And right now, 100 Thieves are walking down the rest of Team Sentinels as the Raging Royal Flush enters too late.
Thieves doing a good job, though, finding Crimzo, who's trying to stall. Vinny able to find one TTK again, and they will push this thing all the way in OT. That is going to be Thieves ensuring they guarantee overtime.
Excellent disengage, as you talked about, Ashib in the third phase, just waiting on ultimates, biding their time, trying to bait them out. Sentinels on their side, maybe you would have assumed that they would have more people in position to engage off of those. Obviously not. It's the tough part when you can't play Wolverine into your team, right? Like, considering what they're doing for 100 Thieves side, it would be nice to be able to play it, especially versus a group player on the opposite, side. But, for Sentinels on their engage, on their offense, they might have a few choices in their back pocket, obviously. 100 Thieves, same thing. They look really good with the Wolverine, right, Chib? Like, this seems like a good mix-up.
Yeah. Dude, this is what we wanted from them, right? Like, we wanted to put Self on a duelist role. Allow Vinny to go back to the tried and true, something like Groot, which works on these maps that have been available. Have TTK play, the story. He's great on Strange. I don't think Vanpool's a bad option either, but at this point, electing not to do that, because I think Portals are really strong here on point 1, so that's the idea. They had some use with it, didn't get a ton of value, but so it was a decent idea. It's just a better composition for them as a whole, and I think it's working out for them in spades, exactly like we kind of assumed. But I do think everything was off the back of what you called out, again, was them just kiting those 3 ultimates.
Yeah, that was a huge play, huge maneuvers, and, for you, Sentinel's side, I saw Yusher, I think, hovering the Psylocke. I actually wouldn't mind that, or the Daredevil. But it just feels like the Phoenix, it just slows these comps down a little bit. I understand the Phoenix is still good, but we saw earlier what happens when you give up on the Phoenix, for example, with, we lost. You just go for those hard engages, hard ints like you want to do. But the thing is kind of slowing down this comp a little bit. Like, you have a Rogue that wants the hard engage too, but not the follow-up from anybody, really. It's a bit awkward for Sentinel's side. We'll see if they can mix it up on their attack.
Yeah, you can see Yusher there on the Punisher. This might be one of the few second times, maybe, that we've seen Punisher in these comps, but does a good job at burning those Groot walls, and that is going to be the job here for Yusher. Just force Vinny off Groot, go hard damage, and allow your team to walk. And we'll see if it works out for Sentinels here. But again, these comps are just seeming like, old seasons.
Yeah, I mean, we really can't play Wolverine, guys, at all. It's just interesting. But TDK goes down. Nice job from Ride, a kick in the face. And that's going to result in 2 people falling immediately.
Yeah, they're going to try to portal touch this, but there's a lot of CC available here for Amazing to try to stall. They're both looking on in either side here, and they will get this point instantly. Sentinels took that 3-stack with, a great assault. They're bouncing right back with a vengeance here, as we're going to see what happens on this next take. Winnie does have ult available, though.
Yeah, we'll see if 100 Thieves react. I mean, the thing is with the Punisher, It'll be a bit harder to make it work, I think, when these angles kind of come through. Not as many straight lines, I think, for Yusha to get a lot of shots down range. And for TDK, it might force him to switch over to Magneto. But here comes the combination of Ritual Flush and the Final Judgment.
Wow, Yusha with 2 now. Kurova finds Self through the chaos. That's another pick there. Make it a quadro, why don't you, Yusha? Who can apparently play it all. Great take there off the back of the combo. And that's another really strong combo, right? You use that Raging Royal Flush with that Judgment. And next thing you know, everyone is deleted. Folks, you deal 30% additional damage based on every bit of damage you've done every 0.5 seconds. That's kind of how that works. As we see TTK portal right in to try to stall this and guarantee another fight should they win this fight or lose this fight. We see Delena, TTK, everybody popping ults. Who gets more value? I seems to land, and it's big as Self and TTK clean up 2. And that could be enough to buy them enough time here as Amazing starts with a Heartbreaker.
Yeah, he does kind of come back in this fight, slowing down ultimate charge as well, making sure Vinny can't get off that Grudom. He's just getting absolutely shredded, but they're still getting pocketed. Nice heals from Millennia, eventually going to go down. But Rai kind of opens the door back for Sentinels coming back into it, so they're going to use the Meteor M. Self still has ult afterwards if they don't go down. Nice dodge, comes back with that Galactic Legend in the sky, but he's low HP. He needs to get pocketed, so he can't go probably too far. Nice Grudal though from Vinny. Oh my god! They all got stunned in it. Excellent follow-up.
You know what, folks, I said by the end of preseason, whoever has the biggest Grudal, I'll buy their skin for Vanpool. You know what? I think right now it has to be that. That was a 5-stack there from Vinny, which cleaned up everyone else. Really smart decision to buy some time, but again, there's so much time on the clock here for Sentinels on this attack.
Yeah, TDK's still doing a lot, I think, on this Invisible Woman combination with Doctor Strange. If they can keep that up, that's big. I wouldn't even mind him to switch to Magneto, but 3 minutes and 35 seconds in the Streets phase is still a decent time bank for Sentinels to work with. Maybe they can get that Raging Roll Flush. Final Judgment for Yusha, but here's a quick engage from 100 Thieves.
Yeah, coming in hot as TTK finds one out of Kurova. Flame able to take out Self, though, to trade that a little bit. A Strat for a Duelist. Which one's more value? I'd say a Strat as TTK drops Dongmin. And that's another pick here for Thieves who are locking in. And TTK on this Strange is looking built different right now. An absolute raid boss with his team up.
And still holding on to ults. Nice early engage by the side of 100 Thieves, but they did use the Invisible Boundary. They also commit the Phoenix Ultimate in the previous fight, whereas Sentinel's not really using anything. But again, their big engage this upcoming fight is going to be Yusha and Flame, right? At least they don't have to worry about the Invisible Boundary on the opposite side, but that means 100 Thieves might want to play it differently. Maybe melt Yusha in the middle of the fight. Quick TP from Crimzo, by the way.
Commitment comes in now. Portal onto the high ground. Winnie does have ult. Or excuse me, TTK does have ult available. Kurova and Flame able to start now. And they're using that Raging Royal Flush combination with Yusha once more. Goodbye to Vinny immediately. Making it 2. Yusha, do I see more with a 3-piece? We do, as we lose Self and another as a quadra. Oh my goodness, Yusha. Somebody stop this man who almost finds all 6. Absolutely disgusting on this attack.
No, the fuel is being added to the fire, to the flames. Too many Punisher mains being said, or sorry, too many people in social media saying Punisher is bad or is OP. You can see Yusha getting insane value from it. Again, I just want to see TK maybe switch over to that Magneto to help peel it off, but at least that ult's gone. Dongman though finds Vinny.
Oh, more commitment. Wow, TTK able to find a triple Self back. Oh, they do take it. Wow, that's unlucky, but that was clean play. Very clean play.
Yeah, I mean, that was interesting. I mean, they went in with Original Flush. That's the thing, is that it's like kind of Mantis damage boost, gives TTK the damage output to get the KOs, but...
No, I mean, by Sentinels, honestly, right? Like, just get on that point, not even worrying about it. Like, that's the only focus. It's like, all right, go ahead. Use whatever you got, I guess.
Yeah, they've been playing it well so far, playing the macro. Here's Delena, by the way, to hard flank. Goes all the way towards their own spawn, goes for the ultimate. Cloak and Dagger ult actually used by Kurova in the middle of that to just go towards that cart. They're going to try to flip map, probably, as Rai actually tries to chase down Delena.
Yeah, Self finds Kurova there. You talk about a pretty decent counter into Cloak. If you can land that tackle, Amazing finding Delena like we're talking about. Ult advantage going to be up here for Sentinels on the attack still. Vinny now has to get off that group.
I know, this is just like wild though. Like both teams in this like hard flank from Vinny. It makes sense out of him. Rai's just trying to match and mark the flank. But again, Cart's still not controlled by Sentinels. TDK.
Oh, good idea. Oh, still finds one. Even through the fade right there. Great fade. But yeah, it didn't matter. Bubble comes through. More commitment. Wow, Yusha able to find that. As they dip inside of that boundary in that moment. Yusha trying to find a second Crimzo onto Self now. And that will put Vinny in a tough spot trying to hold on. And he goes down from Flame. Winnie trades it with Dongmin. But once more, oh my goodness, the turnaround from Crimzo and Rai now, who are taking control at this point.
Yeah, it's just Dylan on the left. They're able to kind of follow through. Excellent work from them. You know, I'm curious. So Self goes over off of Wolf. They go for a quick portal play from TTK, trying to get as many fights as possible again, like we've seen in previous patches, but it's happening even more so today, trying to be force Sentinels to use some ults out of the portal. As 100 Thieves, maybe they have an opportunity to use their own.
Yeah, there it is. Portal on. Korova with a two-piece. Rai able to find Winnie. Yusher is finding value with this judgment every single time off the back of the combo with Flame. And I'm telling you right now, it really does look incredibly strong into Thieves' composition as they don't have that Magneto.
I guess the benefit from Thieves, though, is that they just use the cap ult. Vinny switches over to Mag
there
now.
It is. Yep.
But regardless, you got 2 ults out, and also Crimson used Clobber time. So these 3 in the previous fight, maybe overcommitment from Sentinel's side. You can find some out of Korova. They need to maybe pull somebody or push somebody out of the Cloakle. But Millennia, again, maybe they can get KOs even with the Raging Royal Flush.
Yeah, Royal Flush comes out, match right back by the Eternal Bond walking forward. Yusher able to find TTK. You can't believe it with this shot. He just locked in right now. Answers are both out there. I'll tell you what, Thieves, I thought had the advantage on this defense. They need to retake and have it one more time. It's in final fight territory here, folks. If you want Sentinels to take this, they need to push this to OT on this push. Whole team got to regroup. Great recommit here from the side of Thieves. We're coming back as a 6-stack. You hear the commitment of the Galactic Legend now with Star-Lord on the back line from Self. Does that seem to land value? We're not sure just yet, as it doesn't look like it does.
We're watching the card for a bit there as the Star-Lord ult happens and the Phoenix ult didn't find anything, so at least we didn't miss much. But Delena finds Yusher again, early pick. Nice job to take him out. Pace of play switch up. 19 seconds left to go. Yusher might have to go for the TP out of spawn
this could be huge. TTK's ultimate in this indoor location, using your vertical jump to propel forwards and electing to not think it's needed. Now trying to find that Gambit. If that comes down, as Flame is in a dangerous spot, but he is going to be able to drop back using some of those cooldowns. Self-peel and self-heal. Portal comes through now from the side of Yusher on the OT. Thieves need to clutch this up. Up in the sky goes Dongmin, bang! It does find Delena as they are holding now once more. The attack now has a chance at this up in numbers. Look at Winnie's positioning way on the flank. Now Vinny goes up with the Meteor M trying to find something. Does that land? It does! Answered right back onto a huge pick of the Gambit. It's anyone's game right now.
I mean, also Dongman used the Meteor M before going through the portal, so I don't think they heard the Meteor M coming out until last second. Delena was obviously the AFK there.
Wow. Oh my goodness.
Yusher! He got 2. Gambit Raging Royal Flush on the defensive side, 2 for Millennia, so maybe they can clutch up.
This is anyone still. What a battle there. What an E from Yusher. Still trying to maintain presence on point, TTK. It's looking dicey. Clobbering time does not seem to land. Likely jumped and shielded there by TTK. Veteran move. Has the eye available now once more. And that is going to be committed on the backline. Looking for Invis. It does. What a play there. Onto Winnie. Yusher finds the pick. Can they take this and push this to OT? They will. Wow. What a fight from Sentinels.
Oh my god, this is an insane match, dude. Like 1-1 now. Both teams have a minute back on the clock due to how the overtime rules work if both teams fully camp out with no time, and that means the 100 Thieves going to go back over to attack first. We'll see if their mix-up is going to be different, but there was a lot of well-timed ults in fights, I think, out of 100 Thieves just at the very end. That hero teleport, I was a little worried because it came out slow too. Like Yusher didn't even pick Doctor Strange fast. Like he was a little late to go for that swap, and also the eventual place down. Like he took his sweet time, but it ended up working out. Like we saw coming through the portal, it's like those Scarlet Witches ship that kind of come through and you can't hear the voice line.
Yeah.
That's what happened with Dongman, I think, because there was no reaction from Delena, who got picked in that fight.
Yeah, I mean, that's big brain, right? You using those ults, I can't remember the exact distance where you can't hear the sound, but Portal pretty much guarantees that's going to be the case. And that was just textbook, lights out there on the attack from Sentinels. And shout out Yusher. What can't Yusher play? The amount of strange work that was done in those fights was next level. Finding 2 early on in point after being down a number, evening the odds, putting it back in your favor, immediately building up to that to the Eye of Agamotto, finding Winnie invisibly over the edge to get that pick was pretty much the swan song for the defensive side of 100 Thieves. And now we are heading to OT, and this is going to be a very difficult mindset to be in for Thieves, who need to attack first.
Absolutely, the aggression there was so smart. Portal play on the offense is not going to utilize first. TDK wants to save it for overtime. We're going to walk up with the same comp they were on before, no Magneto, versus the side of Sentinels, who maybe expected Wolverine and had Crimzo on the thing, but obviously he's not.
We're looking now on the retake. Everybody a little nervous. You can see it on the non-initiation. No one wants to give that alt charge to the backline of Gambit, both of which roughly at similar percentages. Millennia going to be slightly in the advance at 30% here. Flame going to be 10% behind, should have it pretty close. As we see, everybody's just afraid to go down. No one wants to be the first one to go down. Walls are committed now. No Punisher off rip here from either side. Looks like Vinny is doing a good job trying to own that space. Takes a ton of damage and now essentially feeds Millennia on the backline on that all charge. And now Millennia's at 70%. About 10% over.
Yusha's given so much space. This is usually where we see like Delena kind of come through in the clutch on the off angles, but oh gosh, it's the damage that you talked about. Yusha on defense. They still have to give a lot of space. Also available now for Winnie. They know Straddle first, but okay. He goes down to Self, or Self goes down.
Amazing, doing a great job here, finding one, but takes a ton of damage, and now Vinny able to trade that back. Big value now, a two-piece is Vinny gonna find TTK onto Crimzo, and that will do it here for Thieves on attack. They will get this point and get it walking.
Oh my God, I mean, where's our Straddles in that fight, I suppose? Like, too much damage coming on the offense. Kurova getting staggered, obviously, because the cart moves on auto till it gets past this first little doorway. But that's just interesting. They didn't Rage and Roll Flush or anything in the previous fight. They want to go for now. Now they have ult advantage coming into 100 Thieves.
Portal comes in. They're going to play off that to attack early. They want to ensure that it doesn't get too much space. Very smart play. But it's... Oh, wow, Crimzo. Deletus there onto Vinny. Out goes a big eye of Agamotto. Doesn't find value. Isn't enough. Delena takes out Flame. Delena in the sky now with the end zone. Bang. Goodbye. Goes TTK. Yusher, excuse me. And that should shut it on down as Dongmin gets a pick.
Yeah, excellent re-engage by Sentinels there, but regardless, 100 Thieves capped the first point, got to that location with the portal. Oh my God, it was close. And, you know, maybe going in hindsight, maybe we use the portal first to try to get quicker fights, but they played slow build straddles from Winnie. That kind of won the first fight. Offense, though, should, like, does Sentinels mix it up? You know, they're not against the Wolverine anymore. Do we get off the thing, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, I would say so, on offense at least, but we'll see what they decide to do in a moment. Yeah, I mean, that's a huge attack from Thieves. Whether, you know, you say, all right, they're barely pushing on point two, that enables this side of Thieves to have a guaranteed portal fight on point two, as long as they don't commit portal on point one, which I don't anticipate happening with a minute. Which means they have a chance, no matter what, to stop this. So shout out Thieves, who are looking good right now. You can see Yusher is predicting potentially Vinny on that Groot, and guess what? That's exactly the plan right now for Thieves. And is it too predictable here? Yusher, that could be a big counter and give them enough space for Sentinel's attack to take this home.
They're doing the play, Shib. They're doing the play. They're doing the strat.
Oh, they are. I love it.
Yeah, we're going to see that cheese, you know, real quick TP play in, try to build ult fast, win the fight. As you know, soon as possible. Self trying to predict it though, right? Not going for the Wolverine, going for the Psylocke this time around. It wasn't the Starlord earlier. Don't mind that mix-up, but let's see if Sentinels can take advantage of this quick Stratus ult that we built from Flamme.
And let the games begin. Yeah, it's a little early on the stun. And that is going to give them enough time for the portal. Good idea from Delena. If it was just literally a millisecond later, they had that stun and disrupt this plan. Dongmin playing it safe, though, on the backside. This is going to give guaranteed height. And honestly, this enables Crimzo a lot more here with Thing, because you have this corridor to battle and protect your backline on. And that's the idea of this comp. They just want to play this slow and guarantee they can take this.
I wonder if you just don't shoot, but then it's too late because you have to shoot him on that angle. Build your own ults. Here comes that Bane Hammer on the backside, but can they capitalize? Are they aggressive enough? Looks like they go low. Eventually, they're still in there, but no KO just yet. Everybody's so low. Cooldown's forced down.
Yeah, this is a crazy start right now. Flame used that ult early to stay healthy, but pays for it as Delena now finds oneself. And Delena with a two-piece stepping up in a clutch moment. Goodbye to Dongmin here, and they might try to stagger Yusher if available. No, they don't even need to. Portal was committed. It's 7 seconds on. They can't get here. I do not believe, unless this Venom can touch, if they go Venom. And they will not. We are going to see, oh my goodness, dude, another map here. And that's just how it goes with these two teams.
What? This is just crazy. Like, why are we still on the Thing when they're not on Wolf anymore? I don't know, dude. You know, maybe Crimzo likes playing the Thing. I get it. I understand it. But, man, that just was crazy back and forth between both squads. Winnie going to be the MVP in that one. He definitely had the clutch invisible boundary to go aggressively on their attack to enable them, and then also with some clutch plays on defense. Same thing, good positioning with the squad. So 100 Thieves, I mean, they can start something right now. It doesn't matter the mistakes the enemy team made or the mistakes you made. If you could reverse sweep, you've seen it done before so far in these playoffs. It's totally possible.
History doesn't always tell the full story. You just hear the finish, and it's all about who wins here. If Thieves can come back, that would be insane. But I will say, I'm with you. I think the idea of Thieves Comp was running that strap pool, get that all early because you can essentially bunny hop off your team, alt early, and commit with, hoping that would be enough to keep the thing healthy, to walk in and get a clobbering time, which you can farm pretty quick. The idea of their comp was just get alts fast, but it was not. It was just to no avail, I guess, on that attack. But folks, we are going to see what happens as it is a 2-1 situation right after this break.
Once again, we have a series on our hands. Again, there is just something about the two of you casting.
We get lucky. We get lucky. I mean, there's so many good games as well. Like this whole tournament, Zoe. It's been quite the preseason for sure.
Yeah, no, it really has been. Like, those teams refuse to lose. And that's exactly what we want to see in those elimination matches in the lower bracket, right? Let's talk about how they got it done, though. Heading into this map, we did say that we want to see something more traditional coming out of 100 Thieves, and that's exactly what they delivered. We did see Self back on that duelist. What else stood out that enabled them to get the victory here, Chip?
Yeah, I think, well, one, Delena did great matching up to Yusher, finding more finals, more damage by 100, which is insane. So that matchup was worked out well. Vinny and TTK back on tried and true Vanguards, I think is honestly the reason why things looked more consistent. A consistent 2-2-2 comp. They looked solid doing it, especially in moments of clutch. Big ults from the Vanguards. It just, everybody found their value. And even Self being out on that Wolverine whenever they needed it, that's a threat that's always going to be a problem. So yes, I think Thieves kind of step back into their own there.
I think the only real negative with the 100 Thieves side is, they still kind of made mistakes. Like, I still would have liked to see maybe TTK go over to the Magneto or something. There's definitely debate to be made there with the Invisible Woman team up, but I mean, still, I wouldn't mind it. And also on the opposite side for Sentinels, they looked uncomfortable. I mean, Yusha went over to Punisher of all things. They just really don't want to play Wolverine, and you can keep leading into that. I think just keep making them play tough comps to play that like Vanguards that are hard to KO without a Wolverine.
Yeah, I mean, in Yusha's defense, it worked until it didn't work, right? We saw the switch over to Magneto, and then the Punisher was kind of like, meh. But, if you all still find some value there, the switch up just may have not come quick enough. Also, Rymazing on the Rogue.
Yeah.
I like that, actually. I was a fan. Rogue-mazing, is that what we're going with?
Yeah, Rogue amazing. It was good, really good. 14 finals, 26k damage. I mean, and just the pressure. I shout out Rymazing on that Rogue. It's good to be able to have who also plays Mantis, can really play every single role for that team.
Truly amazing. What a guy.
This game, here's that guy. I mean, he can play everything. Everybody that has the flexibility in this game are really starting to make it towards the latter half of the tournament. Celestial Husk could be the next map, but this is like such a game of, honestly, mistakes almost. Like, it feels like we see teams like Team Liquid, Citadel, and it always is like this. Like, whenever I watch back VODs, I'm just like, okay, you know, how do we lose this fight? That's really the most important question, I think, for every team to answer is what's happening? How are we losing? Is it a comp issue? Is it a player issue? Is it like a location issue? Because even the smallest mistakes are going to cost you these games. And, you know, you can't make mistakes for both teams.
Yeah, I feel like comp issues or like draft issues, like that's an easy fix to some extent, especially when the players have flexibility to like just switch it up. But yeah, when it comes to just like mechanical mistakes, that's just everyone has to play their best. Everyone has to lock in. You can just not afford it, not on this level where the other team will pounce. They will pounce on any mistake, any opening they can find.
Yeah, and you got to be clutch in OT. That's huge too. I mean, Thieves looked really good in OT. They walked him. It was just so much pressure. Everybody was, see, that's the downside. I think the weird everybody's hesitant to give Gambit alt charge, right? So everyone plays safe. But the next thing you know, in an OT situation, you're backed into a corner. You lose one, and then you're like, all right, why did we just not deal damage on the way in and try to find a pick? It's tricky, and Thieves definitely took advantage of that. Looked really good.
They really did. And now we're going back to a domination map, obviously, in the best of 5 after the third map. The other map types and everything that hasn't been played so far opens back up again. Domination, I feel like that's something that Sentinels likes to play, though, so it makes sense for them to take us back here.
Yeah, I agree. I think you know, they've done well on the map type before. I think map 1 they've succeeded pretty well in, you know, the specific comp that they're playing. They just need to go back into banning Wolf. I think that was kind of a big reason they started winning the previous maps. Probably just keep getting rid of the Elsa still, and maybe the Gambit comp still going through is fine. 100 Thieves might be, like you mentioned earlier, we're getting too cute with the Loki Protect before. But ever since then, on the last map, I think if they can keep playing Wolf stuff, maybe keep it into the modern meta, which is that composition, they're going to succeed. It's just a matter of not letting the side of Sentinels play their own game.
Yeah, I mean, we could see some stall comp potential out of these teams too. The triple Vanguard line's not out of the question by any means again on Dom, but I do think when you have Cap available, and both of which can play Cap pretty well, the Venom, if you're feeling comfortable on it, Groot's not even bad. I mean, you just want to try to stay on this point as long as possible. Both teams haven't done it better than, I would say, some of these other teams that are in Ignite right now. They don't have the confidence on it, but they do have the potential to run it. That's the weird thing about these teams. Like, they have so much versatility, but it's not like they're just the very, very best of the line right now at any of those comps.
Yeah, it feels like they needed more time. Like, everyone else was just ever so slightly ahead of them, and both 100 Thieves and Sentinels are just like a week behind, or maybe 1.5 weeks behind. Or am I tripping? That's kind of the sense I'm getting here, Dogman.
Yeah, they're making like those small mechanical mistakes that are sort of ironed out through, you know, more playtime, like you said, Zoe. So that is an excellent point, and they can keep improving in that. Like, I was starting to think, like, especially after Museum, I'm like, okay, does this 100 Thieves team need to make changes, especially in the Vanguard department? You know, when we talk about 100 or for Sentinels, maybe changing it up in the duelist department. The fact that we can't play Wolverine is kind of a big deal. You know, or it's like you said, maybe just give them an extra week, maybe just give them more time to figure out those heroes, because these guys are all pro players. They're all good enough, and this is kind of what we talked about. Like, a lot of this game is a confidence thing. A lot of it is believing in your teammates and making the right plays at the right time. Like, that's how teams like We Lost are now into the next round, is through that confidence in not only each other, but the team's game plan.
Did you guys feel like any of the players has been more quiet today versus what we've seen from them previously here in the playoffs?
In terms of quiet, that's tough. That's like a hard call out. You know, it's tough. Maybe Dongmin, I'll say, because Dongmin has looked really good, at least in the last map. because Dominance looked really good on that Strange, on that mag. Didn't get as much value with it. Did a lot of damage, but final department just wasn't as significant. When you look at like TTK with 14, Vinny with 9, it ends it with 5. But that is just finals. At the end of the day, still going down 13 times. So maybe that for that map exclusively. But again, I think it's kind of any given map for these teams right now that somebody's maybe not performing as much. But I wouldn't say Dongmin didn't succeed prior to that because he was looking great in the 2 maps prior. So it's tricky.
Yeah, I'd probably piggyback off that. I'd probably say like Delena, but also that's because Self's playing so good, right? So, you know, the best players that we saw in previous days maybe just being outshined in other departments.
Yeah, also obviously like some focus onto those players that previously stood out will do the trick. Now I do see that the teams should be ready any moment now, and that means we're heading into map number 4 already. Still match point for Sentinels. Can 100 Thieves tie this one back up and bring us all the way to map 5?
All right, folks, lock in. Here we go again, as I have no doubt we're going to see the removal of Elsa, unless they want... Yeah, okay, I was going to say, you should be a problem as well as the side of Delena, but they might match up again on the Phoenix. That's kind of been the answer. Last time, Delena came out on top in terms of finals and damage. I wonder if that's going to be the case here for Dom, as comps will be vastly different.
Yeah, 100 Thieves definitely have performed better after getting rid of the Elsa. I mean, that's been a problem, and both teams love to play the Phoenix stuff, and that's kind of like my worry is that I don't know, like with Gambit, I understand that Phoenix is good, but maybe I'm crazy. I just like the Star-Lord or even the Psylocke or even Daredevil can take advantage of it a little bit more. But you know, we've seen Phoenix be in the meta ever since even the nerf. She's just such a strong hero, right?
Yeah, she's got a lot of self-sustainability and just peel and movement. Like, she can peel back line with the stun. There's a lot of answers there, but it's like, you know, you could say the same thing for, like, you know, when Gambit's through, Star-Lord's really good, like you're saying. I think he's a great one duelist when you have to run the solo because can kind of fit, you know, into any comp. Can play more aggro, can dive with that Blaster Barrage, has a really strong ultimate that combines with Gambit, obviously, and then can one-clip if you're solid. With aim, which all these players are at this level. The removal of DD here for Sentinels, I think, is another smart call onto Self, because I think Daredevil on this map particularly, there's a lot of flank angles and height to take.
I think they banned this out last time instead of the Wolf, and it kind of led to being a bit of a mistake for Sentinels, but they do at least get Invis this time. That was banned out at the very end. We'll see what the side of 100 Thieves want to do, because they go for that Rogue Protect last time, didn't fully capitalize off of it. At least if you have the Invis, maybe you can counter the Wolf is in what kind of in their head. And then I guess if the Daredevil was less counterable than the Wolf. But still, regardless, I mean, I'm curious if that really enables them, because both teams actually go for the Invis Protect. So are we going to see a similar thing on both sides?
Yeah, and just to reiterate, or just to follow up on what you're saying, to explain, when you have Invis on your team, folks, you can use that force physics to disrupt the tackle there, that feral leap, when you see Wolverine just, you know, hugging somebody and carrying them a mile away. That's the idea there. You won't maybe see it as much as you're climbing ladder, but at the top it is a big issue for Wolverine as a whole. And does things like counter a lot of those movement cooldowns from Cap, from Venom, from Strange, even getting rid of Eye, but... And it also enables, right, when you have the Invis, you enable your Strange, as we're seeing Dongmin floating that Strange here, which could be a big problem. But we're going to see. I like the comps so far. I want to see what they actually come out of the door on. You can never really see the true comp until the game starts.
Yeah, we'll see as they move it through. But, you know, 100 Thieves need to keep this momentum up, right? Obviously, Sentinels won the first 2. 100 Thieves now winning 1. You know, just one game at a time, kind of string them together, right, Shib? Like, just... need to start getting the momentum back on their favor, because I think they won the last map even despite some, you know, subtle compositional mistakes or, you know, player mistakes, whereas Sentinels obviously lost that in a very similar way. So this should still be a close one, but 100 Thieves, you know, do they start coming back after another Sentinels map pick, considering they've, you know, looked good in days prior, but again are still up and down, inconsistent compared to, you guys brought up earlier, Swamp Gaming and TLC.
I gotta say, I really do think that this start here for Thieves is a good look. This is a really good comp. This is a very solid comp for them. Play more traditional TTK on that Vanpool. Got to get those levels early on though, before it's starting to become the problem. Crimzo doing the same. Both teams got a pretty decent start in composition here. See whose is more valuable, and both of which are running that Star-Lord. Let the games begin, folks. A placement here as the portal just used as protection for the moment. Gets them onto that point in positioning, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough, as they both will be able to take this spot down on the low side pretty quickly.
Yeah, playing towards that main. Flank angle is controlled by 100 Thieves with Delena. Both teams want to play this sort of front-to-back style, so I'm curious how, you know, enabled are they by these off angles? How controlled are they on Delena? Like, he just needs to not go down, not die. TTK already with a fast ultimate. Same thing with Crimzo.
Yeah, and they're going to try to make something work there. Likely looking for a level before it's committed, and there is the commitment now. Crimzo trying to do the same. Does not find the value yet on either side. You see here now. Both teams playing a little bit passively, trying to test each other, get a feel for the comps, get those alt charge, that alt charge up. Excuse me. Yusher finds Delena, and that's the first start here for Sentinels. That's what they need to start getting that momentum and move forward. But you can see in the back line, Vinny trying to apply some pressure, gets low in terms of HP, forces out a ton of those cooldowns to move, and Flame gonna walk forward and take out Self, and now Sentinels will get this point early on.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I like the comp. I just don't know. Like, I don't like what 100 Thieves are doing. I mean, they're playing slow. Sentinels were obviously playing slow and looking for Delena. That's what we were saying. Like, the main thing with this comp, especially, is just to kind of live and play your life. And I don't know, like maybe take a page out of Sparker book. Rest in peace, now eliminated. But you know, play that front to back style on the Psylocke. Don't have to force the off angles. I think somebody like Nectar does a similar thing. But different fight. Both teams are going to have the Raging Roll flushes, maybe combinations available for Yusher. We've seen these fights end just as fast as they start.
Absolutely true now. Crimzo gonna put out that bubble. Drop backwards as Yusher's ready for the same. A lot of commitment comes in as Amazing finds one on himself with the combination. Yusher takes out Delena and is on the chase here off the back of that. Oh, flush. That's just going to be a full delete as Amazing finds another Yusher again onto Millennia. And everybody on the Thieves falls down and heads back to the spawn door. 45% in climbing here for Sentinels. Korova, Yusher, Dongmin, Crimzo will be alts in the next fight, with the answers coming in from Winnie and Vinny. Didn't mean to rhyme there. Natural, as Delena also has that dance.
Yeah, it's available, and they need to string some fights together. They need to get something going, man. Like, that last fight, fully controlled by Sentinels at the choke point. Obviously, it's easier on the defensive side. But again, trying to focus on Delena in that last one. Delena goes with the ult. Vinny there to maybe help support it, but they need to get a KO with it, or at least force out Strat ults, and they don't.
And nothing yet, just driving them back into that corner. That's not necessarily a win, because now Stack can be prepared to answer. And there was no commitment yet. As we see TTK and Crimzo both start. Amazing immediately finds Self now. And once again, Rise coming out on top of these early picks, and that's sometimes all it takes. Vinny trying to escape there on the cap. TTK playing off on the right side again. So building towards that experience, but Sentinels already are up 90% on the first map. We've seen stories of comebacks before, excuse me. But will this be one of those tales?
They're going to have to really push it now. Vinny going aggressive, taking so much tracking. They're kind of just getting shot off these off angles. Everybody playing together on Sentinel's side. Captain America ult goes in, but they might get baited into this Phoenix ultimate, which can get rid of all their shields. But he plays patiently, plays it slow. You should be doing a good job doing that so far throughout the series. I mean, he's just been smart with them. Also not missing a single shot. And everybody in Hunter Thieves has been forced back by the Phoenix, as this is probably the best we've seen Yusher on Phoenix so far.
Commitment comes in now as we see Flame able to find one on Winnie. That's a number up as the bird's in the sky. Will that find value? TTK gets very low, but not low enough. Delena at like 100 HP, 2 escapes as TTK, Vinny, Delena are able to find 3. They turn this back, but Rise says it's not over yet. Trying to take out Self, but it's too little too late. They're both just kind of dancing around that natural cover, and 100 Thieves are going to get their first ever percentage on this point on this map.
When he switches over to the Jeff now, so they're on a little bit of a different comp. Millennia going over to that. Well, actually, Winnie's going to be the one on the Luna. Went back to spawn just for the speed boost. But for Sentinel's side, I mean, they do a good job playing it slow. But maybe they play it too slow now. 100 Thieves have control of these angles. We need to not take too much damage from Yusher, but look how hard it is. I mean, this guy just does not miss.
I know, right? This is the kind of aim you dream about. As you can see, Yusher providing that pressure right now, dropping backwards, trying to stop Delena. They're stacking right now as a unit playing around that shield. Great moves there. TTK finds one, but Yusher able to trade that right back into Vinny, who tried to play on top of that Psylocke. Dance of the Cutterfly. Delena escapes after the fact, which is some good movement because everybody was prepared for that. But now the only ults available are going to be TTK and Dongmin for this current moment. Crimzo and is going to be right behind TTK. Flame now there as well. And there it is, folks. Everybody diving in. Crimzo frozen in the moment. Does have that ult. Decides to not use it for now. TTK and Self are going to find those picks, though. Start them up. And once again, Thieves are going to come out on top, but they do not have a lot right now. And still Millennia and Vinny have those ults, but those are 2 answers that can buy them more time on point.
Yeah, they're kind of stringing together, you know, the space as well, provided that Winnie is able to do a little bit more. Also, excellent job to capitalize on those Vanguards eventually pushing up from the pressure the Phoenix provided. Everybody playing these tight angles, these corridors. not giving the LOS towards that Phoenix, and eventually Sentinels were trying to capitalize, push up, take space, but the disengage after that was perfect from 100 Thieves, who are now setting up with another flush and the Star-Lord Galactic Legend, which will be a lot easier to set up on defense, and Sentinels don't have that very same combination. Going to rely heavily on Crimzo, connect down south in the sky, and maybe Kurova's ult.
There's that invisible boundary now. As we can see, Kurova holding them onto the point, giving them enough space to be able to touch so that it can guarantee OT stays up there in percentage. TTK providing that pressure, and now Thieves are looking locked in as Vinny starts up. Match right back. Invisible. Oh, wow. Ayavagamoto doesn't seem to land and get much value. Crimzo commits. Same with Winnie now and Vinny as Self starts up in the sky. Will that be enough as Amazing answers it right back? But who gets the first pick? That is going to be everything. Usher with the bird. Going to come down and dunk onto the backline. Bang. Does that get a pick? It does not. Millennia onto Crimzo. Thieves are up in numbers, but Amazing tries to even it out. Flamay does the same, but it doesn't matter. Thieves take this point and come back from a 99 deficit.
And that's a huge win for 100 Thieves, especially on Celestial Hand. That map, I think, is sort of enabling Sentinel's playstyle with the sort of bunker Phoenix comp. But now that we move over to another map, I mean, sure, it's going to be more open, but I think the strats are not going to be able to bunker as much as they did. Regardless, excellent work from 100 Thieves. The dives coming through perfectly. The Captain America plays out of Vinny have been nice as well. And Sentinels, I'm sure, have to think about a lot after that one, because that's another round loss at 100 Thieves. You have to be worried now as a Sentinels fan. Are they starting to string together, these games? Especially, you were right there, Shib. They had it 99, and Sentinels just reverse sweeped it.
Yeah, I mean, that's just on your mental at that point. That's just on your comms and your decision making at that point, because realistically, you can lose some fights. Your only goal at that point is to force them to use ultimates, so you have an ultimate fight to win. And it seems like they maybe committed multiple, different ults at different fights, thinking, oh, we can maybe win this one, we can maybe win this one, and that's just not the thought. It's let's force out whatever we can. We commit together no matter what. But they just weren't able to make it work. Thieves, though, with an insane comeback there, are trying to send this to Game 5 as we look at the start of this map.
Starting off, we're going to have Winnie with the team up with Vinny. And 100 Thieves obviously putting TDK back on the tank pool has looked good too. He's been a prominent figure, a reason why 100 Thieves have been winning this for sure. But Sentinels do have that flush. Nothing on 100 Thieves' side. They have to take advantage before any ults are built. But again, TDK is close to ult already.
Flame going to start off with that Royal Flush, using these cooldowns to stay healthy, and that's kind of how you have to play the game. But now, Crimzo with a nice pick there on a Millennia on this cap, and Crimzo, a mean cap, already getting value. Self matches it as Usher goes down there. Flame trying to stay healthy, good movement once again. Front line looking dicey, but what do you know, it's a cap, and that's going to be a nice pick. Good prio in that moment to get the pick prior to the heals and go back to Crimzo after the fact. And now, this is just such a battle. These teams do not want to go down to each other, and it's a beautiful thing to watch.
Self trades back right, amazing too. So it was a good pull by Kurova to enable them to get that KO. But they still have to give up all this space. They also use the taunt out of the Deadpool. So cooldowns mean we need to back up. We have nobody to secure the point. Dongman just dive in, but again, like you said, he doesn't have the sustainability without that cooldown. Finally, they control the point, and Amazing is going to switch over to Deadpool in this next effort on the round.
Yeah, DD available there. And we see Crimzo does have that freedom charge. Kurova with the invisible boundary. Millennia is going to have that Royal Flush early, and that should net Thieves the advantage in this fight. But it can be answered here by Crimzo, which should give the ult charge boost to Flame to have his ult as an answer. Remember, folks, Cap not only gives you that over health, but you do also get ult charge increase 20% here after the changes. As we see the pick come in from TTK, who just looks so good on this hero. Wondering where this was in the past. Kurova finds Self, though. Trade this a bit, and that is a big pick as Crimzo is down, Self is down. They both had ultimates.
Like they're trying to mix it up, though. Having to walk in, like you said, Self has ult. Raging Royal Flush available. Sentinels do have their own. They actually pop in with TTK's ult early. Raging Royal Flush on the opposite side met. And Self actually decides to pop the ultimate this time.
And we can see, again, match back and forth. But using it on Self there is tough mid-all because it won't miss, but it doesn't matter with a good chase down. Dongman finds that pick right. Amazing onto Millennia is another one there for Sentinels who want this point. Can't seem to get it.
Yeah, at the current moment, forced away. I mean, TTK shoves TTK, or gets shoved over to the health pack side. Winnie able to check down Ryan Amazing and himself off the map. The Self tracks down Usher. They're still kind of delaying the point too. 100 Thieves still in control. Self doing a good job focusing on the overextended divers. And oh my goodness, tracks down Usher, who has been quiet so far, finally switches over to Psylocke. Kind of what I wanted to do on the previous round, considering how fast-paced 100 Thieves are now moving. Even if you make mistakes, it feels like the Psylocke combination with the Star-Lord at least has so much aggression available to it.
As we see Rye Mazing finding one, and there's that DD we were expecting to see from Rye. Has it in the bag. That's a two-piece now. Korova drops a... Yeah, exactly. That's just going to be a full team sweep. Well done. As Thieves now are going to have to respawn Vinny. Forced to stagger a little bit here. Tries to find a pick in the chaos. Would have been a nice trade. And Crimzo finds Millennia to even that out. But now Thieves are up 98%, and Sentinels are on the climb. Can it be the inverse of what we just witnessed last time, folks? It starts again.
But now is this his worry? You know, is Korova going to be too easy to KO instead of being on like a Jeff with the Venom team up and stuff? For 100 Thieves, all they have to do is win one fight. Straddle, it's available, sure. We'll see if Delano wants to use it to maybe force out something and then go with Vinny's ult or even combine, because this Venom ult could land flush.
Ultimate advantage, roughly even. Vinny going to be close with Delena there. And Flame going to be there close as well, right even with Millennia. So it should be a few Qs pressed in a moment as we see the commitment come in. There's the match right back. You see the dance of the Cutterfly from Delena gets paid for as Rye chases that down. That's going to be the first start for the side of Sentinels, who do want to try to sweep this back in their favor. And what would be the odds of that? Of a full 100% retake, where statistically, if you get point first like that and you take it up to that number, it is a very difficult thing to do. We'll see if it happens once more. These teams are just downloading each other, understanding their strengths and weaknesses, and exploiting them for days. Ult advantage even in this next fight.
This one-sided Daredevil's been huge, but you have to wonder, the 100 Thieves already get too high up in terms of percentage. They'll have that combo with Self and Millennia soon. Sentinel's 100% aware of it, and they have their own. PDK does have that Deadpool advantage, at least, so that's more damage downrange.
Yeah, a ton of commitment now. Self in the sky combined with that Raging Royal flush is matched, and Self comes out on top of Usher in that fight, as it's still going to be stalled for the current moment. TTK finds Rye Mazing. 100 Thieves want to take this back. A lot of commitment of ultimates there. Portal play could be enough for them to get back. Crimzo tries to stall, but pays for it as Self and Vinny clean up the rest, and Self one more onto Dongman. Portal play will be everything as Usher preps that now, and they know what's coming. Can they make this happen and retake, folks? As we are in an OT situation, Thieves could take this and push to Game 5 if they win this. Sentinels would end, or at least push us to map 3, excuse me, on domination.
Well, Crimson stalling. They have Rise ult soon. He needs to not go. Oh! They don't. I'm going to be sick.
That is a tough watch right there. That is insanity. A single frame off the point makes you pay for it, and that's why point is everything. TTK on the Vanpool, your MVP. And folks, we have ourselves a Game 5. What do you know, dog? That's just what we do here. It just seems to be this case. And I got to reiterate, TTK, dude, why are we not allowing this guy to play the Vanpool more frequently?
He's playing with it for sure. I mean, like, he's been a consistent factor of the team. It just plays that Vanpool to a high level, like you said. Oh, man. I mean, 100 Thieves, they look reinvigorated, dude. They're coming up on the reverse sweep now. I'm sure their fans are starting to get a little hope. And that's what they like to do to you, dude. 100 Thieves pulls the heartstrings, you know? They're the drama team, right? They have maximum cinema when we watch them every time.
Oh, this is just absolute cinema indeed, folks. That's the first time I've ever said it on cast because I can't believe it. Game 5 we go. Keep it locked right here. We'll be back right after this break.
well, and here we are, another map 5, because boy, that one hurt though. That was egregious. That's one of those C9s where you may or may not be telling your grandkids about it, because that one sits deep. Alas, maybe it's just good fan service because we are heading all the way to map 5, so that's what we wanted. We wanted a close series. We got a close series. Let's talk about what went down here, because honestly, 100 Thieves played this one really, really well. I love the way they are able to just recover, not get into their heads, and just play it really clean.
Yeah, I mean, coming down 100% on map 1 is already a feat in and of itself. But then looking really good there on map 2, for sure. TTK on the Vanpool. I mean, we were saying that from map 1. I mean, game 1. We were like, why is that not happening? It's just, this is so fun to watch, dude. I'm having such a good time with this, but it's just, these teams, man, they're just so storied. Every time these two duke it out, I don't know why.
They're just it's the match made in heaven. You know, it's kind of like Lunex and Yeah We Lost, similar thing, right? Like it just feels like these two teams always go together. And same thing with Sentinels. Sentinels also had another close game with NRG. So this team also loves to just make everything stressful as hell. Yeah, stressful as hell. That's pretty much the theme here. I do see or love to see the evolution of those teams and players individually. You just pointed out TTK, right? Playing that Vanpool. And that worked so well for them, right? And then on the other side, like, yeah, amazing on the Rogue. Like, that's something we've not seen before. It put in so much work that obviously, like, the Rogue ban had to come out for this one. It's like they have to, like, download them, but, like, it's really map by map. That's what makes them best of 5 so interesting, because you really have to adjust. You can't just come in with one single game plan. You have to be very reactive from map to map.
Yeah, it seemed like Yusher was being more marked there. Didn't have the freedom to do as much in terms of finals. Was getting a lot of damage still. Rai, though, up on that Star-Lord was great. Looked great. It made the switch over to DD, which also looked great. Had 9 finals. I think that's something they should play around more. I don't think it's a bad comp for them to run things like these DD, Cap, Venom plays early on and provide more pressure to the backline. But yeah, I mean, it's really been, everybody's had a moment here to look good in this matchup. But it's all about this final map and who clutches. And I love it. I love it so much.
Oh, man. Script writers, they've been cooking. Dogman, what do you want to see? Or first of all, where do you want to see us go? Because this is, once again, Sentinels map pick.
I mean, just anywhere that's not Central Park, I guess. Just that, please not that map, I guess. And I mean, maybe we go to, like, the Midtown or something. I mean, I called that out last time. I was definitely wrong, I guess, because we went to... I believe Symbiotic Surface at that point, so that was also a 100 Thieves map pick. So this is going to be a tough choice, regardless. I mean, we just need to see some like more stability here, because like the compositions, I like when we're playing the Loki stuff. I like we're playing Cloak and Dagger. So you know, maybe even for Sentinels, it could be worth protecting that early on instead of the Gambit compositions. I know it's good. I know it works for them. But if we're going to play that slow, if we're going to play bunker style, we might as well play around it, just because when we're not doing that, we just adapt too late, right? Like, I feel like if we're given the Daredevil, if we're given those sort of heroes, let's play them early on. Otherwise, just commit to like Loki and Cloak and Dagger and just play something slow, something like that.
Yeah, I like that idea. I think that makes sense. Yeah, teams aren't really running the Cloak without the Loki around. It seems like, at least not right now, unless it's like an overtime situation, trying to farm all quick and you just have the longer ultimate. And that's just like we've talked about, for those who maybe missed it. It's because in the neutral, not as much KO potential, right? Like as something like the Jeff, who could deal a ton of damage, even the Gambit, right? So yeah, I'm not sure where they're going, what the answer is. Both teams have played a ton of different heroes in these 4 matches. So I just, again, I think you and I have kind of been able to see off the rip which team looks better based on their comp out the spawn gate. As soon as we see that, we're kind of like, okay. Like, even like we said, for I would say for Thieves, when we saw TTK on that Vanpool, we saw Vinny on the Cap, I was like, oh, this is looking like a comp that they could probably win this on. I think this is something that they should have done from the beginning.
I love that they have to dig deep, but there is always like another layer to it, right? They are managing to just keep on coming up with another thing that we haven't really seen, another thing that might be working, and finding ways to like edge out those victories. And that's why we're ending up in a map 5. Now, regardless of what's going to go down here, the winner will be facing off against Yeah We Lost in the lower bracket. Is there a team you feel like has better chances against them, or the other way around, that Yeah We Lost has better chances against?
I feel like the team, I mean, maybe like Sentinels, if they're given certain heroes, if they're given the Ultron comps, would do probably better versus Yeah We Lost. But I mean, both teams, I mean, they have it's a tough road ahead of them if you have to play against that team. That squad is just so good. You talked about it earlier, Zoe, just like nobody is really prepared to play against Yeah We Lost until you do. You know, like you can make adjustments afterwards, but obviously not being in that group, not having to play against them, definitely is just going to be scary no matter who it is. But I would probably edge Sentinel slightly.
I like that. And I also think that Sen, I think they called out, was one of the teams that scrimmed them. So at least they had some practice on that stuff, right? Like, that's a win too, right? It gives you an advantage of seeing like the chaos comp that they run and finding a way, at least conversations behind the scenes about how you're going to handle it if you were to get there. The question is, do they get there though? You know, do they get there? I mean, of course, it's a reverse sweep right now. I'm not sure what the ban out situation is going to be. Obviously, it's going to be Elsa first, but do you guys have any predictions of, is it going to be just the strat line again?
I assume so, because that's where the comfort lies, right? Like, if Sentinels gets to play the strat line they want to play, like, that's when they look the best. That's the one thing that has tripped them up, when they were forced in different strats, like, kind of combinations, and then also, like, basically they had to, like, abandon what they're most comfortable with. So, yeah, I personally would target that, but it also depends on where they're taking us.
Yeah, they'll have to think about that, and they're still taking their sweet time deciding the maps.
They
at
are
the current
thinking
moment,
about
I
it.
believe they're thinking hard, long, or they're going to the bathroom.
People have stuff to do, guys.
Yeah.
Can you all?
Hurry up and pick the damn map, or go to the bathroom. Or how about we just invent esport diapers? That could be a good solution if these guys go to the bathroom. We're getting to that part of the broadcast because might as well with how long these players are taking.
I can smell the money. There's a business right there. Darkman, I think you're onto something.
Smell.
I can smell it. It's right there. Ka-ching. Yeah, honestly, that's a good business model, especially for esports, and we do have to find out about it.
All right, we're digging into
this
it. Yeah,
economy.
let's open up the financial
in this
book. Let's
economy,
see.
you know.
Do we have a plan? Do we have a business plan? What's going on here? What LLC are we getting? Maybe we can go for Team Ego Death because Self is in the game, so maybe that's viable. You know, put aside the ego, use the adult diaper, guys. Okay, that might be a smart decision.
No shame in that. Whatever like keeps you locked in. That's what this is all about. This is it's a performance diaper.
Yeah. You have the best ideas, Zoe. We gotta keep you around you're the ideas girl. I love it.
From the back seat, I'm reaching up, grabbing the wheel, and yoinking us back on track here with this. Delena, dude, I just looked at the stats while we were just sitting there because we'll space it for a moment. Delena only had one final on in that last man. That's
actually,
so the Psylocke. I know you mentioned the Psylocke stuff. You know, across the board, the lowest in the entire lobby. You know, without the Loki around. So, what's your thoughts on that? What do you think is the reason for that?
Man, you really yanked me back on track with this one because I think like the Psylocke overall, like you don't have to make the plays, you don't have to be that character that gets the final hits. Like people think Psylocke is that type of character, but it does so much damage in the neutral now. Like old Psylocke, sure, had the combo. Like you saw how broken that punch was, that 1-2 punch was. But now new Psylocke, it's just about cooldowns, you know, and uptime. It's like an APM type character, so it's a very different style of play. For sure. So Delena definitely got value just in existing and living. And that's kind of like I like for both teams. Like if Rise switched to the Daredevil sooner, would have been a fan of that. Kind of same thing. Kind of can live for a long time with the overhealth, the damage output. And then the Star-Lord stuff, I mean, that could also work. But we're going to Shin Shibuya. So the maps that I predicted both teams were going to pick was wrong every time. Just like my tournament predictions as well.
Just like everybody's.
Yep.
You and everybody's really. You're not alone in that boat. Okay, Shin Shibuya. Ship, how do you feel about this pick?
Shin Shibuya, I like this map. I think this map's fun. I mean, in terms of their actual stats, I'd have to pull up what I've written over time. Not 100% sure who has the most success here, but, you know, it's a controversial map, I say. I think point one is either the best defense ever or people get rolled instantaneously, and I'm not sure why that is the case, but it just always is the case. So yeah, I'm not sure who comes out on top, but it's going to be about their strategy of attack on point one. I think that really sets the tone.
So what kind of strategy usually succeeds here? Like what's the spawn buster? What are you rocking up with to roll out quickly?
We just gotta like go to that height, control it real quick. It depends on what comp, obviously. I think a lot of these squads would like to control the high ground. We saw that happen before. But a lot of that's with Daredevil, right? There's a lot of things that depend on the matchups, depend on the ban phase. And there's certain things certain guys are strong at. Like, both teams are totally fine running the Gambit comps. It's a matter of, do we get the Invisible back into the game? And do we dive the Invisible Woman? Because I think Invisible Woman actually is somewhat easy to dive. That's the problem with, like, I think people thinking that Invisible Woman's super strong. If you have a good coordinated dive and setup, I know she has the peel for it and stuff, but especially with a lot of these melee characters that can just break through her shield and the amount of damage output from the dive characters, it feels like it can be tough to play a lot of that invis. I know both teams still like to play triple strategists, especially Sentinels, but they haven't been able to do so because of the amount of Mantis bands coming through on the opposite side.
That's a good call out, man. I mean, you're right. It's because it's like you think invis and you think a lot of the self peel. You got invisibility, you have that shield, but it's so difficult into a 3-2-1 coordinated comp. Everybody at this level understands how to do that. In dive, as you're climbing through ladder, people just think like, all right, I go after backline, I perish, I blame the balance instead of just no setup at all. But at this level of play, they will set up and they'll comment. They're gonna be like, all right, I'm on height, I'm ready. Are you ready? Yes, 3, 2, 1. And then Invis is gone. Like, that's the kind of stuff that needs to happen if you want to play dive successfully. It's not the hero, it's you. No Flame, just calling you out a little bit of whoever, blames their heroes for maybe not succeeding. But yeah, I mean, it is difficult no matter what. And I think you really do need a strategist that can escape heavy, like Jeff, like, the side of Gambit, who has a lot of self-heal escape outside of just self-contained self-healing.
So which backline has impressed you more thus far in order or in regards to, like, just sustaining themselves?
I would say arguably 100 Thieves side. I mean, like, I like what Sentinels are doing sometimes. I'm not saying they're bad necessarily. It's just they've made more mistakes throughout. Like, there were times, especially on, I think, did they win Museum of Contemplation? I think Sentinels did. They were winning despite mistakes. I feel like there were times, when we would cloak and dagger roll and we would die outside of it. Sometimes Crimson would do that. Sometimes Flame. And it depends on the CC, obviously, across the board. But I think there's just been less of that on 100 Thieves side. That's why I would say definitely Winnie and Millennia are probably my better backline, I think.
Well, we're actually heading into a quick break until our players are ready. Of course, the series going the distance. We want to make sure that they are locked in for this one to give it their all on map number 5. Quick break, and then we're back with more. Welcome back, everyone. Zoe here, joined by Dogman and Iron Ship. This is the posse that somehow speaks map 5s into existence, and we did it once again for you, dear viewers. So you're welcome. We're gonna see what both of these teams have in store for us as the bans are about to take place. So no more waiting. We've decided on a server. Everyone went to the bathroom. Everyone is locked in and ready, and so are we for this last map in this series.
All right, let's go, Zoe. Let's freaking go, dude. I mean, where are we playing? Madagascar? Is that the server we're on? What server is it?
I assume so. Yeah, you nailed it. Maybe they decided on the server while going to the bathroom, bringing back gamer diapers.
Oh, God. Our viewers already hate us. We have lost all credibility as casters.
That's a full circle, though. Brought it back. Here we are in the banning phase, folks. Shin Shibuya, as discussed. Looking forward to seeing what the teams want to run. It has been a bit of chaos between teams on this map, but we're going to see now the Elsa ban on both sides, which I can promise you will happen.
Yeah, everybody learned their lesson after the early aspect of the tournament. I mean, there really hasn't been like any bad Elsa players either. That's the interesting fact. As okay, there we go, comes through inevitably for me. But you know, I imagine Protect's coming through in terms of the gambit on both sides. We've seen some like deviations away from that. Like Shiv, like what do you think about that? Let me know if this is like if this is too hard of a question, but I mean, would it be a decent idea to like prioritize other heroes that you want, like Daredevil, for example, if that's going to be targeted later on?
I don't think it's a bad idea. I mean, we saw we lost through that a little bit, no? So it's like it's definitely in the it's like are you scared to do it? It's almost like if I was a coach, if I made that decision, how much flack would I catch if I did that and I lost, right? Like I think that's kind of the tricky.
Yeah.
It's like, are you brave enough, right?
I'm kind of with you. So you're scared of like the public backlash, basically what would happen.
I'm not saying that's the right decision. I'm just saying that's probably why we're not seeing it as much. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like you're kind of right, but also I don't know if I feel like if you have a coach as a coach care about what the public has to say about your ban phase.
You can't. Yeah.
Yeah, like you don't want to listen to the public. Like they're kind of like a little silly in the brain sometimes. Okay, like these guys, like it's obviously Captain Hindsight, and even us, like as casters.
Sure.
That's why like pro players will say like, hey, you guys probably shouldn't, listen to us because like you guys obviously are in the know. You're the one in scrims all the time. You believe kind of each other, and that's the big thing. You want to listen to each other in the dialogue, and there we go. We get that Daredevil ban on itself before Protects come through.
Yeah, I like that ban. Outside of that, it was pretty traditional across the board. Mantis being removed. I don't doubt that might happen from the side of Sentinels, banning that out for 100 Thieves. The lock-in of Invis, like we're talking about, and it enables that strange, it's good. We talk about there is some value. That Ultimate's obviously strong, and you don't have the Glartrox pulling you out. That's, always good to have. And she just does a ton of damage. We've seen both sides get a ton of value on the Invis, but instead of getting rid of the Mantis, electing to remove the Rogue.
Yeah, for the Gambit stuff, they don't want to let that through. They've shown that before. But yeah, you're right. The Mantis still gets through. If they do want to play it, they can still play triple Ultron with the Gambit, with the Mantis and all that stuff on the other side. Invis comes through for Team Sentinels, and that always could be an option. But the problem is, we haven't seen, I would say, the best performance of Self on Ultron just, and it's not necessarily his fault. It's just the team hasn't played around it that well. But they go for the Rogue ban on the opposite side, but still allow Daredevil through. So this would be a very interesting match to, I think, learn what is kind of going on between both teams' heads. But obviously, you can't do any more learning when you're out of the tournament. So we'll see who kind of comes out on top in this first 5-mapper this deep into the tournament.
Bro, the comp for Sentinels right now looks great. Similar, they want to go that triple backline. I'm assuming, for the side of 100 Thieves. So I think both teams. I think both teams got. I'll be hearing that one for a while. I'm sure that's in the comments. But the both teams kind of got what they want, right? Like it's 100 Thieves on defense with this triple backline. I like it, but we'll see if I love it in a moment.
And they're the team that I think that they don't really want to play like triple with the Mantis and stuff, even though it's available, which is kind of interesting. I think the Gambit kind of pushes all of that aside. And this was kind of like we were talking about. All the strategists are very strong. I mean, obviously Gambit, maybe you could say edges that out a little bit, but even then, like you could play it, right? Like if you're going to Ultron stuff already, I don't know,
absolutely.
Not every team is good at Mantis comps, so it's kind of weird.
Yeah, I think it's become so well known across the world of how strong Mantis can be that teams feel obligated to have it be part of their kit or part of the rundown as a unit. But they don't always need to do it. But I do think it definitely is an option here for 100 Thieves should they elect to do that, even on attack. If they wanted to do the group kind of thing, it would work well, just enable a little more healing and farm ult faster. But notice the positioning here, folks. Top left side, very strong defensive position. That's why you'll always have someone up there, and it makes it difficult. You have to find a way through it. The teams will like to break this left side of the map and switch the map completely, and that's exactly what we're seeing here from Sentinels. A textbook attack and a textbook defense, but Delena going to be the first one to find something. Dongmin trains that right back, though. Goodbye to Delena. Even numbers now on either side. Both teams just dropping back for a moment to reset. Good position.
Yeah. They have the read on Delena. Like, Delena goes aggressive, sometimes makes plays like that. He goes over to the side lock now, though, to come back. So we'll see him probably re-engage. Deadpool ultimate committed towards the back line, but the hard pocket comes through to keep everybody healthy.
Yeah, and dropping back again. Sentinels essentially like a retake of spawn, but there's that commitment. Dongmin launching ult to allow them to walk forward, forcing eyes backwards, but Delena able to find Crimzo through that chaos in the back left side. Huge pick there to give them numbers even after committing with that ban hammer. TTK did the same in that fight. Not sure the value of that in terms of where it was landed or what it drew out, but both teams gonna have to start again, and Thieves are gonna be up in ult charge for a brief moment and doing a good job holding time.
And there we go. Sentinel's a little quicker to make that adjustment. They put Crimzo over to the Groot to take advantage of 100 Thieves, like lower damage comp. Also, the ability to kind of just walk at them as it went off of the Phoenix. Self into the sky goes to the Ultron's Rage, trying to find a KO, but here comes the Raging Roll Flush, and in the sky is the Galactic Legend.
Yeah, this is insane right now. Amazing, able to find Self like we're discussing. Its chef goes under, but where's it at? Ooh, looking for Crimzo, who does not have... Oh! What? Breaking the LOS. That was dirty. Crimzo saw that coming a mile away, played around it. Sentinels now with a strong attack are going to drive them backwards into that location. Self coming back into the fight right now should enable that hold for a little bit, it seems like. Now going to commit once they've stepped forward. Wow, really good across the board from both sides, but both sides are a little nervous. You could see Delena start up with that dance of the butterfly, dealing damage onto the front line. It's again not going to be enough here. Even the Ensong Inferno doesn't get value. Nobody landing any of these Qs successfully.
Made good sort of pocket going on. Groot ult as well comes through to peel off Vinny, but no KO just yet. Just ultra sustain on the defensive side. And Usher still sitting above this whole time, able to finally find that first pick as everybody here is on the cart. We're moving to second phase. Excellent work from Sentinels to finally break through.
Yeah, clean play. Moving the Strange there. Priority there to use Portal. It was just guaranteed at that point. And now, if you are going to go down, you might as well go down on point. Take that into ladder with you, folks. If your team falls and you're like, oh, I might get staggered here, just stand on top of the point. Don't allow that thing to move. And that's what you see there. It wasn't like a misinput or anything like that from the side of Millennia. So now the next fight begins. We saw, we lost hold very tight here. And I thought it was a unique idea. It worked incredibly well. And I don't mean an idea of, holding tight's a good strength play. It was more so they just committed in that, that gaming center down there in the bottom left, much like where you hold on point one.
And they switch back off the Groot to the Captain America. Self goes to that Wolverine to counter a potential Groot. So right now, you would think, okay, Sentinels have the slight edge. But honestly, Wolverine, just in these neutrals, regardless of no Groot, has been so good with these centralized objectives. And everybody trying to set up now. Crimzo with the dive, but does the peel come through? Winnie does pop the invisible boundary.
Wow, good focus there. Goodbye to Winnie. Ensong lands, and Usher finds one. TTK trades with Crimzo, but it doesn't matter as Flame takes out Vinny. And now Sentinels will keep this moving. 2 minutes and 48 on the clock here. Scooching it forward towards point two. This is a very tough point to break. If you get it through here and you head to point three, it means your defense should be significantly easier. We're going to see which team comes out in the next fight.
100 Thieves just did not get snowballed here. Like, they have Raging Roll Flush advantage. They could use it over Team Sentinels, but obviously they're going to have to move fast here.
Truth. It's a good call. This Flame used that last fight, and that's why it was so significantly easier for them to find value. Self is going to be on that Wolverine like you like, bud, and down goes Rye. Amazing. It was likely in the sky, knowing Self. She's not missing that, but look at this. Tracking from Usher. Ew, onto Self. Goodbye. Like a robot. Dude does not miss.
Yeah, you should just clean with it. I could see why they believe in the Phoenix if your Phoenix player is going to do something like this at all times. But, I mean, both have been so good. Dongman does get ran down regardless. Incoming Lunasto dance floor. Delena coming in with the Phoenix ult. Does he have a combination with Vinny or something afterwards who can toss the ult out?
Human Namor Squid, just always landing those shots, as we see now. The drop back, good movement, good patty cake back and forth on the back line from the side of Sentinels there with Korova and Flame. But ult advantage up for Self and Vinny, and that could be huge. Crimzo almost has the charge there. Freedom Charge is always a decent answer. You can actually use it pretty well into Groot. We'll see if that happens here in a moment. And soon, we'll be able to also get, the perfect reflex shield for Cap.
And Wonka, and then there's that cap ult that you talked about, invisible boundary as well. Vinny tosses out the ult. Did that actually connect, though? It might have gotten deflect, eaten, or whatever, because the Groot ult, unfortunately, did not strangle anybody. The only thing that strangled is the side of 100 Thieves ult charged, because now Sentinels, they got Phoenix ult, and use your cross map. You talked about him. Holy.
Crimzo cleaning up Winnie there. This is really clean play. Their comp is really good. This is the same comp we saw at the beginning that I really liked, and it's working out well. Yusher, dude, can you miss a shot, please? Can you prove to the world you're human? This guy is so strong right now. Locked in as Dongman and Yusher now have ult. Flame and Rai will as well, and Thieves are going to be in an incredibly difficult spot in this next fight. If they combine here, Flame and Rai, that's almost a guaranteed pick, and then after that, you have Dongman and Yusher to answer.
Yeah, Yusher's looking cracked. You know, like in D&D, there's the, magic missile. Right now, he's got, like, the magic bullet. Like, it's just all-time levels right now, for sure. But, oh, my God, they kidnapped Crimzo on the back left. Self finally kind of coming up. A bit more angles to play around for the Wolverine at the very least, but Raging Roll Flush and the Star-Lord in the sky. Is it enough to trade back? The answer, yes. It's just kind of a win now button.
Wow, yeah, there it is. There's that combo we were talking about, and the answers are still there from Dongman and Yusher. But this is a tough point to push all three. Your spawn significantly closer. It brings back to the days of strange portal offs. Definitely work here. Definitely on the table, but Self has that last stand available. Needs to find value with it soon to set the tone. 1:20 is a fair amount of time here for point 3.
I'm surprised that, on the opposite side for Vinny, didn't want to stay on that Groot throughout. It's just not enough healing maybe with this Invis and backline, fast pace, playstyle on the opposite side. Oh my goodness, everybody getting hit by the passive of the Phoenix. Also, Phoenix on the opposite side, though, coming out from Elena. But again, Sentinels just do a good job at full disengaging. This is like their entire game plan throughout the series. It's just, we run away, we try to pick off stragglers. 100 Thieves, this time don't fall into the bait.
Dongman now pressing forward, looking at Self, but there's that last stand. Does it land? It does, as the cleanup comes. Oh, Psych, I lied.
Where's the follow-up, man?
Turning it around. Yeah, I'm not sure where the comms were there. It seemed like no one else was on that same page. Maybe it was just an aggro play. It didn't work out. Crimzo doing an incredible job here on Cap. You're wondering why they had to switch off the Groot. Crimzo's constantly on that backline. Look, they can't look anywhere else. Groot cannot get healed. Goodbye, Rymazing. Yusher finds 2. Millennia trades with Rymazing, but Crimzo onto Winnie, and this could be it here, as Vinny's trying to stall for as long as possible. Korova with the damage boost. Crimzo takes out Vinny, and now Korova, ew, what a cleanup there with the freeze on a TTK. Point 3 is ever closer. Can they clutch this? Can they clinch this? And it looks like it's held for a moment, but not for long. This looks like it will go Sentinel's favor. They're going to get all 3 on this push.
They're trying to stall it out a little bit longer, but the answer is no. Freedom charge, assemble, nothing. He's going to have to assemble his body parts back together after Sentinel's 3-0 cap. Dude, like, why are we not playing Groot again? Like, why are we playing into Sentinel's game plan? People are trying to make plays, Self trying to make a play, Delena's trying to make a play, but nobody's there to follow up. It's actually just, like, straight up upsetting me. Like, can we just, like, we're playing a dive comp, we're playing Captain America and stuff. Like, can we help out our guys trying to make plays? Can we do something?
Yeah, it's tough. I think the problem that they're having is, like I was saying, Crimzo on that back line is just pulling enough focus and make it very difficult for your team to look forward. And that's where that triple line, strat line can work out if you really need to, if you're struggling that much. We've heard stories of Crimzo's cap. We haven't seen a lot of it in the preseason here. I'm excited that it's back now, taking a seat in the forefront. But yeah, I'm with you, but I'm not sure. That comp was just clearly not it by any means.
Oh, I think it can't be it, Like, it really can't. Like, 100 Thieves have the potential. They have the players and the pressure to do so. And they showed that. The
Nerves,
fact that it was an overtime could be nerves. Both teams have that similar playstyle that Energy Shock does, where they, like, always kind of want to revert to sort of peel jobs. But then, like, if you do that, obviously, depending on what you're playing against, it's not going to work out.
Yeah,
but maybe,
you can't be looking backwards all the time, yeah.
Yeah, you could still blame Self, I guess, a little bit there. Like, maybe he shouldn't go for those plays. Maybe they should bunker up and deal with Crimzo, like you said. But Crimzo's adapted and done a good job at playing his life and doing what you said is best done for Captain America players and just kind of harassing.
Yeah, feel free, folks, to go in and watch replays and watch some of these caps do what they do. You'll see a lot of time it's just all about showing your presence. It's not necessarily getting 1,000 KOs. It's about saying, hey, I'm here, look at me, and then your team takes the space off that. As we see the portal coming in from TTK, and this is the kind of stuff we need to see now from Thieves on a full reset, playing with Vinny on the Groot in this backside angle. They want to try to get value here in doing something different and essentially spawn switching at this moment.
They're doing the thing. When he built up the ult already.
Yep.
Little hoppity skip.
Hoppity skip as they press forward now. When he does have that ult, should they need it. So they're going to play on point here and try to just battle whoever's going to contend.
They're trying to with Vinny on the point, or not Vinny, sorry, Crimzo on the point to delay it off, but there's that ult. Throws out immediately onto who on the opposite side. It's actually tough to tell, but can't get the jackpot just yet. Building it up towards that objective. Finally gets to extend it too, so built up to another 8 seconds afterwards. Counter Deadpool comes out for the Vanguard pool on the defensive side, but everybody's still locked down together as they want to run inside and again bunker up. This is what 100 Thieves like to do. It's similar to Sentinels. Play around Dilemma and hard bunk.
Now, that was actually a really clean tactical play right there, using that to their advantage. We haven't seen that a lot yet either, as, wow, nice pick coming in onto Vinny there from Flame, who makes that up in their numbers. And now Sentinels are going to be, oh my goodness, Delena with some nice shots onto Yusher. Psych, I lied, numbers evened out. Gonna see if they could retake on point. Crimzo trying to do-si-do a little bit. Just make them look in that direction. Build that ult as fast as possible. Shield up and bide time. And look for self. And Crimzo almost gets it. Who gets healed up at the last moment.
Yeah, both teams kind of do the same thing. Just kind of peel out, wait for stragglers to come through. TTK finally going to get one onto Dongman.
Wow.
But they still want to win. They use the dance floor. Now, maybe a Doctor Strange portal to come back, but Yusher commits his ult. And also, Lunasto dance floor damage boost gives them the KO. Though, actually, no, they don't get the KO. It's the opposite for Dilemma to get one.
Yeah, using that. Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
my.
Nice dunk there. Delena is just locked in right now. Coming back with a vengeance after Yusher looked so good. No, there's going to be some tracking. Eyes up in the sky here. Can they make this? It's
right,
shut
ult.
down. Oh, self with a potential tackle. Oh, this is not up in here. Just spikes Rye into the ground, but right back go Sentinel and Crimzo. Crimzo with a two-piece. Now trying to find a third onto the back line, but there is more commitment again. Oh, but not
He's
for
gonna
long.
switch.
Goodbye, Winnie.
Well, he's switching. And then we probably got TTK going over the Deadpool. Maybe after that, or does he just
Might
not?
be too late. It might be too late, dude. Oh, no, it is happening.
Well,
Oh,
I mean,
because
like,
of the strap pull. What am I saying? Yeah.
Well, it happened for such like a long time that they had no choice but to stay on it, because Sentinels were just like letting them stay on it, surround them, getting the right KOs. Now upcoming fight, Sentinels still have the edge. But you are right in that it has potentially been too long for 100 Thieves now, as they've already chewed off 3 minutes of the clock from this unsuccessful offense.
Yeah, so for those who maybe didn't understand, which caught me off for a moment, is strap pull to build all that experience. Now you make the switch as TTK, using that experience to his advantage, finds Dongman in that fight, make it a two-piece now. Put this dude on Vanpool. Absolutely gross. But Crimzo on that cap, same story. Millennia goes down. Vinny able to find one onto Korova. Another pick onto Crimzo, and Delena onto Rye Amazing, and they will be walking.
There they go. Yeah, that one switch up was huge, like you mentioned. Sentinels, though, they have to feel somewhat confident about that. That was an extended hold. However, we've seen 100 Thieves snowball in situations like this before. Whereas, like you said, it's like watching a mirror for both teams. Both squads just love to play it slow, allow these Deadpools to kind of get online when there is a Deadpool, rather, as Dongman obviously has that Agamotto ready to go. But we'll see who kind of, can find the straggler first, Sentinels or 100 Thieves on the attack. They obviously have that cart moving forward and can look for these Vanguards that try to anchor.
There's no real answer to I right now. If you landed on Millennia in the backline on that Gambit, that's going to be your priority because the cleanse is very much still a thing. It's on the table here. These pros know how to do that properly. Yusher on this off-angle flank with the stun tries to stop the pressure from TTK, but TTK says nope, goodbye Korova. Flame able to, Vinny with a two-piece as TTK finds another and another onto Yusher. TTK is not giving up and coming in with a vengeance. 2 minutes 24, heading towards point 2. But this is another one of those spots that we like to talk about is really, really strong on the defensive side.
It is playing it slow, try to play it on the inside angle. And for that, and now upcoming fight, again, Crimson still has the option to switch back to Groot if he wants to for the upcoming fight, regardless. Raging Roll Flush itself available, Galactic Legend.
Wow, another pick from TTK. He cannot be stopped right now. This is so clean. Another onto with Delena. Self finds Dongman. Vinny onto Crimzo. And 100 Thieves are not done yet, folks, as they will be this close to point 2, heading towards 3 with about just as much time as there was for Sentinels.
Yeah, they're
This
actually...
touch comes through. Wait, this touch will come through from Crimzo.
Oh, you're right.
Wow.
Will come up maybe after as well. So he's touching with the Captain America Ultimate in the meantime, and actually no portal rather coming through. So they're just going to have to run this out, look towards Crimzo.
Oh.
Here goes Ryan in the sky with the ult.
Yeah, the Vinny using that freedom charge to answer. Great answer there. But now Gambit comes into the mix, and nobody's ready for it. No altar charge. What a retouch there by Crimzo and Sentinels, who are now going to have that priority. A minute on still. Crimzo, Dongman, and again, Rye Amazing. Just duking it out there back and forth. The boxing match, really well done by Sentinels in a situation that was dicey. What a touch by Crimzo.
Yep, and that really enabled them. And also the follow-up. Everybody came through on Ryan's side. You know, Dongman came through to go for that ult. TDK again, though, you talked about it before. He's got Deadpool ready to go, and as well, Self and Millennia will have that original flush up in a moment.
Let the games begin, folks. This is the intense moments. Both sides of the fandom, I'm sure, are losing it right now. Ryan Amazing playing aggro onto Winnie. Winnie with a good push, though. Trying to duke it out, but this is that double oppressive nature of this dive. Winnie is going to fall. Delena trades that with Yusher, though, but a Strat goes down, and that's advantage. Oh, except for when Delena does that. Ew. Ryan Amazing trying to escape. Cannot, as Delena is sweeping everyone right now.
This is looking like a great game, dude. Just a back and forth right now. Crimson touches, obviously, with the snowflake, but cannot for any longer when you just get a headshot like that. Third phase, we're moving, Shib. They did it with 15 seconds left, but they get 2 minutes now added to the bank nearly. They also have the flush combination. Sentinels, again, not going for Magneto to try to maybe soft counter it a little bit. And, you know, both sides really just back and forth. You saw Rye and them go for Winnie in the back line. It was smart. It was a good play, but it took a little bit too long as, like you said, Elena hit shot after shot. In this third phase, though, they have to keep snowballing. They have to probably not overcommit in the upcoming fight or deal with Sentinel's ults coming up as well.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of follow-up here from 100 Thieves. Millennia's ult is available. Flame's not going to quite be there yet. Flame does a good job of gaining quickly, and wow, 80% already, just flying through it. Amazing, not in that combo yet. And if I'm 100 Thieves, I'm trying to make something happen now before that does come into fruition, unless you want to be retroactive or responsive, I guess. Is now there goes the dance floor. The combo's out. Oh my goodness, the focus was disgusting. Goodbye to the dance floor. Delena able to clean up too, and that is all of them now as Sentinels are down heavy in numbers. The retake commitment will come through. Crimzo, Yusher, Flame, and I believe Ryan Amazing should have ults here, where it's going to be Winnie, Vinny, TTK. And this is all about who gets the early picks in value, because ult advantage should theoretically be on Sentinel's side. Portal play would need to come through if this does not work for 100 Thieves. What a freeze there on TTK, who tries to launch that ultimate. And Yusher and Dongman are going to sweep everyone, and now it's going to be a forced portal. So you know what's going to happen. Sentinels are going to push forward like crazy and try to not allow that to happen, likely.
Oh, yeah.
We'll see.
Hey, did they go for the spawn stun? Did they go for it, Shib?
I don't know, actually. We can't see. Vinny stalling for now, doing a good job, but ooh, gets deleted. And that might not have been in time. I don't think. Oh, the portal comes through, though. The portal does commit. Invisible boundaries now out for Winnie.
Oh, ults after this.
But Sentinels, look at they played so smart. They're holding on to all those ults still.
Yeah, they're coming up right now. I mean, Yusher just goes for the flank. This could end them. Captain American ult as well. Millennia now on the flank. 1v1. I mean, can you deal with this? So many ults. Unless an absolute choke job happens from Sentinels, it's basically over. Phoenix, Captain America, Star-Lord, all of the ults are happening. Shiv, this is not looking like the Avengers. This is looking like the final comeback out of Sentinels as they close out 100 Thieves probably.
And Sentinels are sweeping everyone. Portal is gone. That is going to be game, set, match. Goodbye to 100 Thieves. Sentinels clutching up and taking home the W.
Ooh, buddy. You know what that means, Shib? Don't we get to see the Sentinels versus... yeah, we lost coming up. You know, that's going to be exciting. Holy, but...
Oh, my goodness.
They're out of the tournament now, Sentinels. What a way to stop the reverse sweep. 100 Thieves were this close to coming back.
I mean, it couldn't have been more entertaining. Shout out to 100 Thieves. You know, obviously got a few new pickups there on the squad. A team that looks great. Started to come into their own, but I think just took a little bit too long to find out what works best for their team. Well done, TTK and Lena. 14th Lena looked great at the end there, locking in, but I mean, just look at Rye Amazing with the 48 finals, and it's off the back of that combo from Flame A, who did such a good job coordinating that. Korova, 44k healing most in the lobby. The whole side of Sentinels locked in. Crimzo on that cap with 12 finals, I think is more of a homecoming for a character than we've seen in a while.
Yeah, absolutely. This is such a hard meta. I mean, like every pro is struggling right now. Every team is struggling except two that have been sitting at the top in the upper bracket that we'll see coming up because... I mean, we've heard pros talk about it too. It just feels like everything is so good. Zoe, you know, we'll bring you back in too. Like, we got to close out on what was a interesting run from 100 Thieves after their expectations were sky high in the group stages.
Yeah, and I mean, let's be real here. This last map was so close. It was so very close. Both teams approached it with very similar ideas, starting already in the pick and lock phase, right? And then even throughout that series, they kind of wanted to play it the same way, and it really just came down to like individual clutch moments, like having Crimzo touching that point at the second point there during 100 Thieves attack. Like, it was those little individual moments where one player managed to pop off or find a pick that allowed for Sentinels to come out on top. But this could have gone 100 Thieves ways too.
Yeah, it really could have. And I think like both of these squads, I'm sure they'll have a lot to take away from this tournament. You know, and I know I was being a bit harsh, I think, during the series and during the matches, but every pro...
Because you care.
Yeah, everybody is struggling right now, exactly. And it's tough to see these teams, I think, struggle, especially pro teams at this level. But that's what happens when, you know, there's team ups, there's ban phases, there's so much, you know, included. And obviously we give you Captain Hindsight over here and you'd be like, okay, can you make that change faster? But in the heat of the moment, when you also have to focus on your mechanics, it can be really hard.
We also just never know. Yeah, I was about to say, there's more to it. We don't know what's going on in their comms. We don't know what they practice. We don't know how things look like in scrims.
Yeah, fully. And it's like, you know, you're losing alt charge. You don't, yeah, exactly. You don't know what's looked like in before against a similar comp that's worked for you in scrims. Maybe the map, it feels more comfortable. There's a lot going into it, but yeah, I mean, and dude, I mean, the meta's constantly changing, right? This is an insane meta. Teams are loving it because it's kind of like, there's so many different viable things you can run, but it's also, I don't know, man, this is just chaos right now. I love it. And it changes in a month, right? Like, things just constantly change all the time. That's why you need to be on the fly. And while it may not be some teams' meta, shout out to 100 Thieves, who struggled a little bit, but did look a lot more like themselves throughout this tournament later on. It could be coming up in the future as, you know, these new balance matches come into play.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But I'm excited. I'm excited to see more of them. I mean, this could have been an upper bracket like final match as well, if it wasn't for, you know, Liquid Citadel and Swamp Gaming being the dominant forces that they are currently. And I feel like no matter who is making it through the lower bracket, one of these teams will be facing off against either Swamp Gaming or Liquid Citadel, and it feels like that's kind of where their run will end. So yeah, it's a tough road. It's so stacked. It honestly is such a stacked region. I mean, we said it already about the groups, that where we initially thought like Group A is the group of death and Group B is just meh, but then like it started getting really competitive and really topsy-turvy and ended up being so much more competitive. And we see that right now as those two groups are facing off against one another. Now we do have Flamey joining us for a quick chat after this intense 5-map banger that we just got to see. So let's bring Flamey in for a quick chat. Flamey, congratulations. First of all, how do you feel? This was a very long match.
Speechless, to be honest. I'm very excited we won. I don't know, it just means a lot.
Yeah, man, it's been a banger to watch. It's such a back and forth. How did you guys manage to stop that reverse sweep? Like, it was such a close series. Was there anything you guys discussed after you started losing maps? Was there anything you felt like, if we make this change, we're gonna come out on top?
Going into map 5, we wanted to take the dive approach, I would assume, because ultimately we were planning on walking out DD. But then we heard their comp and we're like, nah, we're not gonna do that. And so we ended up just playing that comp, which we do practice a lot and we have really good success on it, and I'm very excited we're, you know, able to execute it really well.
Yeah, fair enough, fair play. And obviously you've been a newcomer in this roster and stuff, and it's awesome to finally have you, you know, alongside some of these top dogs in the scene. But I mean, I know we've seen like other pros, for example, Phi and like the VP guys just got eliminated over in EMEA, but they said this is like the hardest meta that they've ever had to kind of cover, because so many things are good, so many things are also not good. Can you talk about, from like your perspective as a pro, like, is this one of the toughest metas to kind of understand with how many things that are potentially in the cards?
Yeah, I would agree with the VP players. It's very difficult. Things are always shifting. It also depends on the team. I feel like regardless, I feel like this whole season alone, bans have been, you know, developing, depends on who you're going against, and it's just very all over the place and very complicated to say the least. Like, you know, Gambit's either first ban or Elsa, but a lot of people are banning Elsa first now.
Awesome. It's good to see you, buddy. How have you been? I hope everything is well. But hey, I got to ask quick, real fast. I mean, you're going against, we lost here. So that's going to be coming up next. I know you guys have scrimmed against them in the future. Do you feel like you've downloaded the kind of weird comp that they run that can throw some teams for a loop? Or is this going to be kind of a on the fly, we're learning situation?
I wouldn't say we scrimmed them recently. I would
Okay.
say we scrimmed them maybe earlier this month, but I wouldn't say like recently. But I think obviously a really good team. They showed themselves really well against Lunex, and I hope that what we do, or what we do is what we do, and I think we'll do it best, especially against Yale we lost.
Beautiful.
Wow. We get to see that in action on the server tomorrow. So I'm going to let you rest up. It's a short turnaround. We're very excited to see that match. Best of luck, and thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat.
Good luck, buddy.
Thank you. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Goodbye, Flamay. Sentinels coming out on top of a 5-map banger. What a treat. I mean, it's got to be you guys. Like, you just always cast 5-map series, apparently.
Yeah, it's 3 in 2 days. It's actually insane, but it's been so much fun. I wouldn't change it for the world. I always say as casters, like, we just want it to go to game 5 because it just makes it so fun for us as well. We love all these players. We've seen them forever, whether it's in LAN or throughout these tournaments, and seeing them shine, have big moments, maybe moments that they're not succeeding as much. It's all part of the game, and it's beautiful. It's so much fun.
Low key, it's the prediction gods. The channel points just want to be ruined for anybody participating in the Twitch channel points. So, I mean, Gambit God's not favoring anybody today.
Also, since we're running numbers here, Karova still 100% win rate.
Yeah, I guess. Well, it's a match, though.
He's got to bench himself for the next match, you're saying, then, if they lose.
Yeah, well.
We're like,
now we get to full match,
bench
though.
Karova, put Mir in,
Yeah, I would retire at the height of that kind of win rate. I'd be like, well, as long as I'm 100, like, we're good. 100% in preseason, that's not a bad stat. But yeah, this match went the distance, but the day is far from over. We only have one more day to go as well after that one. I believe, Dogman, you will not be with us tomorrow?
No. Yeah, I'm dying.
No?
I'll be gone forever. So.
So any final words from you? Anything you want to share with class? Final thoughts? Any takeaways from our preseason playoffs?
Follow Sentinels Rivals Twitter, I guess, because they're probably posting some hilarious stuff right now. I can't wait to go check that out after this is over.
It's got to be heat. What about you, Ship? What have we learned?
That it is any given day with any given team in the Americas region, and I think that is the best way that this bracket should be, in the best situation we should be in right now. It's a ton of fun to watch.
Absolutely. We are being treated here in Americas. But that's it from the three of us, Dogman, Ship. It's been an absolute delight, as usual. And while we're done, the day ain't over. As I said, the title match in the upper bracket finals between Liquid Citadel and Swamp Gaming is about to go down. That's right. We'll be covered by the ever so incredible Vicky Kitty, Cozy, and Gaskin after a short break, so don't go anywhere.
Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break the chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
Watch out, they're headed our way. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Assault! 1,000 gods!
Felicia's here to steal a win. Good fortune for me. Cat's claws. Me, ouch. Let's make a deal. Peekaboo. Hup. So stealthy.
That's how we do it, Catalog.
Eat your heart out, strange. Deliciously dangerous.
I unleash the Ashanti power!
Now's the perfect time to strike. You crossed my path. Good boy, Petey. Meow.
Hey guys, my name is Ryan Central, and what's the meta? Eventually we will get to a point where you guys in the chat are responding what's the meta with you, but we've got the whole Ignite season to go through. We've finally seen all 4 major regions play now in Pacific Asia, China, EMEA, and Americas, all at least debuting in their pre-season. So meta-wise, what has changed? So we have to start with the Glortrox in the room, which is Elsa, who actually fell down a bit in popularity to the point that Gambit is the first time actually overtaken her to be the most powerful, most impactful character in the game. And a lot of people ask me, like, how do you gauge this? How do I know all of this stuff? Well, I have a system that I use with all of the drafts that we've seen across all 225 games. I use this system called threat level, which goes from 1 to 100. 100 being an Avengers level threat, hotly contested, a very influential character when it comes to the draft and compositions of the meta so far. And out of a score up to 100, Elsa's score was 99 after the first week. It could not have gone better for her, but since then it has dropped down to 93, and Gambit's for context is 95, which is sort of stabilized in that point. So this doesn't mean that Elsa was involved in 93% of drafts and 7% of the time she wasn't used. She has been involved in every single game of Ignite so far, other than one, where Rejects and RVLE in Asia Pacific just didn't decide to touch her in draft at all. That's one game out of 225, might I add. A drop in score doesn't mean that she's just not popular or she's not strong. It just means that she's not as contested as much in the start of drafts, which is really where those threatening characters tend to stay. Because Elsa is good in every type of composition, removing her is just a good way to influence a draft more. Anybody can play around Elsa, whether you're playing Dive, Triple Strategist, Convergence, Convoy, Domination, any type of map, Elsa is just good on it with the amount of stuff that she can do. You remove that, you kind of force other teams to be a little bit more uncomfortable on other types of compositions. And if the other team decide to try and protect Gambit instead, that's fine, because we'll remove the likes of Star-Lord, because the combination of ultimates between Star-Lord and Gambit, which I was going to call Royal Legend, you guys can decide between that and Galactic Flush, but I know which one I'm picking. You can get rid of the Star-Lord if a Gambit is protected, or even the likes of Rogue that go up so much when it comes to her strength because of that combination with Gambit. You just remove the characters around Gambit if he is protected, and a lot of teams tend to start to struggle. So Elsa is being protected less and banned out a little bit more, and whilst she is being banned out first in a lot of games still, she is still very strong, might I add. 93 out of 100 score is still S+, so yeah, she's still strong. But other teams are still very much committed to getting rid of the Gambit. But if Elsa is not being protected anymore, who is? Who's contesting her there? Well, Gambit, for one, but also Mantis has gone up massively in popularity. Notably as a protect option, because Mantis has amazing team-ups with the likes of Loki and Groot, who are still pretty good with that combination. But because the likes of Mantis has damage boost, she synergizes with everybody. Soul Resurgence is a really good offensive and defensive ultimate, and most importantly, she is one of the staple characters when it comes to Triple Strategist. She can pair with whoever, if the other team decide to ban out Loki, Invisible Woman, the Mantis can make other characters around her work pretty well, and she has a lot of offensive capabilities, which means running triple strategists doesn't feel like you don't have that threatening firepower, I guess. But if I had to show you guys a graphic of what this would look like, it would look like the following. Granted, graphic design isn't really my passion here, and it's not a perfect system to gauge strength because it's a hero shooter. We're just talking about the draft, which characters have been banned out and protected. The hero shooter, you can switch characters at any given point. The two things I want to know: almost half of the top 20 heroes in this list are deemed as threatening. It's strategists. 9 out of 20. There's 5 duelists and 6 vanguards, but 9 strategists. And I don't think there's that many strategists missing from this list at this point, to be honest, either. Even White Fox has been banned out a bit. But also, I wanted to note the big drop-off between Elsa, Gambit. There's a big drop-off between them, and then Mantis, Deadpool, Vanguard, and then another big drop-off before we get to the likes of Invisible Woman, Loki, Ultron, etc. I'm very curious to see what some of the regions can do to be creative and see what other characters that might not be on this list might be starting to climb when people realize how good they are. But until then, thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Welcome back, everyone, to Marvel Rivals Ignite preseason playoffs. And if you haven't quite had enough action, we've got plenty more for you. We just saw an incredible best of 5 that went the distance somehow, some way. We got there, but in the end, it was Sentinels who came out on top. Gaskin joined by Cozy and Vicky to take you through the remainder of today's action. We have to try and whittle all of this down to 3 teams. Now, Cozy, we got to see what just happened with 100 Thieves and Sen. I mean, how are you feeling? How are you today? How's everything going, and how are you feeling about the games?
No, I'm doing great. And after that amazing cast from Shiv and Dog and Zoe as the host, I mean, even better. Because Sentinels, Thieves, like that is, you know, it's only a year into the esport, but like vintage Marvel Rival esports, that rival really puts the word into the game. And man, I cannot believe Sentinels 2 games to advance. What an insane story, and just shows how close like the middle of the pack is here in America.
And Vicky, before that, we saw, we lost, get over the finish line as well, make up for their performance yesterday. Do you think that they can make a comeback through the elimination bracket?
I mean, if it's going to be against Sentinels, they're going to have to, right? Because we're going to have to send a team home after we just sent 100 Thieves home. And we know what it means to a lot of these teams with $50,000 prize pool here for them to look at. A lot on the line, Gaskin, but it's also looking at the skill diff between where America stands as a region across the world.
Well, now we get a chance to look forward because, boy, do we have a big one on our hands. We have the 2 biggest teams in this region. We've got Swamp Gaming against Team Liquid Citadel. This has been the matchup we've been talking about for weeks as the possibility, the hope that we will get this. Cozy and Vicky, this is what we do this job for, to be honest. Cozy, talk to me about Swamp Gaming and their journey here so far.
Oh my gosh, all the wins, all the momentum, and all the expectations has come to this, right? Like, you guys wanted the best versus the best. Well, you've got it right now. We're going to find out today, but Swamp Gaming has earned every bit of it. We all knew going in, Liquid Citadel was going to probably be on the other side, crowned at the top, right? Swamp Gaming was the story in the making, going through the group of death and just being absolutely studs throughout. And this team has so much synergy between them, not a bad player in sight, and their biggest strength is that they can sub in anytime and get the same result, which has been W after W. But they're now against the other GOATs, and that's what has me so pumped.
And Vicky, what do you think about Swamp Gaming? Because they are a team that have just impressed us more and more as they've gone on.
I'm just so excited to see the backline be backline, right? That's kind of been like what I've been hinting at in the interviews that we've had between both these teams. Also, like following up on Cozy's point, whether we're going to see a Madian or Mello be the first one to go into this lineup starting off on this game. I also think, when it comes to the Clash of the Titans in Americas, because that's literally what this series is going to be about, it's going to be very different in the way both these teams want to approach the pick and ban phase. As we take a look at Liquid Citadel, literally the Titans right now leading the scene. There's a lot of respect for this team after I was able to talk to Swamp Gaming. We've heard it in the interviews once again. And Liquid Citadel, again, I don't really cash in the scrim bucks, guys, but I'm hearing that Liquid Citadel do have their number against Swamp Gaming in the back room. So we got to see how this is going to play out when it matters in the tournament series.
Well, Liquid Citadel, unbeaten still, have yet to drop a map, let alone a match. And we'll have to see whether they will be challenged, at least here by Swamp Gaming. Cozy, what do you think? Do you think the Liquid Citadel here
I mean, obviously they are favorites, right? But we're surely expecting a closer game than some of the other matches we've seen previously.
Yeah, definitely closer. I mean, they haven't really showed any weaknesses, but when you have like the specific matchups, that's what has me so excited. Like Days versus what Speedery is going to bring. Obviously, the Daredevil's there, but just the play styles that they have in particular. I mean, come on, Mellow versus Energy. The tanks, Kraz has been so good on the Captain America, but that's Paulie Shield, right? So these are going to be the things I'm looking forward to. If I wasn't casting, like, I'd still be such a fan of this. Like, I'm just giddy to cast it because I'm in love with the esport and the game. It's so fun that we get to see a new kind of king of America as far as the teams go, right? And that is something we haven't been able to see and tell for a while, obviously going back to last year.
And Vicky, we're going to be on Hell's Heaven to start with for this one. I think it's the only time we've seen Swamp Gaming lose is on this map. So I think it's an unfortunate one for them to start off of. What do you think about this map in general? Do you think it does favor Team Liquid Citadel with their style of play?
Yeah, I definitely do. And I'm glad that you pinpoint that here, Gaskin, because even though Swamp Gaming love domination, Hell's Heaven specifically is their lowest win rate domination map. Usually, like, they have like a 70% win rate against Liquid Citadel, specifically in scrims. And when it comes to Hell's Heaven, it's a 45% win rate. So we got to see how this gigabanger of a series is going to play out, Gaskin.
This is what you've all been waiting for, folks. It's Swamp Gaming versus TLC. It's ready, guys. Take it away.
The debate ends here, Vicky. I mean, come on. Giga banger, as you said best. And here we go. Gambit being banned on both sides. There's the instant respect to the backline, folks. Cooper and Valentina not going to be able to carry the crown of MVP. They often do, at least on the man with the cards. Elsa going to be protected on both sides as well. Vicky with the Mantis ban to start and to match. These two play at such a high staple meta level, Vicky. So expect this ban line a lot between the two.
I agree. And, you know, looking at the way that Swamp Gaming and Liquid Citadel have handled the pick and ban phase, I knew that when it came down to the series, Cozy, that this was going to be a different ban phase where they're probably going to prio the map to map ban phase instead of just targeting more so on these individual teams. And you see the Van Pool get protected over on Liquid Citadel's side. We saw what Polly was able to do with that Van Pool, but not even just that, right? Guys, it's kind of a give and take, because even if you ban out the Van Pool, we know what that Captain America could do.
No, absolutely. Great point, Vicky. With the Jeff being banned from above, Nero going to have to find another hero to play. Last Protect going to go on the Invis. It's going to go ahead and give some comfort pick to that backline as well. And the final ban comes in. So, yeah, the big difference here, obviously, is shutting down the strats there if you're looking towards Liquid Citadel, but you're not going to have much tank play, or at least with the Deadpool Merc in the mouth. The ban last coming in. Vicky, we've been talking about this for nearly a month. Both these teams, what if they played? What would happen? They scrim in the back, you know, behind the scenes. It all comes together. Daredevil, the last ban days will not be on the lawyer.
Sorry, Days. But looking on the other side, at least he's got that Wolverine, and that could come in clutch when it comes to dealing with Sparchief, who's already lingering over onto that Captain America. That's another thing, right? Because, Cozy, the reason why both these teams are at the very top of the Americas is the flexibility that both of these squads could provide. Mello obviously going to be over onto the Elsa, but they don't really need that Mantis damage boost, honestly, from both sides, right? Because it's going to be the Elsa v Elsa duel, and this has been the theme that has persisted throughout the course of today, even from the EMEA side of things, Cozy, where it's kind of been like, okay, if it's going to be the Gambit ban, you're always going to expect the Elsa. If it's going to be the Elsa ban first, you're going to probably expect that Gambit next.
Yeah, no, beautifully said, and definitely is the way we're going to see things shaked out here. Sparchief going to be floating on the cap to start off. I mean, Vicky, this will either be Liquid's first map to drop Liquid Citadel, going to be drowning in the swamp, or we will see what maybe some expect here. Team is locked and loaded. When it comes to Liquid, they can sub and change different things talent-wise. When it comes to Swamp, they have a lot with all the sub-ins and different looks and packages that they have ready. Now, when they scrim, Vic, they know each other so well. What do they bring different to the table? What trickery do they have up their sleeve? Let's find out. Portals open, high ground established. Swamp Gaming looking towards TLC. Taking up top, Vicky, as things continue. We've got the Slash Nest Days looking for more already. Trying to slice and find his way, the rage to a maximum.
But the fact that they kept him alive, I mean, the fact that he kidnapped him, by the way, that's why I got so hyped, because this is what I was expecting, Cozy. It's going to be crazy. It's the fight for the neutral, the fight for the high ground, but he kidnapped him into the Elsa trap. Now, Speedery gets trapped himself before diving in onto the back line. They got to take care of the foundation of Swamp Gaming. Speedery making them look mortal, and as they have no sustainability, there are no more bodies left for Swamp Gaming, and the domination of the first fight goes in favor for Liquid Citadel.
That team just got legally dismantled. I mean, one team has got the Daredevil, the other not. That's obviously going to make a big difference in the way that rotates happen with Daredevil too. Just the presence and the push they can get, especially on Forky Dog. They're going to have a maximum protection. These backlines are so good at rotating, staying safe. They do not die. That's what makes them great. Energy, though, having one of the best duelists in America, if not the best, access to the Apex Predator. Scary stuff here is now keeping their eyes peeled. Speeder can also look through the walls, give them a heads up of where they're coming from. This comp is going to be tough to take from the point, and Pauly will make it even tougher as Scatter goes down. Who would have thought Pauly being on the Deadpool with Cap available and still on the team, Vic?
It's crazy here. He tries to get another kidnap with those adamantium claws, and Energy has a different plan here. I object before going in together with Speedery the Lure. They got to look right behind him and make sure that they don't overextend, but also still controlling the space. Look at this communication that we're seeing from Liquid Citadel, and also look at these ultimates, Cozy. They're very close to having that Kumio unleashed from Nero, so they can cycle that together with the invisible boundary. Fastball Special has to go crazy here in Kras's hands and together with Daze.
Yeah, no, great point. Honestly, we're just seeing good rotations all around. You're seeing them use the map to their advantage perfectly. Now, Kraz going to go ahead and throw in the Daze, trying to find more. Not going to go overextend, right? We're not going to see anyone try to do the hero play, at least this early, but the... Oh my, we didn't even get it on camera!
No way.
It's disgusting. 3 go down immediately, making 4 with the trap. Is that the trap icon, Valentina? No! Energy finding the Loki. That could have been invisible. Spectators, I would love to see more, but my gosh, absolutely disgusting from Energy.
Lagging in real life? No way, but Energy's gonna be able to back away now. Energy going crazy with their own highlight reel. What the quick little 4K before backing away. Swamp Gaming have everything in the bank in terms of ult economy, but Liquid Citadel have those answers. They have all the stall potential. The Glar trucks are coming out. The protection from the Loki lamps. Daze does find Speedery in the process, and with overtime taken away in favor for Liquid Citadel. They have the advantage, but they trade it off with Energy finding Valentina. The back-to-back from Energy. Somebody has got to look at this young gun legend that we got to interview just yesterday. The invisible boundary now is going to be expended. The stun onto Cooper as the Hulk goes crazy from Kraz, but after you let the devil out, it's been too much. Spark then follows up. That's another 2, and this is the first round going in favor for Liquid Citadel.
Energy Spark surging, folks. We just saw Liquid Citadel do what they do best, and that is dominate in the first zone. Domination. Super Soldier Factory going over to TLC. Swamp Gaming look to get right. Vicky, I mean, it's crazy, too, because there's always a bigger fish, as one Jedi once said, right? There's always a team that might be better. And when we look at matchups, right, we have not seen Swamp really struggle all that much. Gaskin did say earlier, this map may be, unfortunate a bit there in terms of where they did struggle against FlyQuest going back what seems like a week or 2 ago. But either way, Scatter, Daze do have the ults. They didn't commit everything, honestly, because they couldn't there. At least gives them an opening fight shot. Nero, Spark Chief to follow. If Liquid Citadel gets a point first, Spark Chief and that ult, oh boy, it's going to be tough to peel them away from it. Swamp Gaming ready to go, though. They know what they need to do. Domination gates opening. Vic, here we go.
And the big detriment, too, was unfortunately, Valentina was getting caught off by Energy a lot. Something that is very unusual, but that's what happens when you're dealing with such crazy duelists from the enemy team. Making that swap over to the Cloak and Dagger, getting off that Loki, even with Speedery still being on that Daredevil. Where did everybody go? With the portal plays, they've controlled the high ground right now. They're just waiting for Liquid Citadel to contest them from that low ground.
Yeah, just good patience, right? On this first, initiation of attack, Vic. It's so important to win this, so their teams are just finding the right moment and angle to slice and dice from Daze. Has that ult. You bet they know he has it as well as the tracking happens. We've been looking at this Wolverine a lot lately as he's going to go ahead and put on the extra survivability. Down goes Scatter with the pop. The AoE, no connection from it. Ults are coming, but nothing else from them. Wow, just like that. We're going to rotate on over. Look at the sky cam now as the team's going to be pushing in. This is an absolutely Infinity War in the making. Vic now has Energy. Going to throw out once again. That Glartrox not coming up with anything.
Oh, let's play no games because Pauly is back in the spawn room gates. It is Daze who finds that pick. Speedery trying to dismantle this backline. The patty cake between Forky Dog and Valentina after Valentina was able to paint the floor there with that Eternal Bond, keeping everybody alive, finding another pick. You don't want to stagger here as Daze finds the next victim and Mellow to pop off onto Energy. It's a back and forth here now as Swamp Gaming finally get to reclaim the point, but let's not forget, Liquid Citadel, we're able to get at least some extra credit with the 30%.
Absolutely. Daze does it again. Dialed in. Every slice matters here. Now with the rotation, the Glartrox on their side with Forky have a little bit of the offense, defense special, exactly what they need. Look for them to try to trigger Cooper. They know that ult's ready. Get that ult going, then throw in the Glartrox. That's going to be their best success. It's going to be Kraz now jumping in, throwing up the game of bubble, trying to bait some. Does going to find a little bit of a target, and there it is. The quick goodbye. Forky Dog deleted, gone, just like that. Quite literally, the invisible woman.
They disappeared themselves. That's not what you like to see off the invisible boundary before Nero gets the next victim off to Kraz. Slight little stagger here after reclaiming the point. And Cooper still has their invisible boundary. It's going to be really this Glartrox going crazy from Mellow. And Valentina getting the Eternal Bond. Forky Dog now gonna have to just regain that ultimate from scratch after letting that invisible boundary unleash. And I'm also looking at Scatter too with the Eye of Agamotto. But all the survivability here, Cozy, from Liquid Citadel side.
Yeah, no, it's a great point because they didn't have to use the ult earlier, and now Cooper throwing it up. The protection's ready. The Roman Coliseum of fighting in the boundary is here. Cooper finds two in his own boundary, and they are now just farming the swamp and putting down pavement to set up the fortress that is the Citadel.
This is my swamp here. As Kraz has to reset. Again, these staggers are so detrimental. Forky Dog had made the swap over to the Rocket to get this quick BRB. Going to be able to swap right back over to the Invisible Woman, something that we saw at the very end of Midtown there over in the Amiya side just yesterday. The trap and the catch. And Daze does find Speedery. That's really big. He was stuck inside that side room here, and he can let the devil out once he's back for the spawn room gates, but they have to recontest on the point here because you're near 90% in favor for Liquid Citadel. Spark also gets stunned. Nero has a survivability with the Kumio Unleash, and Spark isolates Daze. Not going to be able to get pocketed right here, and with 99% upcoming, they got to contest on this point.
Yeah, good trades back and forth, but have to capitalize off of these, right? Vic now 99% and up. They know it's going to be the fight here held at the location of the zone. Let me Spark Chief now try to dodge away from Kraz. Melo's going to find another, so this point should go over to Swamp, but never count TLC out. It's going to be Speeder now letting the devil out. The Lawyer's ready for action. Throwing, slashing, the batons twirling, and it is absolutely disgusting. Up, down, slam, goes to Wolverine. Eyes open, hitting three. Hello! Big time is Scatter ult, but the follow-up not there, Vic. He goes down even with the eye.
The thing is, they were down in numbers. They had no sustain. Valentina and Forky Dog were unfortunately caught off, and that means Liquid Citadel in a dominating first match take this with 2 rounds in their pocket as we get to see what this Gigabanger of a series, Cozy, is in for us. Liquid Citadel on top.
Wow, Vic. I mean, I want to ask, like, are you surprised by the result we just saw? Because to me, a little bit, right? We've talked back and forth, and Swamp has, like, nothing but respect for Citadel. They're just saying, you know, we go back and forth. We want to be like them. Like, we've heard it all over the last couple of weeks. But we've seen teams in underdogs oftentimes win. Can't call either just yet. Domination can go either way, but obviously, Citadel play to perfection. Gonna give Elsa your energy. Elsa is a very scary sight, as we can see right here. And I think Speedery, and just the presence of that devil, Vic, was just enough to let them dominate.
The issue is that if you're going to try to enable your backline, I mean, I would not want to be a strategist dealing with Speedery on the Daredevil, I'll be honest. Even Energy, obviously, right? But at least, you know, Forky Dog being on the Invisible Woman could try to get away if the Daredevil's not on the table. But you have to look at the KOs here because Nero and Cooper, they only went down once. The diff across the board, and we remember we also highlighted that Swamp Gaming, unfortunately, don't have the best time on Hell's Heaven. So we're going to have to see if they have a better time as we see what our next map is, right, Cozy?
No, for sure. That's a good point there. Also hilarious seeing 2 Doctor Stranges up on the SVP there as we ended. But listen, all I know is I think if you look at the Vanguards, the way they rotated and how they capitalized was the biggest difference. These backlines doing everything they can, folks. We have a banger coming up. Match number 2 between Swamp Gaming, Liquid Citadel. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break and reload.
Welcome back, everyone, to Marvel Rivals Ignite preseason playoffs, and we've got our first little taste of what we were waiting and building for, being one of the best games in this region, and it was a relatively one-sided affair. Let's call a spade a spade. Swamp Gaming just couldn't quite get in there against TLC. And Cozy, I mean, it's a very interesting dynamic. If we think about these two teams, we've heard they scrim quite a lot. I mean, how do you approach a team where you've scrimmed them so often, and often you might have lost those matches as well?
Yeah, no, thank you. It's a great question, because if you look at it, we were bringing that up at the beginning of that match, because it's tough to bring something different to the table. Oftentimes, you scrim against someone you're not going to go against all the time, and that's why they were in different groups, made more sense. But then you really start to understand your opponent. From pick and ban phase to how do you approach the first fight, there's so many little things and mechanics, because honestly, like, talent-wise, we saw it in the EMEA. I think that the talent here, either team could win. Like, point blank. It's like what you bring together and how do you surprise somebody. And so you have to change up your looks and your tactics, and it's tough to do, especially with going up against each other now. We've heard like 100 times or whatever, Vic.
Yeah, literally like 100 times exactly. And that's what we're like hinting at before. And I think as we move on to Hall of Jalia, it's important to know that when we talk about the lack of information, since we haven't seen these two teams face off against each other in an actual tournament setting, when we were listening to Nero talk in their interview, they actually said that they like to take scrims very seriously. They play the comps that they know that they excel in, instead of like other teams usually trying to play more unorthodox compositions, trying to play a more weaker composition that they want to get better at. And that could skew what the scrims are looking like. We even heard that in our interview within EMEA, where some teams are trying to do that themselves, Gaskin.
Yeah, I do wonder if it's a case here where they're like, let's play things pretty standard here in this first one. Let's see what the lay of the land is. Maybe with our practice, we might be able to beat them in the neutral and might find ourselves in a better position. Perhaps now, going into map 2, they try something a little bit different in this lock and ban phase. There's only one way to find out. We're jumping into it. It's Cozy, it's Vicky Kitty. Enjoy this one.
Ladies and gentlemen, the one map that Swamp Gaming did lose, FlyQuest. Where did they take it? Right here, Streets of Wakanda. We're back, Vicky, and they're ready to claim it back from Liquid Citadel. Gambit v Gambit, gone. Elsa, gonna be saved on both sides. Mantis, gone. We already know how the first three are gonna roll out. These teams are gonna make any major adjustments, especially after that domination, Vicky. Maybe something as things start to tilt a bit more, but expect more the same in this part of the phase.
And it almost felt like a crime seeing how the backbone of Swamp Gaming with the supports just unable to really keep themselves up against Speedery, was trying to speed run through that first map. It's very unorthodox, right? It's not something that you get to see very often. And with the Ultron ban coming out next, this is what you could expect, because this is Hall of Jalia. There's a lot more verticality, open space. They do not want to deal with the flexibility that Speedery has. They protect the Invisible Woman from Liquid Citadel's side, so expecting what Swamp Gaming have up their sleeve, since they've only been targeting the strategist here until they hover over that Daredevil, and that's a big tool here, because we know that Daredevil not only gets all that information, which kind of squashes the fastball special that we saw in that first map, but also helps alleviate more of that pressure away from the strategist from Swamp Gaming.
That's a great point. Obviously, the Daredevil's going on each side is the big swap up, because it's funny, right? We've seen, Vicky, so many teams try to approach Liquid Citadel in particular with like different compositions here of the pick ban. Like, what do you try to get rid of? What do you do? And we're seeing right now what Swamp thinks is the answer. On first hit was going to be the strategist backline and cut down some of the Ultron up in the air, and obviously the triple strat. But you also have to slow down Speedery, who has so many options at play. They're kind of target banning him a bit. Likes to play the Ultron, likes to play the Daredevil as well. Could we see a bit of a Psylocke comeback blast from the past as they lock in? Vicky, this is a very interesting first point. Always one of my more favorites to watch because of the way Poke is handled. Look out for energy here on the defense and playing up on that high ground. Speedery going to be an interesting kind of complement 1A to the 1B duelist as Psylocke, at least on the defensive side. And still looks like they're trying to figure out some things as they are still at the spawn with 25 seconds.
Oh, okay. I actually really like this. Nero going over to the Jeff. You get that team up together with the Vanpool as well as the Venom. Cooper's going to be opting for the Invisible Woman, and Liquid Citadel getting ready on their defense wall. On the other side, Valentina's going to give everybody the extra shields from the Rocket. Polka Dot hovering over onto that Invisible Woman. It looks like the fastball special is still in their hands going into the second map.
Alrighty, everybody, watch party, Space Jake 3, all of Marvel Rivals community, get ready as the doors open. We've got our next matchup underway. Liquid Citadel looking to hold strong in the fortress, or will they be brought into the swamp? Hulk, Krasman, gonna be causing chaos right off the bat. They're gonna rotate up here. This is a tough place to rotate because of just all that open coverage. But the way that Liquid was positioned, gonna make it a bit easier for them to move in here now. Closing in, gonna get the Gamma Shield. Somebody's gotta get an early pick. Look for that on the side of Mello. Energy Mello, first of all, is actually gonna make a big difference here. And it's Energy doing what he does best. Vicky, disgusting.
The target priority onto Valentina again. They've lost out on their strategist, so it only leaves 40 dog for the sustainability, and Daze trades that back with a nice little kidnap trying to get away. The tether, though, is detrimental in controlling more of this space. But can we talk, Cozy, about this straight neutral that we keep seeing the prioritization of the space and how they're going to be able to break through these buildings, push through to get more into these open sight lines. You see the commitment right now with the Van Pool ultimate from Scatter. Van Hammer activated. Forky Dog does have the invisible boundary, and the portal contest comes in from Polly.
Yeah, even with that pick, able to get that momentum to push forward. Good rotation again from Swamp Gaming. Forky Dog ready for the Q. Cooper going to match as well, so look for what they can do within the Glartrox. Both a little way. Mello going to be a bit closer. Dave's going to throw up over the wall. Paulie finds Scatter, though, and that's going to make things a bit tougher for them in the pop of Paulie again. Are you kidding me? The Strange with another. Going to hold strong, Vic.
Oh no, and two, together with Nero, who was able to get the Itch Jeff, or at least the pressure of the Itch Jeff, forcing Swamp Gaming to back away. Where is he gonna go? Where is he gonna eat us? And then you currently have the Elsa following up with Energy. The back-to-back Valentina cannot even get one heal outside the spawn room gates.
Just, hey, how do you get rid of an amazing backline if you quite literally just don't let them play the video game? Now time dissipating down to 1:53 seconds. So you look at the ults they have. Swamp Gaming at least not utilizing everything outside of that quick invis ult at the start. Here comes a portal play from them to try to give themselves a bit of an option. Don't love where the portal's placed. They're going to try to use it as cover. They can jump in when needed, but either way, Paulie can sniff it out. Has the Agamotto ready. The show is here, and this is the pop of the Algo. Nothing with it. Spark Chief tries to go in with the Beast. Mellow trades Speedery, and that is going to give all the momentum now over to Swamp. Make it their Swamp. Get this zone, pushing them back. I like the way they're playing.
But look at the way Liquid Citadel still have some numbers. Paulie finding Kraz is big. They're so close to being able to get this point as Mello holds them back together with Daze. No sustain as Liquid Citadel have to reset and Swamp Gaming get this payload moving out of the garage.
Oh man, just perfect comms, and Mello, Valentina just bonded right away. We heard that in the interview, right? Both of them getting a piece of that zone cap. Now Mello gonna find Cooper. What a stagger. What a great play and an extension, wow. Vicky. We're seeing them go full out aggressive. Only one on the cart. Don't need anyone else because they know they're able to go ahead and open up this next zone. Building this space so perfectly. Scatter. Now with big responsibility, Speeder gonna go with the dance execution, trying to find more. The game is shield perfect. And the pop. Paulie falls. What an absolute peel job from Kraz.
W Kraz, every strategist love looking at a Hulk jumping right back to shield them with the bubble. It's going to be the bouncer effect here, right? And Scatter does have the Eye of Agamotto. He could try to jump forward vertically here and looking to the back. It's going to be Forky Dog still lingering. Invisible boundary in their hands, but they're looking around. You can hear Speedery creeping about. It's on the balcony, and you can see the immediate target focus as Crash tries to take that fight too from the right side before jumping back together with the rest of the squad. Cooper and Nero. Nero's waiting with the Itch Jeff for that invisible boundary from Forky Dog as the counter.
Oh, they're pushing in now. Kraz gonna go in. You're gonna see the Surgeon come in as Dr. Strange for the Agamotto. Kraz with that insane pick on energy. This gives them all of the leverage. If you're Scatter, we'll see what they can pop up with Dash going in, out, slash, Dash. Paulie goes down. Great kidnap there. They're gonna force now Cooper. Spark Chief throwing in. Nero to follow. My gosh, every QB impressed and try to save this point. It's a big one if Swamp can grab it. Forky gonna go ahead and try to do what they can, but Wolf, Elsa, gone. Goodbye. Nero making those big plays as always. It's the strategist backline. Valentina Kraz is popping off, Vicky, and they get point number 2.
And they used up the portal here to get back. Oh no, well now it's gonna have to be a swap off as Paulie is gonna be able to linger back with the rest of Liquid Citadel. But talk about the way that they were able to take that over, even with the Itch Jeff attempt at the counter of the invisible boundary, Cozy, that still splits up one strategist away from the rest of the team. And then you just had Scatter just completely clear the rest of the point. Eye of Agamotto coming in clutch, and Mello still has the Glartrox.
Now, when Jeff gets his snacks, right, typically it's going to go in the favor of that Jeff team, but not this time around. A little too late now, and it just started with that amazing kidnap and the opening from Kraz, who continues to pick off the biggest threat, that is energy. You close down the energy of the TLC, you can shut them down. Speedery going to get the trade there, but they're going to be both down that Vanguard. But these kidnaps have been absolutely lethal, and I love the Season 1 skin to boot because it just represents the way he plays this dangerous X-Men. Going in yet again with the fastball special. Fine slice, dashes, gets out. Perfect rotation, not overextending, Vic.
The Van Helsing or the Van Logan here, as he's going to be able to back away those adamantium claws. Finding another victim. The Amber Alerts have been hanging out throughout the entirety of Hall of Jollia thus far. And Speedery does have the corner Proteus, already showing the respect that they have against Daze, who is going in for another kidnap attempt. Valentina, uncontested in the back line. They're going to try to rotate together with these ultimates that Forky Dog and Valentina will have coming up. If you look at where Speedery is holding on to that bighorn.
Oh my gosh, the aggression. Forky Dog going right away with it and pays the price from it. Paulie going to get rid of that easily. And so one team, both of them had the cues to press in terms of the strategist. And I was surprised, Vicky, at how fast and aggressive Swamp wanted to play that, paid the price ultimately. And now you allow Liquid to set up that fortress once again, get the stagger. Goodbye, banner. Have to get back and angry once again. Energy as the Apex. Cooper to follow. This is going to be tough, Vic. You had a minute 22, but Liquid Citadel, how good they are in the neutral and how close they are to the spawn.
And they had to feed the squid real quick, too, just to get that stagger. And more time wasted away from Swamp Gaming to get to that finish line. A minute, less than 10 seconds here together. As you have the God of Mischief from Cooper waiting about after Nero had already committed to the invisible boundary. Same thing for Forky Dog. I popped off at the very end there, too, because Forky Dog was called out right on the outskirts of that invisible boundary. But they have the sustain here. The group hug, the shields, trying to protect everybody from the back. Is going to find itself successful. The lamps have been called in, and Glartrox for Glartrox. Is it going to be a buffet? And all you can eat for Mello to feast on. Even with Cooper getting that God of Mischief and having a dance-off, you only have 4 here alive. And Polly getting kidnapped once again, and then frozen. The double CC, everybody, as Swamp Gaming get this payload to the finish line.
The full 3 push, I believe, Vicky. This was our first 3 push we've seen against TLC, if I'm not mistaken. Absolute perfect play. They only had a minute left in that Apex Predator to perfection. Mello has been one of the best, nailing the Glartrox, training it behind the scenes, if you will. Coming up definitely with a full belly, as we find ourselves now with Liquid Citadel not only on the offense, Vicky, but on the brink of losing their first map.
I was about to say, Cozy, like, let's not forget, Liquid Citadel have a perfect record thus far within the preseason in Ignite here, and they still keep that streak going in this bracket stage. This is going to be crazy. Swamp Gaming making the adjustments that they needed. Can they keep it up now on the defense? That's what Speedery also trying to flex over to deal with the Wolverine, because I feel like between Kraz and Daze, it's literally my nightmare demons coming to haunt me. And then Mello just being the nail in the coffin once you get called out.
No, absolutely. The Vanguard play in particular, outside of it, I want to say the last group didn't love, because after that, it was just pure punish. But man, it's been perfection. They've been the one mainly getting the opening pick that opens up the rest of the doors for the flood of the Citadel to come in. But Swamp quickly closed them. I'm just surprised that with only, 40 seconds after that wipe, they were able to get the full push. I mean, it was disgusting, especially with everything that Liquid had, but we'll see how they respond. Remember, Vicky, Swamp has been here before. They've lost, right, and they've come back. We have not seen Liquid Citadel when they're uneasy. Life is easy when you're winning, Vicky. It's a whole lot harder when things get uncomfortable. Kraz, ready, fastball special. We know Daze is good at what he does, but what he does is very nice, as the X-Men says. Let's see what they choose to do.
Let's see if it's going to be a home run here, Kitty Kitty, as he tries to get sneaky with it. Mello with the marks. Going to be able to put in a good amount of that pressure before trying to find the very first victim. Who's it going to be? As they try to find Polly. Polly's gonna be on the Emma, which I really like, by the way, for a counter, because Polly's been getting kidnapped so much, but if it's not Polly, it's Spark moving all the way up, though. The follow-up, they do not let Spark Chief breathe, even with the lamps that were put up preemptively. It's not gonna be enough, but they have to get right back onto the point after isolating Kraz here on the other side, Spark Chief rather on the other side, who makes a swap over to the thing. Polly's just trying to get away, activates a Diamond Swarm to also retain the beam of the damage output that they could have, and it's gonna be them at least getting that first checkpoint right there on that first mark.
Man, but Daze is just going berserk. I mean, absolutely claws out, brawls out. Forky Dog now, look for these strategists. They know that everyone is going for them in that quick backline. Gonna go ahead and slash dash, go for that kidnap again. Find Speedery. Good night. Go back to spawn. Shuts down that. Shows him who's the Logan. Quick kick and hit. It's gonna be Paulie. His mother now knows best. Pushes back. The beam on the whole Kraz. Look out for that backline. Pushing forward. Here we go. Loki popping out the totems. Everybody getting the Qs going.
She knows best, but she's also trying to put them in timeout together. The Glartron still finds energy!
Out of the dash.
Oh, no way. Forky Dog popping off Cooper, just witnessing the massacre right before their eyes and says, I am out, and Nero at least will be able to come back in with the invisible boundary. I know, by a pixel.
Vic, are you kidding me? That was such a perfect Glartrox. The Eternal Bond. Absolutely. Oh, man, that was crazy. That was such a good defensive play. Cannot believe they're able to hold on, but they do just by the hair of it. 27 seconds they had left. A minute 42 is Liquid Citadel. Look towards what they can use. Energy close to Glar. And have Clobber in time as well as Paulie. Here comes Daze once again. It is the man, the myth, the Logan getting the best of energy. And this is going to slow down everything as Cooper trying to survive. The best surviving strategist in this game goes down.
Moving back, though, the clobbering does not find its mark, and it also doesn't force out Valentina and the Eternal Bond. Meanwhile, the beam just gets bigger. Hyper beam maybe from Paulie, who does want to retain that energy, but they have to split their attention because Kraz has been going crazy. The Pain Brothers, but this time it's going to be a double betrayal. You yeet out the Wolverine, you have the sustain, you activate the Berserker mode, but if it's not you getting grabbed, you get booted out of that. Oh, that's the fastest, by the way, that I've seen Hulk get booted out of that ultimate.
The World Breaker, my ASS man, because absolutely completely deleted health bar every which way. Wish that tenacity build was in this patch, not today. Would have helped him anyway. Melophobia now just farming Days with another 38 seconds. We can feel Liquid Citadel. That fortress is starting to crumble of perfection that we continue to talk about. Vicky Nero does have the aggression boundary Cooper can match. They have the tools they need, but what you've got to look for, and the difference in my opinion, is that Melo's got that Predator, followed by the Surgeon, who's been surgical. Here comes the Agamotto. Let's see how he chooses to use it. Oh my gosh, they're going right away.
The Glartron going in right immediately. Take your medicine, Speedery. It's also La Vista. Cooper has a God of Mischief after Nero had already used up the invisible boundary. Melo gets caught by the clobbering time. Agamotto goes crazy. He gets all 5. Speedery swaps out. Nobody's left on the point from Liquid Citadel's side. This will be the first map that Liquid Citadel lose out on at the hands now of Swamp Gaming, showcasing that Liquid Citadel are indeed mortal.
An absolute surgical Agamotto. It was insane. After the clobbering time, the whole team rises up. He throws it out, opens the eye, and closes the door shut. Swamp Gaming ties it up, folks. Are you not entertained? As the 2 best in America make it entertaining. 1-1, Vic. My gosh. I mean, there were so many big plays and moments. The spec away from the point being taken.
Oh, my God.
But the big plays that Swamp continues to make, they've been pushed back and forth against different teams, if they always have that big play moment.
I just literally just thinking about like by a pixel, how close they were to just keeping this map going, Cozy. Looking at the MVP, Forky Dog, 29-2, by the way. That's the survivability that we're highlighting. Nero, too, was just trying to keep up with the sustain. It was just so much, playing so split up, too, at the hands of Swamp Gaming. You gotta look up into the skies because Daze is about to give you whiplash, but it's been absolutely insane, the turnaround. And I do have to say, Swamp Gaming, they noted what's been going down in scrims. I know that Swamp Gaming definitely comes through when it comes to convergence, Cozy, but I am hearing that Liquid Citadel do prefer Convoy.
Absolutely. Well, we have not even seen where they take it because perfection has not fallen. What an amazing round of adjustments. Going to the map we know is a get right, folks. We're going to get right now behind the scenes as we take a quick break, and then we're back to the absolute heat that is this action in Ignite.
거침없이 난다 겁없이 뛰어가 fly mode be breath free shining flying higher feel the spark of light mode 우리 눈을 위로 더 rise up 사라져 fade away moonlight gonna burn the night out every time my heart's flight we go higher eyes wide right through the starlight 차가운 공기선을 realize 지금이야 take flight we're dancing on the moonlight 묶어버려 turning up the heat gonna get it high we're switching up the lead rules mixing up the crystals all they want to know how we do it now it's time to switch to flight mode wake up wake up wake up wake up feel it feel it feel it feel it this
Ladies, gentlemen, NBs, we are in uncharted territory. TLC have actually lost a map. Do not adjust your sets because it's happening. Finally, someone is able to go toe-to-toe with them. And Swamp Gaming have done it. And it wasn't just like they got over the finish line. They absolutely demolished them in that one. Cozy, what would you put that down to? Was that more of Swamp Gaming stepping up here? Or do you think TLC dropped the ball a little bit?
Oh, well, first of all, I mean, obviously, if it even got to point there, the ball was dropped there a bit from Liquid. But, oh, my gosh. I mean, just clutch in the veins. The plays were perfect. The kidnaps from Day set up so much for the team. Like, even if you look at the stats, like, Paulie obviously popping up as always, but Spark Chief just didn't have a chance to really do much there. Speedery, I just felt like was speed running to the spawn. They constantly found him out. Honestly, they kind of finally put an extinguisher on the absolute heat that has been these two duelists that open up a lot of the other play.
And Vicky, is this going to be a case of, if it bleeds, we can kill it? We can finally get through. They've now shown weakness, and surely Swamp Gaming have to take advantage of this going into Spider Islands.
Yeah, they do. And you know, if Spark Chief having to forcibly swap over to the thing just so that way they don't get kidnapped, I mean, punching the air literally with 0 finals, we got to change things up. I'm actually expecting maybe this could be a bait, right? With Days being so powerful on the Wolverine, you take apart the Vanguard and you could try to force this front to back style where then you could try to tear apart the back line in the very last part of the way that you try to overextend if you are Swamp Gaming. The Vanguards not holding the line there kind of dismantle the duelists, and we saw that what happened to the strategists when they were stuck on the back line.
Yeah, stuck on that backline, it just got a little bit dicey at times, but I'm sure that TLC will be looking to try and respond here as well, Cozy. But as I said, it's uncharted territory. We've not seen Team Liquid Citadel have to go into a match after losing. How do you think they're going to respond is going to be my question, but of course we're going to toss that question into the locks and bans here, because this matchup is just about ready, guys. Enjoy this one. I'm sure you will, because it looks like we have a series on our hands.
Well, it's uncharted territory, Vicky, but all the players individually have been here many times before. But how do they respond as a unit? That is what has been so impressive as Swamp Gaming continues to always right the ship, and they make things messy for the Swamp that they are. Damn it, being banned on both sides. I think what they did well in the ban phase is they still took away that triple strat, but they shut down Speedery in what is the comfort play and then the flex play after, right? Forcing into the side, and that opened up the rest.
Yeah, exactly, because then you take care of the Daredevil, it's off the table, your foundation of the strategists that you find so much support in are still enabled, and then you take away the Ultron, where in this map, there is that verticality once again. So I'm probably expecting that here from Swamp Gaming, as they take out the Loki next, the Protect onto the Elsas are definitely going to go onto both sides, which is going to proc the Mantis ban next.
Yeah, absolutely. I think things will stay the same there. The Loki ban, definitely a solid route to go as well as Swamp Gaming. And Coach Fox always has a plan for them. Both map, meta, team comp, nothing is safe there. Love all the commitment behind the scenes. Now, Spider Island, Vic, I think is a very interesting map that definitely favors a lot of what Liquid Citadel likes to do, but can get messy fast. Wolverine being banned. Hello, Days. The respect is there. Remember back, Melophobia said, best Wolf in the America scene. Showed it pretty well right there.
And this is what I was thinking, because if the Wolverine was such a problem and you're not enabling your Vanguards from Liquid Citadel, who are so strong, that's going to be the respect, but that's also a ban wasted. The Protect on the Daredevil, by the way, is going to go for Days, because they called this out, and I think something that we've also heard from Swamp Gaming Cozy after talking to them just a little bit is how confident they feel taking Dive against Liquid Citadel if they try to match that together. So they're feeling like, okay, if the Daredevil does come out, they just feel like they could do better.
No, for sure. And this is going to be the first look of that we get, right? Take away the claws and the batons will come out instead, the invis there. And either way, I mean, I think just trying to, again, all these formulas make this team uncomfortable. That's loaded with talent. I think what they think the answer is Spark Chief and Speeder. You make them uncomfortable. And even though all the studs around them, Team Sport, Team Game, we'll see what they can do. Last ban here for Swamp Gaming. Looking at the Groot. Be an interesting choice here. Don't hate that at all. Groot going to be banned out of here. And just like that, the stage is set, Vic. What do you think? What do you think? Does Swamp win another? Does Citadel stand strong?
I think it's going to be a flashy battle. And if anything, Cozy, this may work into Swamp Gaming side. And I keep highlighting them just because of all the information that we've been able to look behind the scenes on how the pick and ban phase has gone down. We're playing Mystery Heroes, it looks like, in the selection phase. But with Swamp Gaming being on the defense, I actually... not surprised. Days is going to be lingering over onto that Doctor Strange here. And it's not going to be a double Doctor Strange, obviously. Days is still hovering over who they're going to go for. As Swamp Gaming, once again, probably maybe rolling out with that triple Vanguard here. First with Liquid Citadel, though, coming in with the attack.
I got to get a lot of props to Scatter as well. They're obviously getting rid of that Deadpool, that, obviously great hero in the meta that they're playing in. But also, he's just been playing so well. Top level. Get rid of that. We'll put him on Strange. What did he do? Oh, I don't know. Like in the best Agamotto we've seen so far in the playoffs. So what a great way to step up if you're that side of Swamp. In Days, get ready, y'all. He doesn't need vision to have absolute madness ahead. This is going to be a good one now as we open up the gates in Spider Island. Nero ready. Liquid Citadel thirsty for revenge. Perfection gone. Here we go.
It's the Days v Speedery matchup, by the way. It's a Daredevil rolling out for Swamp Gaming, so you get some information where Energy wants to move on to. This kind of forces Energy to back away and make the swap over to the L, so you have much more of these open sight lines as well, as Melo's already set up from the back end of that choke. And look at Spark Chief, who's waiting to get enabled here, being on the Venom. It's the Venom v Venom matchup too. Energy taking a good chunk of that damage, is going to get healed up back to health. Scatter, though, needs a little bit of help before Speedery tries to clear more space.
Yeah, I like the Venom on both sides here. I think Daze and Speedery both going Daredevil 2. This is everything we wanted. The OK Go comms on both. Which ones have better comms, better connections, and better opportunities? Scatter, though, leading the charge once again to keep this team in this point defended. There's the quick ult from Pauly, trying to make them uncomfortable. They dive on top with it. Nothing to come from it. We're going to go ahead and get that nice rotation into what is going to be just, honestly, a great way to respond to that quick Pauly ult. They don't have to worry about that now for a while, Vicky. And just like that, holding strong.
There's a really big focus on the Daze who still manages to get away, right? And it's not going to be a pull-in from Cooper as Daze, just knowing when to reflect before diving down. The invisible boundary, the Venn diagram from both ends is going to allow Forky Dog, though, to get that pick. And their Glartrox is feasting, and so is Forky. Thanks to Mellow to pop off. Swamp Gaming, they clear this point away from Liquid. It is back to the drawing board for Liquid Citadel.
What a bird's eye view, right? We're going right to the invisible boundary. Can see nothing, and then the Glartrox coming out, finding more. Liquid Citadel outside of the Cooper ult and Pauly, they do have plenty at their disposal. I think Nero and Spark Chief having theirs together is going to help a lot. We'll see if they wait for speed. Now it's just another pop, and the quick combo takes down Energy in the opposition. Swamp Gaming, they're absolutely playing to perfection right now. Vicky, you can tell, locked it.
Yeah, I mean, Koze, I'd be surprised here. I knew that we were in for a treat. Eye of Agamotto in the pocket of Scatter. Valentina has the survivability with the God of Mischief to copy Forky Dog for their own invisible boundary, but all eyes on Spark Chief to see how they're going to be able to deal with that with the ante that comes from Feast of the Abyss.
Already now, just like that, the opportunity's there. The Scatter knows what he has. They just Valentina going to go and throw up the invisible boundary. They're going to see if they use it. Yes, aggressively. Mellow finds the perfect angle and shuts down the Glartrox. Apex Predator, no more vegetarian now, as it's going to look for Valentina Kraz. Continue to dive. That Mellow, oh my gosh, that quick swap over through the doorway and the headshot. Are you kidding me?
And the follow-up, too, to add on top of it, and also having the situational awareness to be there at the right time. I mean, taking that off angle was so big, and because the fact that they really only had to expend Valentina and the God of Mischief, as well as Kraz, of course, with the Feast of the Abyss, you still have 3 ultimates and make it forward with Forky Dog very close to the invisible boundary here. Spark trying to get the dive in, needs to follow up together with Speedery. They're letting the devil out, but the judge and jury say something else for days. The lawyer has lost their license and energy, too. Following up, the Glartrox was released, though, from Mellow's hands, and Forky Dog is still here to keep everybody from Swamp alive.
Energy trying to give his team just that as they get the needed pick there on Daze. Forky goes and Scatter to follow. This team will not go down quietly, but obviously keep in mind plenty of opportunity to build up. Portal back, Daze, Kraz. They keep on being annoying and sustaining, but they don't want to get staggered too much. Daze going down, Portal opening up. 21 seconds for this hold of TLC, the perfect team. Now faces back-to-back tough maps. Scatter going in, has that eye. Keep your eyes open. The medicine ready to be delivered, Vic.
Uh-oh. Look for Mellow, though. Little cheeky here. Top of the rooftops.
God.
The assassin to find energy. The biggest problem is off the table. The Eye of Agamotto finds 2. Invisible boundary that was already expended from Cooper is right behind Spark Chief and Speedery's backs. It does not save them. It is just a matter of time as Swamp Gaming clear out Liquid Citadel before they can even get to that first checkpoint.
This swamp virus cannot be stopped. Are you kidding me? On the map pick, a Liquid Citadel, the disrespect. We wanted to see how Liquid would handle adversity. Again, we keep talking about this. We said it yesterday in the interview with Energy. It's easy when you're on top, but when you've got an equal heavyweight matchup, blow to blow, you know there's going to be ups, there's going to be downs. Can you go 8 rounds? Here we go, Vic. So we're going to see now if they're able to somehow hold Swamp to the same. And honestly, Mellophobia is just getting these picks so perfectly to open up the opportunity and finding energy damn near every single matchup.
And it's the way that, like, Mellow has been able to reposition and take full advantage of the vertical rooftops, the side rooms that we've already noted. It's a lot of pressure, too, when you have to also look behind you because you're also getting dove on by that Venom. Even from the other side, there's been so much more peel. The Reflect as well when we had both Daredevils coming out. Daze still on that Daredevil. Kraz taking a little trip, though, to Groot Town, seeing how they're going to be able to come out of the gates with this one, while Forky's just going to be able to give him that extra shield and jump.
The best performing duelist of the group stage is on the biggest stage now and showing up and showing out. We'll see how Liquid Citadel decides you have to defend this, as we knew it was going to be that triple Vanguard. I do like this Speedery again. They also have a way to survive pretty easily. Speedery now with the rocket. Crazy to see Speed over on the rocket here, but this is where we're at now with the 3 and the 3. They'll rotate out probably after this next portal, but pushing in now is the only play they have with how much they were held there. Energy does play the Magneto. We've seen this for years now when they are forced to play the triple Vanguard. Probably though slicing, dicing. Captain America not on the roster right now. We'll see what he can do with the Merc. Trying to get that pressure on. Going to go ahead and throw it on the Storm. Interesting pick here, and there's going to be no follow-up. So that's going to be wasted, gone, and dusted.
Oh, so putting in some more of that pressure, but if anything, it's just feeding into the strategist ultimates. Valentina already so close to that god of mission for Cooper, even closer to the invisible boundary. You try to push in, and Mello answers back. Both of the Vanguards are off the table, but at least with the BRB, Speedery does bring back Polly, but the numbers are dwindling for Liquid Citadel. They're clearing more space, and the group hug is among us. While you see Polly, though, rotating from right behind them, they are able to sneak a quick pick out of Mello, but the spawn room gates are right behind their backs, Cozy. Swamp Gaming are so close to all these ultimates.
Yeah, wouldn't it be a swamp if it wasn't raining? And when it rains, it pours as Melophobia up in the skies is Storm. And now with 70%, Scatter close as well. Kraz can get the setup. Liquid Citadel trying to find more. Cooper does have that defensive ult, and here we go. Trade for trade. The Devil's out, and Daze is him now as the Lawyer slashes, dashes, fight is 2-4. Goodbye. Everybody taking a look at the blind man. Guilty as charged.
Oh no, Cooper got BRB'd. Oh, that is the worst feeling ever. Also, have to highlight Valentina getting the God of Mischief off the rocket to have that see ya, dealing extra damage together with Daze and letting the Devil out. The awareness as the portal plays coming out just to block out their entry.
Oh my gosh, right now, BTA, we've got Kraz pushing forward. They've got more. The Omega Hurricane's going to open up the Cat 1 to 5. We'll see here as the clouds open up. Looking down upon Spider Island. Liquid Citadel trying to hold strong, but will it withstand the weather? Vicky trying to get more. Good rotation out. Gonna lose Polly in this, and that's gonna be a massive pick at that.
It was a delay too on the Omega Hurricane, waiting out on the Eternal Bond. Is still calling out Polly, who's up on the high ground. Speedery does find Forky Dog, though. The trade-off as Scatter finds Speedery. Daze, though, has to answer back, finds Cooper. The cloak goes down, and just like that, with a speed run on Liquid Citadel's map pick for the first time that we saw them bleed, they bleed twice now. They go down twice, and Swamp Gaming take it again.
The fortress is on fire right now. The Citadel needs to be rebuilt. Can they do it? From what has been such a perfect start now, the playoffs. Would you expect anything else? Valentina claiming that MVP throne, and the Asgardian one as well. What a perfect performance across the board. I mean, Vicky, from that domination and on dominant domination that TLC did to these last two maps, absolutely disgusting. These backlines, we opened that up from the get. Gotta say, Paulie been doing their job, I would say, the last couple of maps. Energy, Spark Chief, they've been kind of feeding off that. Speedery, obviously got some opportunities, but man, they are just finding ways to make this team uncomfortable.
It highlights how the practicing just behind the closed doors really worked out for Swamp Gaming, because they already knew that they were expecting Liquid Citadel to go on the defense with that triple Vanguard, triple Strategist lineup. They made the swaps at the very end here, but Mello knew and went out on the Storm, splitting so much attention away from Liquid Citadel, Cozy.
Oh my gosh, Valentina with nearly as much damage as you've got over there on TLC. This is something we've never seen before. Here, folks, America, the scene being made in front of your eyes. Will TLC fall down to the lowers? We'll find out potentially in the next matchup. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break.
shining lights. Oh, yeah. Heart beat is skipping way out of control. Lock it, oh yeah. We won't stop it. Flying high is our destiny. Lighting up flaming stars. We're reaching out towards victory. 눈부신 꿈으로 차가운 심장을 쥐고 더 높게 날아가. They can't catch my vibe and my life. We're dancing under moonlight. 손 묶어버려. Turning up the heat. Get it, oh. We're switching up the lip gloss. Mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we're doing. Now it's no restrict the flight mode. Yeah, 차올라 내 눈빛 봐. 불부터 나 ready now. 떨림이 번져가 이 밤 위로 올라타. 거침없이 난다. 겁없이 뛰어가 flight mode. Be breath free, shining, flying high. Feel the spark of flight mode. 우리 하늘 위로 더 rise up. 사라져 fade away moonlight. Gonna burn the night out. Every time my heart's flight, we go higher, eyes wide. Right through the starlights. 차가운 공기선을 realize. 지금이야, take flight. We're dancing on the moonlight. 손 묶어버려. Turning up the heat. Get it, oh. We're switching up the lip gloss. Mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's no restrict the flight mode. Wake up, feel it. This
Welcome back, Marvel Rivals fans! Do not adjust anything because the unthinkable is happening. Not only is now one map gone against TLC, but they are behind for the first time in Marvel Rivals Ignite preseason. This is unthinkable. I mean, I don't know if I thought we would even be here, Cozy. What do you take this down to? What's happening? Are they falling apart? Is the pressure getting to them here?
Yeah, I mean, hey, first of all, it's perfect conditions for the swamp, right? I mean, right now they have everything they want and need. Honestly, a lot of it's just mechanical play and just straight up getting big time picks and fights. Like, you know, you can say what you want about pick ban phase. Like, what I'm seeing is the insane off angle hits from Melophobia and disgusting plays, you know, around the board. And, you know, we saw when Liquid did so well, they were able to continually get that back line and make them feel uncomfortable. Man, they've been pretty cozy since that first domination and maybe a bit of the second map.
Vicky, we're going to Krakoa, where both teams are 3 for 3, so both undefeated at the moment, but one of those O's has got to go. At the moment, who are you feeling has the upper hand here? Because surely momentum on the side of Swamp Gaming now.
Yep, and since we are going back over to a domination, we highlighted already the win rates that we've seen from Swamp Gaming, whether it be from their own scrimbucks and what we've already seen throughout Ignite. This is looking good for Swamp Gaming. I mean, the macro play is just insane. I mean, the stronghold is really not holding strong right now, guys.
I'm a little bit worried, right? Because TLC looked unbeatable. They looked like no one was going to touch them. They looked like they were on top of the world. Interviews, they were so confident. But now, is that confidence starting to flood away? Or can they come back into things and show why they are believed to be one of the best teams, if not the best team in the region? There's only one way to find out. Let's go into map 4. We've got Cozy and Vicky to take us through it. Locks and bands are ready. Guys, have fun.
Oh, Vicky, in my core, I feel the match 5 coming, and that's why we go back to domination, right? Liquid Citadel, one thing they can look back on and smile is how they've done on that map 1, and it was a pretty dominant win at that. We'll see if they can continue that success here, but man, Swamp Gaming, it's the mental as well. When things start to crumble, and that's how I need to see Liquid Citadel. It's like, you know, never mind the pick ban phase, get into the heads of these players, and that's maybe your best chance. Move forward and get that W, as things look the same so far in the pick ban.
And that's actually what I was a little worried about, Cozy, because if something's not working out, I think a big focus has just been the impact that Melo on the Elsa has had versus the opposition. And when it comes to dealing with these Elsa Dittos, it's about who gets way more done, whether it be from a Glartrox play or just straight neutral, right? And with the Ultron being banned, once again, you're focusing on speedery, where you won't have that verticality. You don't force out the triple strategist. They're not going to be dealing with that on their end. And kind of seeing what now the strategists have in mind for Swamp Gaming. We even saw Valentina popping off. No Vanpool, though, as Liquid Citadel did ban that out against Swamp Gaming, but they still prioritize protecting that Vanpool once again for Poly.
I wonder, though, yeah, right? And, I mean, that's the main thing, because Pauly, obviously, I would say with them down, so many people are probably like, put Pauly on the cap, what are we doing? Come on. But, like, that's just not the game plan going in, I think, most likely. I mean, they could go that. Spark plays plenty, you know, as well. that they can complement with it. But either way, with that protect going to the Daredevil, that was the one thing they didn't have last time, right? I think Speedy was able to play that there in Hell's Heaven. This time, going to be going over to Swamp Gaming. So the locks are ready. Lawyer v. Lawyer. This is going to be good, man. I'm already excited.
All right. They're gonna take him to court, it looks like, and we get to get started. Swamp Gaming, currently everybody, are at match point against Liquid Citadel, who up until now had not dropped a single map. Now 2 off the table for them. We already knew, Cozy, that this was gonna be crazy, but this is possibly Liquid Citadel's last chance before they find themselves in that lower bracket. But I want to go the distance, as you already mentioned. That's what I was expecting in the long run, Cozy. We have to swap things up. I feel like another big focus, too, has been Spark Chief has just been shut down so consistently from Swamp Gaming.
No, for sure. And it's just, how do you respond here? Again, I think Cass can say, it's like, we've heard them in the interview, so confident, right? And what are we working on? The small mechanics. It's like, well, there's a lot now to look at tape-wise, and this is obviously going to open the door for other teams as well, Vic. I think what's just interesting, right, when you start to see the gods bleed, how do you take them down? You know, it's going to be interesting moving forward in this scene. But right now, 3-2-1 is the Hellfire Gala and potentially the fate of TLC. Here we go. Energy once again. Matching Elsa v. Elsa. Daredevil v. Daredevil. Close now is the only difference in the Vanguards and the backline.
A little bit of a difference maker, too, in terms of pacing. Swamp Gaming did utilize that portal to come right here to contest Liquid Citadel by this bridge side. Probably already putting down that bubble. Scatter in trouble. I love the pull-in that we have from Cooper. Speedery falling incredibly low, but so is Spark. Nice Terror Kick going in together to get that extra damage boost as Kraz capitalizes off of this. Numbers still benefiting, though. Swamp Gaming side, they don't want to overextend, losing out on a strategist, though, so they're just going to get the point first over to Liquid Citadel.
That's a great call out, Vicky, because right there it can be tough. Like, you don't want to give away that point so fast, but you know what? It's almost a battle just lost, and then it goes from 8% to 40, just like that. Get the team back together. They know what they need to do here. And Energy, with all this sightline, needs to try to find that back line. Looking for more. Valentina has been so clutch for this team, and they know that's one of the big-time backs. They got to get going. Paulie trying to get the pressure on with the bubble, giving that team some space as well. Ready for the banhammer. Looking for that backline. Stuck in the trap. Throws it on. Will the follow-up come?
And that was all to Forky Dog, by the way, taking a good amount of that pressure. I'm so surprised, by the way, that Kraz also survived. Well, Mello, you gotta look onto the other side because Mello has been taking these off angles. And we have Valentina opening up the floor, though, painting it purple. And it's gonna be the Eternal Bond following up on finding Polly. Nero does have the It's Jeff and Energy, too, with the Glar trucks. But they're gonna take a page out of Swamp Gaming's book, and they don't want to overextend. They don't want to have these staggers come out, as we know that domination could allow a snowball to happen.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't even get cams on that. How did Spark even go down there to Mello, right? It's like, were they just unable to get out? Did they get CC chained in? Either way, that's going to be this, really the opening pick that allowed everything else, get the Eternal Bond going from there. And just like that, Energy going to find Days. The trade, though, Mello finds again. It's going to be the Devils out of this thing and sentenced to jail quickly in the spawn room. Held up, 25, good rotation. Mello not even turning eyes to the point that's being capped. Our eyes are on the prize, and that is going to be that backline in Cooper. Nero, they are hungry for more. Nero looking for the It's Jeff. It's opening up the jaws. You can hear the music. John Williams playing the symphony. Does he get his snack? No, coming up empty. Oh, beautiful face.
The dismiss was so clutch, but then another attempt. Scatter's gonna help them out. Aya Bakamoto finds Spark, and with no sustain, you see the invisible boundary from Cooper. They have not let off of this point. Swamp Gaming has, and Days is gonna let the Devil out. Another Feast of the Abyss, this time onto Cooper, who was already low. Speedery to match that together, except Speedery doesn't have the same sustain that Swamp Gaming have.
So everybody getting a piece of the pie in this surgical approach. Scatter with the door opening there as well. Valentina gonna have Eternal Bond to respond. Paulie. Let's see. They just have not been able to capitalize on these banhammers, right? It's been perfect play from them. Days with the quick combo, trying to find something to extend out of there. And there's the banhammer. Can they get it? Yes. Cooper, though, is the traded one. My gosh, Forky. So they did get the follow-up with the banhammer, but they're going to lose strategist v. strategist, Vic. 5v5. Point cap in the back, though, to TLC. Hello, Spark.
I was wondering where was everybody else? I mean, they gave that point over to Liquid Citadel, but it's fine. Swamp Gaming gets to take it over while Mello and Daze are taking turns playing server admin. Knock, knock. Do you hear that? Swamp Gaming is calling. The Glartrox is in Mello's pocket, and they're cycling through these ultimates amazingly. Energy does have their own Glartrox right now, but Swamp Gaming are at 99%. They cannot disappoint if all the Glartroxes are feasting.
This is now just an absolute dominant performance. They are just not reacting to anything. Perfect play, time and time again. Glartrox out, last desperation to try to get this map point back. Valentina finds Spark just like that. The Jeff, the Nero trying to find something, get the sustain for the Whirlpool, but nothing from it. Vicky, TLC on the ropes.
And then they shut down Nero overtime a pixel away as we go on to round number 2. Swamp Gaming are fully in control.
Okay. All right. Listen, we pointed it out at the beginning of that map where they lost the point, right? And then they came back in. They kept doing that, Vic. Like, just never really got uncomfortable. They just played the game that they know best and just continue to put on the pressure, the poke, lose the point from a back cap. Who cares? You know, Spark Chief take 20 bullets from the Elsa. Man, Melophobia. What's so crazy is you've got to ban the Gambits, right? We've talked about these backlines over and over ad nauseum. But that just opens a door for the duelists, these best duelists. Look at the stats. They're the top of the top. Who can carry more right now? Melophobia popping off.
It's just the diff of the same type of matchup, right? When it comes to diving together with the Daredevil, you want the Venom to go through. You want your Elsas to get enabled to deal the damage to get these follow-ups. Swamp Gaming is doing the same thing, but better. That's what I was worried about if we saw both of these Elsas come out, because Mello has just had way more impact as once again, we open up the gates with another portal play to get onto the high ground and scatters very close to the Eye of Agamotto. I mean, Swamp Gaming have the advantage in terms of ult economy going to the second round.
I mean, how perfectly said that Swamp Gaming likes things dirty, messy. The Swamp Wood Daze sees everything, looking now towards the top. 4K vision ready. Kraz gonna go ahead and jump in, see what they can find with the connection. Gonna go ahead and use that Fist of the Abyss right away. Not gonna find anything from it, but Scatter once again pops another Vicky. Absolute, don't touch him, he's sterile.
But I feel like this is a miscommunication at the very least, because you use Eye of Agamotto after the Feast of the Abyss. That allows Cooper to use the Eternal Bond, surviving. But can they survive this onslaught of pressure? No! As you see, Schmiedery popping up, but guess what? His backline is gone. And Daze, we get to see the anime duel. 1v1 here over to the other side, but Polly and Energy are right there to deal just enough damage to be the nail in the coffin to get this point first in favor for Liquid Citadel.
Yeah, first bit of unsynced play, right, from those ults. Even though they were huge. Obviously a bit fast there on the Feast of the Abyss, I would say, or maybe late, I guess, either way. But good response and quick response from Liquid Citadel. Spark Chief has his Feast of his own. We'll see how he quicks with the pop, because if he can time it perfectly, the strategists almost have no time to respond. Bait out those cooldowns first. We'll see a first dive go in. Then the second will be that Q. Apollo going to go ahead and jump in, throw the bubble to get that distance. Here we go, Vic, as everything's ready to be thrown out. The Apex Predator first. It's going to find the Glartrox. Melophobia coming up empty, and here's Energy. He finds more. 1-2, pop down. Dead. R2.
It was a matter of time. I mean, Swamp Gaming, they still find that pick onto Energy. Mello not going down without a fight. Here comes the Staggers now, too. It's going to be a reset, but we knew that when Swamp Gaming came out of the gates, Cozy, into this round, having the ult advantage and not finding any of those follow-ups, that just allowed Liquid Citadel to act as a battery, to have all these ultimates ready for that fight, and they didn't even expend all of them. They still have 3 in their pocket. Valentina, the only one with the Eternal Bond.
All right, 61%. Liquid Citadel building up that fortress brick by brick. It all starts here on the brink of the lower bracket. Push down Daze. We're taking over. Oh, good pressure early. Wow. Swamp Gaming forced to rotate back. Not losing anyone, though. Staying in the bubble of protection from that cloak. Cooper getting low. Cooper getting dangerous and stays in the back. Energy, though, gets rid of that pest. Great job there from the peel, and there goes Valentina throwing out the Eternal Bomb, painting the path red, looking for blood and more. Terror Cape comes out. No connection from it. Kraz poking with those tendrils. Vicky diving in and finds the quick pick on Nero.
off of the dismiss that you saw Valentina was ready for before shutting down the Shark here, going back, Beast of the Abyss. Why are you running? As Cooper and Speedery fall next, and Swamp Gaming at least flip the point, but this is at least for Liquid Citadel in a good spot. When you take a look at 98%, Swamp Gaming will have some ultimates coming up for this next upcoming fight, but Liquid Citadel still have that advantage here, nearing 99.
Yeah, I like what Citadel has, obviously with Cooper and Speeder and Energy. I mean, that's kind of what they will need. It depends on how and when they can handle Scatter, too. He's last out of that fight. Portal will be too late. Keep that in mind at 98%. Days trying to get that opening pick. Has come up unsuccessful twice as they continue to hunt that back line. And the Scatter opens up. Does find two. Opens up the door. Speeder slams shut. Again, Surgical at play. Has nailed these all day. As now the Eternal Bond's going to keep them up and safe. Melophobia with quick combo and hits. Open gun out, ready to hunt, and there's the Banhammer. It's going to go on all the pressure. Backline, goodbye. Cooper, Pauly fights to Pauly, showing why he's the backbone of this team. All the way from Europe.
The appetizer off the Feast of the Abyss, though, the ante just allowed Pauly to pop off, and an energy drops down on Daze's forehead, setting him back to the spawn room gates, forcing Forky Dog to utilize this portal overtime, taking away. They do not want another stagger. He can't stay on the points. Can they get out of the portal? They make it right on time.
Just with seconds to spare, the Doctor comes out and finds a quick end to that as Energy finds another. And how much do you commit at this point, right? 4 down, and this is it. It's going to go to our third zone in domination. They take down the Grove, going to the Cradle. Cerebro as the fate of Liquid Citadel, moving this to 2-2.
The fact that we could highlight how crazy of a high-level play is going on between Liquid Citadel. Like it took one mistake off of coordinating those two Vanguard ultimates to cause a snowball to favor Liquid Citadel here. They got those rotations with those ultimates. They were ready. They found some staggers. They found Daze consistently cozy. As you highlighted, Daze really not getting that same impact that we saw in the first round against a strategist that is Liquid Citadel. There's a lot more peeling for Cooper and Nero now with that awareness, and Daze at least can let the devil out, and Valentina does have that sustain, but we have to see more of these follows between Swamp Gaming's Vanguard too.
No, for sure. And honestly, kudos to Energy, just finding Daze constantly back there and keeping the team healthy. And then once that's gone, they can handle the rest. Also, if Pauly didn't go absolutely nuclear there as a Merc with the mouth, it would have been a different story in the point cap because they got the trades immediately. Cooper went down. Cooper is finding the spawn room, I would say, in just 2 maps more than they did the entire group stage. That's one recipe to success. But right now, Liquid Citadel, they've got the devil. And opening up right away, letting the devil out as the gates are out. And just like that, he's going to try to find that first connection. Oh, it was just about to escape. Daze could see the daylight, but could not as the eyes are closed shut. And now it's going to be first point cap going to Liquid. We know that Swamp is probably going to give it to him. Oh my, just from a touch, Vic.
Hold! Someone's gonna look at Nero. He's got the itch, Jeff. The Eternal Bond committed. Pauly, what are you waving at? At yourself, I guess, in the mirror after you say goodbye. Mellow, having other plans. The Glartrox is so close, though. Cozy, you see Liquid Citadel, they're playing split up. Their Daredevil is gone, and Mellow has revoked his license. This is gonna be the back and forth. I mean, imagine nobody's captured the point yet until right now.
That was absolutely disgusting. And the Melophobia ult, I guess, was the only thing I didn't like there. I mean, everything else was perfect. Who needs the ult, though, when you pop down the Deadpool? Waving to himself, Vicky, I'm dead. All right, Melophobia resetting now with this neutral game that has been so lethal. Hunting down the biggest predator on their side, being Pauly. Devil's ready as well. Scatter. The Surgeon has been always ready, and they open up with this immediately. Everybody in the bubble protection, they're begging to stay in the light, and they shut down the night as Daze goes down. Great job, and just good rotation into that bubble and awareness around from these pro players. Pauly finding Kraz. This is going to be a point back to Liquid Citadel. Just clean up the rest. Committed from Forky, though. Trying to sustain as much as possible. Energy going to go and throw the Glartrox out, and just like that, everybody ends up in the mouth of the big monster.
Free real estate for free? Oh, man. I mean, okay, we'll take that. Thank you very much, Glartrox. He is evicting them out of the invisible boundary, but also really like the fact that they've constantly been shutting down Daze. I mean, it goes back to what you were saying, Cozy, that Daze, with back-to-back ults, just not has found that impact when it comes to dealing with this backline from Liquid Citadel because Energy has had his head.
I mean, just the group hug inside that cloak bubble, they still found him in the madness. Yeah, that's definitely something to highlight. But again, energy just full on, locked in, ready and loaded. I didn't love, again, now 2 ults. We had Melophobia and Forky Dog. Those 2 ults could have been the difference of when to commit them and when not. Little bit of miscommunication from Swamp, but they can recover easy. Scatter has that eye, and just like that, Pauly cannot even get the words out consistently. The Agamotto opens up, does get Pauly, and connects, though, as Spark Chief says hello, wakes up, and gets a spark going for this team. Finding 3 in that feast.
He jumped into the Feast of the Abyss, too, at the same time that he was using the Eye of Agamotto. That's so unfortunate here, but this is going to be even better, as Liquid Citadel, they're nearing 60% of progress on the point right now. Cooper does have the Eternal Bond, and Speedery is so close to letting that devil out. We did see Pauly already commit to that ultimate just a little bit earlier. Valentina Mello have all the tools necessary to close in the gap to recontest on the point.
Pauly now quickly with the quick rotations of the golden pistols. Remember, this Pauly's building up over time as Deadpool does, getting XP in real time. Daze finally does get that backline connection. Nero going down, but the Eternal Bond comes out from Cooper to keep this team up even more. Daze to perfect play. Will have to stay alive. Speeder going to let the devil out from above. Going to go ahead and just capitalize. Delete. Gone. Visit the spawn. Valentina and Forky Dog couldn't even see the devil coming.
Wait. What?
That was the delete.
Yo, the movement, the way he's literally jumping up and down like he's walking on a tightrope before diving onto the trampoline. The Daredevil movement comes through, and single-handedly, Pauly and Speedery are putting on a highlight reel.
Cotton 4K, man. He doesn't even need the eyes. And the pop of the we are dead. Liquid Citadel will not go down quietly. Energy with the 1, 2, 3. The team recovers. We've got a match 5 between the 2 best in America.
Cozy, it feels so volatile. Like, even though it's going down to the wire, even on domination, we were talking about and highlighting what these 2 teams bring when it comes to these different map types. When you have Speedery on the Daredevil constantly shutting down Gaze, I mean, it's back to the drawing board. It's about playing to your strengths off of those pillars. We saw that from Speedery. The Glartrox, no problem. It's going to eat another day because it's definitely not going to take a bite out of Speedery as we take a look at these stats. The follow-ups were chef's kiss as Pauly is your MVP. 13 finals, by the way. Look at the damage impact. 20k for Pauly, 28 for Energy. Try to diff that together with Mello, who has those 11 final hits, but with only 27.
Oh, man. I mean, first of all, Pauly, just no words for a Merc that has so many, right? Absolutely perfection of play, and it really just showed out there. This team continues to show what they have. It's going to be one that falls. Both want it so bad. Others sit down to the lowers. Folks, we've got a match 5 because, of course we do. It's the America scene. Don't go anywhere. Quick break, and then we're back to the heat.
Welcome back, everyone, to Marvel Rivals Ignite preseason playoffs. Gaskin alongside Cozy and Vicky, and we have a map 5 to kick us off for the second half of today in Americas. We wouldn't have it any other way. Swamp Gaming, they thought maybe they were going to get there, but TLC right back into it now. Cozy, do you think this is now a case of individuals having to step up to the plate going into this uncharted territory once more? Or is there anyone you feel like has been underperforming, overperforming?
You know, it's funny because it's like, you know, we've been talking about these teams having so many great players across the board, no weaknesses without, but they're always anchors, and those are the ones that need to step up in the biggest moments. Melophobia is doing just that, I gotta be honest, on the opposition, but Paulie, man, I would say Spark Chief struggled definitely at the beginning of that map 1, but recovered greatly in terms of just the comms and the follow-up after. So it's been great to see that, and that just enables the rest of the team, right? And then Speeder can go ahead and feast with it. But Shin Shibuya being the map of choice here from the team of the Swamp. Gaskin, from what we've seen from them, what do we like about this?
I mean, this is a pretty good map for them, for sure. Domination, just getting away from domination, I think is important here, because it's evident that TLC have their number when it comes to domination. But the important thing about best of 5, we're going to see domination twice. Similarly to best of 3, we have seen domination being one of the key factors as to why some of these teams have been winning or losing, Vicky. How do you feel about Shin Shibuya? Do you think this is more tailored towards Swamp Gaming's gameplay, considering they picked it?
Yeah, I honestly, I feel like it was also like really close though when it came to that last series. I believe it was the first week within group stages. They went all the distance versus Energy after they wanted to go face off against Energy in Shin Shibuya. But as you mentioned, they feel pretty comfortable here, and if you enable the Daredevil, this is where it could shine.
All right, folks, well, it is time. It's map 5 then between Team Liquid Citadel and Swamp Gaming. This is what you came for. This is what I would pay for, to be honest. It is the two best teams in Americas going at it here. We're going into locks and bans. Cozy, Vicky, enjoy this one. Take it away.
Vicky for the 2-1 seeds to have it all come down to Shin Shibuya. Are you kidding me? The map back into the rotation. We find ourselves here, and this is exactly how it all drew up. Right, Group A, top seed, Group B, top of the seed. What would it look like when the two Titans clash? Exactly what you see in the movies. I mean, you couldn't say it any better. How do they adjust, you think, here? Because, again, I don't think the big ban phase is anything they have to worry about all too much.
If anything, they may want to try to enable maybe the Wolverine if it comes through, if the Daredevil is like prioritized here, and trying to help out the backline. Because I think a big takeaway from that last game, Cozy, was perhaps Speedery having a little too much fun.
Yeah, again, as the players get ready to lock and load, obviously the nerves will be at a maximum. That's the other thing you have to keep in mind. All the, intangibles behind the scenes, if you will. Got to keep the mental strong, and what is strange to say, you can feel the hands getting shaky again. Cannot get that on this biggest stage. Melophobia in the interview last year, the stage was too bright, they would say oftentimes. Well, let's see how they've adapted now after a full year. New team, new dream. It's to take down TLC. It's Gambit v Gambit. Gonna be gone.
No surprise, it's looking very similar to what we've seen before, but it all comes down to this. We were all expecting a game number 5 when it came to the Clash of the Titans in the Americas region. Down to the wire here, where it matters no Mantis, of course, when you see the prioritization over the Elsa, which means now on Swamp Gaming side, they will be banning out that Mantis next.
Yeah, and again, it's like, do they shut down the Wolverine? Because that, helped them enable so much. I think they're fine with this Daredevil v Daredevil, especially with some of the shakiness there from the comms of the communication. And Shin Shibuya going to take all of those perfect plays and OK goes. Ultron being banned. They're sticking with the same line they did in map 1-2. Invis is a new addition, because we continue to see them protect that to give their backlines new adjustments, but that is going to be gone and then taken for their own. And that really opens up, as a strategist, as an Invis player, Vic, why does that give a team such an upper hand?
It's just that way they could try to rely on maybe playing around the invisible boundary. But I think one thing to take away too, Cozy, in that last game is the follow-ups that we had from the Feast of the Abyss when it comes to the anti-heals and calling out where that invisible woman is. But that's also why you saw a lot of the times when Forky Dog would put down that invisible boundary, he would just back away here and see, you know, what they could do to just survive and just stay invisible. But with the protection on the Invisible Man, it's also been a target ban on some of these strategists that Swamp Gaming has instilled some of the fear. And I like this protect on the Daredevil, and they take away their Daredevil away from Liquid Citadel. And this is a map, Cozy, that we've repeated so many times is so good for Loki and for the Daredevil. So the Loki clone setups go crazy here too.
Yeah, first of all, it's the speedery target ban. That's very evident. But second of all, it's like, okay, if you take Invis and you ban it, we'll just take the things that can delete Invis in the ult, and that's going to be the devil himself, right? So I like just the counter response here, and we're seeing just two heavyweights go at it, both in the mechanical skill, but also in the knowledge that it takes. The VOD reviews, all those hard, long hours that people don't even think about. The time is now. The match is live. That's what people want. The energy is here, quite literally. It's going to be Shin Shibuya, Vicky. And, man, I got to say, Paulie's still going to look in to lock their hero on the defensive. Speeder, you're going to go over to the Wolf. It was the side lock there on Wakanda. Did not work out great. Now going with the Hulk Spark Chief. Can I say this, Vicky? I've seen the Spark Chief's tweets. He says he is like undefeated on the Gamma God. Well, the time is now.
And you get the fastball special, taking a page out of the Swamp Gaming book when it comes to yeeting Speedery on that Wolverine. Trying to deal with Kraz as well, who's going to go over onto the Doctor Strange. I'm probably expecting that portal opening as we keep seeing Swamp Gaming go for, but you gotta be careful because Spark could put a stop to it if he also tries to find himself on the rooftop. Shin Shibuya is where it ends here for this series. Let's see which of these teams will come out on top. You already saw him bounce away, by the way. They were calling him out because they have the information from their own Daredevil.
And Kraz going to be on the Strange now because Scatter gets that tank pool. They've been waiting for it. We've seen such great play for so long. Going over to the Cap himself. What a way, an historic matchup. Paulie Kraz talked about so much as the man of freedom. Which team will set their team free into the winner's bracket? Well, we're not going to find out right now because things are paused for a second. Don't worry, folks. Jarvis just rebooting, getting things ready. Too much aura is in this lobby. I mean, we could even get out the freaking gates, Vic.
They always have to do this, right? Like, I'm always sitting at the edge of my seat just waiting and anticipating in this last game. But okay, Cozy, just looking at the way the positioning was set up, though, it's a lot of the awareness. But how much do you think comes down to the information that Daredevil could get for Swamp Gaming, Days having that priority, whereas Liquid Citadel don't really get to see through those walls, right? Obviously, it being banned against them.
I mean, important for sure, especially keeping track of Cooper and Nero. I think that's where it's more important because the rest of the team's very mobile. Like, it won't matter as much, right? Like, it's not like the Venom up top in the top rope or whatever. But either way, I mean, interesting to see the comp that they chose going into it, and we will be getting back to it shortly. Man, but I do like some of what they've got going with Days. It's the fact that Kraz is going to have to follow up with him. We haven't gotten to see Scatter, right, with this Deadpool very much outside of the original maps. And so putting that all together going to be a recipe for success. We're moments away, Vic.
Yeah, I can literally hear it as I do believe we are back. Yes, together again, guys. We're going to continue on this final game. Already Scatter did a good amount of that pressure. While you look at Valentina, though, getting right back together on the high ground, utilizing that jump boost from right behind them on the platform. Also, already expended on those lamps, and Melo's trying to take full advantage of it. They're trying to call out the Hulk as Spark is able to get away in time, and Cooper stays alive.
What a way to flip the script and look like he's on defense. Melophobia hunting from the back there now as Days hunting down. He's looking for Nero, looking for Cooper. Gonna find Cooper. Gonna go in quick dodge. Dip done is both of the Nero. Cooper gone. Days finds another. Oh, are you kidding me? The lawyer coming up strong through the walls. There's no hope.
Oh my, dude, the way that he was just prancing about, it was just like watching a documentary before the Predator just jumps on their prey. When you get to see GG No Heals in the chat, you look behind you and your strategists are gone. Peels, please! But there's not much that could have been done when you're lingering around that tower too. You could just play around it as Daredevil, and they fully capitalized. Days popping off here, showcasing the strength of Daredevil, especially on Shin Shibuya, but they're trying to clear more of this space here, Cozy, and the Glortrox is out for Melo.
Not just pressure, just pure persecution. Kraz, and continue on this aggressive effort. We'll see now as Speeder goes to Namor. Again, this was the Speedery ban. We got to see how he adjusts because they know how to get a little bit of the hold to have the flood fill up the swamp and get them the win. Scatter now going to be on the point, looking for more, building up not only that XP, but more with it. Paulie finds the trade with him. Both Vanguards down. It's 5v5, and there's the dinner time love, but nothing coming from it. They come up empty as Mellow Energy has matched these so perfectly the last couple of matches, but look at the perfect positioning up from the top. Day's not moving a muscle. Oh, no.
Oh, he forces out the lamps, though. That's fine. Daze is just going to back away. But you know what? You also force out the Eternal Bond. If anything, that could be a win-win on a reset here. Even though Pauly does find Mellow, Swamp Gaming have 3 ultimates ready to go. But I'm looking at the Groot Hug. As you let the devil out, Spark Chief could yeet it out. Cooper gets the copy. Eternal Bond. Groot Hug with the Strangling Prison. But you still find Nero if you're Daze. The sustainability is there for Valentina. Activating the Kumio Unleashed. But then is met face-to-face with the Moby Dick over there, with the whale crashing down over their heads.
The Fox comes out and is drowned out by 1,000 tons of the ocean. My gosh, a scatter pops off. Spark Chief going down quickly. That's a trade you can't have at this moment. Energy. Oh, it's 1-1. The energy. They were both lethal. And it's going to be the quick dodge and the finish there from these S-tier heroes and players. Now, giving them a lot of space, though. They might be winning some of these battles in 1v1s, but look at all of this pressure and space that they have built. And that's exactly what they want to do, Vic. 3:08 on the clock. Freedom ready to charge momentarily, and it's activated. Q ready.
Assembling the troops, though. Speedery just get frozen. Having to be careful. The lamps coming out in clutch. The Glartrox is looking to feast. And Mellow, though, turns things around, taking a nice little cheeky angle. Even through these Groot walls, it's not going to be enough to save them. They're all funneled inside the room of death. Mellow keeps going. Spark Chief gets a little bit of revenge, though. Still finds Valentina. And the Glartrox is back in the pocket of Mellow. And yes, as you mentioned, there is no portal here. And now Daze... Oh my days, man. I mean, they're going crazy with the way that they've been putting in the pressure and making the swap. I love this. Going into the third checkpoint over onto the Wolverine, because you don't really have as many flanking angles. You want to make more of these bigger plays when you see on the other side, Spark Chief is on that group.
Yeah, going hunted, right? I mean, just absolutely nowhere to hide. Going berserk as he does best. Pauly opening the book, getting him all the way charged up with the golden guns to boot. Oh my gosh, now as there's just so much on the line for these two teams to get into the winners. It's going to be the Glartrox coming out. Mellow finds another energy down. Spark Chief for the other. These angles continue to shine. The awareness, the game sense, perfection all around. Speedery, we see you right where you're coming from, buddy.
You won't be able to hide when there's only so many options for you to get away. And also, it looks like they're trying to force out the sacrifice right behind them. As Cooper went down earlier too. Pauly does have that banhammer. We know how strong this Vampool has been able to scale up together with Scatter, who already utilized that before. The bubble also going down. What are you waving at, though? Have they been able to find one? As the pressure's still on it. It looks like it's onto Kraz, who takes so much damage. Pauly gets that pick. The Eternal Bond isn't going to be enough. You have the invisible boundary, and this may actually force out Swamp Gaming to respect his space.
This is a must-win fight for Liquid Citadel. They cannot allow 2 minutes 40 seconds on, and luckily the Vanguard stepping up, finding 2-3. Down it goes, and just like that, 2:30 is going to go down to at least about a minute. But Swamp Gaming has 2 big-time ults to get the exclamation point they're looking for. This is quite literally going to be graphics cards begging for life. Color shows Coachella out here with the Luna Snow. Look out for it. Cooper ready to go. There comes the Glartrox. Energy finds 2, but the wall pops, finishes, dives. There's so much going on, Vicky, but Swamp Gaming coming out on top.
I'm getting whiplash. I'm looking at Daze just pop off over to the right side. Mellow clapping back. Then you have the Glartrox. A nice little freeze, though. Energy just trying to stall for as long as possible. Even through these group walls, though, they still lose out on Daze. Spark is trying to answer together, but with that last stand, they don't save Forky Dog. Portal play now coming out of Kraz.
Fast minute 48 seconds, still so much time, and it feels like it's just an overtime. But here's Cooper, powers are his. Invisible boundary coming up shortly, giving this team a bit more room to breathe. And if you are Swamp Gaming, just get out of there, let that thing cool down. Energy Nero find 2. The reset is on, and Liquid Citadel standing strong as the fortress that they are in this American scene.
They've rebuilt the foundation, and they've kept this building up from getting set on fire. Look at how close that payload was, by the way, to the finish line. They were holding up to the spawn room gates, and Spark was answering back with these group walls. It's coming clutch. Banhammer activated here, too, online for Pauly, as Mellow is waiting with that Glartrox. All the extra damage is up to Nero to stay alive here, but having to call out with this invisible boundary to save them from the Glartrox.
Yeah, I want to see where Speedery rotates in, as we're going to have the Banhammer go in. No, it's going to be the other side. It's going to be the defensive ult here coming from Pauly. And now, just like that, Energy finds the best in Kraz. This gives the team a bit more of that survivability to Q's. The W press forward, holding strong, aggressive is their name. 45 seconds left, Vic. Energy close to the Predator. The Monsters hungry for the finish and the closeout to shut them down. 3.5 minutes. We're on the clock now, whittled down to 30.
More energy. More energy. That's what we're seeing right here. And we see Energy just continuously putting in the pressure. Kraz swapping over to the Thing, though. They have some of these ultimates online. And the guard trucks, though. It's up to the other side. And it catches Valentina. No sustainability. It's another big one. And remember, Cozy, we did see Swamp Gaming utilize that portal. I don't believe they have it. It was like during a minute and 40 so seconds.
Right.
So they will not be able to recontest here with that portal play.
Oh my gosh, just grabbed and gone and devoured. It's going to now be on Energy, getting it done in the neutral. Look at the sustain from Kraz. How long can he stay alive? Daze does find a pick, but down goes the Vanguard. Valentina pushing up. Eternal Bond trying to give them a little bit more of the path to victory. Lanterns popped out early from Cooper. Going to be a big cooldown to keep your eyes on here as Paulie goes in. We'll see how many of them caught that. Daze close to the Berserker. Scatter has his ready, but Paulie puts the neutral in his own hands with his shields going up. But it's going to be Swamp Gaming going down as Paulie's in the backline. Once again, Cortana's out. Golden time yells down the Merc. Vicky, overtime ticking.
Golden time here. He's got the banhammer. It's time to go crazy here. Was that E, though, raiding? Maybe not finding the impact, but maybe with some help of the group walls as Forky has the dance-off you were mentioning. Fate of both worlds. It's going to happen for both ends here as a dive down comes in the wall to their backs. It doesn't seem like it's enough, but at least isolating Polly allows them to have the number advantage. Kraz also taking a huge chunk of that damage. Somebody look at Energy. No one is paying attention. They group them all together, and he is just farming Cozy.
Yo, he didn't miss a shot. And then the aura farm with the Galar trucks, the boot quite literally putting it in his own hands. But the portal's going to be coming online here pretty shortly if they keep up this sustain. But no, Energy now just having fun out there in the gun range. Are you effing kidding me? I mean, Vic.
Dude.
What an absolute hold.
Energy was just, playing a different game. He was in the farming simulator, man.
Yo,
that was actually insane. He was doing his herb runs.
Did you see that Psylocke Mellow? I think it was Mellow, dash midair and deleted. Couldn't even react to the combo.
Why did we TP so early, man?
I liked it at the time because the pressure was so immense. There's so much time on that clock. But yeah, I mean, oof. And it's a bummer the way things traded there at the end because, man, ult economy-wise, they were just always kind of right there ahead to match and, watch the Luna go and then show what you have on your own side. But, hey, listen, this is a tough defensive map. Or offensive map to penetrate through the defense. So we'll see if Liquid Citadel can do just that against Swamp.
You also can't, tilt, right? Because we saw that they were up in numbers when they went back onto that cart. We saw a wall come up, prevent the healing from actually allowing Daze to come right back together with the rest of the team. They were holding all the way up close to spawn. Then we saw that rather late portal play just so that way they could desperately get right back onto the point when everybody from Liquid Citadel were coming out of their spawn room gates. Now, the tables have flipped. And the script writers are hard at work. We know how difficult it is to try to get through this choke. So we have to see from the other side what Swamp Gaming is going to do when it comes to holding out.
The error of margin is razor thin, and so is the talent between these two teams. We finally get a peek at the top scene of America. It comes down to this, as you said, Vic. Now looking forward, again, one team with the devil, other not. Portal opens, Magic ready. Spark Chief going to go ahead and go on to the Symbiote. Changing quickly, gets that team locked and loaded. Kraz knows to jump in because they do have the 5v6. You closing quickly as Spark has to make his way back, and just like that, going to be everybody diving into this. No elims from it. Scatter is going to go ahead and rotate into the point now. They did lose that fight initially, so good backup from them.
And also amazing team up that we see together. With the Jeff and Vanpool. Spark jumps on Scatter's head, forcing Scatter. Wow, he called him out. Daze 2 at least gets a trade-off here. That's 2 out. But Speedery also clapping back as Cooper's at least still alive with the sustainability for the rest of Liquid Citadel. It's up to Mello now to put his name back on the board. The 1v1 versus the Elsas. He also gets focus from down below. Speedery trying to call him out as we also have the Venom v Venom. It's ditto matches everywhere.
Noel is applauding, man. Symbiote be Symbiote. And I cannot believe how well of a job Swamp did to survive all that because they were able to pick off one, fall with the two, but it was the strategist that again enabled this team to do what they've done so well. The newest pickups to make what Swamp is Swamp. Melophobia has the Predator. And there comes the Glartrox. Going to find one minimum, but goes down quickly. Spinnery with the quickest combo. The Yokai is slain. But one more devil remains. Yokai in the sky. Daze looking for his opening now. Craig's going to jump in. It could be Daze as well. And there comes the Fox once again. Vicky, the swords are ready. Both from the Katanas and Psylocke. Glartrox comes out. Finds no connection with it. Everybody chasing.
The fact that Valentina stayed alive with literally 1 HP, dead to the butterflies, energy, finding scatter. Everyone's dropping here from Swamp and Liquid Citadel now have all the bodies to get onto this point. Patient play here as they clean up the rest of Swamp Gaming and get this payload moving.
Wow. Really good defense and perfect execution, because if they ended up whiffing that, I mean, that was going to go down to just about the clock. You got to get, the last second attempt, then you're low on time here on point 2. Now plenty of time to operate. Again, the error for margin is just so thin here, Vic. Energy trying to get some pokes and trades. Like the aggressiveness from Swamp, a lot of time to give. Look out for this Feast of the Abyss. Kraz has to nail this with Daze. This is going to be their opportunity to make up what happened on the last 2 maps with that communication. Here comes the Venom, up, down, close. It's going to be Nero, though, keeping them alive. Short on health, stays in it.
Letting the devil out, though. Somebody called the Exorcist, because at the moment, Liquid Citadel don't really have that sustain, but look at the way they're kiting away. I love this look. They completely shut down the aggression from Daze. At the very least, though, they buy themselves some more time and also feed into those strategist ultimates.
Vicky, watch out here. Cooper has such a big opening, and this is an awesome point of the map. How did he survive that energy? Are you kidding me? With a speck of health to the name, Elsa slays down the devil. Cooper getting Forky out of this, and that's going to force all of Swamp to get out of there. Point pushing forward, 3 minutes, 10 seconds. Plenty of time, Vic. And on that, only using Cooper, they've got Spark Chief for the good old group photo.
I think the Glartrox wants to photobomb it here too, but we're going to see how they're going to be able to follow up together. Polly, also with that banhammer, waiting around. Kraz looking behind. Daze just trying to call them out. Has that information, being on that Daredevil after losing out on that 1v1 too. As they have to put down the bubble, trying to isolate the heals. Banhammer already going down. Valentina does have to sustain with the rest of Swamp Gaming, but they're holding on to it for now with Forky Dog looking to rotate afterwards. It's the group hug. Valentina goes in, but slightly too late. The bubble that was put out is huge for Polly. Releasing the Glartrox as it meets its forehead on the group wall. Melo's time now, as there's no wall waiting from the back end, but with that wall placed right in front of Melo, they're just going to have to let it go out.
The rock, paper, scissors of the wall, the Glartrox, and one coming out on top is Melo now. Kraz pushing in. 2 minutes on the clock means plenty of room for the mistake there, but either way, trying to get that Gru ult was just so important. The desync and the perfect rotation and response there from Valentina as well kept the team alive and healthy. And I cannot believe that wall. That wall was everything. That would have been the whole team.
Actually huge. It's all that awareness that you could see. Are you not entertained? This is what we were expecting, Cozy. Cooper has the Itch Jeff. Speedery with a Dance of the Butterflies diving in together. The Itch Jeff is called in as Kraz paints the floor with the Freedom Charge. Let the devil, what? It's Daze is going to be able to have at least close to that 99% coming in together. Forky Dog, too, has that dance up, is holding onto that button before Kraz tries to just dive in together. And it's Liquid Citadel who are just trying to also take a different roundabout rotation, trying to rotate from that low ground.
90 seconds remain now to get the final boss from the American scene, and Daze is going to try to put it in his own batons as Cooper goes down so quickly. Energy tries to even the odds, but it's going to be swamped with another wipe, and 60 seconds will be left for this team to get it together. 80%. They do have the ults needed, but Vic, time will be ticking so short. They've got to play perfect from here on out. Forky only bit of defense, but we know what Melo can do. He likes it so aggressive here with these Glartrox. Once again, I would not even be surprised if he just dashes in with the quick flip from the top. Watch for his positioning.
This is so tight. We have less than 45 seconds on the clock now, and Cooper cannot get baited with these lamps. Pauly has that banhammer. Energy also have to go crazy. Nice little bubble, though, as Scatter tries to jump on their head. Diving in together is going to be Valentina to open up the gates aggressively to help enable Scatter. He dives over their head. Valentina takes out the claws to find Nero. It's a back and forth, but the number advantage goes in favor for Swamp Gaming in another team fight.
Oh my gosh, it comes down to this, folks. 17 seconds. Snowflake on the devil ready. Glartrox play charged up. Portal opening. The magic is here, and it might be with Swamp Gaming. Portal's opening up. Here we go. Last fight, Vicky. Can they do it? Can they stop the Titan? It's going to be Melophobia with the fattest apex of the of the game.
That's actually crazy. He's feasting at the top of the food chain, Cozy. Forky Dog with the dance up, with the fate of both worlds. The crew hug, the bubble to isolate them. Spark is left alone, but somebody needs to look at energy. Kraz was the only one in his face with no sustain. Swamp Gaming, they trump over the Titans of Americas. That's one for the books. Swamp Gaming are your victors against Liquid Citadel.
Welcome to the Swamp. America has the crown for now, sitting down. The Citadel crumbling to the bottom of the lower bracket. Perfection denied. Are you kidding me, Vicky? I mean, just after the response on the defensive effort, Scatter, they gave him the Merc. And he broke the fourth wall in every way.
They did not hold him back. That was such a good series. Taking a look at the stats alone, I guess we're deep in the swamp here, Cozy. Scatter popping off with this Vanpool. I love, by the way, the perfectly placed bubbles a lot of the times, too, to isolate a lot of the healing. 11 final hits diving in together. As Days also popping off here. 15 finals. The protection was there. Mello also having signs of life with that Glartrox. Holding on to that, by the way. Waiting for that portal play to happen and just looking at the mouth of the portal and letting the Glartrox feast.
Yeah, and it just felt like, if you're looking at it, it felt like the Groot ults definitely did not sing there at all. Anything but the sound of defeat. Unable to capitalize on some of these biggest moments. And they have found a weakness, right? Their weakness is if you can target their speedery and some of what they like to adapt to. Sometimes you have one player that flexes into a couple of roles that are so important to the cornerstone. That's one that they shut off pretty quickly. Vic, blown away from, honestly, every bit of that matchup. Swamp Gaming, are you kidding me?
Almost speechless as we bring back Gaskin. I mean, what a crazy match. Game number 5. I'm not really surprised it went over to game number 5, but I am really surprised to see how every single thing that was thrown at Swamp Gaming was answered.
Swamp Gaming move on to the grand finals. I'm not sure many people would have predicted that from the winner's side. Of course, from the lower side, still maybe. This is a huge upset, and we have to give credit to Swamp Gaming for how they played. And you guys were mentioning it about locks and bans and targeting certain players. I mean, I feel like Valentina was getting targeted quite a lot, but this is one thing I've been saying about Swamp Gaming since we started seeing them a couple of weeks ago, is they're very difficult to target because they go so deep with their hero pool that they just seem to have yet another hero they can play, and they are going to dominate regardless. Sure, in terms of domination, they seem to struggle a little bit against a very impressive team, Liquid Citadel, and I'm sure this isn't going to be the end of this rivalry. I imagine we will see it again, if not here in preseason, just going into stage 1. But this is going to be back to the drawing board a little bit for Team Liquid Citadel here, Cozy. This is not what they would have expected to have to go through. I'm sure they would have been considering going to grand finals from this position, but now they have to battle through the elimination bracket. But before we talk about that, we get a chance to have an interview and, of course, a winner's interview as well. Swamp Gaming are on top. And what a performance it was, folks. I mean, thank you so much for joining us. You must be on top of the world right now. Just talk me through how you're feeling.
I mean, we feel great, man. Like, drop map 1, that wasn't great. We kind of knew that. Like, Vicky, I was talking to you earlier, and I was like, yeah, Hell's Heaven is rough for us to as a first map draw. But we knew we were confident on our map pick. We knew exactly where we were going. We knew what we were taking them to. We knew what the ban line was going to be. And so we were confident in that matchup. The guys instantly came back. They blew us out map 1. We blew them out map 2. We knew because we were going to force a convergence, they were going to take us to a convoy, and we had a nice line for that, and nice prep. Came out swinging there. They take us to another call. Worst case scenario, we get another map pick, and my guys played great, man. We're having a blast upstairs. No, we feel great. We're so happy. No, credit to those guys though. They played great. They're such a hard team, man. So.
I mean, it was a pleasure to watch, and honestly, for entertainment purposes, I'm sure the entire scene enjoyed that one tenfold. But in terms of like what TLC tried to do against you guys, I mean, I felt like there was some targeting. Like they obviously are scared of Valentina as a strategist, it seems like, or just your backline in general. How difficult is it for other teams to try and target you guys, though? Because it seems like your hero pool is just so deep. What do you atone that down to? What do you bring that down to? Is it just like so much experience through ranked play, or is it just practice in scrims?
I mean, I think it's like everything, right? Like I've got a good committed group to what their job is, right? Like my guys don't care about hitting top rank. If I tell, Danny Days, you're going to play 40 games of DPS Deadpool and you're going to go 0-40 in ranked and you're going to drop to GM, you'll fucking do it, right? Oh, sorry. Right? But so it, like my guys are good at developing their hero pool and are committed to that regardless of what it costs them publicly or anything like that. And so we're able to make it in a situation where you don't really have a good line into us. This team makes it more difficult than anything, right? You can't really beat them in the ban phase. You can't really beat us in the ban phase. You just have to get a matchup that you think you can win on, and that's what we got. A few more maps, I guess, than they did, right? So yeah, no, my guys are great.
Perfect.
I mean, Fox, first of all, man, congrats. I can tell you what, April 18th, the word Swamp Ash Gaming is dead today. I mean, that is, you're not going to be hearing that. You won't be hearing that anymore, man. Let me ask you a couple questions, right? So first off, one thing I highlighted going in, you guys scrim so much together. How do you change it up, right, with knowing each other so well in the approach, in the ban phase, all of that? Or is it just like what you practice? You don't care if they know some of the cards you're going to play because you know you're going to play them best. That's, question one. And question two is losing both DOMs, right? How do you adjust? Because you likely, we'll see, but likely will be playing them again if things turn out the way it is and get you guys ready for a matchup.
We'll be playing them again.
Obviously, this was close.
Yeah, no. Yeah, so the way we would go about practice, right? So we've got, I don't know, I think I counted, it's more than 40 maps played against this team in Season 7. The way we go about practice, right? We go about it a little bit differently than they do. But we try and see everything, right? Like we try and see how's our fastball looking to their Ultron, how's our fastball looking to their fastball, how's our fastball looking to their Groot, how's our Daredevil looking to that. So we try and get every single matchup that we can. And some of those might not be optimal from our guys, right? Like we'll go 0-6 in the scrim versus these guys because we want to see this matchup, that matchup, this matchup, and that gives us a lot of data to work with for the match day prep. And so when we're going into the day, right, we're like, okay, where did we do well? What does the data show are good maps for us, are good matchups for us? And then we can kind of apply that, and then we'll feel like because of the way we approach scrims, where we're not playing to win, we're playing to learn and practice and see what matchups do, what matchups favor us, that we can take advantage of that on game day, do a different ban line than they're expecting on game day. They did as well. Across scrims that they surprised us in kind of what they were doing ban wise, because they never did any of that in scrims. And so you hold a little back, right? Like as we're approaching this series, we scrimmed them earlier in the week, and then we scrimmed them a lot last week. And so, you hold a little bit back on what you're planning to do, whether that be certain strategies on maps or a certain ban line that you think might surprise them, right? Like we never once Ultron DD banned them in scrims, right?
Yeah.
And so that was something that we came
ban.
up with. Yeah, the speedily ban line. Yeah. So you kind of just go about practice the way you do, and then execute it as well as you can on match day.
A lot of goats have said in the sports scene, hey, the game is not won. Game day is not won on game day. It's won in the VOD review on the practice field. And so you guys echoed that perfectly. Vic?
Yeah, because tournament day is where it matters. First off, hi again, Fox. I think it's crazy to see the way that you were able to make the adjustment necessary. And again, I think when you see Speedery having to try to match that with Days, dude, the Daredevil's crazy. I want to actually kind of question you on how you try to reel back the team when it comes to more of these back and forwards. Game 5, you could get a little nervous. There's money on the line. This is where it actually matters. You put all the scrim bugs in the trash because this is where it actually is more important. How do you reel back the team when it comes to keeping themselves together? Are there nerves there at all? Do you have to kind of like calm them down when it comes to going into these game 5s?
I don't really care about any of that. I kind of want them as energized as possible. The more energy, the better, right? Like my guys, like I'm downstairs with my manager and Amadian watching the game, right? And we hear Danny and Forky screaming at the top of their lungs, and I like that because the communication gets it across, right? But we don't get that energy in scrims, right? but you get that on game day, right? So Danny hits a grab on Paulie, and you hear Paulie's name screamed out 20,000 times before he hits the ground, right? And so I like that energy. I think you keep it high. You bring the energy, right? After map 1, all we were saying was, guys, we knew this was going to be a long series. We've been here before. We've been down 0-6 against this team, 0-3 against this team. We're used to this, right? And the guys, had a lot of faith in me and my line. Forky is saying, hey, calm down, just do what he says, things like that. And so, yeah, we do that. We get up map 1, and we're echoing like, hey, these guys have never lost a map in preseason so far. They're the ones who are nervous, not us. They're the ones with the super team. We're just a group of friends, right? So yeah, we're having a good time.
I like the vibes that you guys have around you guys. Like in general, whenever we've been able to interview you guys, it's all good vibes. You guys brought up the alligators. Welcome to my swamp. I feel like I'm right at home. Coming from Florida, so it feels great. I mean,
the bananas is wild.
Bananas was crazy.
There's one food you don't eat on camera.
Yeah.
But all right,
Apparently
but then looking on the
house.
other side. I love that. I love the energy. But looking on the other side here, you've already stated that you will be facing off against Team Liquid Citadel again. It's inevitable. Yeah. So looking across the very big pond, is there a team within EMEA that you are looking forward to facing off against? I know that you guys practice a lot, but without revealing too much, what is a team that you want to call out from a different region?
I mean, not really. Like, America's is the best region. Right, like we see these power rankings, we see people putting Virtus Pro and Navi ahead of us. It's us and Liquid and the rest of the world. It's not close, right? As for teams that we want to play in other regions, I'm looking forward to play Gen G, right? Skittles and those boys, right? We're looking forward to that, and we're looking forward to playing Navi as well, right? Those guys, they're good. We like to scrim against them. We don't think they're as good as Liquid, and so this is, I think, what the fans should expect mid-season finals to look like, grand finals to look like, right? We think it's going to be pretty consistent all year, and hopefully they're a little bit more one-sided in our favor, but it's at least exciting for people to watch the map 5, right? So
I mean, it's been incredible to watch. Just one last quick one before we let you go, Fox. We have Sen versus Yeah We Lost coming up next. You're a data man. You're a data-driven man. What does the data tell you? Who's going to be winning that one?
Sentinels 3-0. They're just a better team, right? Like when I see NRG lose, when I see NRG lose to Yeah We Lost, it's self-implosion. NRG has better players. They're I don't know what's going on with that team. You get Gambit Loki 4 maps in a row, and you don't have a comp you want to play that on, right? Like, to me, that's self-implosion, right? So hopefully, Sen seems like they're figuring out slowly but surely. I talked with Ryan Mazing the other day, right? He's hungry to win, right? I think that team's at least, like, I've been yelling at them on stream for like 2 weeks, ever since preseason, right? So they're at least slowly starting to figure their stuff out. Crimzo's getting off, I think, a tank pool and playing his role. Dogman's being led on tank pool. They're exploring out to the vast universe of dive, and hopefully they can review that and get better at that. But yeah, no, Sentinels should win 3-0. If they don't, that's sad, right? They're a partner team for a reason. They should win 3-0.
All right, everyone, prepare your channel points. You heard it here first. Sentinels are going to win 3-0.
Don't blame me,
Thank you
though.
so much for joining us. No, blame him. He's the one who said it. Thank you, buddy. We really appreciate you.
If they lose, Mommy,
it's your fault. That's what you said. That's how it works, bud. You can't say those things. Go and enjoy your win. Go and grab a banana, and we'll see you in the grand finals tomorrow. Congrats.
Thank you, guys.
Bye, Fox.
Well, I love that guy. I love data-driven statistical coaches, and I love anyone who is happy to kind of talk through just why they win, why they lose, and it is the perfect interview and the perfect person we could have spoken to with Swamp Gaming moving forward to grand finals here, Cozy.
Yeah, I just want more like that. I mean, I think interviews are great. Obviously, players are new to the scene, sometimes shy, nervous. Like, I like just the walls broken down and kind of seeing behind the scenes. Like, man, just straight up, like, they're going to play him again. Like, yeah, the speedery band. Like, it's perfect. And looking at the side of Liquid Citadel, I think they needed the loss, right? I think we've heard this before from Energy back when he was with Fly, and I think Swamp Gaming, perfect example. Sometimes you need the loss, right? To kind of get right, see what you did wrong, have tape on what was Yeah We Lost game yesterday, where it's like there's nothing to review there. There's a lot that can take away from what was this loss to Swamp.
Well, it is Team Liquid Citadel dropping down into the lower bracket. They won't play again until tomorrow, but before then, we still have one more matchup for you guys watching. We have an incredible one. It is going to be Yeah We Lost versus Sentinels. Winner will go on to play Team Liquid Citadel in that lower bracket. So let's find out who's going to be moving on or who is going to be going home right after this break.
Watch out, they're headed our way! Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
The hunt is on. 1,000 gods!
Felicia's here to steal a win. Good fortune for me. Cat's claws. Me, ouch. Let's make a deal. Peekaboo. Hup. So stealthy.
That's how we do it, Catwalk.
Eat your heart out, strange. Deliciously dangerous.
I unleash the show team.
Now's the perfect time to strike.
Welcome back, folks, to Marvel Rivals Ignite preseason playoffs, and we have found out which team is going to be moving on to the grand finals. It's going to be Swamp Gaming. Team Liquid Citadel dropped down to that lower bracket final, and now we have to find out who is going to be their opponent. Will it be Yeah We Lost, who have looked so incredible thus far? I mean, we've had an up and down season from them, but definitely have impressed us. Or is it going to be Sentinels, who seem to have found the form at just the right time? And let's start with Sentinels, Cozy, because there was a time we were like, you know, what's really happening with this roster? Obviously, they've been making changes, making subs here or there. They seem to have found their footing now.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it's the pros versus the new kids on the block, essentially. The vets, I would say. You know, I guess they're all pros now, but yeah, I mean, honestly, we said this going into week 1, day 1, essentially, with Sentinels. Like, this is a team, obviously, Crimson at the helm, Cap being the mascot, of adjustments in coaching and practice and wanting to get better and all the, you know, intangibles you want to see from a pro team. And it's been an awesome story for them with the battle of adversity that they've had. And then you've got Yeah We Lost, who has looked dominant against the teams you would expect them to. And then obviously yesterday, it speaks for itself, right? So here they stand trying to fight for third, Gaskin, and Yeah We Lost talent is there. Can they lock in and get it done?
Vicky, what's the key factor for Yeah We Lost here in this one? I mean, is it a lot of focus towards keeping certain heroes up for the likes of Jitwood and Kendrick, who have often been targeted?
Yeah, I think so, because that was the quickest protect on a Doctor Strange I've ever seen, by the way, in the pick and ban phase just yesterday. Okay, listen, East Coasters, rise up, because you already know what time it is. It's almost 1 a.m. out here for me, and that means it's Vicky After Dark. We always got to bring that together, guys, because we've had such bangers of a match all day today, from EMEA to Americas, and this is where it all ends. I believe, though, following up from your point, Gaskin, if you enable Jitward, Jitward does Jitward things. We know how he bounces on top of their heads, but the difference maker is Korova, the incarnation of Adam Warlock himself, but in a different form with all this flexibility, has been brought back from the bench onto Sentinels. Although, you know, it's been great to see Mirror. It's obviously that comfortability that has allowed Sentinels to get exactly where they are right now in the bracket, with Korova being brought back in.
Do you think that's the main reason why, Cozy, that they found form is just the simple change of one person in, one person out?
Yes, no. I mean, I think it's been over the course of weeks. I mean, when Mir came in, because Korova played a first set, and then, like, they lost, and then Mir came in, did tremendous, and then, you know, I think there was obviously some flaws, and sometimes it's just changing it up, and Korova, you know, is obviously known as the Atom, and when Atom's in the meta, he's in, but also just a great player with solid awareness and the skills to boot, and so, you know, I'm always rooting for the sub that comes in and gets the win. I mean, there's nothing better in esports, so love what the, you know, Sentinels have vibe-wise, and you know, I've sat in on this team scrim a lot. You know, it wasn't the exact same team, but they are laser focused with their comms front to back. Obviously, you know, we just talked to Armor yesterday, you know, that big leader in the ult track and the comms. They needed a new one and a new face for that. Who that is, well, we'll find out if they get the winner's interview as we continue this thing. But Yusher has been the big addition that's been popping.
Certainly having the ability to use a substitute and to have them that interchangeable, I think, is fantastic. I mean, there's a lot of esports where subs exist, don't play unless there's emergencies, whereas if you look at more traditional sports, those substitutes will be used often and when you need them in those big moments. So I think that Sentinels may be onto something, and there's potentially a chance that they could be going back and forth throughout the rest of preseason, if not going into stage 1. Now, Vicky, when we will look at the maps here, it's going to be an interesting one as well. We know that, Yeah We Lost play a little bit differently at times, and they've certainly been questioned about the way they do play, and are they playing a little bit cheesy? Do you think Krakoa goes towards a Yeah We Lost style or a Sentinel style?
I feel like with Sentinels and the way that they've been playing, I think they're just going to have to keep it up. I'm going to have to echo what Fox said, right? But although I do not take the blame of anybody's preds, I'll go the opposite direction too, because this is America's after all. But when it comes to the way that Sentinels has been playing, it feels like I'm back at home, right, Cozy? Like, after seeing this team go through the gauntlet run that they did just last year, and now with a new iteration, this team is still finding their footing. And like asking Echo too, the substitutions that we've had being implemented within a lot of these other teams, like we even saw from Swamp, right? They have a Madian waiting in the back, Mellow popping off. Same thing could be said here about Sentinels after they were able to find their success. But can they do it against Yeah We Lost, who brings unorthodox compositions, Gaskin?
Well, here we have it. It's Yeah We Lost versus Sentinels for a spot in the lower bracket finals. Guys, take it away.
All right, Vicky, from MRC dream to the reality that is getting third place in this preseason. Such a cool story for Yeah We Lost. And the way Sentinels got here from the bottom to the top, both are stories that Won't both find happy endings, but we're going to find one today. It's going to be Elsa for the ban up top. Going to shut down Usher and what they've done to get to this point. Gambit going to be matching on the other side, which I think is an interesting ban against this team, if I'm being honest. Ultron with the save as well, so the adjustments have to be made. Jitward wants his pick saved as the devil. It's going to be theirs.
That's so funny here. It's so Sentinels too, right? Because they know that they can flex over. I mean, when it comes to Sentinels, I always think about the triple strategist that we always see rolled up for this team. With the Mantis ban following right afterwards, after maybe expecting that Elsa to protect, but it's going to be the Daredevil that is prioritized for Jitward. We've seen Jitward pop off before when it comes to getting enabled with this Daredevil. You do not want to have that damage boost available, as well as the fact that maybe potentially having an Elsa escape through.
All right, for the next ban here, yeah, I would think Mantis has to be it. It's going to be just that. The late Elsa band as well. Zatex is punching drywall, but still going to be fine as they've got plenty of great play and plenty of options mechanically. The save here, a lot of it's been Hulk. It's been things to help out Xantho in the strat line. Obviously, Zatex is who they like to protect a lot, like with Phoenix and whatnot, but that's not there. They're going to go with the Vanguard, which I like. Mask has been the Thor. Cart's been on the Venom and the Hulk. But obviously, Jitward, when needing to flex, can go that Vanguard Deadpool, as we know so well.
But it's a lot of utility in terms of like the protect phase being implemented for Jitward to pop off. So they're hovering over the Doctor Strange. This would be crazy here because we know how important the Strange portal is. Okay. They go over to the Jeff. I would have laughed so hard if we would have seen the Doctor Strange ban because you know what? The pick and ban phase is also where the mind games start, Cozy, and that could have procced a Doctor Strange protect coming out of the gates for our next map.
You would have seen that in spawn room surrender, and oh man, how many times you've been there in the ranked games? Like, we can win this. The Strange is banned. Jeff getting banned as well, I think is a good approach for them the way they play Jeff, and they're going to go with the save on the tank pool themselves. I think that was going to be, we lost his ban too. So when they take that away, you're going to see them take a second out to get this ban out because I think that is what they wanted to go with. Now having to adjust and looking at what they have their options on, I think they go another strat here, especially with the way that it's leaning. Oh, the Crimzo thing. Okay, so Crimzo and what he can adjust to, Vic, I think the thing is a great get rid of, especially with the way Jitward plays.
Yeah, I agree, because that's going to be a really good answer to deal with the harassment that Jitward's going to try to implement onto the backline of Sentinels. Korva also having that flexibility, and surely we're not going to be seeing this. But anyways, don't get me excited. But Raimazing is going to have his Ultron after he was able to protect it, maybe flex over to it, because over on Krakoa, Cozy, there's a lot of verticality that you could play around, a lot of space as well. And every time I see Raimazing hovering over the Iron Man, I just think about the time when we were in Atlanta and Raimazing was kicking it back with Korova saying, man, I just want them to let me play Iron Man. I want it so bad. They never let me unless they put their trust in me. And sometimes it does work. You've even asked them that question over in some interviews.
Yeah, I mean, the maximum pulse was how they even, punched their ticket in there at one point. So it's cool to see the flexible play. Oh, don't get baited. Don't the gold. I mean, will we actually get the golden fart? Nope, we're not going to. Flamay is going to be instead. That team up, I've seen that team up like once, and I think it was in the dev vision. Other than that, not in my own games, but either way, it's going to be a little bit of fun here to open things up after the serious match of the 1 seeds. Gates are open. Krakoa's waiting. Cerebro beckoning to be called for the taking.
Time to make our way to the Hellfire Gala. Maybe lost my invite somewhere in the mail, but Korova is going to roll out on that Invisible Man. No baited taken. As now Raimazing also going to be able to hover over Dogman. Really important to see how Dogman plays here too. You see the Daredevil coming out from Jitward. Mask this time not on the Thor as Zatex gets that first pick onto Raimazing. This is big. Zatex just wrapping around Sentinels like making a we lost sandwich. Already proccing that armor over from Crimzo before he tries to dash away. After losing out on that one member though, they do not want to stagger. It's just going to be a reset. They're going to give the point first to we lost.
Yeah, this is how they like to play, fast and loose. And I think with them not banning the Daredevil, which will probably happen in adjustments, we'll see. And they don't have the thing to counter. This is just going to be so much pressure. We always say this team is going to cause chaos, but you have to be able to keep calm and patient during all of it. That's what the best teams have done. Mass not playing the Thor, I'm already a fan of right now, as the Deadpool Vanguard getting that quick pick on Korova.
Korova was caught out of position too when they were feeling a lot of that pressure. You get the man hammer immediately, and Mask is going to be able to tip and dodge away as Raimazing also was able to find Jitward in the process. The charm is going to come in clutch as Raimazing make that quick swap. Another band member from the other side before trying to dive away and trying to prevent the back cap here from the Venom.
He's got his upgrade book out, and he's in the face of the Venom, like absolute chaos over there. But either way, Dogman going to get the pick there and get some nice trades. 50% already to Yeah, We Lost. And you know what? We've done pretty well in the back half of the evening without pauses, but why ruin a good thing going? We're going to go ahead and let things get adjusted here. You said Iron Man at the beginning. Jarvis is getting things rolling up. Jarvis, get this match going as fast as possible. Vicky, already, though, impressed with the opening from Yeah, We Lost and kind of what we expect to see from them because they do like to play fast, quick, make people uncomfortable. And I was wondering, I was like, hey, I like looking at Venom as much as the next, but I think that this is already catering to this play style that they like, and just getting the Daredevil through with the thing ban in is a beautiful setup.
And also maybe trying to tilt like the back line a little bit too, because if you were able to put in the ban hammer onto Korova, you get that pick, also kind of delays the inevitable. But in that last previous fight, we did see Kendrick and Xantho go down, so there is no sustainability once we get out of this pause. Yeah, we lost. They were nearing like 50% on the point, and that was with Crimzo trying to split away the attention from the chokehold that Yeah, we lost was holding when they were pressing up onto Sentinels.
Yeah, this could be an interesting next fight because point Sentinels, we can go and delete them from this one. Yeah, we lost. They're going to go back to spawn. And when they reset, they're going to be close to both straddles for the next fight, right? But in return, Yusher's got that legendary ready to pop. Flamme as well with the jet. And Crimzo being on that Venom, which Crimzo doesn't play an awful ton of Venom. So fun to see that kind of coming together here. So it's going to be a real kind of battle up with the way these Qs are going to be pressed. Zaytek's still a healthy amount away as well, if you guys are wondering where everybody sits. But I like some adjustments already in the initial showing. Again, Mask, I think, was on an interview talking about Thor. Loves Thor. We all love a good Thor. But I think the Deadpool Vanguard fits their bill a bit better in domination.
I really liked in the interview how Mast was putting in all his faith onto Thor, though, and saying, like, you know, he's really fun, he's self-reliable. I know my Thor OTPs will be very happy to hear that, but when it comes to this level of competition, flexibility has always been the biggest key to take away from these high-level teams, right? We saw what happened to Yeah, We Lost yesterday. It's still fresh in my mind, Cozy. So you go into today with a completely different slate. I'm also, like, questioning here, Yusher did roll out onto the Star-Lord, so wondering, you know, with no Gambit, you won't have that get ready, set, go button, but maybe you could force out some of these ultimates from the strategists that you could expect coming up into this next fight. The closest one being Xanthos having that invisible boundary alongside Kendrick, who will have that Camille Unleash. As we get everything settled, everybody, thank you again for your patience, but it's the calm before the storm, as I always see our teams just making sure everybody's ready, and hopefully Jitward is hardwired again.
Yeah, hey, back-to-back 3, you know, Game 5 matches. Don't even know where I'm speechless, but back-to-back, and then with the pause, why not, right? Let's go the distance. Let's go the full night. Let's have ourselves the night shift over here. But either way, yeah, I think this is going to be a lot closer than people think. I think Fox said that he thinks it's going to be Sentinels. They're going to dominate this one. But, man, I'm going to keep being the believer of Yeah, We Lost. Even though, obviously, it's easy to say now with them up 46%. There's still a lot of matches to be played. But if there's one kind of thing that is going to be worrying about them is going to be if Sentinels do lose this, they're definitely going to quickly adjust on that ban phase, guys. We are just, hey, trust me, we're ready. We're ready to watch and roll too, but the player's still getting set, ready to go. Is it Jitward's internet again, Vic?
Dude,
do we think so?
The thing is that I've tuned into Jitward streams a few times. Is like I feel like that's always an issue. Like somebody help this man. But you know what? Maybe around the corner or something. But you know what? It's also like, okay, guys, just get this game going, right? Sorry, I don't have the button here. I'm not lag switching Jitward.
Push the button, Vicky.
Just gotta make sure that we are ready to go because again, both of these teams' tournaments' lives are on the line, and
I'm pushing
Dardis,
it. I'm pushing
is
the
the
button.
game ready?
I'll push the button, Vicky.
Let's go, Cozy.
If you're not going to press it, I will. And Jitward and the internet. Clip that. Twitter. McDonald's Wi-Fi coming at you here in the form of Krakoa. Walking right into the wall, but back in action. Doesn't matter. Team wiped either way, but man, that's funny.
Is he back? Like, we started the game. I mean, yeah, right? Okay. I see him just diving in there, already trying to harass Korova, who forces him back. So we're all together. The gang's here. Santos, once again, we were highlighting the Stratus ultimates from Yeah, We Lost. They will have those Stratus ultimates to rotate through, and Yusher's going to be the first one to open up the gates because there is still no sustainability. Neither of those ults are online, so they're just all navigating away. They're just going to wait out this Galactic Legend.
Yeah, I like that.
Not the shark. No.
What? That was perfect for me how we lost. They get the Usher ult out of the way, and they get the trade on Flume. Amazing now first ult with Crimzo, and they're going to get nothing from that as well. Are you kidding me? Jitward staying alive. The lawyer gets the point back. What in the hell?
There's the fact that you're still running. Oh, big pick from Zatex. Korova had the invisible boundary. Somebody check on the strategist as Sentinels, and Flume was the first one out originally, turned him into sushi, so he was unfortunately not in the action to keep everybody alive, and Crimzo making this quick swap over to the captain.
Yeah, that was such a weird battle and trade, because if you look what was there, Vic, I thought like 10 other scenarios were going to happen. But no, Jitward just getting a couple of the internet back on full. And here we go. Yeah, we lost. Not going to be able to have too much. Kendrick will be able to keep them up in some way, shape, or form. And if there's a team that's great at diving, it will be this one. Usher is lethal, and Xantho is being the shining spot and rising star in the strategist role. Finds that connection. The Jeff going to go ahead and get its lunch. Flume taking him into the spawn. They get nothing from it, though, as Jitward trades, and time is ticking. They're not going to be able to portal. This is it. The first zone is going to be going to Yeah We Lost quite dominantly.
They literally just backed away into a corner, and Jitward had a feast here. And this is every strategist's worst nightmare. But look, at the point right now, it may be Crimzo who's looking to backcap. Somebody from Yeah We Lost has taken notice. It's going to be Mask, and it was actually Dogman who puts in the banner on top of the bubble. Okay, well, you know what? Mask will absolutely take that, but the stall is still benefiting Sentinels right now because the action is still going. Korova will come in with the invisible boundary, letting the devil out, though. Somebody call the Exorcist, and it's going to be the form of Korova to save the day.
Wow. I mean, I am so stunned that they were able to get this point back. Me over here calling it just joking. Psych, I lied. Dongman taking photos to celebrate quickly. Selfie after selfie. Remember, Deadpool gets so much more value here on Domination. As you all know, XP carries on over zone after zone. Usher, been picked a couple times early, but back to the legend that he is, up in the sky with the auto aim shortly. And now, all of a sudden, how the turns have tabled. The table has turned. You've got a lot going for Sentinels.
You gotta flip the scripts, Jitward. Waiting on the prowl to find the next victim before diving onto Usher, but he's got the backup this time around. You could see the water park, the spray, as they harass Jitward, but he gets his own sustainability. Nice from Santos to back him up, who's very close to the invisible boundary, by the way, and even though we see the back and forth as the Fasu, she's got hands, and you find more of this pressure, but though you find Santos, who's over to the other side, was holding onto the invisible boundary, but cannot keep Mask alive. They push Santos outside the invisible boundary, but he stays alive for now.
That survivability of Xantho is crazy, and the picks as well. 99 and 99, and just like that, Sentinels stand strong. The portal's gonna open. Zatex gets the magic going, and everyone coming out, but it's gonna be 1 by 1, 2 down, 4v6. They're picking them off 1 by 1. Zatex is trying to stay alive. Time is ticking. Sentinels will not break as they continue on, showing that the shield. Crimzo back on the mascot of this team. Xantho still alive somehow. Punch, push, Sue Storm, get in there. Everybody falls. How did they flip that? My God.
Hold, coming out of the pause after getting harassed by the Daredevil, and Sentinels are locked in. I know a lot of you Sen City fans out here are giving them their energy, but Yeah We Lost made them put up a fight. The fact that they were able to flip that and Korova came in with the invisible boundary is chef's kiss.
Yo, I mean, they were setting up a camp in their spawn. I mean, just completely ready to push in all the way, and all it takes is just a little bit of hope. Man, I love the Sentinels mask on the back of that. Look how great that is. Such a perfect skin. But yeah, anyway, I've got to say, just so impressed with the way they played. And Yeah We Lost now. We kind of saw, let's be honest, we definitely saw the mental affected there against TLC, right? So these games are so important for how they start off. Yeah, they've come back. They've reversed, again, close to reverse sweeps before what we saw with NRG. So here we go. Doors are opening, Vicky. And if you look at the ult economy, what do you like?
Right now, I'm liking that Flume's got the itch, Jeff, because it's going to keep an eye out for Kendrick and Santos. We're going to have to see how that Kumio Unleash gets the impact that it wants, because Jitward, already taking a good amount of pressure, is just going to feed into those strategist ultimates as they rotate through. Jitward outside the boundary of, looks like, Kendrick and Santos as he backs away, and they call out Cart, right? Amazing, with the quick little charm to make sure Cart cannot get away.
Yeah, I think White Fox is such a good complement duelist or strategist for Rising in the way that they like to play. Used to be on the Mantis back in the old triple res days, but now on the Lethal Fox and the Devil being let out. Crimzo not phased by it whatsoever. Mask shut down quickly. Merc with the mouth back to the spawn. Cussing up the room now as Jitward slices, dices, tries to find more. Cannot get it before Xantho's thrown off to the edge of eternity. Cart and Jitward, though, these dive heroes trying to do their best. And Crimzo hunts down the symbiote. The fat lady singing.
Off the back of Crimzo's shield, the Cap is here himself, and Xantho's taking the time real quick to get back from the spawn room gates. But I like the stall. Nobody has just flipped the point just yet. Dogman does find that pick. Usher goes down with the Galactic Legend, but everyone from Yeah We Lost is slowly approaching back up to the point. Xantho cannot get called out again.
Dogman's such a stud, just evolved as a player so much, and it is the Vanguards getting it absolutely done and putting a beat in here to these duelists and hunting them one by one. Cart can't even stay alive with all that health. Now they do get the point. By the way, if you didn't know, the point was in contention that entire time. Now 5% up and climbing.
How long did I take again? Zatex getting enabled together with the invisible boundary, negating any sort of sustainability that Sentinels wanted to lean on. Sure, they may have gotten to the point for now, Cozy. They're nearing 20%, and they're desperately keeping this stall going.
All right, Mask. Trying to get this point back. Made outfit and all Jitward. Diving Crimzo, not going to let him get away. Big stagger here, and he's going to go in and get the finish. Perfect. And Crimzo, like, fighting near the portal. Like, open up. Have you been there before? So many times in my own games. I'm like, open this damn thing up. But
especially when you're Sue and you're invisible, and you know that they're going to just shoot into the air because they know you're hugging that portal that's not even on.
All right. Now we've got the fight coming right back over. Yeah, we lost at 20%. It's going to be Rising activating the Fox. Now as the Devil's let out once again. Dogman finds that first pick, though. Cart is just getting picked now over and over in these fights. The waving coming out there in the form of the Banhammer. No capitalization with it. Jitward goes down, and this is going to go right back on over to Sentinels. They are able to keep the point. I'm going to have it as long as possible. Cart going to be able to come back and sustain. Usher trying to get best. Oh, does flip out. Can't find it. Zatex, the assassin.
It's Jeff, though, is able to get the White Fox, taking a quick trip. Where is my Uber driver taking me? Yeet! Off to the side of the map. A great environmental KO while Xanthos is getting harassed by Crimzo. Somebody help, cannot even push Crimzo away. He puts up the shield. He dives right back onto the point. And just like that, Sentinels are able to flip it in numbers.
My goodness, freedom never dies. Kuroa has the invis. Xantho to match. And get the diagram coming out shortly. Cart now going to swap on over to the Hulk. Goes on the Venom. I like this play a lot for them. Oh my, Kurova just shutting down Zatex. Now the stagger matters not as much there on that pick, just with the way that Zatex is going to rotate over anyway, but still huge pick early. 43% going to match that easily. And just like Rising, always in comms with Crimzo, their former teammate, now back together as a team in the playoffs where it matters most, and they're all diving in. Jitward back on the ceiling like Ultron from last night, but in this form, Daredevil.
Oh, they got him out of the invisible boundary. Oh, Xanthos was clenching after feeling harassed from Rising. The White Fox coming in. Sure, you may have missed at least that charm, but it's okay. The last shot clipping on Zatex's head as they extend the lead right now on this point.
Not a worse feeling, right? And it doesn't help that the hero yells it out for everybody just to vanish. And I'm not talking about the ult. Back to the spawn goes Xantho. Crimzo going to go ahead and symbol his Avengers now and keeping this point all the way charged up. They have not looked back since that pause. And here comes the Hulk. Cart, one of the best at it in the America scene, but Monster Hulk has been torn down. Zatex with the dance of the butterflies, trying to slice, dice, find something. These two heroes can't get it done with the ults. Gonna have to do it the old-fashioned way, but it's Crimzo punching, pushing. Never gonna let a bully win as 98-99 ticks. Kurova gets in on the action, and Vicky, this is just a performance.
The Sioux hands are finding it trapped. Crimzo was trying to go for the body block too. Continuing on the harassment of Jitward. Crimzo riding on the freedom tails of democracy, as my buddy Legday would say. Overtime ticking down. The captain swap has worked. And with overtime a pixel away from looking at Sentinels and their dub, we have Dogman getting the next ping. And now letting the devil out. Is it going to be all for naught? Jumping on top of their heads and isolating Kendrick on the White Fox.
These Vanguards are doing it all by themselves like Thanos. My gosh, absolute disgusting. Look, just wait. Just wait, Vic, till the stat line. I mean, outside of like 1-2 things most we'll talk about, you could not have started better if you are Sentinels.
yeah, we lost in this first map, and Sentinels putting a point on the board. Amazing. White Fox rise up, because even if they protected the Ultron, it's got the claws here when you have to deal with the Fox. Sentinels already looking fantastic, but it was a bit of that back and forth. But the fact that Jitward and Master shut down. 12 final 13. Dogman and Crims, the Vanguards, are insane here. I think Crimson also was doing such a good job at putting in so much pressure onto Zaytex. Look how many times Zaytex went down. 11, 15, and 11.
Sure.
Like that was detrimental, Cozy.
And Cart was a non-factor, honestly. Like, we've seen Cart play much better. Cart was a non-factor there. Crimson, it's so funny. I mean, I think it was with you, Vic, on my pod. I was talking about at the beginning of this whole scene who the player I had the biggest, like, not expectations for, but would be the biggest difference maker for a team. And I was like, I'm not going the full talent side. It's the, how do you fill this role in this spot? And it was Dongmin. And he is just playing lights out match after match. Crimzo finding the cap. I think a lot of people have tried to get rid of Crimzo at the helm, because that is a lot of the anchor of this team in the ban phase. But man, he's showing that versatility here. Guys, do not go anywhere. It is 1-0 Sentinels. We've got a long one, I can tell, on our hands. We're going to be back after this quick break.
We are back, and Sentinels are able to find the victory here against Yeah We Lost in the first map. Somehow turned around that first round. I thought for sure that Yeah We Lost were going to have it, and then suddenly, just like that, you blink and you will miss it. Cozy, I think you did blink, and then suddenly, Sentinels were right back on that point. Insane stall to bring that one back.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I think it's at the hand of so many players. Like, really, the only thing I didn't love there is Yusha on Star-Lord for a lot of that. I think that was the only thing where I was like, maybe swap that up. Other than that, I mean, God, from the Vanguards to Amazing, like we always say, like, he's amazing. I think White Fox just complements a lot of the way he plays, and is just such an underrated duelist because he's not, I don't know how to say this in the way, it's like flashy, wow, but he's so consistent, and it has been for every team, always punching the ticket to land, always being that stud that kind of rises above no matter what, you know, the other team brings them.
And Vicky, we've been here before where we see, yeah, we lost, go 1-0 down, and this is usually where they go back to their comfort. Where do you think that's going to be in terms of maps and in terms of hero selection here?
Museum of Contemplation. We were just talking about this in the break, guys, and I was just, teasing around with you guys, saying, all right, we're probably going to see mass rollout on the Thor. We're going to see maybe the Vamp will come out. I mean, we're going to have to see, right?
Oh,
because,
look at that!
Oh, a prophet.
Shocked.
What do you know? Gasp for surprise Pikachu face. But this means that, yeah, we lost leading into their comfort pick. We've seen them get stopped here before. Is this going to be what they need to turn things around? Because we know how important it is when it comes to momentum and how volatile domination seems to be. Although, again, I'm so surprised Sentinels was able to flip the script in that first round so quick.
Now, the interesting thing here is, Cozy, is if we can predict it, then surely Sentinels would be expecting this as well. So going into this ban phase now, like they're going to have a good idea of what they want to try and do in terms of ripping the kind of perfect heroes away from Yeah We Lost, right?
Yeah, they even caught TLC off guard for just a second, right? Yesterday, that was like the one shining moment from that of the series yesterday. They like to play super aggressive here. Sometimes they go a lot of weird lines, like they'll save the Hulk, only play the Venom. Like, obviously, I think with how Cart played, we can see potential, but we're also not going to get the bans here either. Daredevil, Deadpool, one of those will be banned, no questions. I think Deadpool probably going to lead that from them. But, man, it's interesting because both these teams, right, the winner plays TLC, which both teams have faced and lost to. So I think both these teams are equally footed for that third place position. We'll see if they can adjust well. Gaskin, what do you predict here?
What do I predict? Oh,
I'm going to throw it back at you.
I will go from our Prophet Fox that he said it was going to be a 3-0 from Sentinels, and that's where all my channel points went as well, so I just have to continue to go down that train, right? I do think, yeah, we lost, though, they have always looked better on their comfort picks. They've always looked better when they start playing the heroes that they've been jamming hundreds and thousands of hours in ranked. So I do think that this is going to be their best chance, if any. However, I do think if they lose this one, then maybe we might be looking towards the Sentinels 3-0. Sen seem to have found their footing. They seem to have looked like this squad that I was expecting right at the very beginning of preseason. They took a little bit of time to adjust to this meta, but now they've finally found that place. My worry, Vicky, is as we look ahead to like Stage 1, for example, with the meta that's going to change and shift again, teams can't afford to be taking this long to adjust because they might have got away with it this time, but it's not always going to be that easy with adjusting too long.
Is that the difference between the teams who have made it here from the MRC, and being able to really rely on themselves? These are a bunch of rank grinders. We've called it out before, and Cozy, we say it all the time. Jitward will play all these crazy matches of MRI and then jump immediately into rank. I'm questioning the Thing ban because obviously Crimzo was leading the pack and harassing everybody else after making that swap over to the Captain America. So that's also another consideration before we dive into the pick and ban phase.
Yeah, for sure, because that was... sorry, I was just going to say, Gaskin, that was what they did so well to get here, right? Like Crimzo, I think that's where their target bans are going to go because, yeah, we lost. They have a game plan going each time. They were able to watch that game as well and try to see what was the biggest thorn in at least the side of 100 Thieves. And so I think they're going to continue that, but you can only do so much against it. But if you shut down the Vanguards, I think it does open up the chance for opportunity.
My worry, Vicky, is if you start trying to target the off-meta stuff, then it just invites the pressure from the meta things. It's been this whole back and forth we've seen this week of people being like, oh, well, maybe we will let Gambit and Elsa get through because we're worried about Captain America or we're worried about a Thor. And then suddenly you just get absolutely slammed by Elsa and Gambit and you regret doing it. Do you think that a lot of these squads are maybe overthinking the lock and ban phase a little bit and maybe should just go off statistical data rather than feeling?
Yeah, because then you take a look at like how the previous pick and ban phase goes down, and we talked about this a few times, like the bait and punish. You could try to bait out like, okay, if you go for a Doctor Strange ban, which we have seen on Yeah We Lost, maybe they're desperate to use a protect on a Doctor Strange. Or if you see that the enemy team in Sentinel's term had protected the Ultron, which by the way could go crazy on this map too with the verticality and just providing a lot of the extra cover to get out of the line of sight. Do you want to lean into that instead, which does open up more of the meta picks that Sentinels could lean on?
Well, in terms of the game, while we wait for it, these players are just getting ready at the moment, Cozy. We can focus on what's happening actually in Marvel Rivals, and we've got new changes. We've got Black Cat being introduced as well, and I think this is the perfect time to talk about it when we've got a team like Yeah We Lost, who are ranked grinders, who came through the MRC, probably will flourish with a character like Black Cat as well. What do you think is going to happen when we look at the developing meta and how things are going to change? Because I've seen a lot online about people saying how crazy Black Cat is, but maybe not in ranked play, perhaps just in pro play, because it is a very difficult hero to play.
No, for sure. I think they'll definitely take advantage of it. I mean, they got to fix their 7th member first, and that is going to be, his router. I think that's, going to be the toughest thing for Jitward right now moving forward for this team. But no, I think Black Cat could face a lot of bans, because if you think of what this is going to look like at the pro level, that's going to be something we see often. But yeah, hey, talk about a team that can execute to perfection. It would be this team that loves to play fast and loose. Gaskin, 1-0.
Fast and loose, baby. That's how we like it as we get fast into these locks and bans. It's map 2. You've got Vicky Kitty. You've got Cozy.
All right, Cozy, let's get this going with game number 2. I mean, that first map felt like it was honestly going the distance, even though it ended in that 2-0 clean toss over from Sentinels. The Protect onto the Daredevil, though, and the Respect, as Sentinels do ban out the Gambit. They do not want to have any sort of damage boost going on, because we know that, yeah, we lost, like to play a little tricky with the unorthodox compositions, but with the Protect on the Daredevil, that's the indicator here that Rymazing wants to lean into that White Fox. But again, let's not forget, Rymazing is such a flexible player, Cozy. We talk about this all the time. He likes to take to the skies in different forms, but he also knows when to take out the claws with the White Fox.
No, for sure. And you know what? It's a chance to see what the enemy team did well, but also what your team did right and what you expect them to ban, and that's why they're getting that quick save on there. On that White Fox, Jit, we're going to go ahead and get the Daredevil once again. This is kind of their Museum of Contemplation special. They win on this map a ton. Obviously very tough against one of the best in America, but either way, there goes the ban on over for the respected Dogman and the way that they've played. I think that's a very important one and would have been saved right here, no question.
I also really like if We Lost get their own Vanpool, how strong Vanpool is in scaling on a map like Museum of Contemplation. We've mentioned this before. The cap they'll protect, expecting We Lost to maybe go in for a ban, because again, Crimzo was literally leading the charge of harassment onto the strategist backline of We Lost.
No, absolutely. Great call. And they played this, We Lost has played this similar in a lot of ways, but yeah, with Sentinels getting that cap protected, they went ahead and looked at what was done best. Obviously, Dogman is going to get his hero banned, but they're just copying the same homework from Krakoa, and why not? Last save here. This one is always seeming to be somewhat of an unimportant save for We Lost, but I'm curious to see where they go, and more importantly, expect Sentinels to target. My opinion, going to go ahead and try to keep up a... Okay, there's the Vanguard Protects. We expected that a bit in the pre-show.
Matt said, don't worry, you won't be seeing the Mjolnir Hammer come diving down today. It's gonna be the Vanpool, but we know also the flexibility that We Lost have in general with Vanpool, dual pool. We've had it already before with Jitward. Mask is gonna go over to that Vanpool as a priority, and with the Protect over to the Daredevil. I really like Daredevil on this map as well. You will have that extra info, but you sure, because Daredevil wasn't banned for Sentinels, will also be able to rely on that.
It's good to call out, Vic, as we get our players locked and loaded, ready to go. You're going to stay on that Star-Lord. And now looking at it, the Black. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised at this point. But either way, Golden God and all being shown at least where they can. Now, I will say this is going to be a good Adam Warlock map. There's not a lot of situations right now in the meta where you can play, but we've seen plenty of teams on this very first bit of a point hold go to that res, right, Vic? Especially going in to the opening weeks of the group stage. So, hey, Karova, Golden God, Crimzo, Rymazing. What year is this, Vicky?
I was going to say, if there was caster react cams, you would have seen the Omega Pog face right here, because Karova, he is Adam Warlock incarnate. I said this at the very beginning when we were highlighting Sentinels, has a roster, and we are getting it on the defensive side of Sentinels. Triple Strat, it's back, and Sentinels in full form here after they were able to take that first map.
Fully charged and ready to go. Quick with the alternate fire. Love that we have the spectator cams right here and now. They know who everyone wants to watch on this defensive hold first. Sentinels now going to go ahead and keep the team alive quickly. Now remember, a lot of cooldown changes coming to this hero. Not on that patch quite yet. White Fox getting down low. Kidrick looking for some safety. Jitward and Cartwheel were not on the same page at the end of that Krakoa match. We'll see how they choose to go and flank. And oh my gosh, Usher locked in, loaded completely. Every pellet Every single pellet Vic hit.
I was gonna say, like, it's almost like he read my mind, because I was questioning here, the Starler, no Gambit here, but you're still getting enabled with triple strat, and oh, that's unfortunate. Kendrick back against the wall. There is nowhere to run, nowhere to teleport to. The rest of your team is now on the cart, and currently Sentinels have split up. Yeah, we lost. They dwell in numbers, and Mask will at least be able to come back with a banhammer.
Oh my gosh, with the finish of the Scepter. Yeah, I think you sure heard me when I was like, I don't know about the Star-Lord. Hey, listen, prove me wrong, and I'm being done so already. Absolutely magnetic and not missing a shot. Cart already going on over to the Hulk, so change up happening very quickly for this team. 2 minutes, 50 seconds. I do like that because they're typically a slow adjustment team, Vic. As we've seen time after time, they've got to follow up on Mask's ult here to perfection. They also have the safety gate of Xantho if they need. But if someone's ult tracking, they should have gone faster now as Kurova somehow survives through that, flies out of the wheelchair into the Invis ult. But Yusher now just hunting.
Something that we haven't been able to have the pleasure of seeing right after the Adam Warlock changes, being able to fly and displace yourself too. Going to be able to try to provide the backup because Jitward is trying to find an opening to enable Zatex with the Dance of the Butterflies. They back away, but they lost out on 2 of the strats. But it's okay. The passive is still online for Kurova. He could come right back and look at that. He is so close to the Karmic Revival.
Rise, my friends, born again, echoes through the halls of the museum now as everybody comes alive. Yusher is just on an absolute tear here with the double pistol. So clean. Legendary moment. Now, I was going to go ahead and back up and get ready for the next 5 minutes, 50 seconds. Still feels like there's a lot of time, though, for Yeah, we lost, but they've committed now Xantho. Kendrick has got to lock in.
Seeing the back-to-back, I was wondering when it was going to come out. The chains have been broken, and Mask rolls in with the Thor cart. Jumping together while Jitward getting harassed. Flamme pulls him in, and Santos claps back onto Dogman. Trade for trade. The only difference is you'll have a portal to play, as Dogman will be able to come in with the Eye of Agamotto. The sustain is here for Kendrick, but out of positioning is going to be the Invisible Man, and with no passive active from Kurova, that's 2 of the strategists out. Amazing calls in the Kumiho Unleash, but you have to worry about diving down on the God of Thunder.
Man.
It's found Amazing, and Mask is having a ball. Welcome to the circus, as Thor is having a good time here, and unfortunately the portal is right on the back end of the bus.
Yeah, unfortunate elimination order there, right? Dogman was able to see if his whole team was wiped or not and decided to use the portal. The eye is open, and now it is going to be thrown, but nothing connecting there. It is going to force the ults, though, as the Devil is let out. Jitward looking for more. Crimzo rising the tide of freedom. The Avengers leading the way behind them, but Yusher has the mixtape in, looking for that quick pick. Gonna go ahead and dive in. Someone to follow. Hulk going up. It's gonna be Cart, who's been a monster on this hero. Amazing trades now quickly. Mask going down. Cart to trade as well. Vicky, it's either or here.
Oh, he got de-hulked at the very same time. Oh, Zatex clapping back here. Yeah, we lost. Zatex still sticking to the sideline. Cart following up. Yusher does find Jitward, but the numbers excel in the favor of Yeah, we lost, trying to get to this very first checkpoint.
Yeah, gonna go to get this first point. Portal is out, and Cart has done such a good job. I mean, how many maps have we seen where Cart just seems undeniable? You know, cannot get him out of there on those moments where you have to get that last pick. Zatex locking in 2 with the quick left, right, left done. Now with the stagger, they're able to push up, make some space. They want to push in here. Most teams like to go ahead and push in, try to get this midway point because this corner can be tough. And this is exactly kind of where they folded, Vic, against TLC.
We don't want history to repeat itself here. Oh my god, Whiplash, by the way. They stop Mask. If it's not the charm, it's the pull in here from the Invisible Woman. Kurova has got the Born Again, the Karmic Revival. Kumiho Unleash was utilized from Kendrick before Cart dives back in together, puts down the bubble before jumping right back together with the rest of the team. But this is for Sentinels to set up after making some adjustments themselves.
Yeah, they can play very special here because they've got the Born Again into the Agamotto, and with Crimson getting a pick, man, this really gives them a lot of favorable advantage. We'll see how they choose to attack this. The Born Again being huge. They don't even need it right now. Let's just get it done with the neutral. That's going to go ahead and reset with his low-key Thor skin on. And right now, I mean, Vic, Sentinels have a lot of different options because, yeah, we lost. We're going to have to charge up in this neutral. If you're Sentinels, you almost don't want to use all that much. Just rely on one of the big win cons in this next fight. Could be Dogman if you want to go that way, but almost like just the Kurova build. Yeah, here, I start with this and go aggressive. I agree.
Putting it down already preemptively with Flamey also taking a good chunk of that damage. It does bring Yusher back, and now just trying to contest them. It's going to be the invisible boundary. Korova getting stunned at the same time. Finding Xanthos is huge because the invisible boundary for Yawi Lost was right around the corner. Korova brings back Crimzo as the res was still active, and Jitward is trying to make magic happen on the dual pool, and after they shut him down, the big difference here is, Cozy, is to sustain enough for Yawi Lost when you're dealing with the triple strat that is Sentinels on this hold.
That res was up for what seemed like forever, man. I can't believe Crimson got brought back with it and was a part of the Olymp feed to follow. But yeah, they didn't use anything outside the Korova. That's exactly what they wanted. Now look at just the great visibility here of Yusher, knowing exactly where they want to go. Oh, getting low. They do get the pick here, and Zatex with the 1-2. The OK go has been pushed. Now moving forward, Dogman can go ahead and throw out what he's got, but nothing connecting there. Cart fights with the fist. All he needs is now Hulk jumps. He's angry. 13 seconds here. A lot of fight to win, Vic. This is going to be a very tough look for Yawi Lost. There's so much to go up against. It's Monster Hulk coming up. Invisible frames coming on as Xantho gets a pick.
He's juggling the captain, though. Find me at the circus. It's going to be the cart show here. Even though Crimzo was stalling for so long, he's had enough. Breaking it down now. Cart is angry, and Kendrick is following up. Kumio Unleash catches Yusher, and with overtime ticking away, you got to look at the cart, because right now, we did see that Crimzo was able to stall for a very long time. They finally call him out. The Doctor Strange rollout from Dogman, and they're getting ever so closer to that second checkpoint.
Hit him with the puny god, right? Slammed it back and forth. Now, what's cool about this is Kendrick can easily just get the charm out here to get rid of the portal. There's a lot of ways that they can go ahead and get rid of that portal if needed. Dogman, though, go ahead, push in, and Jitward is just all the way holding W. The absolute lethality of this tank pool is here. Cart finds another. It's a Crimzo as a big one. I cannot believe, Vicky, the perfect play. And honestly, how does Sentinels end up not even looking any part of making that close?
Cart is at the gym right now. Like, he is getting his reps in, and it is terrifying to deal with the damage output that both Cart and Mask are putting in. What beats triple strategist, by the way, Cozy? Triple Vanguard. That's why you're seeing the Van pool. That's why you're seeing the oppression, the pull-in onto Crimzo. I hope everyone is taking notes. If you struggle with dealing with this composition from the other end, Zatex has Dance of the Butterflies coming shortly, and Xanthos does have the survivability on the invisible boundary.
Oh my gosh. Was it a hustle there? It looked bad on the Hulk on the first map, so they didn't get it banned. They didn't even have to save it. Now coming out full form. Legendary ready. Kendrick now trying to find more. Oh, the connection on Yusha. They've been able to continue to find that quick pick, and that takes away so much of this team's damage output now with the sword, the execution. They group up together only to fall once more in the spawn, and they're pushing all the way in. Are you joking me?
All right. You know what? The calm before the storm, Cozy. I always have to say it because I guess when it comes to this third checkpoint, it is difficult, but it's even crazier to see how the rest of Sentinels are just flooded up like a sudden sandwich just for the Dance of the Butterflies to unleash.
Yeah, you know that I didn't see Jitward in there, so I want to know where he's at currently on the map. But yeah, no, awesome job. It's kind of just been, I would say, since the 13-second mark on point 2, just a little bit of a stagger fest, right? I mean, good job knowing when to push up. Did you see how We Lost waited there in that room? Obviously, you have the portal at play, and it's a tough look when to go in, on that aggression 4.2, and it's been the Achilles heel of this team a lot. I think they played that perfectly.
You're asking where Jitward is. I'm just hoping that maybe not one of these pauses will catch Jitward running into a wall again. We're going to have to find out what happened, everybody, with that quick pause, because we want to make sure everybody here in this lower bracket, when it's do or die, gets to get everything ready and load back in. But I also want to just highlight maybe what's going wrong here for Sentinels, Cozy, because Yusher is getting whiplash. He's literally getting grabbed. He's getting pulled in. They're jumping on his head. Mask has other plans for him, taking him to the side room. Is this Star-Lord really going to work out when it's not like you have a Raging Royal Flush to work off of it?
Yeah, for sure. They've continued to find him, right? Like, he's kind of been their lookout for them, but they've continued to know exactly where he is. Xantho even getting a part of a lot of that, but it's Zatex that just has his eyes on Yusher at all times, because when you're playing this comp, right, you just rely so much on what Yusher's role is, and that has honestly been this team through and through, right? If Yusher's able to make that big difference of that damage that they're losing out on, they win. We saw that with 100 Thieves and the crazy ults and plays that they had. He's doing well, but they've been able to at least shut that down for now, and that has them struggling into the duck floaty part of the map.
And then you also look at Kurova. As much as I love seeing the Adam Kurova coming out with the ultimate nerfs that we have across the board, you're splitting that between two other strategists, so it's going to delay the ultimates for the survivability that you may need to lean on. Is it going to be enough? Maybe a BRB coming through. As I do hear the game, guys, let's dive right back into the action. We just saw Zatex clear off that side room. No more Kumiho Unleash for Sentinels.
And Jitward was there, so he's nice and healthy, but Sentinel's going to go ahead and lose out on Dogman one more time. With that Agamotto, though, in the legendary prep, this is going to be huge because Cart has the ult ready as well. This could be a long fight in overtime, folks. Strap up. It could be a 1-1 here if they're able to get a full push and hold to follow. The legends are in the sky. Yusha's been that for Sentinels thus far in the playoffs. Now going to go a quick pop of the ult, waiting until that health goes down to the 0. Agamotto's soul comes out. They're trying to find the banner. Down goes 1,500 health at a snap of a flick of a wrist now. Zatex finding more. Oh, the click, the dash. The assassin is at play. The X-Men's going crazy.
Oh, somebody help May. He cannot stay up any longer. No. Kurova, though! The Born again! They're so close to the finish line. They're trying to stall here. They jump in. Is it going to be enough? The pushback. The God of Thunder himself has another statement. Amazing had rolled out earlier on with the Ultron, but he cannot see Zatex through the water slide. That is his floaty.
Oh, man. From point 2 onwards, perfect, but Crimso throws up. The fat lady isn't singing yet, he says, as he throws in the ult. Dogman behind as the Venom to stall as much as possible. Overtime singing. Card, though, throwing out the fists, one after the other. Hulk angry, Card angry, and yeah, we lost. Get the cap.
Pretty accurate Hulk lore, by the way. Cart, now you know why we've seen the Hulk banned until yeah, we lost. Cartman is literally a beast. Sentinels, their plans squashed. That forced out the Wi-Fi swap up from Rymazing very quick there. That's why we saw him go over to the Ultron on that third point. It's even better too, honestly, when you have more of that verticality and you can play off the balcony, but he couldn't even get out of the spawn room gate.
Yeah, man, I'm just surprised on how quickly they were able to flip that script. And man, even with the Born again, when that hit, Vic, after the full team wipe, I was like, oh man, this is gonna be tough. But he had to hit it from far away, and then at that, Amazing coming out as the poor Ultron. It was anything but the age of, because Zatex was ready with the quick combo. It was in quite literally the worst location you could be. But yeah, Cart went full Cart mode, and when he does, right, the rest of the team just echoes the bells of victory. Jumping in, though. Have to put up a great defensive effort here. And they typically don't go Hulk on the defense almost ever, Vic. So we'll see how this works out. Mass does go cap, though, every single time. It's usually the Venom in the cap we see from them.
And I just want to know, like, how much Cart is benching out here, because on this Hulk, this is the scariest thing to deal with. It's just a Hulk running in your face and then having to look behind you, because Zatex on this sidelock is continuously harassing you while Jitward is just jumping on your heads. They're expecting the rollout from Sentinels, though, as they come out on the triple strat in the form of the strat pool, and with the triple Vanguard lineup from Yeah We Lost, it's found its success, Cozy.
Absolutely. Now, let's see how Sentinels choose to approach this. Energy made Winter Soldier a thing on this map against this team right here, right now. So, Yusha going to go ahead and get out the hook and see what they can do. Crimso looking dangerously low, going to rotate back. Right now, Yeah We Lost, playing aggressive, but within their limits. Mass now running back as well. Be close. Look at the ults already charged up to the maximum. Xantho close to it at any moment. Going to be the first to be able to pop it. Masto finds the captain, barely staying alive.
Ooh, the pocket, though. The pocket from the Invisible Woman comes in clutch and allows Kendrick to also reposition. You're going to be able to activate the strap pool ultimate first here. Dogman does get stunned. Amazing is very close to the extermination. With Dogman finding Jitward, they will not be able to contest with a ban hammer off the van pool.
Alrighty, so just like that, holding forward, space has been made. Xantho with that boundary and the aggression to follow. Keep your eyes on the Angry Hulk, and here it comes. Love this play. They're going to initiate the first soft dive with Kendrick. He can't go down, is going to go down, but staying alive after that. Oh, does find the pick to follow. Are you kidding me? Xantho with the boundary to keep the team nice and healthy, and now you've got Cart activated ready. They won't even need it as Crimso activates the bell, and bam! The pop from the Winter Soldier. It's Cap and Bucky like the good old days.
What year is this? Yusha slams down again. Can we hear another one? Zatex had popped in with the Dance of the Butterflies, and Cart is still angry. He still finds another pick, but he looks behind him. Where is everyone? Dogman has found Jitward again. Dogman's target priority onto Jitward has been back-to-back, but they do note that there is someone behind them.
They got 2 fights to go, at least, with what they have in store for this last bit of push. Maybe one more fight, depending on how they play it out. But Cart ready to go angry. Other than that, Karova with the advantage. We'll see how they choose to use it. Oh, going invisible now, keep the team up nice and healthy. Mask going for the follow, and the anti-pressure on the other side finds Karova. Are you kidding me? Oh, again. Goodbye. That's going to be a wipe.
Literally the back-to-back. Karova's gone down twice while he's had the ult. And get over here. I feel like I've seen this somewhere, Cozy. The Hulk is upset, and he finds it again. Yeah, we lost. Are claiming heads. This defensive side of yeah, we lost are stomping Sentinels and their plans.
The freedom died, man, right there. I could hear it. I could feel it. We got Zatex now going after Crimson once again, using that protect on the cap. They seem to have the answer for it thus far. User getting down low yet again. But Flamay gonna get Kendrick out, and that opens up so much. That ult now gone.
No!
But Zatex, are you kidding me?
Oh, Karova can't play the game. He was literally in the animation to putting down the invisible boundary. At least he didn't get KO'd with it, but Zatex now could just go crazy. Dance of the butterflies. Can Karova play the game is the question.
Yeah, the Q button was like 3/4 press, but did not come all the way down. That's just going to do their best job to stay alive. Good rotation here, actually. Staying alive through it. Now, looking at what they have available. Oh, Zatex activating this very early just to trigger the ult. I'm all about it because Karova did fall with that early. It's been a century since we've seen the boundary. Kendrick going to fall, though, and it's going to make it a bit more tough.
Rallying up the troops, though, is going to be Crimzo with the freedom charge. Is it going to be enough of the freedom as the Sioux is trying to find their own freedom back away? Xanthos cannot get away. Sending them back together is going to be Jitward, though, and they're following up on the tail ends of Mask and their own freedom charge. You're down to less than 10 seconds, and Crimzo has done what Crimzo needed to do, and it's isolate the problem. You find one strategist, and then you find Zatex. You talk about the stall potential, and there's no survivability. It's just a matter of time before Sentinels get this first checkpoint.
Yeah, good job here, just resetting, calming down the mess and the pure chaos behind it. Gonna go find the Sioux once again. Xantho just trying to stay alive from Crimzo. Crimzo going off like crazy. Finds the health back to no avail. It's gonna be now Xantho finding the grave again. Crimzo putting the team on the back. A sustain now. Dogman finds one, the other. The points theirs. They used everything to hold it. Overtime, not a factor now. Somehow still keeping this thing alive, but it is gonna be on to point 2.
That was so hard. And we actually saw Kendrick, by the way. He tried to roll out on the magic out of the portal. All right, Kendrick, you swap right back over to the White Fox. We will not be seeing that. And Cozy, I'm wondering, do we okay, I like this. Thankfully we make some switches here, because I was going to say, don't stick to the triple strategist if you are getting countered at this point. It barely worked for that first checkpoint. It really was crucial to get some of those early picks from Crimzo. He really helped out the rest of the Sentinels here, and even with Dogman making the swap over to the Emma Frost to try to get the grab onto Zatex.
Yeah, I agree, Vic. 100%. 156 and counting. We'll see how they choose to use this first bit here. Dogman does have the eyes on the thighs. Going to go ahead and throw it out there right away now. It's going to be on the Monster Hulk. Even the big guy's distracted. Trying to rotate over. 247 and down. Nice job in the finish of Xantho. Able to heal up the Hulk and get the flush and the slam dunk on the Crimzo.
Usher now getting some revenge, too. Onto Zatex. Back to the spawn room gates as Jitward with some love off the Sen jersey, by the way. We have to pinpoint that. Is going to have that 1v1 duel. Ryan Mazing comes out on top. The deflect comes in, and Cart, after being able to carry so much of this weight through his punches, he gets the bubble down. Xantho gets the invisible boundary, and Sentinels, they're waiting and they're hungry because they have everything to throw in the kitchen sink.
The strategist shackles are off for Ryan Mazing now as the Devils ready to be let out. Right there with the dance of the butterflies. We'll see 55 seconds. This is such a tough point to cap, and you have to almost eliminate them in a perfect position now, as Yusher is going to find all three go down. Wow, fantastic job. At this point, Kendrick just ulting not at the right time. Maybe just trying to keep this thing going, but it does cause Flamay to do the same. 1-2 trade is going to be yet again. It's going to be such a close mirror match here.
It's Karova getting harassed, by the way, once again from Jitward, and then looking at Zatex. They're over there! They just dive on it. the extermination team to take out the Zatex. But the Dance of the Butterfly now comes in from Usher, Freedom Charge from Mask. And when Zatex comes back around, they'll have their own Dance of the Butterflies. That's a big pick-off. There is no sustain left from Sentinels. They do not have any of the strategist ultimates.
Perfect play at the nick of time. Comes the Merc with the mouth. And the finish. Great bubble there from Carr, keeping the team alive through the Psy ult. Zatex with the exclamation point. Time has run out. It is 1-1, folks. We're going all night here in the America scene.
Yeah, we won this time around on their map choice. Museum of Contemplation still proves to be one of, we lost best maps. Talk about the Cart Hulk, though, Cozy. I think we'll probably get a Hulk ban following up.
Yeah, you know, it's like they were able to get that through, and that's why the protectors come there a lot of the time for the Hulk in the second half. 37-5. Absolutely disgusting with the 15. And the flip of the script in the stat department. You sure did well there, but it was, once they got rid of that tank pool, it was just a bit of a different story. Yeah, picks were happening, but it seems like the whole team was off and was not able to recover from there. Either way, though, it is 1-1. This is crazy. We're late in the night. We're having a great time here. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break.
Museum of Contemplation is, we lost Playground, and they are right back into this series as we are tied up 1-1 now. And begs the question, Vicky, should we be banning Hulk? Because it is very terrifying to play against this Hulk right now.
Or is the Psylocke still dominating? Because everybody, please help Korova, help this backline. If you're going to be running triple strat, you got to at least try to enable the triple strat to work. If it's not going to work because you're dealing with the triple Vanguard, maybe triple duelist here. But I'm not expecting that to happen at all, because then we get to see Crimzo and Dogman do what they do best. Crimzo trying their best. There definitely needs to be a swap up, and I do think that Sentinels decided to change things up a little too late, Gaskin.
And I do think if you think back to the interview we had with Fox as well, there is a lot on map selection. There is a lot on what people are strong with and which teams are going to be winning on certain maps, certain modes. So I don't think Sen should be too disheartened here because we just know how good we lost are on Museum of Contemplation. But as we move to map 3 here, Cozy, do you think that Sentinels going with their own pick, they should be able to go back to their strengths here?
Yeah, we lost have struggled on this map, but they do have a hidden buff right now. They've got that 2 a.m. gamer fuel. This is when Jibber's just getting started in the late nights. Like, these guys are game rank demons, and they're always playing through the night. Sentinels, Crimson, you're getting old, man. Can you play in the wee night of the hour? No, but seriously, I think it's going to be fun to see as this thing continues to go on. I do like the pick on the map. Definitely, I think, is strong for Sentinels. Going back now forever. This is a map they always go to when things get a bit shaky. And kind of just resetting. But again, I think the pick ban phase is going to look a lot different for sure on the protection front. The cap is still definitely worth the save, though, Vic.
Yeah, I think we even saw like Sentinels beat FlyQuest on Hall of Jalia, so I like how you pinpoint that, and that makes you wonder, like, do we still lean onto the protect on the captain? We've seen the stall potential roll out from Crimzo. It's helped sometimes, but I also think there's just been so much control of CC, whether it comes to dealing with Cart, getting these stuns, jumping back over to the strategist, popping those bubbles, then you get pulled back in if you're Crimzo trying to run away because of the Invisiwoman. So are we also gonna see maybe a Doctor Strange, man? I keep wondering that because we did see Sentinels kind of hover over it, but then the priority is you only have so many pick and bans, right? The Psylocke is obviously a problem, so you have to pinpoint where the Psylocke is. You go over to the Emma Frost at one point in the very beginning when you try to roll out, and it didn't get the impact that it needed because Zatex was still just having their way with the strat backline.
Well, I do wonder, Cozy, do you think there is any extra pressure on Sentinels here because, we lost the unsigned MRC roster that's coming through, that's shaking things up, whereas Sen, partner team, expectations should be to get further in this tournament. When does that start being piled on their shoulders here, or do you think they're already going to be under it at 1-1?
Yeah, I mean, I think, first of all, I think Crimzo, he tweeted yesterday, he's like, yay, not last place. Like, I think they're happy with where they've gotten right now. But also, yeah, I mean, like, even Fox said, hey, it's going to be a 3-0. Like, there are expectations from them. But, hey, this team's going to lock in, and they're not going to let that quick dream die so soon. Gaskin.
Well, it's going to be Sen on the attack. We lost. We'll be defending first as we move over to map 3. Can we see we lost take the lead and maybe take Sen even further into this best of 5? Only one way to find out, and you've got the wonderful Vicky Kitty and Cozy.
Vicky, before we start, quick shout out to all the viewers still watching the Marvel Madness, the watch parties way late into the night. I can feel the eyes burning from a mile away as we are in the location. Wakanda, the name. Gonna be now the Elsa ban up top. Making sure Yusher still not gonna get that comfort pick. Gambit on as follows. And look at the priority they give now to Dongmin getting that tank pool.
I love how you also brought up like the late night power up because look, it's true. Whenever I'm playing Cozy, I'm just so honest. I'm like, all right, here we go. Time for the unemployed lobbies here, and we gotta get set up and ready to go though, because that's not something that you could say when it comes down to the pathing that these two teams have had to take to get exactly to where they are. Because remember, $50,000 prize pool. The team that wins out of this will be able to move on through the bracket, find themselves in that third place spot with 1K extra compared to whoever falls in this series. The Daredevil is going to be protected. I like this because, once again, it's another one of those Hall of Jalia. You get that information. I also think the Van pool protect from Sentinels goes crazy, but with Yowie Loss having the same potential since it's not banned out for them, it's another scaling opportunity for them to get more damage output.
No, that's a great point there, Vic. And with this next set of bans, it's funny. They're going to go with the White Fox, right? It's like, okay, you try to save that early now and you used it on the tank pool. Fine, we'll get rid of that. Right, amazing. What else can you flex into? If it's the Ultron, I think Zatex can handle that just fine and dandy. The save themselves going to go over to Kendrick's side of the White Fox. But there is the cart ban. The only way to stop Hulk isn't bullets. It's banning him.
Hey, yo, Dogman, I hope he's here. Hopefully he'll be able to come back in together. But I do like this decision. We were talking about the impact that Cart had. Obviously, Psylocke is very easy to deal with. It's just about bringing that attention to protecting that backline. But as long as you take care of the Hulk, that's another damage follow-up that you could just take off the table. The Jeff as well, as we know, Jeff is very good on Hall of Jalia. And we've seen what Yowie Loss could do when it comes to the flexibility of this backline. The Jeff Protect, though, now goes over to Sentinels because, once again, not surprised, we're probably going to see the triple strategist roll out from Sentinels.
All right, last save. Yes, the Jeff and the last band to follow. Now, yeah, we lost has gone with a couple things here. They're going to start with just a pure ban Usher. Nope, going to be Rymazing. So this is their Rymazing target ban at this point, right? Going to get rid of the Fox, going to get rid of the Ultron flex pick as well. So does he go? Interesting. So maybe Mantis here has been a lot of the comfort, if not taking the strat shackles off and just going pure duelist. A lot of options. Daredevil was shown at the end. I don't think they're too afraid of that. Right, taking his time for a second. Oh, no.
Okay, they're trolling me. They're trolling. All right, you know what? Remember what I said, Cozy. It's Vicky After Dark. Whatever happens after this is not my fault. But you know what? With these pauses, hopefully they'll be able to get everybody in. We were making the joke too in our last pause that it was Jitward. It was actually Crimzo. So just putting that note because we can't even put everything onto Jitward, even though we see it sometimes from his own respective stream and in that first map. But hopefully we did see that Dogman may have a connection issue, so we have to make sure everybody is loaded in for Sentinels because guys. In this last series of the day in Americas, it is currently tied 1-1 apiece. We are nearing Demon Hours, 2 a.m. almost here for the East Coast. I hope you guys East Coast lovers rise up because this is going to be another gigabanger.
Yeah, it's like 2 a.m. I raise you 5 a.m. Vicky, checkmate. Yeah, no, I think what's to me going to be interesting too, so as we don't yap on like the same things, is that if you look towards ahead. Again, both these teams losing in a very dominant way over to Liquid Citadel. But if Sentinels can escape with this, I feel like they were able to kind of buff through that lower bracket and continue to refine and reshape themselves. And what we saw at the beginning of the playoffs.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, I actually really like that pick and ban phase. Like, even if, I think you mentioned it, like, if Sentinels, even though they won't have the Ultron, they'll at least, if they want to roll out with the Mantis, we've seen Rymazing, once again, very flexible player, go over to the Mantis. Then you get damage boost on the table, and then you'll be able to hopefully enable Usher a lot more, because that's been another shutdown that we're seeing a lot, is Usher's not getting the impact that Usher needs to get when there may be a lack of duelist damage being put out onto the side of We Lost.
That's a good point, Vic. And with the way they decided to go with the picks and the bans, I feel like Dogman on that comfort pick, though, is definitely going to give them plenty of at least the moxie that they need to go in and clean this. It's their map. It's their decision moving forward if they can continue this thing on. Either way, we face a 2-1 Vicky. I will buy the full winning team new routers. It's on me. I promise.
Look, Cozy, the GOAT right now. Cozy, the savior. Cozy, save them. Yeah, we lost, and Sentinels maybe dealing with some things in the back end. We have to make sure everyone's going to load in here. Before we find out more, guys, though, thank you so much for your patience and sticking with us in the late night hours of Marvel Rivals Ignite. I love the fact that we've been able to see such great action from the teams here in the preseason, and even noting maybe some changes before we start off in our stage one.
Absolutely. And yeah, just listen, if you're just now coming into the action, it has been just a complete playoffs of 3-2s and every team testing the limits. I think we have a good idea of the top scene now, right? Obviously in the 1s and the 2s, but it's this whole cluster of the middle of the pack that in the preseason before with the predictions, we had no idea what the scene looked like. Getting a much better picture now, but also not really, because if you put any of these matches back up again, it's going to go to 5.
You know what bugs me, though, Cozy? When we were sitting out on your podcast together with Shib and we were going through our preds, this is funny because we all were looking at this form of Sentinels from the very beginning. Yes, we're implementing a lot more of these subs coming in, Mirror, like showcasing what they got in store for us. Korova, the meta not being very nice to Korova in general, as well as the kind of taking that away from the triple strategist with the ultimate nerfs that we've had across the board. Honestly, personally, it could take another like 10-15% hits, but it still elevates a lot of these interesting micro plays when it comes to the damage boost and more of a duelist side of the strategist, and not just kind of hanging out on the back lines and just healing. So we have to see if that could benefit them in any way going into this map.
Well, the Yep session is over, but not yet for the game. We're going to take a quick break and allow everybody to get everything going. We will see you guys in just a minute to continue match number 3. Don't go anywhere.
Watch out, they're headed our way. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
The hunt is on. 1,000 gods!
Felicia's here to steal a win. Good fortune for me. Cat's claws. Me, ouch. Let's make a deal. Peekaboo. Hup. So stealthy.
That's how we do it, Catwalk.
Eat your heart out, strange. Deliciously dangerous.
I unleash the shouting.
Now's the perfect time to strike. You crossed my path. Good boy, Petey. Meow.
Hello, folks. Welcome back from the break. The action is ready to continue. Welcome to the late night edition of Cozy Vicky casting Ignite to the wee hours of the night. And we find ourselves in Wakanda. Vicky, you ready?
Oh, I've been ready, Cozy, and our players are loaded in. Guys, thank you so much once again for your patience, all you late night dwellers. Hopefully you're grinding rank with some MRI action happening in the background, because let's get this game going. It is tied 1-1 apiece. How long will this go on for, Cozy? And if you take a look again at the pick and binds, we have to refresh in the viewers here who may have gone to take a break. Jitward will have access to that Daredevil. Xanthos on that Invisible Man mask, no longer on the Thor, but will be on that Vanpool.
Alrighty, now the first offense approach from Sentinels. Again, Crimzo with an unorthodox pick there on the Venom. Didn't have great success at first on point one. Different match. Like the attack first, though, and Flamingo goes down instantly to Jitward. Absolutely starting off this with heat and aggression.
Love the way that they're opening things up already with the Shark taking a nap. Yeah, we lost. Already holding on to this defense. Masks very close already to that Vanpool ultimate on the Banhammer, but coming out of the gates is going to be Flamingo. Sentinels having to do something a little different. Amazing could at least keep giving them that information. It's going to be Vanpool ult for Vanpool ult. Who's going to be getting the hammer first? As now Jitward's also trying to harass that backline.
Crimson does find the pick on Jitward, and Mask is going to go and counter there. Can they dive in with it? That's an early ult now as they find more. And the game is being played on the offensive side. Dongman now with the swap dispositioning. So what in the floating of the Deadpool there? Absolutely flying to the point, quite literally. Amazing finds ones and gets a quick exit as well. The 1-2, down goes the Devil. Do they even bother with the strange portal? It doesn't look like anybody switching, but you got the hero Jitward ready to get the stats going again on the KD.
They did make the swap over to the Strange in the hands of Zatex, who didn't originally want to swap because they were already very close to that ultimate, but they are going to be able to stall. It looks like the portal could come out in terms of timing thanks to Jitward rolling out on the Spider-Man. Jitward has done his job. I do not even know how he was still alive, by the way. Cart rolls back in together, and with the triple Vanguard and the double strategist from Yeah, We Lost, they hold down the fort, but Jitward can't stay alive long enough because Ryan Mazing's upset as he finds a 2K and making it very close to the 3K because the health pack is not the insurance policy that he was looking for.
But they somehow are holding on. Zatex on the point. Yeah, right. Amazing said, you're going to try to target ban me? I'll show you what's up when I let the devil out now. Flamay finding Xantho down. Nothing going to connect from there. But down goes Zatex and the last efforts of attempts. They were able to keep this thing on as long as possible. There's still a minute and 47 seconds. Quick work, says Rye, as he dusts off the baton and pushes forward Cart into point number 2.
All right. They do it. Amazing. Amazing is mowing down the lawn in unison, wall climbing alongside Crimzo, who's got the Feast of the Abyss. You sure? Also with the reset on the Ensong Inferno. Amazing's got them in their line of sight. They're diving together. The Feast of the Abyss allowing Santos to go down. Amazing getting enabled, and it's going to force out the White Fox ultimate. Is it going to be enough as the sun comes in? And Chitward has found the strategist. No survivability, as Sentinels have noted that, and they have to try to stay alive. Banhammer coming in, and it's going to be We Lost who fall. Dogman finding Kendrick next.
Yeah, they've just shown it. When Dogman can play the Merc, they just are such a different team. And what a crazy pickoff there in the back line. Down goes Kendrick. The reset holds. And they picked this map for a reason. Comfort pick many times before. Crimson splashes down quickly on the opposition. Soft dive going in, but the Galartrock's going to stop it quickly as well. Crimson brought right back to the point that he started at. With that Galartrock's coming up completely empty. Zatex wants that one back. Ready to fuel another monster shortly, but look out for Yusher, legend in the making, up in the air. No counters at all, Vic. They will not be able to get it in time.
It's gonna be hard here too, and Ramazan's also close to letting that double out. Nice sustain here. Korova just trying to stay alive. Jitward doing everything that we hate when it comes to being a strategist and dealing with a Spider-Man, but the PO's there. The Banhammer is put onto Yusher. Having that sustainability comes in clutch. Dogman putting down that bubble. Amazing separating the rest of the team and following up together with the Venom. This is the follow-ups that we've been waiting for. Oh no, the back line cannot go anywhere. Backs against the wall. Amazing and Crimzo are the duo we like to see.
Who needs legendary when you've got a couple legends? And it's just so comical that they went after Amazing's heroes. And it's just like, okay, leave me the devil. You don't fear it, I'll make you fear it. Late into the night here. In 4K, no vision needed. Bam. Objection slams down Xantho out of this thing, and that's going to give them plenty of space, far more than the 1.3 mm they need. Korova with a ult, maybe to give survival. Don't know if they needed that, but hey, why not? 3 minutes, 25 seconds on the board. Jitward still on the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Now going over to the lawyer.
Cease and desist, though. And now it's going to be Sentinels. Walk in the park. I mean, with the invisible Korova, by the way, they're not going to get as much progress on the cart until he melees and goes out of invisibility. But the dive in, as the assassination comes in, the follow-up, Crimzo gets the ante, and Kendrick is there as the insurance policy that they paid for, just negating a lot of that damage, getting the sustainability and the reset that they needed, thanks to Zatex following up. Then you try to dive back in together, and yeah, We Lost are hungry. They're out for blood, and Jitward's upset. He came out originally on the Spider-Man, makes a swap over to the Daredevil.
Yeah, they will not play the game you want them to play. They're always going to keep this aggression up and ready. You're going to go tag Crimzo. Hey, if you want to hang out by us, we're going to keep on pushing you into that spawn. 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Even though it seems like Sentinels have kind of firmly won this multiple times, Vicky. Yeah, We Lost is doing great in terms of the time available. Jitward pushing a little bit too far. Xantho's got that ult, maybe doing a back defensive invisible boundary, and once again, coming up empty is the Apex Predator, the powerful ult finding nothing. Mason, though, going to go down as Cart doesn't have the Hulk, but has the Venom, has all he needs as the Legends in the Sky pop. Xantho, though, keeping them nice and healthy. And it's Mask! Oh my god, goodbye!
For free? You're gonna do that right in front of Mask's face after he had the Banhammer the answer all along. I really like the positioning that we are seeing from We Lost, even getting a little Venom v Venom violence, but being able to hold the split position, hang out to the high ground, and also we're getting more information. Crimzo does get caught by that trap, but they have some ultimates to work with here.
Yeah, it's the nighttime hours, Vicky, here now as the Daredevils are trading blow after blow. Who's going to win the Battle of New York? It's going to be the man, Crimzo, as now quickly, what a way to deal with it. Hey, you know you get rid of a sticky Venom, you just bring him right into your own spawn. Delete that quickly. But I got to say, Vic, they burnt 2 minutes off this thing. And to boot, if you look at the ult rotation, right, they're going to have Kendrick, obviously Jitward. Zatex will have one more Apex. and just maybe you'll get the show from Xantho. So I do give favor a lot here to, yeah, we lost a hold.
Yeah, that survivability, but Jitward would also be able to let the devil out. It's up to Korova to not go down, having the invisible boundary ready. Rymazing too, who he's gonna activate it. The dive comes in, and it's Rymazing versus the world. Dogman then follows up, no sustainability, making another head, and Dogman gets the 3K. Can we see the 4K, or will they take it from him as Cart gets taken out? Rymazing, Dogman, together with Crimson, who had made the swap over the cap, are gonna be able to lead the charge.
Now, giving them no time to breathe. The Zatex up close to the apex. Now, looking at it, this Crimson ult's going to be huge, though, Vic. They're going to have to peel their absolute dead bodies off this to get this W. Now, Zatex going in. He's ready. Hungry missed 2 before, but the biggest, most important one can't be now. Doesn't need it as 2 go down instantly. 14 seconds. Sentinels are falling at the worst time possible. Down goes another. Vicky, the hold is coming in the form of the neutral. Cart finds another portal coming to play. 3, 2, 1. It's going to be a little too late. There goes Crimzo, but everything's ready.
It's okay. Crimzo did his job, though, and the job was to force us into overtime. He may have gone down, but the portal is waiting to taxi him along. It's the pressure, as the portal placement also can help play around the line of sight from the back end, but you have to take care of Zatex. He is literally playing ping pong right now. The Daredevil tag as the other side of Sentinels. We're on the other side of the portal, and Mask clears out another. Flamay gets hit with an anti, and no bodies left from Sentinels to contest him to the point to get this to the finish line.
Oh, man, I'm loving Mask here on the Deadpool, too, right? I mean, the tank pool play has just been tremendous. You know, put the hammer down for now, because what a way to hold strong and stop what was a pretty dominant Vic, right? Like, it felt like point 1 and 2 was just continue. It was the amazing show at times, but they were just stalling that thing consistently.
And that was with a lot of time originally when they were able to get that payload moving, right? So it was a great stall from We Lost, and it was such crazy aggression from Sentinels holding all the way up. Took a little bit of time to get that second checkpoint, and it was all because I feel like, at least within my own respective games, Cozy, once you find yourself staggering right after you get that second checkpoint, it can be so hard to come out of the gates if you're looking at a team like We Lost holding such split positioning, some on the high ground, some on the low ground, waiting for some of these ultimates to be unleashed. And a very expensive fight for Sentinels. It delayed the inevitable, but they got it very close to the finish line. We have to see how Sentinels does now on this defense.
Absolutely well said, Vicky. Now, We Lost. Such an aggressive team. This was the pick of Sentinels to hold down the fort, to advance, to get their shot, to get to that grand finals. This is for 3rd place minimum. Everything on the line here in the first playoffs of year 2 for the preseason. Egos, money, org reputation, everything you want here as Yusher in the sky. Doing some quick scouting. Dogman staying perfectly still. Nobody can see him.
As long as I'm looking at this wall, I'll be invisible. Dogman, though, being the GOAT, trying to get the isolation off the bubble, putting in the pressure. Can there be a follow-up as Rymazing looking at them? Dogman, though, gets away with finding Zatex after isolating the heals, thanks to that bubble originally, and he survives, by the way. Rymazing isolates Kendrick, who wanted to push up. They see what's happening up on the high ground. It's Daredevil v. Daredevil, and after they take him to court, they take Jitward to the spawn room gates.
Yeah, that's for sure. Objection. Amazing popping off. No question about it. That was absolutely crazy and perfect way to shut down any momentum. Now looking at it, Mask has this ult, at least can open up the opportunity. I think if they're going to go ahead and use it, try to throw it there on Korova. That will open up something for the team. Vic, they're going to go ahead and use this upper ground, but Dogman ready to respond in the same. Looks like they're going to go here and there. It's the first press of the band hammer. It's Daredevil going off. Jitward trying to find some connection. Yusher dangerously low. Got to keep him up. He's not going to be able to make it. Yes, Flips Dip survives. Are you kidding me?
Talk about survivability, by the way, with the Animal Crossing backline here. Flamingo, look at me click, but Zatex has clicked on Crimzo right before he could hide away behind the wall. Xantho trying to stay alive. They want to have this dance off. The survivability is right around the corner for We Lost. And while Zatex is having a highlight reel, the Elsa diff is real here for themselves. It's not like Sentinels could rock on Elsa on their own.
Caught the pixel on Crimzo's shoe on that frame, Vicky. now holding the W. And this is what's so crazy. Even though Sentinels did so well, like 4 minutes, 39 seconds, that's an eternity for the team that just got the win back. Again, able to come back quickly after the domination loss earlier that we saw in this playoffs. Doing it yet again. Snowflake out. Xantho very aggressive. Going to lose Kendrick early and now forced to play very awkwardly. They're going to have to... And honestly, the space they have, Vic, is quite a lot because Zatex is just farming in the front. Somebody, one of the tanks, have to peel up and try to deal with it, but it's going to be the Glortron.
Oh, my.
No, the Legend of the Sky at least gets one, but Amazing falls. And Crimzo
Future
low.
gets a little bit of revenge, and with Crimzo falling incredibly low, just having to back away, this kind of builds up even more space for Yawi Loss to push up on. But Sentinels reclaim the point for now on this defense. There's still a lot of time, though, in the time bank. They've marked Crimzo, Flamme floating around on the Rocket Raccoon. The Sia is activated here, ready to unleash. They put it down. Crimzo gets frozen. He stays alive. Talk about a clutch moment as the It's Jeff is unleashed. Is it necessary here? As Jitward does find Crimzo, it's a problem, but Yusher did exactly what he needed to do. But Crimzo still needs help. The It's Jeff at least catches a Daredevil. It looked like, oh no, it doesn't here on the other side.
No.
It does actually. It's isolated him. It's caught Jitward. And now this forces Xanthos to fall afterwards.
Yeah, now just falling kind of awkwardly, right? Because falling like they have is just introduce the stagger. Get back together. You have 3 minutes and more. But look out. Devil ready. Mask trying to get some poke rolling. Like the approach. Maybe go with a soft dive. No, here comes Crimzo going for it. The Xantho immediately gonna pop ready. And my gosh, the dash up and the quick finish. Stay off my strategist, yells Zatex, putting this game into his own hands. Vicky, this has just been perfect mechanical play.
Makes you wonder if you could have the CC changes right now and what it could do, but that's not the patch we're playing on, assembling the troops after Kendrick catches Dogman and also deals so much damage onto Crimzo, who's trying to navigate away, who also gets caught with the Feast of the Abyss. Cart in the form of the Venom together with Zatex. They are mowing down the lawns of Sentinels.
Gamer hours, Vicky, the 3 AM buff. It's here, it's now. Did you even see someone got stuck in the Diablo trap? Like, look at these Diablo traps are perfect, man. Just always giving room and space for them to play around and one of these pesky vanguards to get caught in it. Right, Amazing running for his life at this point now. Low and is not going to be able to escape. Goes down as well. 3 minutes, 40 seconds to push. Vicky, so much advantage here in terms of ult, in terms of how it's rolling for them, forcing now a lot of adjustments.
Thank goodness. I was about to say, like, this Animal Crossing backline is not going to work out with the amount of damage output that Yawi Loss are putting in. Like, we had to change out yesterday. But Flamme and Korova, they understood the assignment. They make the swap. And Yusher, the fact that we're seeing more Bucky, too, by the way, Cozy, has been interesting. Because once again, like, they're not playing on the most recent patch. Yusher's going to roll out to see if he can get some resets in. Dogman, too. But the Glartrox has other plans. Thanksgiving came early, and everybody is feasting. Thanks to Zatex delivering on the table. Cart is taking some dessert, though, with him, and the rest of Sentinels have been wiped out.
Oh my gosh, absolute perfect play. Now you've got the show ready to go. Mass with the ult as well. This is going to be a deletion, Vic. They have nothing to deal with this. Hold W like you've been doing. They have nothing. This is going to be complete domination of Q's press. Xantho, Jitward have it ready if needed. Dogman getting low. Zatex has been farming out. Don't let him drop. There goes the show. Up and ready. Damage boost to follow. Doesn't need it. Dogman, goodbye. Visit the spawn 2 meters away. Once again, going to be Daredevil out as well. Vicky, this is going to be their map to claim. 2-1 is moments away. Mask trying to find more. Cart. The Fox, everything is out, but my gosh, somehow, some way, Flamme gets out an ult. Korova to follow, there's double madness.
Yeah, but when Flamme had used the God of Mischief and the Eternal Bond, 3 of Sentinels still went down. Yusher couldn't even get the reset off of the Kraken impact, so it didn't get the impact that I wanted, but at least it allowed the stall to happen to allow Amazing to get this pick and to stop the assault that Yawi Loss have been putting down. Letting the devil out, though. Is there any holy water to hold him back? No, there isn't. The follow-ups from Amazing as Sentinels successfully push back Yawi Loss. They still have a minute and less than 50 seconds on the clock.
Yo, that's 2 for 2. The Cozy Curse exists, right? It's like it looks so done, finished, and in a way, Sentinels fight back. Feels like that was down to the overtime, but still 2 minutes on the board. Plenty of time for Yawi Loss to continue to farm. Would have liked to see more aggressiveness there because Sentinels had nothing at that point. Instead of being reactive, that comes down to the ult tracking. Either way, though, you got 1 minute 24. Dongmin ready. Apex Predator going to be huge for Zatex, who's just been hitting them all. Crimson with good rotation, and there it is. Going to go on the more survival end there for the Dongmin.
Oh. Right, Amazing taking a quick trip, but it's fine. The rest of his team, though, trying to help him out. He gets taken out by Zatex in the process after he was one. And yes, as you mentioned, Kendrick is going crazy. The back-to-back, are you kidding me? And no reset once again from Yusher. If you're going to swap over to the bucket, you need to get this impact. You at least get the grapple and you stop the push from Mask. And the fact that Sentinels have been able to reverse this when the number advantage was still in Yawi Loss's favor is crazy. It's all thanks to the spawn room gates being right behind them, too.
I mean, just insanity, but I mean, no one's even spawning because you're getting deleted. How did they stay alive through that? Crimzo, my God, are you kidding me? And now at this point, 32 seconds, Vic, all that advantage vanished away. This would be a hold, a story-told one, as now it's going to be Cart. Beast the Abyss, absolutely hungry for more. Kendrick has the Fox as well. We'll see if Jitwork can get in online to follow. Mass now farming quickly. Going through that cooldown, though. It's going to be an important one now as everything coming. It's going to be the Fox that initiates. Kendrick diving in. We'll see if the Feast comes with it. Powers are his. It's going to be Flamade. Got a Mischief coming out. Here comes Cloak and Dagger. Mask in the trade. Becky, everything's gone.
In the form of Flamay and the God of Mischief, they have to keep Korova alive to get the next set of the Eternal Bomb because the survivability is here for Yawi Lost. Sentu's going to have the dance off. You're going to be able to have the Banhammer on. And you find Flamay. Korova doesn't have ult yet. He's almost at 99. He has to stay alive. He pops it. And the overtime sinking down keeps him alive. Yusher actually keeps us going together with the sustain. You cannot miss these shots. Zatex is dancing on him. He's moving. He tries to take the 1v1. And Korova with the Terror Cape. The Clartrox again. Sentinels are not bowing out just yet. When the world needed him the most, it is Yusher on this Bucky. And together with the survivability from this backline, Cozy.
Loud noises, Vicky. We just shout. There was just... I mean, there was absolute chaos all over. And the fact that the Feast, the Abyss, coming in with the Glartrox, nothing. It didn't even look that way. Didn't matter. Talk about bending, not breaking at any moment. That was a statistical impossible hold that they continue to have. Look at the stat. Hey, go ahead and target ban Rymazing one more time. Disgusting.
That is 27 final hits. 22 for, like, Zatex honestly could not have done more. Thankfully, we caught off the Animal Crossing backline. I mean, I'm screaming crazy. I'm probably going to have a noise complaint soon here on the East Coast, guys. But the fact that we have Flamay and Korova cycling through those ultimates. Korova, by the way, living at like less than 30 HP. And getting the Eternal Bond when he was like at 30 HP at 98% ultimate is what saved the day. Together with Yusher making that swap over to the Bucky. Sure, if those resets didn't come out, it's fine. It's dealing with the threat that is Zatex from afar when Rymazing cannot.
Yeah, and I just didn't like, if I'm being honest with you, some of the approach that they had with the ults. I mean, unfortunately, every time they were ready to, like, do the game plan, Flamay with the ult yet again to carry that potential and that momentum, or Sentinels. It's like they always had that hero moment. But, man, some things held on to a bit long. Either way, it is now 2-1. Sentinels game away from at least getting third place or higher. From last to third, what a story. But, yeah, we lost. Looking to fight back. Don't go anywhere. Quick break, and we'll be back.
Welcome back, everyone, to Marvel Rivals After Night, because we're going all night, baby! We're back in, because then somehow, someway, they get it done. I didn't think it was going to happen. I thought, yeah, we lost, surely had it. Don't worry, Jay, I am still awake and thriving, because I've got to support these two incredible commentators we have. Vicky, Cozy, you guys have been crushing it, and for good reason. This series deserves it. How on earth did Sen just pull that off, Vicky?
Kurova lived, man. Like, I was screaming my head off, but I was literally looking at the survivability. And on paper, honestly, if that God of Mischief did not come off, then Kurova would not have been able to rotate through Eternal Bond because he was still a little far out. But they had the dance off. They had the opportunity to close in that point. And yeah, we lost with the swaps that they were dealing with from the Sentinel sides. Zatex was able to just run amok in the backline. Imagine if we didn't see a Bucky swap off. Even if you weren't hitting those shots, it's splitting the attention from the server admin Elsa.
Cozy, do you think that this might be it? Do you think, yeah, we lost now, that might just have crushed them? Because, they had it. It seemed like the game was in their hands and they let it trickle through their fingers. Or do you think that's just going to be now the perfect fuel they need going into map 4? They get the choice of map. Surely now they're going to try and take us to a best of 5 all the way.
Yeah, I mean, because it's Dom, yeah. So, I mean, either way, they are definitely going to take this to a map they feel confident in. Hell's Heaven is probably my guess. If I were to think where they're going to take it, it's Hell's Heaven. They typically tend to like that map. But, yeah, listen, I mean, hey, it's the America scene. I don't want to jinx it, all right, but I think we could be going to a match 5 at this point. I've already assumed, like, my stomach has gone into survival mode. Like, I'm just trying at this point to watch some peak rivals, and we're getting that at the very least. Vicky, I mean, listen, the Amazing has just continued to show the clutch gene. Been so fun to watch. And again, you said it, Gatsby. Shout out to Jay at 17 hours. Space at, I think, 50. It's like the watch parties, the fans, we're all just watching cinema.
Absolute cinema. And I think that, we deserve getting these map 5s. We deserve to see these teams going all the way. I do think that Team Liquid Citadel, who are probably studying and staying up to watch these matches, might be saying, actually, perhaps we should do this in the morning and watch the VOD instead so we can actually get some rest. Because remember, these guys who are playing late into the night here are then going to have to compete again tomorrow in the lower finals. Because remember, guys, we have lower finals and grand finals going down tomorrow to conclude our preseason playoffs and find out who will be going into stage 1 as the #1 team in Americas. At the moment, it is Swamp Gaming who are waiting in those grand finals. Cozy, Swamp Gaming probably feeling pretty good about themselves after their performance today, and they're probably watching on with what's happening here and saying, actually, the more games that happen, the more tired everyone is. It's even better for them.
Yeah, seriously, able to get the full rest. They don't even have to do the VOD review because it can look live here at the results. And yeah, sometimes, what's interesting is the lower bracket gets that warm-up game in because, it's going to be quick into then the grand finals, Vic. Like, we've seen that happen before. Like, they get the reps in.
Yeah,
and technically, Swamp Gaming come off the, the bench.
It can kind of go back and forth too, right? Because the teams that may really come out actually feel really warmed up. But the fact that we are going onto Hell's Heaven, Cozy, you just mumbled it right now. I mean, Hell's Heaven being the choice here for we lost is them feeling right at home.
Yeah, honestly, just Hell's Heaven coming in here, I think that this is going to be a fun one. I love watching this map for many a reason, but I think in particular we've seen we lost do some crazy things here, and wouldn't surprise me if we go back and forth into a map 5 to try and define this series between these two teams. That being said, Sentinels, of course, will want to try and get this one done in 4 so they don't have to find themselves in a position where they are just trying their hardest in that final one to stay awake, let alone win it. So they've got to get it done here on Hell's Heaven. Cozy, if you had to pick one player from both teams to watch going into this map, who would it be?
No question. Cart on domination was not it on the first map. Going to be watching Cart and the impact they have and how they protect and ban it on the opposition. Will they have Dongmin get access to the Deadpool? That is not it. The Amazing plan is not it, right? So those are the two. It's the Vanguard shows that got it done in the domination. Lock in, chat. We got another one coming, and I am excited. Who do you think, Vicky, to watch?
I feel like right now, Yusher making the swaps necessary and sneaking around, we're seeing a little bit more Bucky, has been a big deal because Yusher did a really big pickoff onto Mask, and if Mask is going to be diving in together with Jitwork, you have to take that off the table when it comes to allowing your strategists to survive, guys.
Well, don't worry, guys. Someone's got banned in chat for saying I'm attractive, so I'm feeling good going into this one. I hope you guys are as well. Enjoy it. It's map 4. Let's go.
That was my alt account. All right. Now we've got our... We got our bans. And, hey, Daredevil, Jitward, try again. You're not going to be playing the lawyer. We're going to go ahead and get the Elsa ban on the other side. Is this like, I think this is a Hulk save, or do you try to protect Jitward at all costs? But I feel like, okay, all right. Just
yes.
Continuing to give Zatex the Elsa, why not? He's been popping off like an absolute king.
I'm honestly surprised that the first ban wasn't the Elsa, but you know what? The next protect probably would have been the Daredevil, and if that's not something that Sentinels wants to deal with first, they take the Gambit off the table, but then you have to imagine what this next protect is going to be, because they want to lean into their own strength, and Rhymazing was going crazy off the Daredevil, but they want to prio the Vanpool that you had mentioned, Cozy.
Absolutely. I mean, with that save, it just really allows this team to open up. And it's like if they go with the Hulk ban here right after, it's going to be very interesting on how We Lost try to decide what to do, especially now being out on what Jitward is comfortable with. Gambit being banned on their side, continuing the same song and dance a bit. Next band up, it's like, do you go Gap? Yeah, Daredevil after what Rhymazing did. Is the recency bias going to show? Yeah, we lost. Looking to take this to game 5, and it starts massively with this pick. We knew the Hulk was going to get banned there.
Yes.
I said to watch Cart now. He's stuck on the Venom. Things are going to change.
Thank goodness here, too. Like, they knew that Cart was a menace there on the Hulk. When they took Cart off the Hulk, they had a lot more success in restabilizing. Again, we even saw Jitward get a lot done with the Spider-Man at one point. That's obviously not going to be a prio, but it's about the follow-ups that could come together with Cart and Jitward, very similarly to what we have seen between Crimzo and Rhymazing, and then Dogman in the back harassing them with the Vanpool. You want to keep enabling the Vanguards of Sentinels. The Jeff on Hell's Heaven, we always see too, Cozy, because the environmental chaos will be flowing on a map like this. The Mantis ban next, so you do not want to enable the extra damage output that Sentinels could put down.
Yeah, and what this does too is because Jitward likes to flex on over to the Venom, when Cart has to play Venom at this point, right, it just kind of throws all their flex options off. And I think they know that, and they've studied that from previous bans on other opposition teams. Gonna get the save over. Xantho is hovering the Jeff, but typically Kendrick would play. But Kendrick doing such a good job on the White Fox, right? Unless this is the ban on the Fox. This is probably what... I mean, because Rhymazing's just going to play Fox on their side.
Yeah, he could also, like, flex over to the Ultron, right? Because that's something that, we lost just didn't prio. But on Hell's Heaven, right, you have a lot more priority that you could take when your forehead's touching, like, a ceiling. But there's also that verticality to play off the platform in that round here in Hell's Heaven. All right, guys, Sentinels are currently sitting at match point. The Jeffs are going to be singing like they're in the orchestra here. We're going to see what these itch Jeffs are going to provide when it comes to the counter picks onto these invisible boundaries that you could expect. Korova is going to be rolling out on that Invisible Woman. The Vanpool is out here too for Dogman, but the same cannot be said about We Lost. I'm also wondering, like, will we be able to see Mask? Although we do see him having that priority on the Mantis. You want that damage boost, but, you know, Mask has had a lot of success on the Thor.
No, it's a great point here, Vic. As the door's about to open up, and again, we kind of expected this. I will say from We Lost side, what an I mean, have you seen the Jitward Fox much, Vic?
No. I was going to say, like, look, if only we could have, like, the Black Cat, you know what I mean? But obviously we can't play on that next pack, but no.
That was energy on the interview against We Lost. No. Yeah. Anything you feared? No. Yeah, I think... like I said, though, it definitely makes some of the composition a bit weird with the flexibility they have. But you know what? I've been wanting to see the Deadpool played more from Jitward, especially within Domination. Oftentimes never plays it here. But man, Domination just, already helps Deadpool in the way that the level up goes with the XP. Portal opening up. It's Kendrick on Strange. I love Kendrick on Strange. A lot of fun plays to be made. But here we go. Crimzo leading the Avengers, that is Sentinels, into this battle. 13 seconds and counting.
Kendrick said, "Release me from my shackles," coming out with the Doctor Strange portal plays themselves. And I love how they were trying to get ready with Jitward now coming out, the Duelist pool having some words to say. Sentinels now just taking their time before getting onto this point. It's finally active. We Lost are going to be able to get it for free. No contention. And Sentinels are just going to allow them to walk over there. Zatex, the fact that Zatex gets away with having Elsa again after the impact and damage output that we saw from that last map is insane.
My gosh, just absolutely free real estate, giving them the zone that oftentimes takes so long, jumping off to find freedom themselves back to the spawn, not the stagger. And at this point, what an absolute start to this. It'd be very tough. You know what? I keep saying it'd be very tough for them to lose at different points, but Vic, Sentinels keep finding the answer to the test every single time.
Looking at what? Yeah, we. Oh, no way. No way. Say-Tex. Dogman's got a family. Crimzo clapping back though onto Matt. That's going to be big too because you're just going to delay the inevitable. I mean, is this going to be enough sustain here for Yowie Lost to lean into with just the Jeff and the Mantis? It's going to be tough, but Kendrick's still holding the front line. Someone's got to look behind him. Sentinels was trying to go for a cheeky back cap and Jitward, diverting his attention to the point.
Yeah, look out for what is going to always be a huge Agamotto there from Kendrick. 56% and up. They have to do a lot to peel out Cart and friends from this point. Flamay finds one, but the two come, and there is an absolute big double pick on the strategist. Both good night, and that's going to give everybody else room to breathe, even though they did get a pick. No healing. It's going to keep this team down. Amazing's out, and Crimzo running for their lives.
Oh, no way. And the communication, too. Look who was ready. It was Card. Even without all the kills that he needed to rely on, he was ready with Zaytech, sending him out like a Pokemon. And now, yeah, we lost. Have these 3 ultimates. The fact that this strat backline is working is insane to me.
Do you hear that, Vic? It is match 5 echoing. You can hear it right now because, yeah, we lost. Will not go down without a fight as they're looking strong on point 1. Venom going to go ahead and slam the mouth as Crimzo finds nothing. Jitward, the Deadpool, who has been rocking since the preseason, finds Yusha. The big pick, the damage is gone, the picture is taken, and just like that, slicing, dicing, the sushi has been made. Freshed up, served, ready, hot.
Dude, the iframes off the selfie, too, to avoid getting eaten by the It's Jeff, and then Zaytex is just going in with a highlight reel. The sustain may not even matter because yeah, we lost are just out damaging Sentinels. Where is the foundation for Sentinels right now?
Yeah, it started from the get, right? I mean, just free point here, you can have it, and they never let go from there. Yeah, they definitely, it's crazy too, because I feel like if you look at kind of what they were able to play from there and what they have available from the pick and ban, it really leaned towards what Sentinels had. But Vic, here we go, right? Amazing. On the Ultron. Zaytex, though, gonna go hunting for sure. We'll see what adjustments they make, but there's a lot.
The time stream is in grave danger.
The fact, too, that, like, yeah, we lost still have these 3 ultimates, and with Zaytex and dealing the amount of damage Zaytex has been doing, you're gonna have the Glartrox for this next fight, and you have no sustain. Korova would be, like, the closest one to the Eternal Bond for this first fight, but if anything, if I'm Sentinels here, it's all about the poke pressure that you could put down, try to enable Yusher, and just try to see if you could bait out some of these ultimates, because it's going to be tough, because even with the Feast of the Abyss from Cart, that's going to be the anti-heals, unless Crimzo could go in for a crazy play off these walls.
Yeah, listen, guys, there's so many great Jeffs in this entire tournament, but Xantho plays an absolutely crazy shark. Look out for this, it's Jeff. Gonna be a big one at that. Portal opens, opportunity ready. Kendrick up on the top. Now Sentinel's going to have to force to adjust and play their game. Looking forward and up. They're going to pick their exact moment to jump in. And there's the Soul Resurgence. And they're going to take full advantage. Mass pushing in heavy. Look at all the Qs ready to go. It's dinner time. Love. And they're coming up absolutely full.
The quad? Kendrick! He is feasting now, and we called it out, Cozy. Yeah, we lost. Get the point first. And what I like even more is that they barely had to expend much. It wasn't expensive at all. They only used up these 2 ultimates to cycle through.
All right. Yeah, that's a good point. What they had to use to get that, not a lot. Just feels like complete free real estate yet again. Hope they make the cut, though. Goes Jitward going in, diving. Gonna go and try to get every reset. The pressure is maximum. He's 1v6ing Vic. He doesn't care. It's
what,
what is this camera? The colors, the angles. God help the
I think
viewers.
I just got car sick right now.
Yeah.
He is going... He's playing a different game. That didn't look like Marvel Rivals. It's just the Jitward game instead. But Raimezi and Yusher, despite getting their heads bounced on, come out alive. And now it's up to Zaytex to back away because the number advantage is in favor for Sentinels to reclaim this point.
Yeah, 42% though is a nice little cozy opening, especially when you can line up the ults to follow. Kendrick ready for the eye. Vanguard's ready. The players I wanted to watch. Cart, Dongman, Crimzo, the Vanguard's got it done in Dom the first time. Quick little spray in the Pierce. Xantho and friends going to go ahead and rotate over as the map changes. Hell's Heaven, map pick 4. Yeah, we lost. To get this thing to match 5, the full combo wobble comes out. Dogman barely escaping, forced to ult the Banhammer to stop the madness.
And getting rid of those walls here too. Zatex with a damage boost. The Groot hard to meet them. Crimzo sets up the wall behind them. And Yusher pops off, finding 2 while they're at it. And we're trying to back away. Sure, the survivability may not be there, but you have to worry about the sustain in general too when Xanthos gets the itch. Jeff, who's going to be a victim here? And he's going to come up on it very shortly. But I'm really looking at Rymazing and Flamme. They have to get something going when it comes to rotating through these ultimates.
Yeah, the Eye of Agamotto was close there, completely shut. Kendrick didn't get anything off of it and then fell right after. So tough look, and just like that, Sentinels snapped their fingers and Thanos snapped the point right back to them. Card with the feast. We've seen Zatex though try to use, oh my gosh, absolutely disgusting neutral. Quick finish on the Monster Piercer. Dogman, though, does trade get Kendrick out, but watch out for Zatex trying to find their opportune moment. Here comes the Glartrox and finds at least the one. How is Dogman in there even after the iframe?
He finished it right at the very end, too. And then now you have the group hug here as Mass is going to be able to move together with the Soul Resurgence. Now you get the dual pool ultimate, the reset coming in from Yusher to knock off the head of Xanthos, making hot sushi out of the shark. Crimzo claps back here, gets the back and forth after Flamme finds himself back in the spawn room gates, but the number advantage retains as Sentinels with more bodies on the point are nearing 99%.
Has this not just been the story of the matchup between them two, Vic? It's like it's looking so one way, and then Sentinels real time find an answer in a way. The group walls close it down, and we find ourselves stretching this thing to the limit. Yeah, we lost. Face elimination in the playoff run. Let me remind you, coming from the MRC, introduced as the Rooks, going against the Vets late at night here in the America scene, folks. Can you ask for anything else?
Are you
besides
not?
sleep, Vic? I know, besides sleep.
Listen, you know what? I guess it kind of coincides with my current schedule. I'm not trying to expose myself, but you could always find me in ladder around this time around. But you know what? That's when work isn't on the table. But if anything, yeah, we lost, have to get to work because they're going to have to figure out what they need to change up here. Again, I don't think it was enough sustain. Jitward was playing a whole different game, giving all of the viewers whiplash here, jumping on heads, and then looks back and the rest of his team is gone. I think the way that Sentinels have adjusted was beautiful. And even if Flamme does want to roll out on this, you get a little bit of that damage boost on their own, basically like a discount Mantis, if you could say, when they don't have a Mantis or a Gambit to add.
Yeah, 2 notes on that. First, I've definitely seen you on at 3 a.m., and I think it was the last night. Secondly, I don't know how Jitward did not, die in that madness, and it's just so hard to hit Deadpool when he's bounced on the heads, continuously throwing down the damage too. But Jitward immediately delits. Hope he makes the cut. He finds the slice. Flamme, goodbye. That was such a fast hit, and the aggressive nature continues for Yeah, we lost.
Again, letting Mantis and Elsa go through is a choice. But that's what happens. It's about a lot of that damage impact, and they did use up that portal just so that way they could have the positioning advantage. Kendrick taking a huge chunk of that damage on purpose, too, just so that way they could try to enable Xanthos to get that invisible boundary, together with Zatex rotating in. Jitward still harassing them while Rymazing has something else to say. The kitty's got claws as Rymazing takes the 1v1 versus Mask.
All right, now Dogman going with a quick ult. And go ahead and put the survivability on his back instead of the Banhammer. Going to get slept from downtown, though. Zatex hitting that from across the map. Again, noted Zatex with that Mantis. Trying up a different look here. Sentinels take this point back with only 22%. The disrespect hit. Oh my gosh, Rymazing almost fell to the 7th member of Yeah, we lost a wall slide. Able to stay alive through it, Vic. Anything can happen here late at night. But if you look at what they've got ult-wise, definitely Sentinels are set up for some success here.
They don't know. They don't know who's behind that wall right now. The push-off for Crimzo yeets out the nade. He's got the Groot hug. Will they be able to have anything to counter, though? Flamme is very close to the God of Mischief here. Crimzo together could follow up. Cart has a piece of the Abyss. Yusher, though, gets the reset. Diving down here is going to be a lot of damage up. But Hayamamoto's is fine. It goes huge. It finds 2. It stalls out Rymazing. And the Kumiho unleash. Then Flamme saves the day with the Eternal Bond, paving the floor here, Purple.
Yeah, gets the Ninetales out of the fight immediately, but with that second life, able to stay in it, so no value from it. Yusher then pays the price, or throws the price over to Zatex going down. Jitward, though, trades, gets Yusher out of here, and here comes the damage. Katana's at max. Golden, Katana's keeping them in this playoff, Vic. Slice dice Kendrick out. Oh no, Sentinels doing it again. They're handling the chaos that Yeah We Lost brings match after match, Vic. Does this not go full circle?
This is how it goes. This is a set no way. Right, amazing. You could take all of his flexibility away. It's fine. He'll still make it work no matter what. And again, being on this White Flux has had so much impact in trying to enable the triple strat that Sentinels feel so much at home with. But they use up a lot here too, Cozy. You look on the other side. It's going to be straight neutral play until Kendrick pulls up with the Eye of Agamotto.
The definition of calm, cool, and collected amongst the chaos. Jitward, though, here he goes. LFG slams it. Banhammer on an aggressive activated Kendrick with another eye ready to pop. Yusher, though, quick with those Phoenix hits. The Ignite and the Explosion. Kendrick with the eye inside. Gonna get right amazing. Once again, though, in the Ninetales form, out again with the pop. Down goes both the strats. Only Ride Amazing remains. Recap, 24%, 99 to 24, Vic. Coming down to the wire.
He keeps sealing this Jinchuriki back in the spawn room gates, and Satex getting that finishing blow. It was a matter of time, but at 99% in favor for Sentinels, they have Flamme, the God of Mischief. Yusher has a reset opportunity. Crimzo calling out a pesky fly before they try to pull Crimzo in, just trying to isolate the heals onto Kendrick, who wants to dive back down again. And yeah, we lost all these ultimates to work off of.
Oh, okay. Xantho throwing up the shield there with Flamme going towards them. Good rotation, though, from Yeah We Lost. And stay alive through it. They're hunting. You can feel it. Zatex with the damage up on himself. Putting the tape on his back. Hits a headshot. Are you kidding me? Absolute perfection there. Xantho finds another. It's the strats getting it done by themselves.
They don't need any help necessary right now. They're forcing Sentinels back into the side room gates, and they are making more of this stagger happen. It's just Crimzo, unfortunately, just looking for a reset. Let me out of jail, please.
No.
I'm taking my walk of shame, but Mask has other words. That's a huge delay.
I mean, you can't make it up. When their backs are against the wall, they have all the support they need to come out swinging, folks. Will Yeah We Lost get eliminated or bounce back to stretch this to the limits in match 5? Beast of the Abyss. Hungry Cart is no available Hulk. Jumps in. They find 3 immediately.
No
97,
way.
98, 99. Time ticking down. Back to the point. Here comes the portal. The counter portal from Kendrick. He's looking for it. What are you waving at? Dogman just trying to stall. Do their best. Flamme on the strange. Vicky, here comes the portal. He's just waiting at this point. Dogman staying alive. Jumping off the heads. Are you kidding me? How is he alive? Match 5 is here. We're going all night, folks.
He canceled the portal? Oh my goodness. Dogman did everything he can, but this is even better for the chapter of Yeah We Lost. Let's get this going. We were expecting it. Game number 5 here as Jitward is your MVP.
I'm just blown away. I tell you what, I knew it. I read the script. Match 5, we're here. Listen, whether it's late night, early morning, Rivals, playoffs, American scene delivers. None of these teams are willing to go home lightly, Vicky. And you got to say, even on our end, yeah, it's late, but it's late for them too. And just being able to be locked in, to have the passion, to keep that through all the adversity. Jitward with the MVP. How perfect. Y'all, it's match 5. Don't go anywhere. Don't fall asleep now. We're going to take a quick break and be back.
Guys, I have to apologize for absolutely nothing because we've got a map 5 on our way again. We wouldn't have had it any other way, would we? It has been a day full of map 5s here in Marvel Rivals Ignite preseason playoffs, but that means we have to conclude this series eventually, guys. I mean, we thought it was going to happen with the back and forths, with we lost getting to pick the map, but at one point, Sen had control again, and there's just a turnaround, gets flip-flopped on its backside. Vicky, do you think that now going into map 5, anyone has an advantage? Is this just a case of who has the minerals in this situation?
This is the most rock, paper, scissors series like I have ever seen, guys. It is the seesaw back and forth. I mean, okay, you said it before, Gaskin, and it's kind of like, okay, Team Liquid are probably in the back, like, we're just going to watch this tomorrow, we'll figure things out, or they may not have to, because after we talked to Energy, he's already feeling pretty confident after looking at the competition that they have ahead of them. So if anything, this could be really good practice for Yawi Lost and Sentinels, because no matter what, it's going to be a difficult challenge to rise up from the ashes. But guys, the fact that we've had basically 3 back-to-back Game 5s in Americas highlights what kind of region this is.
Well, I mean, and you heard him in the interview as well, saying that Americas, he believes, Fox believes that Americas is the best region at the moment, and we'll have to wait to see that get proved once we get to international competition as well. But one thing we know is this match kind of feels like the best of the rest for me, because we've seen how evidently far ahead the first 2 teams are, right? You've got Swamp Gaming, you've got Team Liquid Citadel. They are at the very tippy top. Everyone else is trying to catch them up at the moment, and what a fantastic chance you put yourself in if you can win this matchup, get to lower bracket finals, and then get that match against Team Liquid Citadel, A, to get more reps, and also to prove that you are maybe closer than some may think. Cozy, do you have a favorite? Can you give me anything in terms of a prediction, because this is very impossible. Most people have probably lost all their channel points by this point in the Twitch chat.
Prediction. Oh man, I checked on my soup dumplings that got delivered. They fossilized over. It's done. Those are cooked. Yeah, predictions on the matches. I'm gonna say, honestly, I'm going to give it to Sentinels. And it's funny because, we lost as a team I've been going with over and over, and they've come back and bounced back. The only reason I'm giving it to Sentinels is if you've looked at their journey in the lower bracket, it has been literally best of 5 NRG, I believe. I don't remember. It was so long ago. But it was 3 best of 5s to get to this point. And they kept on winning at the last moment. Will and a way. They always found the way. And I just think they do here again.
Where there's a will, where there's a way, where there's a Vicky, there's a cast going into the late hours of the day as well, Vicky. Everyone, by the way, appreciates the hard work that both of you are putting in. I'm just going to say that outright, whether it is all the viewers or the watch partiers. So we do appreciate you guys going into the late hours. But someone has to win this whole darn thing. And I'm sure the players at the moment are feeling it. And it's about who can just lock in at this point. Because as you said, these guys, they're gamers. You know, they've been in this situation before where you're up in the late hours of the night. You get your coffee, get your Red Bull, get whatever energy drink you want. You just got to make sure, because this is a big moment. It's not about just playing for top 3 and getting a match against Liquid. There is a lot of prize money on the line as well for these guys. I mean, and just preseason. That's what's crazy about Marvel Rivals Unite preseason, is the amount of prize money that's available for them before we even get into stage 1. And I do think that it's important to go into stage 1 with a lot behind you, with momentum as well. So it's going to be very important to get into that lower bracket final. We are going to end things, though, at Midtown. One of my favorite maps to watch, has to be said. Cozy, do you think that Midtown leans toward either team?
Yeah, funny enough, you know, Sentinels used to bring it a lot here, too. They love Midtown, the way it plays. They have great strategies cooked up for it. You know, looking over on what each team has done going into the group stage and bringing it to it. Sentinels try to bring it to Midtown to clutch up a win against NRG, ended up losing there. It is kind of their map that they go to, but listen, we also seen We Lost cook extremely fast on Midtown because it really complements their playstyle, Vicky.
Yeah, I agree, because I feel like, if anything, too, like the other time that we saw, I believe, Sentinels go to Midtown was versus Swamp Gaming, but like we also know what kind of team Swamp Gaming is, so that was pretty tough. But you could tell with Sentinels already noting that this is a map that they feel comfortable with the triple strategist composition that we could usually expect. You still have that verticality that I keep mentioning, and the reason why I say this is because Rymazing is amazing with flyers. The Ultron has been targeted, the White Fox obviously has its benefits, but I do think with more verticality, Rymazing will be able to take to the skies and also like break through the chokehold if you could expect a triple Vanguard hold.
Now, Cozy, we talk a lot about teams having certain preferences against who they're going to play and what playstyle they're going to play up against as well. Just to look ahead a little bit, before we get into the locks and bans, who do you think would have the best chance against Team Liquid Citadel out of these two teams? I'll allow you to discuss that as we go into the locks and bans. Guys, it's map 5. It has to end here. It's Yeah We Lost versus Sen.
Well, Vicky, who stands the best chance? You know, I think it's not the most fair question after last night, but I don't know. I'll be honest, guys. I do think it's rivals, and any team can have its day. I'll be there. I'm going to be honest. I know TLC's been crazy, but like, get there. Just be there in the losers finals, say lower finals, and you get a chance to punch the ticket. That's all that matters. Don't look at the names. We've heard that from TLC. They're not going to either.
No, I feel like this is like the definition of like rivals till the end of time, like truly, like literally going the distance, right? And we have to protect on the Gambit, by the way. This is the first time that we get to see Sentinels lean into the Gambit. The Daredevil ban too. I like this option considering Daredevil not only getting that information, but having the wall climb, being able to get these resets, get out of the line of sight of the opposition so that way they can get heals from Yeah We Lost. But going forward here, Cozy, this is it. Everything on the table. I like how Gaskin, you know, hyping us up. Thank you guys so much for sticking with us. But I also have to give my props to these players because we've all been there. When we get our grind going, sometimes it can take a detriment onto your mental health and you could feel that your brain leaking through your ears. But this is two teams that are literally going back and forth with Yeah We Lost getting a Gambit of their own.
Alrighty now, with the ban coming, yeah, I mean, you've seen such a response in ways of plans coming. It's funny that the Rogue going to be that pick for them, allow the Gambits through, and that is just going to open up the chaotic floodgates that is already here in the match 5, right? Dracula had his way in New York, so you might as well let Gambit do the same with the Raging Royal. With the ban there up first, I just love it too, because they kind of get the head start. You got to get the Loki out as well. Not everything can get banned, right? Look at them try to adjust quickly to the madness that follows. So one team probably going to get the Rogue and or Loki. Do you save Rogue here, right? Like you ban Rogue, take Rogue?
I
or
feel
go
like
Hulk?
Cart's going to want to... Cart is probably have the flexibility on the Hulk, but they're hovering over the protect on the Rogue themselves, and that is going to be the option. I do like this, Cozy. You highlighted it perfectly, and Yeah We Lost also taking some notes too, because we've seen the flexibility from Sentinels. They have been able to rely on that together with the Gambit, but hey, you know, you only have so many pick and bans. Let's say if for whatever reason we roll out with like a Magneto, you still have that team up together with the Gambit and some of that extra damage boost here too. They're hovering over the Hulk, and since they did rely on that protect, that final protect on the Rogue, they get that out of there. Cart will no longer be enabled, and when we saw Cart on the Hulk before, we never got to see Cart on Hulk again for like the last 3 games.
Yeah, I just think it's such a bold plan coming in here, mixing it up and kind of laying all your cards on the line, quite literally. And I love it from Yeah We Lost. We haven't even seen them play all that much Rogue. And if I think if Cart would have made its way through there with the Hulk, it would have been really dangerous for them because it's going to be most likely Mask on that, Cart on the Venom. But let's see your last band. Oh, I love the Thing band here as well. So you're going to have Daredevil out of play. Amazing. How many times have we seen Vic Amazing with games on the line go into hero mode quite literally, and they've got the Daredevil for him?
It's been so many times, and I feel like, if anything, this is what you want to enable. Like, I'm just so happy that they banned out the Elsa, because obviously, like, the Elsa was just getting too much. But we also saw Zatex pop off on the sidelock, and with no thing on the table, okay, I'll be honest here, Cozy. Like, Crimzo Thing hasn't really shown up for me, but it goes big when you have to enable your dive. And when you're dealing with a Venom and Satex popping off on the sidelock, it helps out because what are you going to do? Go Emma, and then we've seen what happens, even at the hands of, like, TTK, who pops off before on the Emma trying to deal with dive. And we've all seen what happens there, right? As 100 Thieves, you know, bowing out from that. But then you get to kind of feel more enabled, and with Crimzo being on the group, that's kind of like the next best thing here, and just trying to put down those walls to isolate the heals and try to trap some of these diving characters.
Yeah, I think Akura was plenty comfortable on that Gambit. And, I mean, just talk about the way that Mask plays as a player as well. I mean, I'm excited to see what they can do with that team up and all that dive potential. They're going all in, pushing the chips in on maximum dive, maximum effort, folks. This is your last match, unless there's a draw, God help us all. But either way, pushing through New York, it is Sentinels on the offense.
Also interesting, like how they wanted to prioritize that ban on the Cloak and Dagger because you have double Rage and Royal Flush now. Like, we'll absolutely take those on the win condition. It's about playing to their strengths here. Sentinels now already creating that space. Amazing. Marking the enemy, though, and with Jitward trying to rely on the safety of the health pack, he gets healed back up. Amazing. Needing some help in trying to get this dive going. Crimzo just trying to set up these walls together. They get the isolation, though. This is what I wanted to see. You overextend. Sure, it's a trade-off, though, but Yusher's back is right alongside the spawn room gates.
Yeah, and that's going to give them on the offense much more room to push. But what they do so well, they did it on Wakanda as well, Vic, is they can just stay on this point and be pesky and play so untraditional there. Zatex with the quick hit of the shotgun, building up that ult as well. Gonna be Xantho first with the Raging Royal. If they're ult tracking right. Oh, deleted is amazing. They should be able to push in this, but now they gotta look to reset.
Oh, God. Okay, this is what I like to see. Flamé is also very close to the God of Mischief, Crimzo, with the Groot hug, but they are staggering out. Yeah, we lost Xantho. We'll have the Rage and Royal Flush, but Flamé, in the copy of Korova, will be able to match out with one of his own.
Yeah, so you're right. They're going to be able to match. Right now, Flamé going to hit it. There comes the Raging on both sides. Can they survive through it? And there it is. Groot ult coming out from Crimzo. No connection there as they're staying alive. Jitward ready to go as Yusher finds Kendrick in the back.
Nice.
There goes all that sustain and support. What are you waving at? Wow, Cart and Xantho, though, get Korova. They get the double gambit.
No way! The back-to-back. Zatex now using the dance of the Cutterfly. Right, amazing. Just the fact that they were trying to cycle through this. I mean, Flamé was trying to get it done here with the Rage and Royal Flush, but yeah, we lost with the isolation picks on the back line. Goes even crazier.
So crazy. I mean, they hit 21 jackpot easily there as now Zatex being pushed off in that front line. Here comes the Raging Royal. That's the best part about it. The Loki. Oh, close to try to get rid of that Gambit, but not going to find it now. Dancing in the top is the Ninetales. Right, amazing though. Gets the best from it. Finds one. Now two. Continuing on. Can he get three as the Fox slams down, trying to get the best of this Devil, but cannot get him out as Yusher trades Jitward out of here, and it looks like they'll be able to at least, oh my, Mask, push forward.
I'm talking about the Ninetales. That ain't Himawari when you have no backup here. Mask has the Heartbreaker, but left alone is not where you want to be. Maybe to make some plays, and now, at least with the portal, they're splitting their attention. Looking right behind them where Mask is. The Heartbreaker will be activated. Jitward, by the way. Oh, okay, he teased us. It looked like he was swapping over to the Magic. He swaps over to the dual pool ban. Hammer activated here too, rather. As a dual pool ultimate unleashes, Yusher also forced to make the swap. Sentinels, after having the advantage, in my opinion, on the pick and ban phase, are falling apart, not even getting to that first checkpoint.
Yeah, I mean, I cannot believe this hold right now from the likes of Yeah, we lost, who now Yusher finding best from Kendrick. Going to continue to farm out that White Fox. Card trying to survive through it, does just that. Jitward LFG into the Raging Royal as well as the Mask ult. They push forward full. Xantho finds one. Continuing on this pressure, 30 seconds. If you're just Sentinels here, survive this, hold your Qs, don't be forced in pressure. That's what they're trying to do here, Vic. Hold steady and strong as Sentinels has continued to do. Now favor on their side. They've got Flamé. Push forward, Korova to follow, but Mask finds one, shields up, able to pop it in time. Here comes the dance of the butterfly shortly. User looking for their opportunity. Eye of Agamotto opens up, gets two. Are you kidding me?
The invisible boundary goes down, though, but they keep Amazing and Dogman alive for now. But Dogman taking a lot of pressure. Overtime activated. Korova has a Rage and Royal Flush. Has to get ready, set, go. That's 2 outs from Yeah, we lost. And while, unfortunately for Jitward, he can't get anything done with that ultimate, Sentinels, in the nick of time, clear off this point and get that first checkpoint.
I mean, I would say I'm surprised, Vic, but we continue to see this, right? They just continue to find a will in a way that would have been one of the best defensive stops we've seen from Yeah, we lost, who pulled out all the cards, put out some pocket aces too with the Rogue Protect. But right now, Sentinel staying strong. 2 minutes, 9 seconds, not a lot of time. Look at the double dive, the coordinated. And Kendrick has not been able to see a lick of New York. Oh my, perfection of the comms. And it only took the 2 duels.
They took him to the Bronx and they took his shoes while they were at it. Crimson Amazing. finding more back-to-back. I was going to say, Cozy, like, this is something that, yeah, we lost, I guess, had noted, because I guess they weren't afraid of the Loki into the Gambit ultimate, because then they really weren't able to kind of cycle that properly. This forces Flamme to go to the Invisible Woman, and now they've had so much more success. Who's going to get jumped next? Oh, it looks like the next victim comes in. I saw the ante. Xantho managing to stay alive. That would have been a crucial pick to delay the Raging Royal Flush.
Yeah, just the way that they're able to push in where the map is right now, even with only 2 minutes to begin with, they're able to continue to surprise their opponents and have their advantage. And Ryan Mason does just that, erases Xantho out of here, trades the strats, though. This is going to be a big point of survival. 6-0 down. Zatex, good pick there on the finish and the flush. Yusha going to trade. It's the Psylocke show. All the Yokais going down, but the X-Men now pushing forward. Jetward finds more good separation between the team and their... Wow. How?
It's always going back and forth with these teams. This is insane. Jetward still finds Yusha after he was able to isolate the other side of the hallway with a bubble. It's so messy. It's literally, there's spaghetti all over the floor. It's a mess.
Yeah, it's just been the trade show here. As now looking at what they have, look at Sentinel's ult lines coming up. But the Raging Royal, if you're keeping track, there it is. Perfect. Go ahead. Go full max right now. Push it forward. Leave no survivors as Flamme throws up the defensive line. And Crimson finds it through. The Rogue threw it all. Here comes Zatex with the dance execution. Xantho trades. Zatex finds the other.
And being able to find these two, though, still set up the number advantage because they got rid of the Gambit and the Raging Royal Flush. Meanwhile, Flamme is about to get staggered. That's going to be big. And with 5 seconds on the clock, nobody going over to the... actually, right, Amazing did go over to the Doctor Strange. Can the portal come out on time? Oh, big 2 pickoffs here. Yusha somehow is still alive. He gets a health pack, just barely, literally a pixel of health. Portal for portal here. And while they're taking everything, Suga, can she still feel Kurova here? And Xantho doesn't have the Raging Royal Flush. The sustain was slightly there. They did lose out on their Vanpool. Right, Amazing is stuck on this Doctor Strange after utilizing the portal, and Jitward clears out the point.
One team, MRC, now to Pro. The other 3-2s through the lowers. Which one will hold on in this overtime? It is, yeah, we lost. Locking in the gamer hours as we head into Sunday morning here. The same day that they'll be playing, Vicky, for the grand finals. Are you kidding me? But I will say Sentinels made the most of that 2 minutes. But man, so close.
I just like the script that they have. Like, the fact that they forced Sentinels off the Loki Gambit. Like, I'll be honest with you, Cozy. This is another highlight for everybody watching right now. When you see these teams go for the Ditto matchup, Gambit v Gambit or Elsa v Elsa, it really does trickle down to who could utilize this comp better, who survives longer, who gets more done with these ultimates. And you have a Loki available, and you can't take advantage of that when it looks super rough at the very beginning there. Rotating to these Raging Royal Flushes, usually, as we call it, is the win button, but that wasn't the case for Sentinels. Meanwhile, yeah, we lost rocking the White Fox, which, by the way, Kendrick didn't get to play for like 3 fights, but even then, Jitward was just playing a whole different game. But Xantho did stay alive a lot. Obviously, Gambit having a much easier time when Kendrick was forced to use these teleports already with that cooldown, but it's enough for Xantho to hold it down for the rest of, yeah, we lost, and Jitward to just go crazy.
Zatex is so wild, too. And just absolutely such a crazy duelist, time and time again. The doors open, folks, and we will find out our finish here in the lower semis. Sentinels locking in defensively. Going to be Crimzo and Dogman, the vanguards that got them to this point so far. Ro going in on the pressure immediately. Going to find a quick fate, but does get out of there. Cart finds Yusha, though, immediately. The picks are coming. Yeah, we lost. Are going to be able to get plenty of this space, and it's Mask. The protection, the pocket aces they had in the surprise of the pick ban phase that enabled the push.
No, Thor, not necessary. And Flamme is looking at Mask with fear. Not going to want to have the fight with the wife in this setting right now when your tournament lives are on the line. This also means, of course, we will not be going over to a draw. It will be ending here. Depends if Sentinels could hold off. Yeah, we lost, but I like the way that they're playing this right now with Cart just diving in here on the Venom. Crimzo also just trying to get some follow-ups. The Zatex on this Psylocke has just been a force to reckon with.
Yeah, just such an aggressive team. And naturally on the offense, they're looking to get those quick picks on the back line, looking for more Zatex, who's just continue to hit these perfect shots back after back. Does find the Crimzo at low. Going to rotate back with a quick dash. And here comes Jitward now once again with the Jitward is Deadpool himself. It's a ranked game hours. The only thing he won't be able to do tonight is play, unless I guess he's not prepping for the grand finals. But they get that first point, 5 minutes on the clock, 3 more than Sentinels, Vic.
And they're looking to speed run right now, Cozy. They have 4 minutes and less than 55 seconds on the clock. That's a whole lot of time to force out more of these ultimates to rotate through another set of their own. Dogman now holding the fort, trying to get onto the high ground, find the isolation, but they have to find the isolation on Xanthos as a priority. He's got the Rage and Royal Flush and the survivability together with Kendrick.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
I mean, right now, it is just, we lost. Looking for the win to continue on this dream. They cannot be stopped. They don't have much more to go. Jitward farming now other Deadpools in this multiversal clash. Vicky, look at what they have available. The entire Infinity War, the entire Marvel roster coming at Sentinels to hold the line with 4 minutes left. This is looking grim.
They got the whole bank. In this economy, we'll take it here. And they have every answer to Flamme. At least has a Rage Royal Flush, but look at the way that they're trying to overextend here. They're trying to buy even more time and space. And Sentinels, with really Flamme, has a Rage Royal Flush, but he activates it. Can they find the isolation? They're just trying to jump over on top of his head. Flamme gets a clapback, finds Zatex. Usher is enabled. He jumps up to the high ground together with the Rage Royal Flush, and he clears off the choke that Yawi was holding. But Yawi literally just stared at them and didn't expend anything.
Didn't expend anything, but I think Sentinels hung on to a good amount. But yeah, I mean, with Xantho, one Raging Royal, like Kurova could throw up that boundary all you want to, but not going to be able to protect you from what we've seen so far. Because all they've got to do is combine 2 of these here. Cart with the lead on it. We'll see if Cart even dies. See how Kurova's invisible? Because he knows that if he is exposed at any bit, it's going to be Cart on him to force the cooldowns. It is now quickly Dogman, though, with a pick on the mask that opens up everything for them. Damage in. Zatex. Xantho find 2. The X's getting the O's. And just like that, Jitward slashes, dashes, time ticking. Strange swap not available. This is it. Sentinels gotta lock in, but good sustain and push and finish. Look at once again, it's Dogman keeping the point still.
He can't do more. Ayúdame! Ayúdame! The Deadpool for Deadpool. Violence. The fact that he's still up is actually insane. Triple strat now rolling up for Sentinels. The Freedom Charge. Huge anti, by the way, onto 4. That causes the demise onto Amazing. He will not have the sustainability with the Camille Unleash.
It's gonna be a 3 wipe here as time is ticking. Dogman can only stall so long. Down falls the vets. The rookies here in the pro scene push it through. Claim map number 5 and find their rematch with Liquid Citadel. Yeah, we lost. The name means nothing. They won. They will move on.
The fact that, we lost, saw that first game from Sentinels after Sentinels took it over and reversed the situation into game 4 and 5. I mean, if anything, Cozy, something to highlight from a team that came out of the MRC. Yes, a lot of these players have had comp experience of their own. They grind ladder crazily. They may not have all the scrim bugs in their pocket because they've said it themselves. Teams refuse to scrim them. But this is a team that we cannot ignore that has just gotten better and better as the tournament has progressed.
And they just have more new ways to beat you. I mean, just pulling out the rogue save to start and kick off the thing. I mean, just such a cool way to throw it all out on the table. And man, this is just the preseason. I feel like they keep getting better and better. Now, we know what happened yesterday with TLC, but listen, what a way to finish and to stop what has been the plot armor for Sentinels, fighting through the 3 and 2s, put the full stop on them. Gaskin, thoughts?
I mean, unbelievable. The ranked grinders, the MRC players, they come through and they managed to get the job done over Sen. Unbelievable for them, really, and I'm sure it's going to be an incredible moment as they push themselves into guaranteed top 3, and of course, still a shot at progressing in the tournament with a rematch against TLC, as you mentioned, and I'm sure they'll come into that one a little differently, with a slightly different approach as well, especially now they've seen that Liquid Citadel can bleed after their loss today. But boy, guys, I mean, what an incredible best of 5 that we had. Really nail-biting at times for some of these players. And, of course, very back and forth. Difficult to know which way it was going to go. But certainly an entertaining one. I mean, I think that no one would have predicted it was going to go all the way like that. I think everyone was assuming that it was going to be one or the other. Either Sentinels were going to kind of stomp them, or yeah, we lost, we're going to just pull something out and do it on the other way. But the fact we get 5 is absolutely fantastic. But that, of course, means that we conclude today's matches, guys. I mean, Vicky, in that match in particular, do you think that there was a standout player if you had to choose one from either team? Couldn't be from either, doesn't have to be the winning team. Who would you go for?
I actually think we have to give, I know we talked about Jitward a lot, but we have to get, I mean, there's 3 players. I just need to highlight them. Cart, Zatex, and Jitward. Like, these 3 players were crazy. Mask being on the road, like, there's so much to break down here. If I was Sentinels, honestly, I would have looked at that Team Liquid Citadel matchup, and I would have copied their homework in the pick and ban phase, because even in the interview, they said that they made them incredibly uncomfortable, but that kind of wasn't what we saw at all, which is why we see the results that we currently have right now. And yeah, we lost, thriving off of it. And yeah, we lost. If I see another Scarlet attempt, standing at the spawn room gates, Thor, there's no way.
Vic, that's why we were saying yesterday it's so damn important to lock in those moments, because you're back against them, right? It's like you could add another match. And so, like, we are passionate, especially, again, as a person who picked this team, it's like that is why every map matters, and you fight like hell to get to where you are, and they're here now. The person I want to shout out, Gaskin, is Xantho. Xantho, from the beat 1 of the playoffs, has been an amazing strategist that has not gotten enough highlight, has had clutch plays, amazing moments. The whole team is fun to watch. But Xantho, as someone who stood out for me in the playoffs, insanity. Jitward, we already know. And I can't wait to see the graphs, by the way, the statistics on all of this once again, Gaskin.
Yeah, throw me the numbers. You know, I'll gobble those up. I love those numbers. I did ask you guys going into that one, who do you think has the best chance against Team Liquid Citadel? We know now it is going to be, yeah, we lost. How do you feel like their chances are going to be, Vicky? Do we see a world where, yeah, we lost, can actually pull something off against Team Liquid Citadel? Feel free to be brutally honest here. You don't have to sugarcoat it.
Oh, he opened the gates, guys. He opened the gates. I don't think so. I think it's so hard to make a turnaround in such a short amount of time, like with the way that you get beaten down like that. I mean, unless you have an analyst here. I know Jitward likes to lead the way for the rest of this team, as well as the coach with his own past experience. He could bring that forward, but unless they were just going down at that VOD and figuring out what they needed to do, I think it's going to be incredibly hard for them, Gaskin.
It will be very difficult.
I think there's a will and a way. I do, honestly. This team is so unorthodox, and that's why. It's like, just when you think they're out, they're in, and when they're hot, they're on fire, and when they're cold, wolf. So it's like, which one are we gonna get? And they could bring that. Only thing is, they're not gonna get a lot of sleep to prep for it, because it's today, right?
It is, yeah. They're going to have a quick turnaround. You saw there the results of today. Of course, we had 3 back-to-back 3-2s, map 5s, and this is the lay of the land. This is how the bracket is looking as we are down to our 3 final teams. Swamp Gaming waiting in the grand finals. Team Liquid Citadel versus Yeah We Lost will be our lower bracket finals. We said goodbye to Sentinels today. We said goodbye to 100 Thieves, and we said goodbye to Lunex. Of course, yesterday we said goodbye to SSG and NRG. The Gs were eliminated, but that means that we get these upcoming matches tomorrow, which you guys are not going to want to miss, because we have the big ones. We've got our lower bracket final rematch of Yeah We Lost versus Team Liquid Citadel, and the winner of that progresses into the grand finals of the Marvel Rivals Ignite preseason playoffs against Swamp Gaming. Will it be a rematch? Will Team Liquid Citadel get their opportunity to strike back, or will Yeah We Lost pull something like a rabbit out of a hat? There is only one way to find out, and it will be happening tomorrow, so you do not want to miss it. Be there or be square. Of course, there will be EMEA matches happening prior to that, but otherwise it is America's when it is kicking off. Now, on the other side, you've got to remember we have a brand new hero in the game. We have Black Cat. Cross her path and your luck runs out. One of the world's premier thieves, Felicia Hardy, glides across the battlefield with swift precision and a dancer's grace. Ever ready to purloin an opportune's fortune? Those who meet the Black Cat's gaze should beware, as her omens never miss their mark. On the other side, you got to get ready for class with Peter Parker, the photographer, Striker poses, Black Cat, Urban Predator, and embrace the cosmic hunt with Blade, Starlit Shadow. Whether you're chasing the ultimate headline or wiping out the creatures lurking in the deep reaches of space, the battlefield is yours to command. That's available in-game right now. Make sure you go get your hands on it as well. No matter the challenge, you can always look your best. Speaking of looking your best, make sure to get your Twitch drops, everyone. I'm sure you've already been hunting for them as well. If you haven't got them yet, you can still get them tomorrow. In fact, they are available until May 15th. You can get that incredible Will of Galacta Daredevil skin. I'm sure you'll be wanting to display in your ranked games, just hopefully not in my ranked games, because every Daredevil I get seems to be pretty bad. But they're going to be your Twitch drops, guys. I hope you will enjoy them, because I'm sure you will get your hands on them. Well, it has been quite the day. I'm sure everyone is ready for bed. I'm sure everyone is ready to get their rest. Cozy, Vicky, some short words just from you guys. Cozy, you looking forward tomorrow for the grand finals?
I'll see you guys in like 12 hours. I mean, I might be speaking through a machine, but besides that, I'm ready. I did not think I'd be seeing TLC versus Yeah, we lost again, but all I know is I'm so pumped for the grand finals. I've been doing this all day. I can't wait. Vic, you're a legend. What a night.
Yeah, man, I'm so happy. And also, just need to highlight, like, we have an MRC team, guys, within our top 3 teams. For anybody at home looking to compete, shooting your shot, hey, guys, look at Yeah, we lost, because they did it, and maybe you, too, could be one of the teams out here in this bracket in the next MRC.
Vicky is absolutely right. The MRC, the perfect path to pro. That is evident by Yeah, we lost. But that wraps up today's action, of course. It is not done yet. The preseason playoffs still continue tomorrow. 11 a.m. Eastern is when EMEA kicks off, and then we'll go into Americas off the back of that. So from me, from my wonderful casters, Cozy and Vicky, from Zoe, from Shib, from Dogman, who were casting earlier, from the entire production, and of course, thank you to the players and everyone watching. I hope you have a wonderful night. We will see you tomorrow for some more action.
I'm eating my soup dumplings now.